Dreamscape, an RB Media audio brand, presents The Valley by Jami Worthington, narrated by Nikki Zaycox. RB Media is the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Find your next great listen and get exclusive offers at rbaudio.com. 1. I finally finished packing at 1 a.m. this morning. The movers will be here in an hour to pack up the truck and drive out to California. It's been so weird sifting through the last 15 years of our lives, deciding what to keep and what to chuck. So many times I was tempted to just ditch everything. Make this move a fresh start in the most literal sense. But even if I throw all our stuff away, that won't stop me from feeling like every piece of our lives, every memory we've ever created, feels tainted now. Lisa's diary entry, June 10th, 1998. Lisa looked at the fortress of boxes in their new master bedroom with a heavy sigh. She knew she should keep unpacking, especially since she hadn't even unpacked Michael's work clothes, which he would need starting Monday. But fatigue weighed on her like a 2-ton blanket. For about the millionth time, she cursed herself for insisting to the movers that she would do all the unpacking herself. "I have a specific system and way of organizing things," she'd said, even though unpacking was included in the cost of their cross-country move, all funded by Michael's new company. It was true, though. She did have a particular way of organizing things, but now it seemed that her control freakiness was coming around to bite her in the butt. She contemplated unsealing yet another box and wiped at the sweat beading on her forehead. "No need for AC my ass," she muttered. In the many conversations she and Michael had had with the local realtor who helped them buy this house, Lisa had expressed concern about the lack of air conditioning in the contemporary ranch house they'd ultimately settled on. Summers in the Boston area were notoriously hot and humid, and Lisa would have never even considered living in a house without central air. But Celeste of Oak Valley Realty had assured her that the climate in the San Francisco Bay Area was very different from where they were coming from. "Trust me, there are only a couple of days a year where you might actually need air conditioning, and then you can just hang out by your pool and wait for it to cool down." It was only June, and Lisa had already experienced 5 of those AC-worthy days in a row. And she couldn't exactly lounge by the pool when she had the entire contents of their former 5-bedroom house to unpack and organize. She heard a splash outside and peeked out of the window overlooking the backyard. Ashley, their almost 13-year-old daughter, was swimming toward the steps of the kidney-shaped pool surrounded by flagstones. She grimaced at the sight of her daughter's bikini, bright pink, comprising barely enough fabric to cover her well-developed breasts and other private bits. "God help me," she thought. Lisa had no idea what to do with her. She herself had been a late bloomer and hadn't needed a bra until her sophomore year of high school. Unlike Lisa, who'd hung out with the pinheads, as her older brother referred to the smart, nerdy kids, Ashley had always been popular, at the center of whatever the in-crowd was. She had no doubt it would be the same here in Oak Valley. She couldn't begin to imagine the kind of trouble she would get herself into. She watched as Ashley toweled herself off, spread the towel on a lounger, and stretched out in the sun. No sign of 15-year-old Zoe. No surprise. Her older daughter was no doubt locked in her room, logged onto the internet, chatting with her friends back home. She didn't love the fact that Zoe stayed in her room on AOL Instant Messenger nearly all the time, but at least she didn't have to worry about her getting in trouble. She sighed and was just about to tackle another box when she saw Michael emerge from the French doors that opened from the office onto the patio. He was in shorts, a ratty Harvard t-shirt, and flip-flops. His normally neatly combed hair was matted with sweat. She watched, her mouth tightening as he kicked off his flip-flops, pulled his shirt over his head, and cannonballed into the pool. Ashley screamed indignantly as droplets showered her. Asshole had spent the morning on a bike ride with his friend Kyle, touring the area, while she unpacked. After he came back, showered, and ate, he finally said he would unpack and organize his home office. He'd been at it for at most 45 minutes, and already he thought he deserved a break? Imagine that. Michael doing whatever the hell he wants, whenever he wants, leaving you to do the heavy lifting. She gave herself a mental shake and reminded herself that part of this whole fresh start thing was that she was going to take care of herself along with everyone else. If anyone deserved a break from digging through box after box and transforming this glass and wood construction into a home, it was her. Screw Michael and his clothes. Let him wear a wrinkled shirt and pants to his first day at UTV on Monday. Who cared? He wasn't a partner at a big Boston law firm now. He was working at a startup. From what she heard, every day was Casual Friday. She went to the ensuite bathroom, with its brass fixtures and granite countertops, stripped off her tank top and khaki shorts, and stepped into the shower for a quick rinse. By the time she found her bathing suit and cover-up at the bottom of a box, she was covered in a layer of fresh sweat, thanks to the floor-to-ceiling windows that lined the west wall of the master bedroom. While they offered a stunning view of the oak-studded hills of the Santa Cruz Mountains, they also allowed the sun to turn the master bedroom into a veritable rotisserie oven. She slipped on her black one-piece and topped it with a gauzy black cover-up. She caught a glimpse of her reflection in the full-length mirror leaning against the wall. Her dark brown hair hung limply in its ponytail, but at least it wasn't frizzing out like it would in the East Coast humidity. Her face was pale, and she had dark circles under her eyes, but she was too tired to bother with concealer or any other makeup that would just wash off in the pool. She scanned her body in the one-piece. Thanks to the stress of the last several months and the subsequent loss of appetite, for the first time in she didn't know how long, she didn't feel self-conscious in a bathing suit. She might even invest in a bikini, she thought, as she took note of the bumps of her hip bones poking against the fabric. She made sure the ceiling fan was turned up to maximum to draw in cooler air as the temperature dropped. She started down the hall and paused at Zoe's closed door. She raised her hand to knock, grimacing at the burn of anxiety in her chest. She didn't know exactly when it had started, but at some point in the last year, trying to interact with her older daughter felt so fraught with tension. One wrong word, or hell, not even saying anything, could send Zoe flying off the handle or into a days-long sulk. "Zoe?" she said tentatively as she knocked. No answer. She knocked harder. Still no answer. She tried the knob, but it was locked. Irritation surged through her. For 15 years she'd been at this child's beck and call, and now she thought she could just lock her out and ignore her? "Zoe!" She pounded at the door with her fist. "Zoe, answer me!" The door swung open to reveal Zoe's scowling face. Despite it being summer, her complexion was ghostly pale. Her natural pallor was a stark contrast against the thick rings of black eyeliner and the mane of hair she'd recently dyed from dark brown to jet black. "What do you want?" she snapped. Lisa's own mother would have slapped her for speaking in such a tone, but Lisa knew from experience it would do no good to scold her. "I just wanted to check on you. I'm about to join Dad and Ashley in the pool. Do you want to come swim with us?" Zoe gave her a look as though she couldn't imagine anything more revolting. "No, I'm busy talking to Gina." She pointed her chin in the direction of her computer monitor, where Lisa could see an AOL Instant Messenger dialog box open. Gina was one of Ashley's best friends from Brookline, one of the handful Zoe spent most of every day chatting with over the internet. Lisa didn't understand why they didn't just speak on the phone, but when it came to technology, she was a dinosaur, as Zoe liked to remind her at every opportunity. She'd only signed up for an email account with Yahoo 2 years ago, and even so, she barely ever checked it. "Okay, maybe after you're done talking to her. You could use some sunshine and fresh air." Zoe rolled her eyes and slammed the door in her face. "Love you," Lisa muttered at the closed door as her shoulders slumped. Where was the sweet little girl who picked dandelions for her and snuggled in her lap? She was already starting to disappear back in Brookline. Now that she and Michael had blown up her life by moving across the country in the middle of high school, Lisa feared all traces of that loving little girl were gone. She padded downstairs in bare feet, intent on the pool, but was interrupted by a sharp rapping on the front door. She opened it to see an older woman with short, iron-gray hair and tanned skin that had never seen a drop of SPF. "Hi, can I help you?" "I'm your next-door neighbor, Iris," the woman snapped. Something told Lisa this was not a welcome-to-the-neighborhood visit. Lisa introduced herself and offered her a handshake. Iris gave it a suspicious look, but quickly shook it. "We just moved from outside of Boston. The moving trucks woke me up from my nap yesterday." "Sorry about that." "I was willing to let that slide, since you're not going to have moving trucks here every day. But I was just about to lay down, and I heard a bunch of splashing and screaming." "Yes, my daughter and husband are swimming. I'm just about to join them." "Well, be sure to keep it down," Iris snapped. "I'm trying to rest. I can't sleep with the splashing and noise from your yard." Lisa bit back the urge to tell her that they were perfectly within their rights to swim in their pool at 3 p.m. on a Saturday, especially when it was nearly 100 degrees out. Instead, she pasted a smile on her face. "I'm so sorry my husband and daughter disturbed you. I'll make sure we keep it down." Iris's eyes narrowed. "How many kids do you have?" "2. Girls, 13 and 15. Iris pursed her lips as though she tasted something sour. "They better not throw any parties. I know the sheriff personally, and I'll have things shut down so fast they won't know what hit them." "You really don't have anything to worry about. They aren't those kinds of girls." Well, that might be true for Zoe. Ashley, on the other hand. "In any case, it's not like we would leave them unsupervised or allow that sort of thing on our watch." She knew some of her friends with teenagers turned a blind eye when their kids drank or threw parties when they were out of town. Lisa had no intention of being so permissive. Iris made a scoffing sound. "Last people who lived here had 2 boys who were always causing trouble. One time they had a party, and one of their idiot friends drove right through my fence and tore up my lawn." Lisa furrowed her brow. The realtors had told her that the previous owners were a couple in their 70s who were moving to San Diego to be closer to their grown children. The incident she was referring to had to have happened nearly 20 years ago. She made a mental note. Iris is an angry old bitch who holds grudges. "Well, it was lovely to meet you, Iris. Thanks for stopping by." She closed the door and turned the deadbolt for good measure, just in case Iris didn't get the hint that the conversation was over. She shook her head and wondered if this was the kind of welcome she had to look forward to from the rest of the neighborhood. When they made the decision to move, everything happened so fast she didn't have time to do much research about what suburb of Silicon Valley to move to. Kyle, Michael's best friend from college, and his wife Nadia lived here in Oak Valley with their son. The pictures looked pretty, and they seemed happy enough, so Lisa and Michael decided they might as well live there too. But maybe the decision was a mistake. Maybe a lot of decisions in her life were a mistake. 2. The next morning, Lisa bit back a snide comment when Michael once again left her to unpack while he went for another bike ride. The temperature quickly soared, and by 2 p.m., she was a sweaty mess. She decided to take a break and join Michael and Ashley, who were once again shirking their unpacking duties in favor of the pool. As she walked through the kitchen toward the sliders that opened into the backyard, she paused a moment to admire it. This, by far, was her favorite thing about their new house. In addition to the pool, surrounded by flagstone pavers, there was a full outdoor kitchen, which included a built-in barbecue and a mini-fridge. Past the pool was a perfectly manicured lawn, and beyond that, sweeping views of the nearby mountains. While she loved their backyard in Brookline and had taken every opportunity to be outside as the weather permitted, it couldn't compare to this epitome of California outdoor living. "Hey, hun," Michael called from where he was standing in the shallow end. His dark hair was slicked back from his face, and the piercing blue eyes that had first captured her attention in a dive bar in Cambridge 17 years ago looked even brighter against the tan he'd acquired in the last few days. Biking and regular workouts at the gym kept his physique as leanly muscular as when she'd first met him. Up until recently, she'd reveled in how attractive he still was. While her friends' husbands were losing their hair and growing their guts, Michael only got better looking with age. It felt like such a privilege to be on his arm. It had never crossed her mind until recently what a liability his good looks could be. She gave him a tight smile, stripped off her cover-up, and set it on the lounger next to the one Ashley was basking on. "How's the office coming along?" She walked over to the steps that led into the pool. Goosebumps prickled her legs as she stepped into the refreshingly cool water. "Got the computer all set up," he said, and ducked down into the water to wet his torso. "Still have all the books and files to unpack and get in order." "Sounds like you still have a lot to do." He shrugged. "I'll get to it later. It's too hot to do anything right now. How's the bedroom? Did you unpack my clothes yet?" She stepped further into the pool and squashed the urge to tell him to unpack his own fucking clothes. "I was thinking you should do that so you can organize your closet the way you wanted." He gave her a puzzled frown and opened his mouth. Whatever he said was drowned out as Lisa dove into the water and swam to the deep end without stopping. She surfaced, treading water, and saw that Michael had climbed out of the water and was now toweling off. He sat down on the lounger next to Ashley, not bothering to move Lisa's cover-up out of the way before making contact with his wet swim trunks. Among all of Michael's transgressions, it was relatively minor. Still, her jaw clenched at yet more evidence of his inconsideration. She ducked under the water and counted to 10. "Ashley, were you able to find your pearls?" A gift from Lisa's mother for Ashley's confirmation. The single strand of pearls that had once belonged to Lisa's great-grandmother had gone missing in the move. Ashley didn't respond. "Ash!" She watched as Michael nudged her, then pointed at Lisa. When she sat up, Lisa saw that Ashley's ears were covered by the headphones of her Walkman, which was no doubt turned up to an unhealthy volume. Ashley hit stop on the cassette, and Lisa repeated her question. "God, Mom, it's only been a couple of days. I haven't been able to go through all my stuff yet." Lisa couldn't see Ashley's eyes behind her mirrored glasses, but she was sure they were rolling. "Well, you better find them. They belong to Nana Angela." "And to Nana Maria before that," Ashley finished for her, then continued under her breath. "I don't see the big deal. Just a stupid necklace." Lisa opened her mouth to tell her exactly why it was such a big deal, but was interrupted by the sound of a feminine voice calling out from inside the house. "Hello?" Lisa slicked her hair back from her face, frowning as she recognized the voice of Nadia, Kyle's wife. "We're by the pool," Michael called. "Come join us." Lisa climbed out of the pool only to realize she had forgotten to bring a towel out for herself. She stomped over to Michael's lounger and snatched his towel out from underneath him. "What are they doing here?" she whispered through clenched teeth. "After Kyle and I finished up our ride, he offered for him and Nadia to bring us dinner and hang out. I thought it was nice." It was nice. She looked in dismay at their patio furniture, haphazardly arranged just as the movers had left it. On the rare occasions when she entertained, she liked to work with a theme, putting together elaborate tablescapes that would rival any Food Network chef. She had no idea where to even find an outdoor tablecloth to make the wrought iron dining table slightly more civilized. And even more important than decor, Lisa wished she had some warning so Nadia, who was always annoyingly perfectly put together, wouldn't find her looking like a drowned rat in her stretched-out one-piece. But it was too late to do anything about her appearance, as Matthew, Kyle, and Nadia's 5-year-old son burst through the sliding glass door and made a beeline for the pool. "Matthew, don't run! I don't want you to fall," Nadia called futilely after him. Matthew howled as he cannonballed into the pool. "We brought tacos," Nadia said, hoisting the white plastic bags she held in each hand. "And the makings for margaritas," Kyle said. They set everything down on the counter to the left of the grill and came over to Lisa and Michael. "Sorry I'm all wet," Lisa said as Nadia reached out for a hug. "As you should be. It's hot as Hades today. Of course you should be in the pool." She stepped back and eyed her up and down. "Lisa, I know it's been a while since I've seen you, but you look fantastic." Lisa knew she didn't look fantastic. She looked skinny. But of course, for most women, the two were interchangeable. "Thanks," she mumbled, and dabbed her borrowed towel against her dripping hair. She couldn't help comparing what she imagined her own appearance to Nadia's. She'd only seen Nadia once since she and Kyle got married 7 years ago, but both times she'd been impeccably put together. Today was no different. Her hair, cut in a pixie style that Lisa, with her bold features, could never pull off, was perfectly styled into spiky peaks. Her elfin features were subtly enhanced by tinted moisturizer, a slick of gloss, and a swipe of mascara. Through her sheer cover-up, her perfect little body was on display in an orange bikini with metallic accents. Even her feet were perfect, with perfectly pedicured toes tucked into flip-flops emblazoned with a big metallic designer logo. Lisa looked down at her own feet, covered in calluses, toes sporting errant chips of pink polish from a pedicure that dated back to who knew when, and tried to suppress a grimace. "How are you settling in?" Kyle said, as he reached out to give Lisa a hug of his own. Unlike his impossibly chic wife, Kyle always had a slightly schlubby air to him. The T-shirt he wore, emblazoned with a logo of one of his portfolio companies, couldn't disguise the slight bulge of his belly, and his swim trunks looked like they'd been fished from the bottom of a used clothing bin. With his thinning blonde hair and affable brown eyes, he gave off the air of a guy you'd meet in a dive bar and have a beer with, which was exactly how she knew him, since he was with Michael the night she'd met him. She never would have predicted that he would become one of the most successful venture capital investors to ride the recent wave of internet IPOs. And despite his success, no one would know it now by looking at him. She wondered idly why Nadia didn't do something about it, give him a makeover or hire a personal shopper or something. It certainly wasn't as though they couldn't afford it. "Is that you, Zoe?" Nadia called to Ashley, who was still stretched out on a lounger. "That's Ashley," Michael said. "Ash, you remember Mr. and Mrs. Barnett? Come say hi." Ashley stood from the lounger and sauntered towards them. Lisa watched as Kyle swallowed hard and turned beet red as he took in Ashley in all her nubile glory. It was on the tip of her tongue to tell her to cover up, but then that would bring even more attention to the situation. "Hi," Ashley said and offered her hand to Nadia, then Kyle. "Wow, you sure have grown a lot since we saw you last." Ashley gave a little shrug and turned to go back to her lounger. Kyle's gaze fixed on her back for a beat, then he shook his head and turned an even darker shade of red. Next to him, Nadia gave her head a little shake and smiled. She watched as Nadia reached out and touched him gently on the shoulder. "Babe, can you mix us up some drinks?" "Of course, my love," he said, and bent to give her a soft peck on the lips. When he lifted his head, she gazed up at him as though he'd hung the moon. Lisa flashed on a memory from Kyle and Michael's 10-year college reunion. He and Nadia had been dating about a year, even though Lisa had very little in common with Nadia. By that point, Lisa had a 9-year-old and a 7-year-old, while Nadia had a very demanding career as a product strategy manager at a software company. Because of their significant other's tight friendship, they'd paired up at most of the weekend's events. On the second night, after a few glasses of rosé, Nadia had waxed poetic about how absolutely adorable she found Kyle. "I just love every single thing about him." Lisa didn't see it. Of course, she loved Kyle and had gotten close to him over the course of her relationship with Michael, especially in the first couple of years before he left Boston to go to Stanford Business School. He'd been over at their apartment several nights a week, never seeming to mind the presence of a crying baby and the general chaos of early parenthood. But as An object of desire? Lisa didn't get it. And yet, here Nadia was, all these years later, gazing at Kyle adoringly, soft gut, shabby clothes and all. Meanwhile, Lisa couldn't remember the last time she and Michael had looked at each other with anything approaching adoration. Even before, she shook her head, snapped herself out of traveling down that path. She watched as Kyle pulled out a bottle of Patron Silver, a bottle of bright green margarita mix, and several limes out of a bag. All I need are cups and some ice. I haven't unpacked the outdoor dishes yet, Lisa started, only to be interrupted by Nadia. I brought everything we need, including cups and plates. She pulled a plastic pitcher and a stack of red plastic cups out of one of the bags. She even thought of bringing a knife for the limes and a tub of salt to rim the drinks. Lisa considered herself to be one of the most organized, controlling people she knew. Perhaps she had met her match. So, I think all we need is some ice, and we're good to go. Lisa pulled her cover up over her damp suit and went through the sliders into the kitchen. She couldn't find their ice bucket, but a big wooden salad bowl would do for now. She filled it with ice from the refrigerator and rejoined the group. While Kyle poured tequila and mix into the pitcher, Nadia rubbed a lime wedge around 4 cups, rimmed them with salt, and filled them with ice. After Kyle filled them to the brim, Nadia handed them each one. Kyle raised his cup in a toast. To finally getting you out to California. They tapped their glasses together and sipped their drinks. Lisa hid a grimace at the first taste of her margarita. She'd forgotten Kyle was such a heavy pour. To new beginnings, Michael chimed in. Lisa smiled tightly and forced down another swig of her drink. The alcoholic bite of the tequila was slightly tempered on the second try. Yes, Nadia enthused. Given the events of the last year, a fresh start is exactly what your family needs. Lisa's stomach soured in a way that had nothing to do with the too strong drink. If this were a movie, the sound of a needle scratching across vinyl would have been edited into the scene. Kyle gave Nadia a quelling look, to which she responded with a helpless shrug as though to say, How was I supposed to know? Of course they knew about the affair, and all the reasons why Michael was more willing than ever to leave the security of his law partnership to dive into the dot-com gold rush. Kyle was one of Michael's best friends, and Kyle was the type of guy who wouldn't dream of keeping secrets from his wife. She took a gulp of her drink, suppressing a shudder at the gasoline-like taste. She wondered what else Michael had told them. Had he given him the same laundry list of reasons he had succumbed to the temptation of the pretty new paralegal? Had he catalogued all of Lisa's slights and deficiencies that had accrued over their 15 years of marriage that all but drove him into the arms of another woman? She would never know. She and Michael had muddled their way through the shit show, and she had put it all behind her. She wasn't going to delve back into the muck. She smiled tightly at Nadia. You're right. It is good to have a fresh start. She touched her cup to the other woman's and took another drink. Nadia's smile was tinged with relief as the awkward moment passed. Ashley, she said, expertly redirecting the conversation, do you have any plans this summer? I leave for camp in a couple of weeks, Ashley replied. Nadia walked over to Ashley and perched on the lounger Michael had vacated. That sounds fun. How long are you gone for? 6 weeks. Nadia looked taken aback. Wow. That's practically the entire summer. Lisa might have imagined it, but she was pretty sure there was an undercurrent of judgment in her voice. I mean, I could never imagine being away from Matthew for so long. Definitely not imagining the judgment. Lisa bit back a retort about not being Mother of the Year. It's the camp she's been going to since she was 9. The same kids go back year after year, so she's made a really great group of friends. Yeah, I love it, Ashley chimed in. Besides, it's not like I'll be able to meet any kids around here before school starts. I guess that makes sense, Nadia said, unconvinced. Is Zoe going to camp as well? Unfortunately not, Michael said, voice laced with irritation. She doesn't want to go anywhere or talk to anyone unless it's online. Speaking of Zoe, Ashley, go upstairs and tell her to come down here." Ashley gave a little huff in protest, but didn't make her dad ask twice. She shoved her feet into her flip-flops and stomped into the house. "Mommy, come swim with me," Matthew demanded. Nadia sighed and took a long swig of her drink. "Never a free moment." She slipped off her cover-up to reveal a body that had no business being that tight, especially not when, in addition to having given birth, spent 40-plus hours a week sitting at a desk. Lisa drained the last of her margarita and silently renewed her vow to get back into shape this summer. Nadia swam with Matthew for a few minutes, then breaststroked over to the side of the pool near Lisa's chair. "Has Zoe always been so introverted?" Lisa shrugged as Michael rolled his eyes and excused himself to get more ice. "She's never been the life of the party, but it's never been this bad. She's taken the move really hard," she explained, which is no surprise since she's about to start her sophomore year. Nadia grimaced. "That's a tough time to have to start at a new school." Lisa shrugged. "The timing wasn't great for any of us, but who knows if another opportunity like the one Michael has at UTV would present itself." "If you're asking me, never. I mean, he's getting in early, and they're already valued at $500 million. With the amount of equity we're giving him?" Kyle shrugged and opened his eyes wide. "When they go public, you're going to be pretty damn grateful things happened the way they did." She hoped so. She really did. She hoped tens of millions of dollars would make the crippling pain of the last 6 months worth it. Some of her doubt must have shown on her face, because Kyle quickly backtracked. "I don't mean you'll ever be happy about what happened, or that it makes it okay." She held up her hand. "It's okay, Kyle. I know what you mean." She let him draw her in for a brotherly embrace, felt him press his lips to the top of her head. "I'm sorry, Lisa. I really am," he murmured. Tears burned her eyelids as she allowed herself to lean into his comforting bulk for a few precious seconds before she ruthlessly pulled herself back together. "Nothing for you to be sorry about," she said with a mirthless chuckle. "Anyway, like you said, once UTV goes public, any—" She paused to search for the right euphemism. "Inconveniences or frustrations will have been well worth it." "Zoe, open the door." Zoe rolled her eyes at the sound of her sister calling through the bedroom door. "Go away. I'm busy." Ashley pounded her fist on the door. "Come on, don't be a pain. Open up." Zoe could only endure her knocking for a few more seconds before she finally caved and opened the door. "What do you want?" She opened the door to see her sister clad in a pink bikini. "Is that my suit?" Ashley shrugged. "Maybe, but it was with my stuff. You can have it back if you want." She reached for the tie at her neck as though she would take it off right then and there. Zoe shook her head. "Don't worry about it. I'll never wear it again." Pink had been banished from her wardrobe for over a year. "Cool," Ashley said. "Why are you bothering me?" There was a flash of hurt in Ashley's eyes. Zoe felt an answering pang of guilt. It wasn't her sister's fault that she had to move across the country, away from all of her friends. "Sorry, it's just that I'm talking to Courtney right now." She gestured to the computer monitor that dominated her desk. "Well, Mom and Dad want you to come outside and say hi to Mr. and Mrs. Barnett." Zoe rolled her eyes. "Why do they even care?" Ashley shrugged. "I don't know, but they sent me up here to get you." "Tell them I'm busy." "Come on, Zoe. Please come down. If only just to keep me company." "Pretty, please. Mew, mew, Mama Kitty." Ashley burrowed her head into Zoe's chest and meowed like a kitten. "Stop it. You're so annoying." But Zoe couldn't help but laugh as Ashley resurrected the game they used to play when they were little, when Zoe was a mama kitty taking care of her kitten Ashley. "Okay, little kitty," she said as she nuzzled Ashley's hair. "Tell them I'll be down in a little bit." "Zoe says she'll be down in a little bit," Ashley said as she rejoined them on the patio. Michael's mouth flattened with displeasure as he slammed the bowl of ice onto the outdoor countertop. God damn it. I'm sick of this shit where she never comes out of her room. Lisa started toward him, wobbling as the combo of a strong drink and her empty stomach took their toll. Don't be too hard on her. But he was already off, stomping into the house, hell-bent on bending her to his will. Lisa grimaced and turned her attention back to Kyle. Her stomach clenched at the sympathy reflected in his eyes. Did he think she was pathetic for staying with Michael? A refill? He said and brandished the pitcher. She smiled, grateful for the change in subject, and covered her cup with her hand. I can only have one Kyle Barnett cocktail, unless I want to end up face down on the ground. I'm going to switch to wine. She went into the kitchen to retrieve a bottle of rosé from the refrigerator, nearly dropping it at the sound of Zoe's ear-splitting shriek coming from upstairs. It was almost immediately followed by Michael's feet thumping down the staircase. Dad, I was right in the middle of a really important conversation, Zoe screeched as she followed after him. Whatever you and Courtney were talking about can wait until later, he said as he stomped into the kitchen, brandishing Ashley's dial-up modem in his right hand. It's not like you're solving peace in the Middle East or something. Zoe followed him into the kitchen, grabbing at the modem. He held it up high, out of her reach. Dad, get it back, she yelled, her combat boots thumping against the tile floor with every jumping attempt to retrieve her modem. No, you've barely been out of your room since we got here. You're going to go outside and interact with people face to face. I don't want to talk to you, she snapped. I want to talk to my friends, people who actually care about me. Oh, please. Michael rubbed the bridge of his nose with his free hand. Here we go again with this. Just because we moved you in the middle of high school doesn't mean we don't love you. There are other people in this family, Zoe. It can't always be about what's best for you. Her coal-lined eyes narrowed. But it is always about what's best for you. She turned her steely blue glare on Lisa. Isn't that right, Mom? Dad gets to do whatever he wants, and we all have to deal with the consequences. Michael's own gaze narrowed as he fixed it on Lisa. What's that supposed to mean? She didn't even want to think about it. They'd tried to be so careful not to let the kids in on what had actually happened, but they could only be so careful. How many times had they emerged from behind their closed and locked bedroom door after an intense conversation to find one or the other of the girls lurking outside? She closed her eyes and swallowed hard as the lump that had taken up residence in her stomach for the last 6 months swelled to the size of a bowling ball. Zoe, please, just half an hour. That's all we ask. Hang out for half an hour. Have some tacos, and you can go back online with Courtney. She huffed and rolled her eyes, but instead of arguing further, she went to the refrigerator and retrieved a soda before stomping out to the pool. Michael set the modem down on the kitchen counter with more force than necessary. How many times do I have to tell you not to undermine me like that? He said through clenched teeth. That's why they think they can get away with murder. Later, she would blame the tequila for her inability to hold her tongue in that moment. I'm sorry, but I'm pretty sure they think they can get away with murder because they've seen you majorly fuck things up and your only consequence is a fat new job that's going to make you millions of dollars. He opened his mouth to respond, and she held her hand up for silence. Don't. I don't want to get into this with you. I don't want to get into it ever again. She turned toward the sliding glass door, stopping when she saw Nadia in the doorway with an uncharacteristically uneasy look on her face. Sorry to interrupt, she said with a tight smile. I was just wondering if you had a couple of big spoons we could use for the beans and rice? Her gaze darted between Michael's clenched expression and the tight-lipped frown Lisa couldn't manage to soften. I think that's one of the few things I can find in this chaos, Lisa said. Michael walked back out to the pool, followed by Zoe. Lisa went to the drawer where she had carefully arranged an array of kitchen utensils and pulled out 2 large stainless steel spoons. Perfect, Nadia said with a too bright smile. She turned to head out to the pool. Lisa followed, unscrewing the top of the rosé bottle as she did. As Nadia uncovered aluminum pans full of Mexican food from a nearby taqueria, Lisa poured a generous amount of wine into her plastic cup. Nadia called for Matthew to get out of the pool as everyone gathered by the food. They all filled their plates and seated themselves around the outdoor dining table. Zoe, in her black t-shirt, black jeans, and combat boots, stood out from the rest of them in their bathing suits and cover-ups. "Zoe, aren't you going to get hot in your jeans?" Lisa asked before she could stop herself. She should know better by now than to suggest anything to her older daughter regarding her attire. "I'm fine," Zoe said through gritted teeth. Never mind that beads of sweat were forming on her forehead and upper lip, and her pale cheeks were already flushed. "Zoe, you're going to get heat stroke," Ashley said. "Shut up," Zoe retorted. "I'm fine." Ashley winced as though she'd been hit. "Girls," Lisa said through clenched teeth. An awkward silence settled over the table. "Isn't this great, girls?" Kyle said around a bite of taco filled with carnitas, cheese, guacamole, and salsa, in an attempt to break the silence. "I bet you didn't have Mexican food nearly this good in Massachusetts." "Yeah, awesome," Zoe said, as she listlessly poked her fork around in a minuscule amount of rice and beans. "Take me away from all of my friends and totally turn my world upside down, but thank God for good Mexican food." "Zoe," Michael warned. 30 minutes, Lisa whispered and nudged her leg under the table. Zoe sighed and slumped over her plate. "Sorry, Mr. Barnett." Lisa took a bite of her taco and chewed until it felt like dust in her mouth. She washed it down with a hearty swig of rosé. "I think everything is delicious," Ashley chimed in. "Thanks so much for bringing us dinner, Mr. and Mrs. Barnett." "You're so very welcome," Nadia said, beaming at Ashley. Lisa didn't miss the way Zoe rolled her eyes and sneered at her sister. Ashley responded with a deadpan look and took a dainty bite of her taco. "So, Zoe, your mom says you're not going to camp this summer," Nadia asked. Zoe shook her head, not bothering to look up. "It's lame." "So, how are you going to spend your time?" Zoe shrugged. "I don't know. Talking to my friends?" "We're going to take your suggestion and join the swim and tennis club," Michael chimed in. "I'm sure I'll be too busy working to use it much, but hopefully it will be a way for the girls to meet people and make friends." Lisa and Zoe shared a look. The chances of either of them striking up a poolside friendship or meeting a new bestie on the tennis court were slim to none. But for now, she held her tongue. "Nadia, maybe you could introduce Lisa to some of your friends there," Michael continued. Nadia gave a little wince. "I'd love to, but to be honest, I don't really socialize with people at the club. With my work schedule, I don't have time to do anything there besides work out." Which was probably for the best, Lisa thought to herself. As nice and smart as Nadia was, Lisa barely had anything in common with her. She couldn't imagine she'd have anything in common with the kind of people Nadia would be friends with. "Yeah, we basically use it as a very expensive gym," Kyle chuckled. "Of course, now that Matthew is going into kindergarten, we're hoping to use it more as we connect with the neighborhood families," Nadia said. She turned to Zoe. "Zoe, if you're looking for more to do this summer, our nanny is going on vacation for 2 weeks in July. You could help out with Matthew and make some extra money." Lisa braced herself, knowing exactly how this would go over. Zoe didn't disappoint. For the first time in the course of the conversation, she looked up from her plate, her expression one of minor horror. "What? Ew." Nadia's eyes widened and she sat back in her chair as Lisa squeezed her daughter's thigh with more force than necessary. "I'm sorry. I didn't realize the prospect of babysitting our son was so disgusting." While in principle she agreed with Nadia, as she watched Matthew shove a fistful of rice and beans into his mouth, leaving his hands covered in brown smears, she could kind of see where Zoe was coming from. "Sorry," Zoe said tightly. It's just that I'm not much of the babysitting type. I'm not great with little kids." "Probably because you scare them, since you look like a vampire," Ashley sniped. Zoe threw down her fork and her shoulders tensed. "Can I please be excused?" Michael looked at his watch. "It's only been 18 minutes. "Mom." Zoe gave her a pleading look, and Zoe could tell from the slight quaver in that single word and the bleak look in her eyes that she was about to burst into tears. She may have been tired of her daughter's bad attitude and cutting remarks, but she wasn't about to let her be embarrassed to prove a point. She squeezed her leg again, gently this time. "Go ahead." "Lisa," Michael started to protest. But Zoe was up out of her seat and swiping the modem from where Michael had put it on the counter before he could barely get a word out. "Zoe," he shouted after her. "Gotta go, Dad. Courtney's waiting for me to get back on." Lisa tapped her cup against Nadia's. "Welcome to parenting teenagers." Michael sat back in his chair and gave a frustrated sigh. "I keep telling you, we have to limit the time she's spending online." Lisa sighed and drained the last of her rosé. "Michael, let's not get into it right now. She's having a hard time. She's missing her friends." "She's been like this for the past year. I swear, letting her sign up for that AOL account was the worst decision we ever made." "I can think of worse decisions that have been made." "That may be the case, but for now, let's just let her find joy where she can." "Don't you worry about who she might be coming into contact with online?" Nadia said. "I've heard more and more stories about pedophiles posing as kids in online chat rooms and then convincing the kids to meet in person. There was a 12-year-old boy who was recently murdered." "Honey," Kyle said and looked meaningfully at Matthew, whose blue eyes were wide in his bean-smeared face. "Sorry," she said, and stabbed a stray piece of pork on her plate. "I just think you can't be too careful." Lisa refilled her cup with rosé and suppressed an eye roll. What was it with parents now, always breathing down their kids' necks? "I'm not worried. Zoe only ever chats with her friends. Besides, she's way too savvy to be conned by a pervert." 3. Zoe jogged up the stairs to her room and closed the door behind her. With the shades closed, the only light came from the screen of her iMac sitting on the desk. A fan hummed in the corner, doing little more than to circulate the stifling air around her room. She didn't care about the heat, too intent on getting her modem plugged back in and connecting it to her computer. The screen showed an error code in AOL Instant Messenger from when she had been abruptly disconnected. She quickly dialed back in, bouncing impatiently as the series of beeps and a scratchy whine of the modem connection filled her room. Once connected, she logged back in with her username, Willow Girl, a nod to her favorite show, and was relieved to see that Courtney, as well as her friends Jessica and Madison, were still logged into the private chat room they'd set up. "Sorry about that," she typed. "My jerk of a dad made me go out to the pool to hang out with his stupid friends and their stupid kid." "Oh, poor you," Melanie, whose handle was Mel Bell, replied. "You have to go hang out by your beautiful pool at your beautiful new house?" "Shut up, Mel. You know I hate the sun. And can you believe the mom actually asked if I would babysit their kid? Like, stake me to the ground and light me on fire. Why does every adult think that every teenage girl is just dying to babysit their kid?" Courtney, a.k.a. Cece Boom, asked. "Like, my little brothers are annoying enough, and I love them. Zoe, before you left, you were telling us about the new neighborhood." Zoe rolled her eyes, even though her friends couldn't see. "Guys, I don't know if you can even call it a neighborhood. We're like out in the boondocks. There's nothing nearby except for a fancy grocery store. The closest coffee house is like 5 miles away. It's not like home where we could just walk downtown and hang out. We have to drive everywhere. Now I really can't wait to get my license next year." "It's really the best," Melanie, who was a year ahead of them and already had her license, typed. "Speaking of driving," Courtney said, "you need to pick me up in 15 if we want to make the 8 o'clock show. Guess we better get off then, Melanie replied. The pit in Zoe's stomach that had formed the moment her parents dropped the news that they were moving across the country doubled in size. This was how it would be now. No matter how connected they stayed online, her friends would move on and continue their lives without her. What are you going to see? Not that she really cared. She just wanted to keep the connection as long as she could. The Truman Show, Courtney replied. It's that Jim Carrey one where he realizes his whole life has been filmed as a TV show. It's supposed to be good. Zoe slumped back in her chair. She'd read about the movie and was interested in seeing it too. But as the new friendless loser in town, she had no one to go with. I'm already living a life where I discovered everything about it is a lie. I don't need to see that in a movie. God, Zoe, you're so melodramatic, Melanie replied. Just because your dad had an affair doesn't mean your whole life was a lie. Zoe didn't bother trying to explain how earth-shattering it was to suddenly find out that your parents, who never fought and always seemed to get along better than most parents she knew, were seemingly out of nowhere on the brink of divorce. Or how terrifying it was to realize that your father, who had always preached about being a good person and doing the right thing, was capable of being so dishonest for so long. Whatever. Have fun at the movie, she typed. I'll try to get back on when we get home, Courtney replied. Zoe stared at the notifications that her friends had left the chat, shoving aside the melancholy that threatened to overwhelm her. That was the great thing about the internet, she reminded herself. Even when she was alone, she didn't have to be alone. She navigated away from the private chat room to one of her new favorite groups, one dedicated to her favorite TV show, Buffy the Vampire Slayer. She joined to see JR99 and Vamp Slay engaged in a raging debate about the season finale, which had aired a little less than a month ago. She watched the argument escalate between the two, as a couple other users added their 2 cents. Sometimes she loved connecting with these strangers even more than she loved chatting with her friends. Unlike her friends, who liked the show fine but didn't share her obsession with the dark paranormal teen drama, they welcomed the way she broke down every scene and line of the dialogue, looking for meaning. She never would have been able to find this many people who cared as much about Buffy, if not for AOL. Look, I get she's supposed to be exceptionally skilled, but there's no way any woman could have lasted in a fight with a man the size of Angela's as long as she did. Offended, Zoe didn't hesitate to jump into the fray to defend her beloved Buffy. That's such a stupid and sexist comment, she typed, especially when over the course of the last 2 seasons we've seen how she has special abilities that help her take on enemies who are much bigger than her. That was the other thing she loved about the internet. She could be anyone she wanted to be. Here, she wasn't the shy, awkward girl who worried about coming off as a bitch or saying the wrong thing. Zoe was unsure of herself and super self-conscious about the zit in the middle of her forehead. Willow Girl was confident and cool and didn't hesitate to speak her mind. Here, she could be free. That's a great point, Willow Girl. This was from Xander Boy, who had started occasionally joining the chat midway through Season 2. Also, this is a show about vampires, demons, and witches. If you expect the rules of the real world to apply, you're watching the wrong show. Her parents and her sister could say all they wanted about her spending all her time online, but they had no idea what they were talking about. They had no idea of the kinds of authentic connections she was capable of making in her virtual world. 4. Lisa watched as Michael drained his coffee and put his cup in the sink. "What are you and the girls up to today?" She shrugged and took a sip of her own coffee. "Unpacking, and more unpacking." "You're not going to check out the club?" "Kyle and Nadia already put in a recommendation for us." "Don't you want to go on the tour with me before we pay that much money?" He gave his head a curt shake. "You and the girls are the ones who will use it the most. If you like it, go ahead and join. Whatever makes you happy." He smiled, leaned down, and gave her a kiss on the cheek. She forced herself not to flinch away. She should be grateful that he was being so solicitous, letting her be the decision-maker. Besides, compared to the Fairborn Club, the Oak Hills initiation fee is chump change. He looked at his watch. Yikes, I better get going. Lisa frowned. It's only 7:45. I want to get in early, and Kyle said to allow at least 45 minutes for traffic. He grabbed his briefcase from the kitchen table and went to the door that led to their garage. It was weird seeing him leave for work in a blue checked button-down shirt and khakis, after so many years of him wearing suits. What time should I plan for dinner? He paused, his hand on the doorknob. Don't plan on me. I forgot to tell you there's a happy hour thing after work to help me to get to know the team. Oh, okay. He leaned down to kiss her goodbye, and she dutifully tilted her face up. While she wasn't exactly sad to see him go, the prospect of spending the next 12-plus hours with only her barely communicative teenagers as company had her shoulders slumping. She spent the morning unpacking the kitchen, standing back in satisfaction at the display of dishes and glassware perfectly arranged in their glass front cabinets. She went upstairs to tackle more of the master bedroom, but lost momentum after only a couple of boxes of Michael's clothes. For God's sake, how many Harvard t-shirts did one man need? Screw this. She needed to get out of the house. She'd take Michael up on his suggestion and go visit the club. At the very least, it would mean interacting with other people. She took a shower, put on a light application of makeup, and twisted her dark hair into a bun. She stood in her closet in her bra and underwear, contemplating her wardrobe choices. She wasn't sure what the dress code at Oak Hills was. At Fairburn, denim was only allowed on weekends in the grill, and female members weren't allowed to wear anything sleeveless. Just to be safe, she pulled on a short-sleeved pink and green Lily Pulitzer dress and paired it with nude flats. The dress, which had once pulled uncomfortably against her stomach, hung loosely around her newly slim frame. She supposed a wardrobe update was in order. There was a time when the prospect of a shopping spree would have thrilled her. Now it just felt like yet another consequence she had to face due to Michael's life choices. She went to check on the girls in the unlikely event either of them wanted to accompany her. Ashley was still asleep, having stayed up God only knew how late watching TV. Zoe was parked in front of her computer, just as she'd been at 11 last night when Lisa had poked her head in to say goodnight. Had she been there all night? When she suggested Zoe join her to tour the club, Zoe replied, "Why would I want to do that?" Lisa closed her door with a sigh. She went downstairs and grabbed her purse, making sure she had her checkbook to pay the initiation fee. She went into the garage and climbed into the gold Infiniti Q45 that had been recently delivered from the East Coast. The club was only a mile and a half down the hill, just off one of the two main roads that led in and out of their little town. She pulled into the parking lot between a Porsche and an Acura NSX. The parking lot was full of similar high-end luxury cars, evidence of the recent tsunami of money that had poured into Silicon Valley, thanks to the wave of Internet IPOs. With any luck, she and Michael would soon be surfing along with the newly minted multimillionaires. She locked her car and started towards the sprawling building that sat atop a small hill above several tennis courts. Like so much of the construction out here, it was made of wood and glass, designed to bring the outdoors in. It was in stark contrast to the country club they'd belonged to back east, designed to resemble a colonial estate, with dark, cozy rooms full of wood paneling and leather furniture. She walked in and immediately felt overdressed. Members of Oak Hills were dressed casually, some of them even in workout clothes or swimsuits with cover-ups. Obviously, they didn't require tennis players to wear all white, she noted as she watched a group of older women walk by with tennis bags slung over their shoulders. She introduced herself to the pretty blonde sitting at the reception desk and told her she was interested in joining. She went to retrieve the assistant manager, who introduced himself as Brian Roberts, who looked to be in his early 30s. The tour of the club's dining room, bar, fitness room, and pool area reinforced her first impression of a much more laid-back, welcoming atmosphere than she was used to at their old club. With its stuffy old money atmosphere and old-fashioned rules and regulations, Lisa found it somewhat oppressive. She'd never made many friends there, and it had always been more of a place for Michael to entertain clients and schmooze on the golf course. As she filled out the paperwork and gave Brian a check to cover the initiation fee, she hoped her experience at Oak Hills would be different. 1 week into their membership, she wasn't so sure. In an effort to jumpstart her fitness, not to mention give her an excuse to leave the house, she'd attended a group fitness class every single day. While she'd seen several of the same women in every class, she hadn't gotten past more than a friendly hello or a shared commiseration about how tough an exercise was with any of them. She watched, envious, as they broke off into small groups, laughing and chatting about kids and plans for summer vacations. Many of them ended up lingering over coffee or lunch, depending on the time of the day. She wished she could be one of those people who made friends easily, who could talk to anyone without feeling self-conscious. That had never been Lisa. Even back in Brookline, she hadn't had a huge circle of friends. When she got pregnant and married only a year after graduating college, it had been hard to keep up with her girlfriends. They were all off starting exciting new jobs or going to grad school and spending their nights and weekends going out. Once Zoe started preschool, it was easy to meet the other parents. But since she'd had kids so young, most of the moms had been around 10 years older than she, many with big careers they had put on pause. Other than having kids the same age, Lisa didn't feel she had all that much in common with them. Was it going to be like that here, too? Was she always going to feel out of place, her only purpose being an accessory to her husband and children? She gave herself a mental shake. She was only 38. She wasn't due for a midlife crisis for at least another 5 years. She wiped her neck and chest with a hand towel, dropped it in the hamper, and went to the cubicle where she'd left her keys and her water bottle. She went outside and walked over to the water fountain. As she filled her bottle, her gaze wandered to the bulletin board that hung next to it. Various flyers announcing upcoming classes and club activities were tacked on it. One in particular caught her eye. She finished filling her bottle and stepped closer to the board to get a closer look. New Queen of the Court Tennis Clinic, Tuesdays at 4. Hone your skills in a spirit of friendly competition with your tennis sisters. Are you going to join? She jumped, startled at the sound of the gravelly male voice. She turned to see a smiling man clad in a green polo with the Oak Hills logo stitched across the left breast and white tennis shorts. He was good-looking, if a little weathered by years baking on the tennis court. Hi, I'm Greg, the head tennis pro. He took her hand in a firm, friendly handshake. I'm Lisa. I just joined. And I don't know. I haven't played tennis in years. But have you played? Not since high school. Like most of the kids in her upper-middle-class town, she had taken tennis lessons and played in the local rec league. It was one of the few sports she actually enjoyed. The satisfying thwack of the ball as it came off her racket's strings, the savage satisfaction of a great kill shot at the net. That's okay. The clinic is open to all levels. Lisa thought about the women she'd seen playing at the club, honing their skills in frequent clinics and playing matches several times a week. Then she thought of herself, flailing around the court as she struggled to regain her muscle memory. She shook her head. I don't even have a tennis racket anymore. Greg grinned, deepening the lines that framed his mouth and eyes. Lucky for you, we have several loaner rackets you can borrow. When you find one you like, I'll hook you up with the tennis shop in Woodview, and the manager will give you a discount. Lisa's mouth quirked in a half-smile. You're making it really hard to say no, Greg. That's my job. Trust me, it'll be fun. And since you're new to the club, it will be a good way to meet some new people. The next thing she knew, she was in the tennis office registering for a 6-week tennis clinic series. It only took one look at her wardrobe the first day of clinic to make her second-guess her decision. Unlike the women who played at the club, Lisa did not have any cute, flirty tennis dresses or skirts. along with her new resolve to avail herself of the club's gym and fitness classes on a regular basis, came an intention to upgrade her pathetic collection of workout gear. Unfortunately, with the move and settling into the new house, she hadn't had a chance yet. Not only was all of her athletic gear at least 5 years old, but it was also 2 sizes too big, thanks to the perks of the infidelity diet program. She didn't even have proper tennis shoes, just the lightweight sneakers she wore to the gym and her exercise classes. This is a stupid idea. I'm not the kind of woman who spends her days playing tennis and gossiping with her friends. Another bitchy voice responded in her head. No, you're the kind of woman who sits home alone while her husband is at work and the kids are at school making up busy work for yourself, so you don't die of the crushing boredom that is your life. She closed her eyes and sighed. No, she hadn't been the kind of woman who spent the day at the club, playing tennis and lunching with friends, up until now. But hadn't she promised herself that things would be different when they moved? That she would be different? Instead of accepting her role as an outsider, hovering around the periphery of the social scene, she was going to try to make connections, build friendships, and create a community. Greg had made a point to say the clinic would be a good way to meet people. She put on a sports bra, blue tank top, and a pair of black Lycra bike shorts. As she looked in the mirror to pull her hair into a ponytail, she hoped no one would notice the way the stretchy fabric bagged around her now much smaller ass. She arrived a few minutes early to allow herself time to select a racket from the collection of loaners, then made her way to the designated court where a handful of women were already gathered, chatting as they organized their tennis bags and water bottles on the bench next to the court. A nearly crippling wave of self-consciousness hit her as she approached in her grungy tank and stretched-out shorts. All of the women wore color-coordinated outfits that showed off their tanned limbs. Though some of the women were thinner than others, all had the sculpted legs that came from hours spent on the court. She was seriously considering turning tail and heading to the bar for an early happy hour when one of the women called out to her, "Are you here for the clinic?" A tall blonde woman with improbably large breasts flashed her a toothpaste commercial-worthy smile as she waved Lisa over. Lisa gave a tentative nod and quickened her pace across the court. "Ladies," a woman with a clipboard, who Lisa took to be the pro, said in a booming voice, "we're going to start with some warm-ups, and then we'll get into some drills." She scanned the group, her gaze snagging on Lisa. "I don't know you," like it was an accusation. "I'm Lisa," she said with a feeble wave. "We just joined Oak Hills." "Well, I'm Kate," the pro, whose brown ponytail was streaked with auburn from hours in the sun. "And those shoes aren't going to work. You need proper tennis shoes for the court." She felt her cheeks heat with embarrassment, even as she felt the tiniest surge of relief as an excuse to bail presented itself. I guess I'll go then." "No, it's okay. You can wear those today, but starting next week, you're going to need the right shoes." As the women started to filter onto the courts to start warm-ups, the blonde placed her hand on Lisa's arm. "Don't mind Kate. She can come off like a hard-ass, but she's just blunt. I'm Simone, by the way." She reached out a perfectly manicured hand, the diamond tennis bracelet encircling her wrist, sparkling in the sun. "Lisa," she said, self-consciously, reaching out with a hand whose nails were torn and ragged thanks to tearing into endless boxes. Simone shook her hand with surprising strength, probably thanks to the hours spent gripping her Prince Graphite Pro. "That's Rebecca, Carrie, Deborah, and Jessica." She indicated to the other women as they took their places on the other court in pairs across the net from each other to warm up short court. "Come on," Simone said as she released her hand. "You can warm up with me." Warm-ups were followed by drills to work on ground strokes, volleys, and finally, serves. It was clear that the other women played together often, familiar with each other's strengths and weaknesses as they played out points. Though Lisa definitely felt outmatched, she held her own well enough that she was confident with a little more time on the court, her skills would come back to her. However, by the time the clinic was over 90 minutes later, Lisa felt like her head was going to explode from summer heat, and she had come to a couple of conclusions. If she was going to keep playing, she not only needed new clothes and more time on the court, but she also needed to work on her cardio. "Great job, everybody," Kate said as they were wrapping up. "Try to practice before the next clinic if you can, and I'll see you next week." While the other women packed their tennis rackets into their designer equipment bags and chatted about putting together a game over the weekend, Lisa started to cross the court toward the tennis office to return her loaner. "Hey, Lisa, wait up." She paused at the sound of Simone's voice behind her. "We're going to get a drink on the deck. Want to join us?" For a few seconds, she was at a loss. Simone seemed nice enough, but with her perfectly lightened hair, immaculate makeup, even on the tennis court, and not to mention the giant boobs bolted onto her otherwise lean frame, she was not the type of person Lisa generally gravitated towards. "Are you kidding me, you dork? No, she's not like the other frumpy moms you hung out with back in Brookline. She's clearly one of the cool kids." Even within the structure of the tennis clinic, Lisa couldn't deny Simone's natural charisma. And even though the other women looked to be between 5 and 10 years older, they all seemed to take their lead from her. "And now the cool girl wants to hang out with you, so don't fuck this up." Sure. Just let me go put my racket back." By the time she joined them on the deck overlooking the tennis courts, they were all seated at a round table shaded by a large green umbrella. A half-empty pitcher of margaritas sat in the middle, and 5 out of the 6 glasses were full of lime green liquid. The other women quickly introduced themselves officially, and Lisa took an empty chair. "Don't feel any pressure to drink a marg if you'd rather have wine," Simone said. "Margarita is fine," she said, and poured herself a glass. "I had one for the first time in over a decade a couple of nights ago. I forgot how delicious they are." "How is that even possible?" Simone said, looking aghast. "I feel like my blood is half tequila." Lisa grinned. "Yeah, the town we moved from wasn't exactly known for its Mexican cuisine." "Where's that?" The brunette with a sturdier build, Lisa was pretty sure that was Rebecca, asked. "Brookline. It's a suburb of Boston. We just moved here a week and a half ago." "Did you guys buy the house on Sequoia Drive?" Jessica, a petite blonde who wore her blonde hair in a layered bob. Lisa nodded. "I work with your real estate agent," she clarified. Lisa sipped her drink, settling into a pleasant state of lightheadedness, as the level of her drink seemed to never go down thanks to Simone's constant refills. She explained how they moved for Michael's new job at a tech company that had a product that would allow you to record TV shows whenever you wanted. "Isn't that like a VCR?" Carrie, whose dark hair and olive complexion hinted at Mediterranean heritage. "That's what I said." Lisa shrugged and took another pull at her drink. "But it's more sophisticated than that. You use a dial-up connection to download everything into the device's memory, so there's no timers or tapes or any of that. We have one at home. I still don't know how to use it," she chuckled. Simone asked if they had any kids. 2 girls, 13 and 15. Simone sat up straighter. "My Megan is 15. Lisa drew back. "You don't look old enough to have teenagers." From Lisa's vantage, Simone looked even younger than her own 38. "Pot, meet kettle." Simone chuckled and raised her glass in a little toast at Lisa. "What, were you like 12 when you had your first?" 23, Lisa said with a smile. "I was also a child bride," Simone replied. "I married Steve when I was 21 and had Megan a year later." With her smooth, unlined skin, Simone looked damn good for her age. "Wow, that's a tough time to move the kids," Rebecca chimed in. "I can't imagine moving my kid in the middle of high school like that." Lisa's shoulders tightened at the criticism. "It wasn't ideal, but this was an incredible opportunity for Michael to work with his best friend from college. Plus, we all needed a change." She felt her mouth pull tight at the corners as the reasons why she wanted to leave their old life behind scratched at the corners of her consciousness. "To be fair, There's never a convenient time to move the kids. Simone jumped in. But sometimes you have to do what's best for the family and hope they can adjust. Lisa's thoughts wandered to Zoe, who had barely left her room since they'd moved in. What's the biggest culture shock moving from the East Coast? Jessica asked, taking the clue from Simone to shift the conversation from how her children might have been traumatized by the move. Let's see. People are a lot more outdoorsy here. In Brookline, everyone exercised at the gym or not at all, which I guess makes sense with the weather. She took another pull on her margarita. Oh, I know. What is this obsession with everything being organic? Like, you have no problem filling your face with enough neurotoxin to kill a rhinoceros, never mind whatever other fake stuff you're shoving into your body. But God forbid you ingest a nanoliter of pesticides. The second she released the thought into the air, she regretted it. Here she was sitting next to the poster child for plastic surgery, and based on how smooth other women's foreheads were, they were definitely on the Botox train. God damn those margaritas, she thought as her stomach plummeted to her feet. Oh, my God, I'm sorry, Simone interrupted her by grabbing her arm and letting out a surprisingly hearty guffaw. The other woman joined in, their peals of laughter earning them curious stares from other members enjoying their drinks on the warm summer evening. Oh, my God, you're so funny, Simone said as she tried to catch her breath. Just last week I totally tore Steve a new one when he bought regular strawberries instead of the organic ones. To be fair, Rebecca chuckled, conventionally farmed strawberries are among the most toxic. I know, Simone said, but it was literally the same day I had 40 units of Botox shot into my face. Lisa felt lightheaded with relief as the other women laughed and chimed in with their own stories of hypocrisy. I don't know why I'm criticizing, she said with a rueful shake of her head. Whatever you're doing is working. Maybe I should start getting it. Oh, you look great, Simone admonished. But if you decide to get it done, let me know. I have a great gal who will come to your house. Lisa resisted sharing her opinion that sounded slightly shady as she drained the last of her margarita. She'd already nearly torpedoed her chances at new friendship once today. I'll let you know. In the meantime, where's a good place to buy tennis shoes so Kate doesn't yell at me again next week? They all unanimously agreed that the tennis shop in Woodview that Greg had referenced was the best place to start. If you're looking for clothes, Simone added, I just got this one on sale at Nordstrom. She indicated the adorable tennis dress she wore. Oh, I don't think I could pull that off, Lisa said with a grimace. What are you talking about? I can tell you've got a great little figure, even if your clothes are 2 sizes too big, Simone said with a wink. The other women made noises of agreement. Lisa smiled sheepishly. The last time she'd had anything close to a great little figure, especially the little part, was before Zoe was born. I've lost a few pounds recently. I guess it's a good excuse to invest in some new stuff. Who needs an excuse? Simone said with a wink. She picked up the pitcher, which now held only ice. Ladies, who's ready for more? Jessica and Rebecca responded enthusiastically. I have to go, Carrie said as she rose. I have a date. She waggled her eyebrows. Ooh, have fun, Jessica said. Once Carrie had left, Simone leaned in conspiratorially. Carrie got divorced last year, and she's been meeting guys on a website, date.com or something like that. Lisa shook her head. Never heard of it, but then again, I'm married and not online much. I think it's very weird, Simone said. I think it's good for her that she's putting herself out there. I mean, it's not like she's going to find many good prospects in Oak Valley, Rebecca said. But there's no way to verify who these people even are. She could be, hooking up with a serial killer. I'm sure the man she's meeting isn't a serial killer, Deborah said as she got to her feet. In any case, I'll call her later tonight to make sure she gets home safe. I'll see you ladies soon. She reached for her bag. Well, I'm getting more drinks. Simone stood with the pitcher in her hand. Lisa, You'll stay and have one more?" Lisa looked at her watch and grimaced. It was already nearly 7. She had a pan of chicken and vegetables that she'd prepared earlier to put in the oven. "I wish I could, but I should get home to get dinner going for the girls and Michael." "You're such a nice mom," Simone said. "I leave everyone to fend for themselves more often than not these days. I did my time in the trenches. They know how to order pizza or work the microwave." Lisa felt a twist of judgment in her chest. Just because the kids were teenagers didn't mean they could be left to their own devices without consequences. And Lisa had learned the hard way what could happen when you weren't properly attentive to your spouse. She shoved the thought aside. She didn't know Simone's situation. Maybe she and her husband were still madly in love, and he didn't give a crap if she got dinner on the table or not. When she got home 10 minutes later, Michael's side of the garage was still empty. She put the pan of chicken and vegetable in the oven to roast, then went upstairs to take a quick shower. 45 minutes later, she was seated at the kitchen table with Zoe and Ashley. "I went to my first tennis clinic today," she said. "Cool," said Ashley. "Since when do you play tennis?" Zoe asked in a surly tone, without looking up from her plate. "Since now," Lisa shrugged. "I used to play growing up, and I thought it would be fun to pick it up again. And I met some nice women. Maybe you could try it. I'm always seeing kids in clinics or lessons." Zoe deigned to look up from her plate, the scorn palpable in blue eyes ringed with black liner. "I'd rather slit my wrists." "Don't say that," Lisa scolded. "I was just thinking it might be a way for you to meet people, too." "I don't want to meet people," Zoe said, and stood up so fast her chair nearly fell over. "I know all of the people I want to know back home." She turned heel and stomped upstairs. "Zoe, you need to clear your plate." Zoe slammed her door in response. "Seriously, Mom? Zoe, playing a sport?" Ashley said as she rose and took her own plate to the sink. Then she, too, retreated upstairs to her room, minus the dramatic door slam. As Lisa sat alone at her kitchen table, still a little buzzed from the margaritas, staring at her sink full of dirty dishes, she thought maybe Simone was on to something. Maybe she should leave these ingrates to fend for themselves. 5. By the following Tuesday, Lisa had dropped a pretty penny at the local tennis shop to outfit herself with a racket, shoes, bag, and a selection of tennis attire. She even went to Nordstrom where Simone had bought her adorable tennis dress. To Lisa's surprise, Simone was right. The dress looked great. However, unlike Simone, after 2 kids, Lisa's natural breasts did not defy gravity. The spaghetti strap style would require Lisa to wear a sports bra underneath to keep everything contained, and that would ruin the look, not to mention buying the exact same dress as someone she hoped would become a friend felt a little too single white female. To ready herself for this week's clinic, she pulled on the green tank-style dress she'd bought instead and pulled her hair back in a ponytail. When she caught her reflection, it was almost like looking at a stranger. She barely recognized that woman, with her slim arms and legs already toning up after only a few weeks of regular exercise. Then her gaze traveled up to her face and snagged there. The uneven complexion and tired lines around her mouth that she recognized. She started to walk out of her closet, prepared to step out into the world with a makeup-free face like she did every other day, unless there was some sort of special occasion. Then she thought of Simone and the other women from the clinic. Even in tennis gear, sweating in that summer heat, they were all undeniably put together. "This is so stupid," a voice in her head admonished as she went to her bathroom vanity, opened the top drawer, and dug through her hodgepodge collection of cosmetics. "You're going to be around a group of women, and by the time clinic is over, you will have sweated everything off. There's nothing wrong with wanting to look a little nicer," she argued with the voices as she pulled a tube of tinted moisturizer from the back of the drawer. Besides, her inner monologue continued as she squeezed out a pea-sized dab and smoothed it over her face. "This works really well as a sunscreen." The bronzer she swept across her cheekbones and the mascara she brushed onto her lashes had no such additional benefits. But she looked remarkably refreshed with relatively minimal effort, and she wondered why she hadn't bothered for so long to make even a minimal effort with her appearance on a regular basis. Maybe if you had. She shut down the insidious thought before it could go any farther. She was done blaming herself for devoting more attention to her girls for the past 15 years than she did to any other aspect of her life, including her appearance. Even if she had kept herself up better, she reasoned, a layer of tinted moisturizer and a swipe of mascara were nothing against a fresh-faced paralegal hanging adoringly on your every word. She smoothed on a coat of light pink lip balm and considered whose face she would imagine while practicing overhead smashes today in clinic. She smoothed her ponytail one last time and went to retrieve her new tennis shoes. After she laced them up, she hooked the strap of her new tennis bag over her shoulder and headed downstairs. "Bye, girls. I'm headed out," she called. "Wait," she heard Ashley call. "I need a ride to Kaylee's house." "Who's Kaylee? And where is her house?" "She's a girl I met at the club last weekend. She lives on Meadowood." Lisa was still trying to familiarize herself with all of the narrow roads and little cul-de-sacs of Oak Valley. "I have tennis clinic in 10 minutes, she protested. "It's on the way," Ashley yelled and started down the stairs, sandals in hand. She stopped short when she saw Lisa. "What are you wearing?" Lisa felt her dander go up at Ashley's furrowed brow and pursed lips. Lisa was tempted to ask Ashley, who wore a Kelly green polo dress that barely covered her butt, about her own wardrobe choices. "A tennis dress, because I'm about to go play tennis. Is there a problem?" "No," Ashley said as she followed Lisa through the door that led from the kitchen to the garage. "It's just that I'm not used to you, showing off your body so much." Lisa stowed her bag in the back of the Infiniti and climbed into the driver's seat. "I get it's short, but I'm not showing off my body," she said as she fastened her seatbelt. "Compared to what you usually wear, it is." Lisa scoffed as she backed out of the garage. "Please, you act like I dress like an Amish person or something." Ashley muttered. "You said it, I didn't." As she reflected on the contents of her closet, she had to admit Ashley might have a point. While there'd been a time she'd taken an interest in shopping and putting together cute outfits, from the moment she got pregnant with Zoe, clothing had become purely utilitarian. Her wardrobe centered around whatever fit, was relatively clean, and easy to wash, free of whatever other bodily fluid ended up decorating the front of it. Of course, paying bills and taking care of an infant while your spouse was still in law school didn't leave a lot of room in the budget for clothes. But even as the girls got older, and Michael started making more than enough money for her to shop whenever and wherever she wanted within reason, Lisa had continued to embrace her inner frump. "I'm due for a wardrobe refresh. We need to go shopping to get you set up for camp. You can help me pick some stuff out." Lisa took Ashley's shrug as an agreement. They drove in silence for the few short minutes it took them to get to Kaylee's house, as Ashley directed her to a gated driveway on the street across from Oak Hills. She pressed the call button and waited to be buzzed in. She pulled up to a huge stucco house with a terracotta tile roof, with its circular driveway dominated by a large stone fountain. It could have been a luxury resort on the Mayan Riviera. Ashley unclipped her seatbelt and started to get out. "I may spend the night, but I'll call you for a ride if I decide not to." "Hold on," Lisa stopped her with a hand on her own. "You can't just tell me you're spending the night." Ashley rolled her eyes. "It's not like I have anything going on in the morning." "That might be true, but A, you're 12, and you still need to ask permission. And B, I don't know Kaylee or her parents. I don't know that I want you spending the night here." "What do you want me to do, a background check? It was never an issue for me to spend the night at anyone's house before." "That was because I knew all of the parents from the time you were in kindergarten. By the time you started sleepovers, I knew whose houses to avoid." Let me just meet the parents to get a read." She unbuckled her own seatbelt and followed Ashley to the wooden front door with its massive brass knocker. Ashley rang the doorbell, and a few moments later the door opened on a girl Ashley's age who must have been Kaylee. She was immediately taken aback by Kaylee's outfit of a skin-tight baby tee, denim miniskirt, and chunky high-heeled loafers. She wasn't sure she wanted Ashley to spend the night with a girl whose parents let her dress like that. Then she looked at Ashley and thought maybe the parents wouldn't want a girl who dressed like Ashley to hang around with their daughter. She waited for the girls to greet each other before she introduced herself. "I'm Ashley's mother, Mrs. Newell." Kaylee politely shook her hand. "I'm Kaylee. Nice to meet you. Thanks for dropping Ashley off." She may have dressed provocatively, but she had very nice manners. "Are your parents home? I'd love to meet them." Kaylee shook her head. "Dad's at work, and Mom just left for her tennis clinic, but she should be back for dinner time." Lisa cocked her head. "What's your mom's name? I wonder if she's doing the same clinic as I am." "Rebecca Floyd." "I met her last week," she said, remembering the brunette with the broad shoulders and athletic build. "She seemed really nice." "She's okay," Kaylee shrugged. Though she'd only shared a brief conversation with Rebecca over last week's margaritas, it was enough to reassure Lisa that she wasn't leaving her daughter in a den of iniquity. She turned to Ashley. "So I'll assume you're spending the night unless you call for a ride?" Ashley nodded and allowed Lisa to give her a brief hug. When Lisa arrived on the court, Simone, Rebecca, Carrie, Deborah, and Jessica were already there, circled around Kate. She hurried over and placed her tennis bag on the bench. Simone made room between her and Rebecca to let her into the circle. "Love the dress," Simone whispered with a little nudge of her elbow. "You look great in it." Lisa felt warmth bloom in her chest at the compliment, then questioned where she was in life that another woman complimenting her outfit was the highlight of her week. "Thanks," she said, then turned slightly to Rebecca. "Sorry I'm late. I just dropped my daughter off at your house." "Ah, Kelly just told me she had a friend coming over. I didn't realize she was talking about your daughter." She found it odd that a mom wouldn't at least know the identity of someone her 13-year-old was having over. Then again, she'd been accused more than once by both her daughters and her husband of being way too up her children's business. "Lisa, I want you and Carrie on court 4 up at the net," Kate boomed, snapping her out of any thoughts of children and whether or not they were adequately supervised. "Simone, you and Jessica over there on the baseline. Deborah and Rebecca stay here with me. Today we're working on volleys and overheads." Even though she hadn't played since last week's clinic, Lisa could feel her muscle memory kicking in, her dormant tennis skills coming through even more. "Wow, you've really improved between this week and last," Kate marveled as they wrapped up clinic by practicing their serves. "Maybe I just needed real tennis shoes," Lisa chuckled. "There is something to be said about looking the part," Simone said as she whipped her arm over her head to deliver an impressive topspin serve. "I always say, tennis is just as much about getting to wear cute outfits as it is about playing the game." Just as she had last week, Lisa happily followed the other women up to the deck for margaritas. And this time, instead of rushing off to make dinner for her ungrateful family, she stayed for that second pitcher. By the time she left for home, she had a decent buzz and plans to play doubles with Simone, Rebecca, Deborah, and Jessica later that week. When she got home, it was nearly 8, and Michael's car was parked in the garage. "Where have you been? And where is Ashley?" He confronted her as soon as she set foot into the kitchen. "Ashley is at her friend Kaylee's house, and I had tennis clinic and stayed to have drinks after." "You could have called and let me know Ashley was out and that you were going to be so late." The lines bracketing his mouth deepened like they always did when he was irritated. "It's almost 8 o'clock, and you haven't even started dinner." The wave of pure rage that swept through her pierced the buzzy haze of the margaritas. "How about you could have called me to let me know that you were going to be home for dinner? Most of the time you're not even home by now. You never let me know when you're going to be late or home for dinner." "Okay." he said and held up a hand. That's fair. But Lisa had worked up too much of a head of steam to stop now. And you think I'm just supposed to know, like some goddamn psychic, that you're going to be home at a normal hour? And you expect me to have dinner on the table like your good little wifey? Michael looked vaguely dazed. A tiny sober corner of her mind could see why. Even at their lowest, right after she had discovered his affair and she was hanging on by a thread, Lisa rarely raised her voice. He hesitated, that's just how we've always done things. Lisa kicked off her tennis shoes and stuffed her visor into her tennis bag. That may be the case, but I made it very clear when we decided to move that things were going to be different than they had always been. She walked over to a cabinet, took out a stemless wine glass, and filled it from a half-empty bottle of Chardonnay in the door of their stainless steel refrigerator. One thing that's going to be different is that I'm not just going to be sitting home, twiddling my thumbs, waiting for you to grace us with your presence whenever you goddamn feel like it. If you're hungry, there's leftover pork tenderloin that you didn't bother to come home and eat last night. Where are you going? He sounded befuddled as she headed out of the kitchen towards the stairs. I'm going to take a bath and watch Will and Grace. She knew her choice of TV programming would keep him out of the bedroom. As she passed Zoe's room, she rapped on the door and told her to fend for herself for dinner. She soaked in the bath and let the hot water and Chardonnay further soften the edges of her temper. It felt good to let Michael have it. Sure, there are a lot bigger things he deserved to be torn a new one over, but it felt good to remind him that she no longer intended to be a doormat in their relationship. Willow Girl. I don't know what's up with my mom. All of a sudden, she's playing tennis all the time and is barely around. She and my dad are almost never in the house together. The other night, she was yelling at him. She never yells, not even when she found out my dad was sleeping with a girl at his law firm. Xanderman. Your dad cheated on your mom? Yeah, that's a big reason why we moved out here. He couldn't really stay at his job after screwing around with a coworker. And Mom was all about this fresh start bullshit. I mean, I get it. She was humiliated, and everyone was gossiping and turning against Dad. But I don't see why I have to turn my life upside down because my dad blew everything up. If my mom just had a fucking spine and left him, we could have stayed in Massachusetts. I get that. When my dad got remarried, we had to move to the house my bitch of a stepmom wanted. It sucks to be a kid and not have any power. Sometimes I think about running away and being able to do whatever the hell I want. If you do, take me with you. That was an amazing shot, partner, Simone called as Lisa nailed an angle shot that whizzed right past Deborah's backhand. It was the first time Lisa had played an actual tennis match since her teens, and while Simone had to remind her where to position herself on the court and gave her tips about shot placement, she felt like she was holding her own against the more seasoned players. When she and Simone won 6-4, 6-3, she felt a surge of pride that was completely out of proportion with a game of friendly tennis. But when was the last time she'd done something that had nothing to do with being a wife or mother and felt particularly good about it? You played so well, Deborah said as they sat on the deck for post-tennis margaritas. Probably just beginner's luck, Lisa demurred. No, Simone said. You're playing great. You clearly have a lot of natural athleticism. Lisa's brow furrowed. I never really saw myself that way. I've always been more artsy. Well, obviously there are some athletic genes in the family, Simone said. I'm captaining the mixed team starting next month. You should sign up. Oh, I don't know if I'm ready to commit to a team yet. I need to get better before some poor guy is saddled with me as a partner. Jessica shook her head. Not true. You're 100% good enough to compete. She reached for the pitcher and refilled everyone's glasses. Besides, it's more for fun than anything. Basically an excuse to get together and drink on a Sunday afternoon. She, Deborah, and Simone shared conspiratorial grins. She hesitated. She'd never been part of the fun-loving, tanned, toned, drinking on a Sunday afternoon kind of a crowd. Meeting for book club on a Tuesday and nursing a single glass of Chardonnay had been more her vibe. But sitting there with the warm summer sun on her arms, relaxed from the combination of physical exertion and tequila, hanging out with these women who made having a good time a top priority, Lisa realized she hadn't felt this content and carefree for a very long time. "Okay, I'll do it. But tell everyone to go easy on me." "Awesome," Simone said, and they raised their glasses to toast their newest team member. "Also, I forgot to tell you after clinic the other day that I'm having a 4th of July barbecue Saturday afternoon. Most of the other people on the mixed team will be there." "Sounds great. I assume it's okay to bring Michael and the girls?" "Of course. It will be great for Zoe and Megan to finally meet. Kaylee will be there with Rebecca." "And my daughter Ellie, who's also going to be an 8th grader at Oak Valley Middle, will be there," said Jessica. "That sounds great. Let me know what I can bring." Once again, the other 3 women shared a conspiratorial smile. "All you need is to bring yourselves. I'll have everything covered." As Lisa finished her second margarita and anticipated hanging out with these women she really felt like were becoming friends, she thought to herself that maybe this fresh start really was what all of them needed. 6. Police are seeking any information regarding the disappearance of 14-year-old Hillary Corden of Menlo Park. Her mother woke last Tuesday morning to find her missing. Police suspect that she sneaked out through her bedroom window sometime between the hours of midnight and 6 a.m. An involuntary shudder ran through Lisa as she reached out to turn off the local newscast. She couldn't imagine what that girl's poor parents were going through. Every parent's worst nightmare. If anything ever happened to her girls. She shoved the dark thought aside as she popped the lid on the southwestern couscous salad she'd made and retrieved a chilled bottle of Sauvignon Blanc from the refrigerator. Even though Simone had told her not to bring anything, her mother hadn't raised her to be someone who showed up at a party empty-handed. "Ashley, Zoe, Michael, it's time to go." Simone had told her to come any time after 3. It was now 3:45, enough after the start time for them to be fashionably late. She popped into the powder room off the kitchen to touch up her lipstick and make sure she hadn't spilled anything down the front of her sundress. With her skin sun-kissed from her time on the court and a light application of makeup, emphasizing her high cheekbones and large hazel eyes, she looked better than she had in years. Combined with her newly slimmed-down body, it was almost like she was looking at a stranger. "It doesn't matter who I was in the past. Now I can be anyone I want to be." Satisfied she was more than presentable, she clicked off the light and stepped out into the hallway, just as Michael was coming down the stairs. He did a little double-take as he caught sight of her. "Wow, you look really nice." She felt a flash of annoyance. "You sound surprised at that?" His mouth tightened into a hard line. "Of course I'm not surprised. You're a beautiful woman. It's just that you don't usually dress up like this." "I hardly call throwing on a sundress and a coat of lipstick dressing up," she said. In truth, she'd spent twice the time she normally did getting ready, making sure her ponytail was perfectly taut and sleek, carefully applying layers of makeup so it looked like she was barely wearing any. He let out a heavy sigh. "Can I just give you a compliment without you picking it apart?" He had a point. "Thank you," she said through her slowly unclenching jaw. "You look nice, too." He wore a light blue Oxford button-front shirt, paired with blue, green, and pink Madras plaid shorts, and topsiders with no socks. His dark hair was still damp from the shower and combed back from his face, and she could smell the faint aroma of his aftershave. "Zoe, Ashley, come down, please," she called again, louder. A door slammed, followed by footsteps. Ashley appeared at the top of the stairs in a bright pink bikini top, short denim shorts, and flip-flops. Lisa closed her eyes and debated whether or not to fight with her to put on more clothes. Michael had no such qualms. Absolutely not. What? Ashley said, all faux cluelessness. You need to put on more clothes. It's a pool party. Kaylee told me. So, I'm wearing my bathing suit. When you're in the pool, you can be in your bathing suit. When you're walking around, you can cover up more. Ashley rolled her eyes and trotted back up the stairs. She appeared a few moments later, having pulled on a crochet tank top over the bikini top. Though the bikini top and her flat, tanned abdomen were visible through the weave, she squeezed Michael's arm to keep him quiet. Another door slammed, and Zoe appeared at the top of the stairs. That's what you're wearing to a 4th of July party? Michael said as he took in Zoe's black t-shirt, black jeans, and black combat boots. Lisa didn't know why he was surprised, since Zoe had been dressing like a member of the Cure for the past year. Sweetie, do you want to pack a bathing suit, just in case? Zoe made a scoffing sound. As if I'd ever get into the pool. I don't even know why you're making me go. Simone has a daughter your age, and there will be other kids too. Don't you want to meet some people before school starts? I don't want to meet anyone. I don't need any more friends. So I shouldn't have to go. Simone was nice enough to invite us to her party, and we are all going to go, Lisa said through her once again clenched teeth. If you want us to keep paying for your separate phone line so you can instant message your friends back home all day, every day, you will come with us, and you will be polite and pleasant. Zoe pinned her with a glare as she stomped down the stairs. Shaking her head, Lisa instructed Michael to grab the tote that held towels and swimsuits for her and Michael. She didn't plan to swim, but Simone had mentioned repeatedly to bring them. Lisa grabbed her purse, the plastic container full of salad, and the bottle of wine off the counter, and followed Michael and the girls into the garage. 10 minutes later, they were pulling into a cul-de-sac off Eastridge, one of the main roads in and out of town. I guess this must be the place, Michael said as he saw dozens of cars already parked on both sides of the street. They got out of the car, retrieved their stuff, and started looking for number 85. Like many houses in Oak Valley, the houses on La Vista were all set back, barely visible from the road. The mailbox at number 85 sat to the right of a driveway with a massive wrought iron gate, left open for the party. As they started up the wide, sandstone paver-lined driveway, Lisa could hear the sound of music playing from somewhere up the hill. As they rounded the first curve, she spotted the house, a large stone and glass home with a 3-car garage. That's the guest house, she heard someone call out as she started up the steeply pitched driveway that went up to the house. She turned to see Rebecca, accompanied by her daughter Kaylee, a man who must have been her husband, and a teenage boy with glasses and patches of acne who looked to be about Zoe's age. The guest house? Lisa said after they made introductions between husbands and kids. This looks like it's bigger than our regular house. Wait till you see the main house, Rebecca's husband, who introduced himself as Daniel, said as they continued up the driveway. It's pretty sweet, Troy, their son, said. They even have a full-on game room with every arcade game you can imagine. You might like that, Lisa said to Zoe, who had barely mumbled a hello when introduced. Kaylee and Ashley went off ahead, chatting with their heads close together. As the main house came into view, Lisa had to make a conscious effort not to gape like a grouper fish. The house was massive, a sprawling hacienda built with what looked like sandstone bricks. Is that a vineyard? Michael asked. Yeah, Daniel said. Steve is an amateur winemaker, and they produce several hundred bottles a year. It's actually pretty good. As Daniel and Michael paired off, making small talk about work, Lisa took a moment to compose herself. She followed Rebecca, who was obviously familiar with the house. No, this was definitely a mansion, through the large courtyard to the open front door. I had no idea Simone was... She trailed off, trying to think of a phrase less gauche than filthy, stinking rich. Absolutely loaded? Rebecca finished for her. Lisa nodded. I mean, I know Oak Valley is a wealthy community. Rebecca was a case in point. She had no idea what she and Daniel did to afford what up until now was one of the most luxurious homes Lisa had ever seen in person. But whatever it was very lucrative. Michael and Lisa, well, technically it was all Michael, was no slouch in the earning department, especially when he'd been a partner at his law firm. But this was next level. There's money, and there's your name on the library at Stanford money. Stephen and Simone are the latter. Lisa took in as much detail as she could of the house as Rebecca breezed through the great room towards the sliding glass doors that opened onto an immense flagstone patio that gave way to an immaculate green lawn that seemed to stretch into the horizon. The left end of the patio was dominated by a huge stone-lined swimming pool, complete with a grotto straight out of the Playboy Mansion. Next to it was another building, which she took to be the pool house. Next to the pool house was a fully equipped outdoor kitchen with a built-in grill and a long granite countertop. Technically, it's really Stephen's dad's money. He's one of the most successful real estate developers on the peninsula. He's the guy who turned all the orchards into commercial real estate in the 70s and 80s. Stephen inherited the business from him. As they stepped out onto the patio, Lisa realized that this was not the casual barbecue she had imagined when Simone had issued her invitation. Approximately 100 adults and kids, mostly in their teens and tweens, were in attendance. Many of them frolicked in the pool and hot tub as they sipped their drinks, while others bobbed and swayed to the music of the live band that was playing on the far end of the lawn. Caterers in matching navy shorts and T-shirts emblazoned with American flags wove through the crowd, passing hors d'oeuvres and delivering drinks. In addition to the past appetizers, the counter of the outdoor kitchen was lined with a seemingly endless variety of salads and chafing dishes, full of what looked to be barbecue ribs, chicken, and brisket, judging from the plates she saw other guests holding. She became acutely aware of the humble couscous salad contained in the Tupperware she held in her hands. Damn, I guess when Simone said I didn't need to bring anything, she wasn't kidding. Rebecca let out a little chuckle and waved to someone over Lisa's shoulder. No, you definitely didn't. When Simone entertains, she goes all out. Just wait till you see what she does for Halloween. She excused herself to go say hi to someone Lisa didn't recognize. Lisa stood there awkwardly, trying to figure out what to do with her unnecessary contribution to the menu. She finally settled on shoving it into the bottom of her swim bag and leaving it on a chair next to a table in the shade. Since there was no dairy or meat in the salad, she reasoned it should be fine to take home and have for lunch. She scanned the crowd in search of a familiar face. She saw Michael over by the pool house, a glass of something in his hand. He and Daniel had been joined by 2 other men. Michael, in his summering on the vineyard outfit, stood out from the other men in their untucked polos, cargo shorts, and flip-flops. She also caught sight of Simone, whose perfectly highlighted blonde hair hung in a smooth curtain down her back. She wore a sheer white caftan decorated with green flowers, which offered tantalizing glimpses of her matching emerald green bikini and tanned-toned body. She was about to make her way over to say hello when her gaze snagged on something that made her abruptly change direction. Ashley sat on the edge of the pool, idly kicking her legs. She'd rid herself of even the minimal coverage of her crochet bikini top and 2 short shorts, much to the enjoyment of an extremely good-looking young man who looked to be in his early 20s, who sat entirely too close to her, his head bent close to hear what her daughter had to say. Though his eyes were hidden by his aviator sunglasses, Lisa didn't fool herself for a minute that they were focused on Ashley's face. She wove through the crowd to make a beeline for her daughter. "Ashley, introduce me to your friend," she said as she peered down at the pair. Ashley looked up with a grimace. "This is Jason," Ashley said, barely loud enough to be heard over the party. "Hi, Jason." She held out her hand with an expression that was more snarl than smile. "I'm Ashley's mother, Lisa." Jason gave her a megawatt smile. Between that and his perfectly tanned and sculpted torso, Lisa would have been swooning had she not been worried about him creeping on her not quite teenage daughter. "Nice to meet you." His hand, large, long-fingered with neatly trimmed nails, was as perfect as the rest of him. Lisa gave it a perfunctory shake, then turned her attention back to her daughter. "Ash, why don't you come say hi to my friend Jessica?" She indicated across the pool where Jessica stood with a girl, who Lisa assumed was her daughter next to her. "She can introduce her daughter, who is also going into 8th grade." She pinned Jason with a hard stare as she said this. She was mildly relieved to see his friendly grin drop and his complexion pale beneath his tan. Ashley glared at her mom as he scrambled to his feet. Nice to meet you both," he said, and they both started to move in separate directions. But before they could part company, Lisa felt the weight of a slim arm around her shoulders. "Yay, you made it!" She recognized the scent of Simone's perfume, combined with the slight hint of citrus and alcohol, before she even turned to face her. "And I see you've met my stepson, Jason." She gestured toward the tall, dark, and handsome young man, who looked like he wished a hole would open up and swallow him. "Yes," he said, his smile tight. "Lisa, Ashley, great to meet you. I'm gonna go grab another beer." He gestured with a bottle that was still half full. Lisa introduced Simone to Ashley, who then declared, "I'm going to go find Kaylee," and flounced off. "When did you get here?" Simone asked. "Just a few minutes ago." "Why are you empty-handed? Let's get you a drink," she said as she hooked her arm through Lisa's and steered her to one of the many bars set up around the patio. "I had no idea you had a stepson," Lisa said as she let herself be guided through the crowd. "Yeah, Jason is Stephen's son from his first marriage. We got married when he was 10 years old." "That must have been a lot to take on, being a stepmother when you were so young. Do you get along okay with the ex?" "She died a year and a half before Stephen and I got married." She paused, turned to Lisa with a serious expression, and lowered her voice, as if anyone could hear them over the din of music and conversation. "She had inoperable brain cancer. She died within 6 months of her diagnosis." "Oh my God, how terrible for Jason." She imagined the handsome young man as a sad, little wide-eyed boy, navigating his way through his mother's death and his dad's remarriage in such a short time frame. "Yeah, it was awful, and he was a mess for a while, but we got him through it, and now he's doing great. He's super into computers and building websites and all kinds of stuff I have no idea about." She sounded almost proud of her ignorance as she guided Lisa up to the bar. "Let's talk about happier stuff, like getting you a drink. Luis," she said to the smiling Latino man behind the bar, "make my friend one of your signature Cadillac margs." "Where's your husband? I want to meet him," Simone said once Lisa had her salt-rimmed glass in hand. Lisa took a sip and pointed across the pool. "He's over there, talking to Rebecca's husband, and I don't recognize that other guy." She indicated the short, balding, somewhat heavy-set man sipping his beer as he nodded at something Daniel said. "That's Jim Perkins," Simone said. "He's married to Rita, who I'll introduce you to. He's in tech, like Daniel and your husband. They should have a lot to talk about." It certainly seemed the case. None of the men noticed as they approached, too engrossed in their conversation. "I just don't see how you can make pet supplies sold on the internet a viable business," Jim was saying. "The cost of shipping alone seems like it would make it prohibitive." Daniel said, "You know how it is right now. We have to accept that our portfolios will be trading profit for market and mind share for the first few years. That's just how it works." Jim shook his head. "I don't see how that works. Now, using the internet infrastructure to change the way programming is delivered, that makes sense." Before they could get back into it, Lisa placed her hand on Michael's shoulder. "Sorry to interrupt," she said as he turned to face her, "but I just wanted to introduce you to our hostess." She quickly introduced Michael to Simone, who eschewed his hand and instead reached out to pull him in for a hug. "So nice to meet you," she said and stepped back. "And it's been so fun getting to know your wife." Michael looked slightly dazed, his gaze locked on Simone's shapely form as she hugged both of the other men in turn. Even as she felt an urge to clap her hand over Michael's eyes, she couldn't really blame him for staring. The taut, tanned perfection of Simone's body beneath her sheer caftan was practically a work of art. "I'm happy to see Lisa making friends," Michael finally managed. "Thanks for taking her under your wing." "That's my Simone, always welcoming the newcomers to the fold," a masculine voice boomed behind her. Lisa turned to see a tall, ruggedly handsome man with salt and pepper hair. "Stephen," Simone crowed. "This is Lisa, the one I told you about who is going to join the mixed team." "Lovely to meet you." Stephen took her hand and gave her a warm smile. Stephen, who she now saw was an older version of his son Jason, was one of those guys whose fine lines and salt and pepper hair only made him more good-looking. The signs of age kept him from being too pretty and gave his features more gravitas. "I look forward to playing with you." As he met her eyes and squeezed her hand, she felt a little twist in her belly. She got the distinct impression that he was checking her out, and not in a platonic way. She immediately shoved the notion aside and scolded herself. "Yeah, right. He's married to a human Barbie, and he's checking me out?" "This is my husband, Michael." Lisa extricated her hand from Stephen's and hoped he didn't pick up on the breathiness in her tone. She could see Michael sizing him up, taking in his height and the breadth of his shoulders. When they shook hands, she could see the muscles in both of their forearms flexing as they gripped with more force than necessary. Michael always liked to think of himself as the big alpha in the room, she thought as she stifled an eye roll. "Will you be joining us on the mixed team too?" Stephen asked as he released Michael's hand. Michael shook his head. "I don't play tennis. Even if I did, I'm way too busy with my new role to play." Stephen asked where he worked. "I'm general counsel at UTV." "Not familiar," Stephen said and took a sip of his beer. "They manufacture and sell boxes that allow you to digitally record television programming." "Huh. I thought that's what my VCR is for." "It's much more sophisticated than that." Michael started to explain the technology, but was interrupted by Jim. "Don't bother," he said with a laugh. "Stephen barely knows how to work a calculator. That's how much of a Luddite he is." Stephen laughed and shrugged. "I'll leave all the bits and bytes to people like you and Jason. I prefer to make my money in things that actually exist, like land and buildings." Michael chuckled along with the others, but she could tell by the way his smile tightened around the corners that he didn't appreciate him and his work being dismissed. She wondered if Simone picked up on it, because she reached out and laid her hand on Michael's arm. "Have you had any food yet? These folks do some of the best barbecue on the peninsula." She tugged him in the direction of the buffet, and he followed her with a slightly glazed expression. Lisa excused herself from the other men and followed. As she retreated, she swore she felt the weight of a stare on her back, but when she snuck a peek, she saw Stephen, Jim, and Daniel facing each other in conversation. Simone was right, she thought as she tucked into her plate of food. The barbecue was one of the best she'd ever had, though growing up in New England didn't make her much of a barbecue aficionado. Too bad her appetite, which still hadn't fully returned, withered even further when she saw the way Michael's gaze was superglued to Simone's enhanced chest. She forced herself to swallow the bite of brisket that had turned to dust in her mouth and asked Simone where she might find a bathroom. At Simone's direction, she made her way to the powder room. As she washed her hands and checked her reflection, she told herself to stop being such a jealous cow. Yes, Michael had cheated on her, but that didn't mean he was going to make a play for every beautiful woman who came into his orbit, especially the one who had become the center of Lisa's new social life. "At least I didn't sleep with your best friend like Roger Graspy did," Michael had said when she'd discovered his affair, referencing the husband of a couple from their country club, as though he deserved some sort of medal for fucking someone Lisa wouldn't have to see socially. As she made her way back outside, she took a moment to take in more of the decor. The walls were painted in a warm cream, and all of the furniture was in muted tones. One wall was dominated by a huge abstract oil painting in shades of blue and gold. Another held a gallery of family photos. She moved to get a closer look. An array of what looked to be professionally taken photos showcased Simone, Stephen, and the kids at various ages. She zoomed in on one that was just Stephen, Jason, and a whip-thin woman with a muddy brown bob and striking features. "Having fun?" Lisa whipped around to see Jessica standing behind her. "Yeah, I'm just being nosy. I love to look at other people's pictures." It was true. She loved seeing what other people decided was important enough to frame and display, how committed they were to updating their choices as the years went by. "It's nice that they put a picture of Jason with his mom up." Jessica's crack of laughter echoed off the high stucco ceiling. "That's not his mom. That's a picture of Simone, right after they got married." "No way," Lisa said as she peered at the picture. There was no way this person and the blonde goddess sashaying around the pool deck were the same person. "If someone ever offers you the option to be rich or beautiful, always choose rich. Rich can always buy beautiful." Damn. She knew people who had gotten nose jobs or boob jobs, but she'd never known anyone who had a completely new face. She followed Jessica outside and stopped at the bar to get another drink and took quick stock of her family. Michael was still at the table eating with Simone. Stephen had joined them, as had Daniel and Rebecca. Stephen appeared to be holding court, his arms spread wide as he talked. Simone regarded him with an indulgent grin on her face, the way you looked at your 5-year-old when he took over dinner conversation with some rambling story. Ashley was sitting on the edge of the pool, thankfully with a handful of girls and boys who looked to be her same age. She didn't see Zoe and hoped that meant she was in the home arcade with some other kids. Then she spotted her and stifled a sigh. She was all the way across the yard, seated under a tree. She didn't have to see her pale face to know her plump mouth was pulled in a scowl. Lisa's own personal little rain cloud. She started to go to her, to offer to drive her back home, then stopped herself. Just like the rest of them, Zoe had to learn how to navigate this new town and this new social scene if she wanted to go off and pout under a tree instead of trying to make friends with any of the dozens of other teenagers at the party. That was her business. As the afternoon went on and the drinks flowed, Simone introduced her to several other people who would be joining them on the mixed doubles team. "I've had too many of these to remember you right now." She gestured with her empty margarita glass at a tall, thin man in glasses who would be joining the team with his wife. "Don't worry. Once you see me on the court, you will never forget me," he said and waggled his eyebrows. His wife swatted him playfully on the arm. "Only because your backhand is so terrible, she'll remember to aim for it every time." Maybe it was the margaritas, but everyone at the party was so friendly, funny, and welcoming. No one seemed to care about where she'd gone to school or who her people were. Simply being introduced as Simone's new friend seemed to offer enough social cachet for everyone else to want to be her friend too. She already had 2 more invitations for tennis and drinks this week, and another couple invited her and Michael to their upcoming game night. As the sun dipped behind the distant hills and the live band was swapped out for the outdoor stereo system, Lisa found herself dancing to disco with Simone, Rebecca, Jessica, and a handful of others she'd met, but whose names she didn't recall. She spun around and bumped her hip against Simone's, not caring that the move sent half of her drink spilling down her dress. She couldn't remember the last time she'd danced. At her wedding? At some Mommy and Me music class with the girls? Whenever it had been, it hadn't been like this. Tonight was officially the most fun she'd had in a very long time. "Get over here," Simone crowed. Lisa looked to see who she was talking to and watched as she grabbed Michael's arm and tugged him over to join them. Michael held up his hands and shook his head. "Come on, dance with your wife." Michael hated to dance, probably because he was terrible at it. So instead of letting him off the hook, she shimmied up to him, all faux seductive. "Yeah, Michael, dance with me." He attempted an off-tempo sidestep as she moved her body flawlessly to the music. She closed her eyes, letting herself feel the music and the way her body responded to it. When she opened them, Michael was staring at her, a bemused expression on his face. "What? Why are you looking at me like that?" He paused his awkward white guy dance and gave his head a little shake. "I just haven't seen this side of you in a really long time." She gave him a wry grin as she continued to dance around him. There had been a time, so far back, now a foggy, distant memory, where they would go to bars to enjoy live music, and they would drink and dance and have fun. "Maybe I just needed some new people to bring it back out of me," she said, and drained whatever margarita this was. She'd lost count at number 4. His brow furrowed at that, but before he could say anything, Lisa felt a hard tug on her arm. Surprised, and several margaritas in, Lisa stumbled and might have fallen had Michael not wrapped an arm around her waist. "God, Mom, you're so embarrassing." Zoe stood in the middle of the dancing crowd, arms folded tightly across her chest, signature scowl on her face. Even without the boozy buffer, Lisa had grown so used to Zoe's insults it didn't even faze her. "What's up, sweetie?" "I want to go. You said we didn't have to stay long, and we've been here for hours already." "She's right," Michael yelled to be heard over the music. "It is getting late." Lisa wasn't anywhere near ready to leave, but she braced herself for disappointment, sensing she was about to be outvoted. "Absolutely not." Simone, who Lisa didn't even realize was listening, shouted, "You have to stay for the fireworks. We have an unobstructed view of 3 different displays." She grabbed onto Michael and Lisa's arms to emphasize her point. Then she started waving to someone across the patio and yelling, "Megan! Megan!" A brunette girl, who looked to be about Zoe's age, started toward them. "What's up?" Simone quickly introduced her as her daughter. With her long, thin nose and strong jawbone, she looked very little like her mother. Then Lisa thought of the picture she'd seen and amended her opinion. Megan didn't look anything like her mother did now. "Megan, be a good hostess and take Zoe to hang out with you and your friends." Zoe's eyes went wide with horror, and she started to shake her head. "No, it's okay. You don't—" But Megan, like her mother, didn't like to take no for an answer. Ignoring Zoe's protests, she hooked her arm through hers and dragged her in the direction of the group of girls she'd been standing with. Lisa ignored the pleading look Zoe shot over her shoulder, happy to get back to the revelry. It would be good for her, Lisa thought. Now maybe she could make some friends to tempt her away from the computer screen. Zoe wanted to yank away from Megan and run and hide in a dark corner, but she knew the only thing worse than being forcibly foisted on the other girl would be to run off like a complete psycho. She allowed herself to be dragged over to the group of 5 other girls, her ever-present self-consciousness ratcheting up with every step. Even though she'd purposely dressed like she was going to a goth club in defiance of being forced to this stupid party, faced with girls in their cute little sundresses and short sets, she felt uncomfortable and out of place in her torn-up black jeans and T-shirt. "Hi, I'm Zoe," she said when it became clear Megan wasn't going to introduce her. The other girls barely mumbled their names at her before they turned back to each other. "Okay, let's go before my mom can interrupt us again," Megan said. They moved towards the house. Zoe followed, not knowing what else to do. But as the group stepped through a set of sliding glass doors into the house's ginormous kitchen, the girl who had introduced herself as Anna turned to her and put a hand up. "Sorry, you can't come with us. We have, private business to take care of." The other girls regarded her with faint smirks as they turned and followed Anna through the kitchen. As they retreated, she heard one of them call her a weirdo. She would never want to be friends with girls like that, she reminded herself, even as tears burned her eyelids and her face went hot with embarrassment. A couple people from the catering company who were packing away the food avoided meeting her gaze. "Sorry, my sister can be such a bitch." She sniffed hard and blinked back tears as she turned. Great. Not only had the caterers witnessed her humiliation, but what had to be the most beautiful man she'd ever seen also had a front row seat. His thick, dark hair was swept rakishly over deep blue eyes. His face was completed by a strong jaw and cheekbones, which were softened by a mouth that was full but firm. Yeah, well, your mom shouldn't have forced her to hang out with me. Stepmom, he corrected and held out his hand. I'm Jason. Zoe. She gave him her hand and prayed he didn't feel how suddenly clammy it had become. Forced or not, you're a guest, and there's no excuse for her to be so rude. Zoe shrugged. I didn't even want to come in the first place. I don't know why my parents didn't just let me stay home. And now my mom's drunk and dancing and refuses to leave. Nothing worse than Mom's gone wild, he chuckled. I'd like to offer you a ride home, but I've been drinking since 3. He gestured with the beer in his hand. Her shoulders slumped even farther in defeat. That's nice of you. I'll just hang out here until they're ready to leave. Not going to watch the fireworks? Fireworks are stupid. She walked over to the glass-topped kitchen table and slumped down into a chair. Suit yourself. He started toward the sliders, then paused. Do you want to watch a movie or something? My dad has a pretty sick home theater set up. 10 minutes later, Jason left her in a soundproof room with a drop-down movie screen and surround sound. She sank back into a leather recliner and watched the opening credits of The Fifth Element on the giant screen. She'd still rather be home on her computer talking to her friends back home, or to Xander Boy. But having the hottest guy she'd ever met be nice to her and set her up with a laserdisc of her favorite movie wasn't the worst thing in the world. 7. By the time they finally got home, it was after 11. Though being able to hide in the home theater and watch one of her favorite movies made the last couple of hours at the barbecue bearable, it didn't completely ease the sting of Megan's outright rejection. Even though she and her friends weren't the kind of people Zoe would seek out to be friends with, it underscored the fact that unlike her younger sister, Zoe had never had an easy time making friends. And Megan and her friends' reaction didn't bode well for how she could expect to fit into her new community. Who gives a shit? I have all the friends I need right here, she thought as she booted up her computer and dialed into AOL. As she logged into her AIM account, she told herself not to get her hopes up. It was after 2 a.m. on the East Coast, so Courtney and Melanie were likely to be asleep. Sure enough, their accounts were inactive, so Zoe decided to drop in on the Buffy board to see if anyone was up. When she saw that there were several people online and actively posting, she felt like she was walking to a party where everyone was her friend. She got into a lively discussion about who was the real hero in the Season 2 finale, Willow or Buffy. She was happy when a few people agreed with her that if Willow hadn't been able to complete the spell, Buffy wouldn't have been able to kill Angel and stop the demon Alcathla from ending the world. She was even happier when Xander Boy joined the discussion. When they sent her an invitation to private message, she eagerly replied, I didn't expect you to be on this late. We just got back from the barbecue. I wanted to leave hours ago, but the woman hosting refused to let us leave before fireworks. How was it? Awful. Worse than I thought it would be. I basically sat by myself while my mom got wasted and made a fool of herself dancing. She didn't tell Xander about Megan's rejection. She didn't want him to know what a loser she was. That sucks. Was the food good at least? It was, LOL. And I have to say the house was hella cool. It's massive and had like 3 guest houses and a pool that looks like it's out of a movie. They even have a home theater. The bitchy girl's older brother set me up in there with a movie, so at least I didn't have to hang out with my parents watching my mom make a fool of herself. What did you do for the 4th? Hung out with some friends. We had a few beers and watched fireworks in the park. Wow. Your parents let you drink? They weren't paying any attention. Thinking about how her father's new job had him living at the office and her mother's new obsession with tennis, Zoe could relate. I get that. I bet I could get away with a lot more than I think I can. I bet you could. Lisa woke up with a mouth as dry as the Sahara and a head that felt like it was stuffed with cotton. She squinted against the sunlight streaming through the bedroom windows, shocked to see that the clock on her nightstand read 10:23. She couldn't remember the last time she'd slept past 7. And then again, she thought as she climbed out of bed, wincing at the headache squeezing the front of her brain. She couldn't remember the last time she'd consumed infinite drinks, all the while dancing her ass off into the wee hours. She shuffled to the bathroom, where she chugged several glasses of water, took some Advil, and splashed cold water on her face. She made her way to the kitchen to find Michael sitting at the table, drinking coffee and reading the paper. He must have already gone for a bike ride, because his matching lycra shirt and shorts were damp with sweat. "There's coffee ready. You look like you could use it," he said with a little smile. She shot him a sideways look and went to get a mug from the cabinet and filled it from the carafe. She diluted her coffee with half and half and joined Michael at the kitchen table. "I shouldn't have gone so hard last night." "You were having fun." Her brain bounced around, touching on various memories, more like impressions, of yesterday afternoon and evening. They got hazier as the night went on, but she had an impression of Zoe's face, confronting her as she was bumping and grinding with Simone. "I think I embarrassed Zoe." "She's a teenager. If she weren't embarrassed by us, we wouldn't be doing it right." She took a hearty swig of her coffee, wincing as it hit her sour stomach. "Did I make a fool of myself?" "No more than anyone else." "Thanks. That's very reassuring." He chuckled. "Everyone was having a good time, not just you. Honestly, it was nice to see you let your hair down and let loose for a change." Lisa gave him a wan smile and bit back a snarky retort. Sure, she'd probably been kind of a funsucker lately, but whose fault was that? Let it go. If she really wanted their marriage to work, she had to stop taking offense at everything that came out of Michael's mouth. Michael finished his coffee and said he needed to go into the office. He stood from the table, and after a brief hesitation, he bent and gave her a kiss on the top of her head. "I'll be home for dinner." Since it was technically a holiday and Michael's office was closed, that shouldn't be such a big deal. But she supposed she could take what she could get. She spent the day puttering around. Even as the fog of her hangover faded, she felt like she had crashed from a high. The party last night had felt like such a bright spot in her otherwise mundane experience, a highlight she didn't realize she'd been craving. And here she was back in her life, business as usual. The feeling continued into the next few days, as her entire week was overtaken by getting Ashley ready to leave for camp. Suddenly, nothing fit, and none of the toiletries were acceptable. They spent the days leading up to her departure at the shopping center, chasing down a seemingly never-ending list of necessary items. She drove Ashley to the airport early the next Sunday morning. Michael couldn't join because of a breakfast meeting, and Zoe could barely be bothered to stir long enough to say goodbye. As Ashley boarded the plane, without so much as a glance back at Lisa's tear-streaked face, she couldn't help but remember what it was like dropping the kids off in the past. At the age of 9, both girls had started going to Camp Wabanaki, a more than century-old camp on Moosehead Lake in Maine. She and Michael would drive together to drop off the girls, simultaneously dreading and anticipating the 6 weeks free of children. The first couple of years, when both girls had gone, she and Michael had booked a couple of days at an adorable bed and breakfast that was on their way home. They also booked at least a 1-week vacation to go somewhere on their own. One year it was Paris, another Rome, and the last one was an Alaskan cruise where they had witnessed a pod of humpback whales feeding next to the boat. But for whatever reason, after the 3rd year, Michael couldn't take extra time off to stop at the bed and breakfast. They couldn't agree where to go on their trip that summer, so they ended up not going anywhere. Then last year, Zoe had refused to go to camp at all, claiming that it was impossible for her to sleep anywhere but in her own bed. Even though she was 14 at the time and pretty self-sufficient, they couldn't leave her on her own. Staying with Lisa's parents or with a friend was out of the question because of the whole sleep thing. As Lisa looked back on the timeline and what was going on with Michael, maybe there were other reasons Michael didn't push harder for a couple's vacation. Her shoulders slumped as she thought back to the seemingly happy family they had been. When had they gone from that to this place, where they seemed to merely coexist in the same household? She walked back to her car, trying to shake off the feeling of melancholy. This was normal, she reminded herself. Kids get older, they get busy with their own lives, and they're no longer living in their parents' pockets. That was why it was important to have her own interests, her own hobbies, outside of the kids and family. Like tennis, in the scramble to get Zoe ready for camp, she hadn't had time to play this week. She felt her spirits raise a notch when she reminded herself that the first practice for the mixed doubles team was scheduled for that afternoon. Her husband might be married to his work, and her daughters indifferent to her existence, but at least she had tennis to look forward to. She arrived at the courts at the appointed time, mildly surprised to see pitchers of margaritas already on the outdoor table next to the upper courts at Oak Hills. Simone explained that they always scheduled practice on Sunday afternoons on the courts at the back of the club so they wouldn't disturb other players if things started to get a little rowdy. Seeing how everyone was quaffing drinks before practice even started, she could see how things might get a little loose. When in Rome, she thought, as she accepted the drink Simone pushed into her hand. She took only small sips, not wanting it to affect her playing. Despite all of the praise for her ability and reassurance from Simone and the other ladies that she was on their level, she was still nervous about whether or not she was good enough. It soon became apparent, however, that most of the people there were more interested in drinking and socializing than they were in playing tennis. Sure, they got some practice in, as Simone sent them off in pairs to play sets of 4 before rotating partners. But drinks were consumed and refilled every time they switched sides, not just at the set breaks. And some players cited the need to go to their cars more than once, which Lisa found odd. Odd or not, by the time they wrapped up practice, everyone was having a blast, including Lisa. All but a few of them went up to the club's bar for more drinks. Dennis, the bartender on duty, couldn't quite hide a flash of annoyance when he saw their crew roll in. "I saw that," Simone crowed as she went up to the bar. "I promise we'll be good this season," she said, and ordered 3 more pitchers of margaritas and 2 pitchers of beer for the group. As an aside to Lisa, she said, "Last summer one of the guys, I won't say who, ended up throwing up on one of the couches after practice one night. Dennis has never forgiven us." Once the first round was consumed, Lisa and Simone went back to the bar to order refills. "Hey, Lisa." She turned at the sound of the female voice beside her. "Hi, Nadia," she said when she recognized her. "How are you? How's Kyle? I know he and Michael have been going on their regular rides, but I haven't seen him since you brought us dinner." "We've been good," Nadia said. "Work has been really busy, so I decided to give myself the night off from cooking. Kyle and Matthew are out at the pool." "That sounds nice. I'd have Michael and Zoe meet me here, but I don't even know if he's home, and Zoe won't come out of her room," she said with a chuckle. "Nadia, do you know Simone? She convinced me to play tennis." Nadia held out her hand to shake Simone's. "We haven't been formally introduced, but I've certainly seen you around." "You were right about joining the club," Lisa continued. "It's been a great way to meet people in town." "That's great to hear." Despite her words, her smile looked a little tight as her gaze darted between Lisa and Simone. Lisa wasn't sure what the weird look was about, but she chose to ignore it. "Tell Kyle I said hi." Several margaritas later, Lisa had an urgent need for the bathroom. When she came out of the stall, she found Nadia washing her hands at the sink. "Oh, hey again." Lisa formed her words carefully, so Nadia wouldn't know how much she'd had to drink. Nadia gave her a smile. "Having fun?" "A blast," Lisa said. She turned her attention to the mirror, but could feel the weight of Nadia's gaze. "Is there something you want to talk to me about?" Nadia turned off the water and dried hands, then let out a sigh. "Look, it's probably not my place, but I've heard some things about Simone and that crowd." "What kind of things?" Lisa snapped, shoulders tightening defensively. "Just that they're like big partiers. Stuff like that." They like to have fun. There's nothing wrong with that. I know, but I'm just wondering. She paused as though choosing her words carefully. If you and Michael really want to rebuild your marriage, if these are the kind of people you should be hanging out with. Lisa struggled to form words through her margarita haze. I think, she said and turned to Nadia with a hard stare, if you're worried about my marriage, you should be more concerned with Michael's behavior than mine. Nadia's cheeks flushed and she averted her gaze. I'm sorry. It's none of my business. I shouldn't have said anything. No, you shouldn't have, Lisa snapped and marched out of the bathroom. Her irritation quickly dissipated once she rejoined her friends, quelled by the boisterous laughter and more margaritas. They made it through without anyone soiling any furniture, but it was touch and go, especially for Jessica, who weighed about 100 pounds soaking wet and drank at least an entire pitcher of margaritas on her own. Fortunately, her husband Carl was a few degrees more sober than she was and was able to get them home. For her own part, Lisa was grateful she only lived about half a mile up the hill. She was also thankful that there was very little traffic in Oak Valley, because even driving with extreme caution 5 miles under the speed limit, her car drifted over the double yellow lines more than once. She pulled her car into the garage next to Michael's. As she climbed out, she stumbled a bit. Shit. She needed to pull herself together. She closed her eyes, which proved to be a bad idea as the world started to spin around her. She opened them and took several deep breaths, as though that would somehow help her metabolize all of the tequila in her system. After a few moments, she walked into the house. She poured herself a tall glass of water, drank it down, and refilled it. She glanced at the clock, wincing when she saw that it was after 7, well past time to start dinner. She opened the refrigerator and examined the contents, her hazy brain trying to come up with a halfway decent meal plan. In all of the running around with Ashley, she hadn't been to the grocery store in several days, so the pickings were slim. She spotted a half-empty jar of marinara sauce and some chicken sausages that were on the verge of spoilage. She went to the pantry, fingers crossed in hopes that she had some pasta. Half a box of spaghetti should be enough to feed all of them, especially since the alcohol she had consumed had dampened her appetite. 20 minutes later, she had managed to pull together dinner, and she went searching for her daughter and husband. Zoe, of course, was glued to her computer. She met the news that dinner was ready with a non-committal grunt. Michael was in his office on the phone. He looked up at her and held up his hand to signal 5 minutes. 15 minutes later, Lisa was still alone at the kitchen table, arranging her spaghetti in swirly piles around her plate. Finally, she got up, dumped her food back in the pot, and poured herself a hearty glass of wine. She took it upstairs to the bedroom and set it by her nightstand while she took a quick shower. Dressed in pajamas, she climbed into bed, turned on the TV. She took a sip of wine, placed it on the nightstand, and passed out within minutes. 8. The body of a young woman was found in a ravine near a trail in Foothill Park. A female hiker let her dog off leash. When the dog took off and wouldn't return, she found it sniffing and pawing at what she thought was a dead animal. Lisa watched the TV screen, hand covering her mouth in horror as the feed switched from the anchor to the woman who found the body. I thought Jojo had found a deer, she said, her voice audibly shaking. But when I went to grab his collar and pull him away, I saw her hair. Park rangers alerted police, who arrived on the scene just a few minutes ago. There is speculation that it's the body of Hillary Corden, who has been missing from her home in Menlo Park since July 3rd, but officials will make no comment while they are waiting for the deceased to be identified. Lisa's stomach sank. The case of the missing teenage girl had been on her radar, if for no other reason that she was the mother of 2 girls herself. She'd been praying that, as police had speculated, the girl had run away and would come back when she realized her upper-middle-class life in an affluent suburb was much more desirable than trying to make it on her own. That poor girl, she murmured to herself, What poor girl? She turned at the sound of Michael's voice. She'd left him snoring when she got up an hour ago. That girl who went missing a couple weeks ago? He looked at her blankly as he poured a cup of coffee. The one from Menlo Park? She's Zoe's age. He shook his head and shrugged. She let out an exasperated sigh. They found a body in Foothill Park. That's like practically in our backyard. Doesn't that freak you out a little, with it happening so close by and our girls being the same age? Well, Ashley's safe at camp, and Zoe never leaves her room, so I don't see that there's much to worry about. He paused to sip at his coffee. You sure conked out early last night. I was tired after tennis. Just tired? I walked into the bedroom, and you were totally out with the lights on and the TV on full blast. I had a couple of drinks with the team after practice. She tried to ignore the kernel of shame taking root in her belly. It was one thing to have a few drinks and get buzzed on a Sunday night. It was another to get hammered and pass out before the sun even set. Maybe Nadia was right. Maybe Simone and her crew weren't the best influence on her. Sorry I was late to dinner, he said. I was on a call with Roger. She recognized the name of the chairman of the board, and he got off on a tangent about our partnership with Microsoft. It's fine. Then, unable to resist the opportunity to be passive-aggressive, it's not like I'm not used to eating dinner by myself. He let out a heavy sigh. I'm sorry. I'll try to be home for dinner more this week. Thanks for trying. I will try. Believe it or not, I do want to spend more time with you. Since when? She barely kept the snarky comment to herself. And now that you're playing so much tennis, it seems like when I am around, you're not. She felt her hackles raise. So I should just be waiting around for whatever crumbs of attention you deign to throw me? No. He set his mug on the counter and moved toward her. He lifted his hands, hesitating a moment before resting them on her shoulders. She suppressed a flinch, not so much of revulsion, more of surprise, a grim indicator of just how little they touched each other these days. I love that you're being active and that you're making friends so quickly. I know that hasn't always been easy for you, especially since you were always so much younger than all of the other moms. I like seeing you have fun, he said with a little half grin. It reminds me of what you were like when we first met. Not to mention, all of the tennis and working out is paying off. His gaze raked down her tank top and sleek short-clad form. For the first time in a long time, she saw a flash of sexual heat in her husband's gaze. Apparently, for all these years, all she had to do to get her husband's attention was to get a life outside of the house and take better care of herself. If only he'd given her the memo earlier. The thought was enough to extinguish any answering flare of sexual attraction she might have felt. She stepped away from him under the guise of refilling her coffee cup. Why don't you have lunch with me this week? He suggested, sounding almost tentative. I can give you a tour of the office, and we can go to one of the restaurants nearby. She wanted to snarl that a lunch date was hardly enough to make up for the past year, but she stifled it. This was what she wanted, wasn't it? For him to want to foster connection, for him to want to spend time with her? Sure, she pasted on a smile. I'm playing tennis Wednesday and Friday, but otherwise I'm open. He pulled his PDA out of his pocket to check his calendar. Thursday works. Meet me at the office at 12:30. Maybe Zoe will even join? In a move that shocked no one, Zoe did not join her. In fact, that Thursday she was barely stirring when Lisa left the house at noon. She'd been on her computer when Lisa said goodnight around 11, and Lord knew how much later she'd stayed up after. That much time staring at a screen couldn't be good for her. But as Michael pointed out, she wasn't likely to get in trouble if she never left her room. She gave herself one last once-over in the hall mirror before she left. She'd chosen her blue and white floral maxi dress and platform slides with more care than one would think a wife would for her husband of 15 years. Once someone has seen you first thing in the morning, or naked after giving birth, Did it really matter whether or not your dress showed off your toned arms? But in the last couple of days, she felt a slight thawing between them. Last night, when he had settled down in front of the TV in the den to watch one of the many shows he had stored on the box his company manufactured, he invited Lisa to join him. He even let her pick the show. As they sat there in companionable silence, she felt his arm slide around her shoulders. For the first time since she discovered the affair, she felt like she could see the first steps in a path to bring them back to each other. She entered the directions into the Garmin Street Pilot that Michael had bought for her birthday. At the time, she'd been irritated that he'd given her a gadget that he clearly wanted instead of the purse she'd asked for. But she had to admit it was way more convenient than trying to piece together a route using the Thomas Guide maps. 25 minutes later, she pulled into a parking lot in front of a short, squat, nondescript building. It was one among many in the industrial-looking office park. It was in stark contrast to the building that housed the offices of Shields and Holland in the Back Bay neighborhood of Boston. Built in the 1850s, the building was a stunning example of Victorian architecture. The differences were even starker when she stepped through the glass door into the lobby. No polished marble floors or ceilings decorated by pressed tin tiles here. The mahogany and leather furniture of her husband's old stomping grounds was nowhere to be seen. The lobby of UTV featured mottled gray, short-napped carpeting. A large painting of the company's name and red and black logo decorated the wall behind the receptionist. She sat at a black and red Formica desk, and a quartet of black and red plastic and chrome chairs provided seating for visitors. Lisa introduced herself to the receptionist, who looked about 12 and said her name was Jody. As she followed Jody back, she was greeted by a sea of cubicles constructed by upholstered panels, housing identical black Formica desks. None of the faces looked to be over 30 years old. Though it all felt flimsy and temporary and impersonal, she couldn't deny a certain buzz of energy that hadn't existed within Michael's century-old law firm. The maze of cubicles was surrounded by offices, all of which were made of glass, so anyone could see into them at any time. On one end of the space was what looked to be a large break room with tables. There were also a ping-pong table and a foosball table, both of which were occupied by young men wearing T-shirts and jeans. She couldn't imagine a work environment more different from Shields and Holland. "His office is right here," Jody said as they rounded a corner. "Oh, I didn't realize he was in a meeting," she said, and stopped so short that Lisa nearly ran into her. Since Jody was several inches shorter than her, Lisa could easily see over her head into Michael's office. Her stomach bottomed out at what she saw. Michael sat on the edge of his desk, his right foot propped on his left thigh. Across from the desk sat an Asian woman. Lisa could only see her profile as she said something and smiled up at him. But it was enough to see that she was young and very beautiful. Michael laughed at something she said, flashing her the same crooked smile that had made Lisa's toes curl that night at the Happy Pilgrim bar all those years ago. He leaned closer as though to hear her better. The woman looked demurely at the ugly gray carpet and tucked a strand of shiny black hair behind her ear. "Can you let him know I'm here, please?" she said through gritted teeth. Jody gave her a furtive look, having picked up on the tension in her tone. She reached out and tapped on the glass door to Michael's office. He looked up, his expression irritated when he saw Jody standing there. "What is it?" he snapped when she opened the door to poke her head inside. "Sorry, I didn't know you were in a meeting. I just wanted to let you know your wife is here." His expression morphed from irritation to discomfort as he registered her presence. He quickly covered it with a tight smile, no doubt for the benefit of their audience. "Lisa," he stood from the desk and opened his arms as though to embrace her. "What are you doing here?" he asked as she allowed him to embrace her. She gave him a feeble pat on the back in return and stepped away. "You invited me to go to lunch." She felt the acidic coil of humiliation unfurl in her gut as she realized he was so caught up in flirting with his young co-worker that he forgot about their date. "Did you forget?" Dark red stains appeared on his cheekbones as he fumbled in his pocket for his PDA. The beautiful young woman stood, her gaze darting awkwardly between them. "I guess we can go over the Panasonic contract later." Michael nodded, distracted, as he tapped at the PDA screen with the stylus. "Yes, sorry, Grace. I obviously didn't get everything I needed entered into my calendar." Grace gave her a tentative smile, one that wavered at Lisa's answering glare, and scurried out of the office, followed by Jody. "Jesus Christ, Michael," she hissed as soon as Jody closed the door behind them. "What the hell is wrong with you?" "I'm sorry. I didn't put it in my calendar, and then I got so busy I forgot." "I'm not talking about forgetting our lunch date," she snapped. "Although it is ridiculous that you don't remember it when we made the plan literally 2 days ago. I'm talking about Grace." She spit the name out like an epithet. "What are you talking about?" he sputtered, his tone offended. "She's the new contracts manager, and we needed to go over a big deal we're trying to put together." She didn't miss the way his gaze dipped down and to the left. After 15 years together, she knew his little tells. "I didn't know contracts were so amusing," she sniped. "It's called building a rapport with my employees." She folded her arms across her chest. "Really? I think it looked more like you counting down the days until you sneak her off to a hotel and fuck her." "Lisa, stop. I'm not trying to fuck every woman I speak to. I know I messed up in the past." "Yeah, it looks like you're going to fuck up again. And then what, Michael? What happens the second time you get asked to hand in your resignation for fooling around with a subordinate?" He raked his hands through his hair. "I told you, that's not what is happening here. That's not going to happen again." "What are we going to do then?" she said, his protests barely registering through her rage. "Do we uproot our lives all over again because you can't keep your dick in your pants?" "Lisa, stop it," he yelled and grabbed her by the upper arms. Then, cognizant that anyone standing outside the office could look in and see that they were fighting, he softened both his grip and his tone. "You have to stop being so paranoid all of the time. You have to find a way to trust me." She scoffed and jerked out of his hold. How was she supposed to trust him when she caught him red-handed making googly eyes at a woman while she laughed and smiled up at him like he was the handsomest, most interesting person on the planet? She knew that expression all too well. She'd seen it on Catherine's face at Shields and Holland's holiday party 2 years ago. At the time, she'd found the other woman's obvious crush on Michael amusing, even a reminder to herself that her husband did have a lot of attractive qualities. After being married so long, it was easy to overlook the things that made him special. But there was nothing amusing about finding out that Michael returned Catherine's interest. There was nothing funny about finding out just how susceptible Michael was to a woman who saw him through fresh eyes. Eyes that saw none of the warts and only focused on how wonderful he was. But she didn't say any of that. What was the use of rehashing, reminding him of all the reasons she still couldn't trust him, or trying to explain why seeing him with Grace in seeming intimate conversations sent her back to that place of despair? She knew it would only be met with defensiveness, denial, and demands for her to just get over it already. So instead, she just stared grimly and kept her silence. He looked at his PDA again and sighed. "Unfortunately, since I didn't add lunch to my calendar, I scheduled a meeting right after I was supposed to finish up with Grace. I'd try to move it, but it's with the CFO." "It's fine," she said with a mirthless little laugh. "I know you have your priorities." "Lisa," he said, an edge of annoyance in his tone. "It's fine," she repeated. "I've lost my appetite anyway." She started to leave, and he stayed her with a hand on her arm. "I'm sorry. I really am." He pulled her into a hug. "Let's schedule a rain check for next week." She nodded and stepped out of his embrace, weighing the odds of whether he would have to cancel that, too. He slid his hands down her arms and took her hands in his. "I really do want to spend time with you," he said. his blue serious through the lens of his glasses. It would be impossible for most people to doubt his sincerity, unless you already knew the level of deceit he was capable of. "I really do want to work on this." "Okay," she said, and leaned in as he bent to kiss her quickly on the lips. As he walked her through the maze of cubicles to see her out, she wondered, not for the first time, if she really wanted to work on it anymore. 9. "Who can play this Friday at 1?" Simone asked. It had been nearly a week since Michael had blown off their lunch date, and Lisa had redoubled her efforts to fill up her schedule with tennis and socializing. Today she had met up with Simone, Rebecca, and Jessica for mid-morning doubles practice. Now they were up on the sun deck, enjoying salads and Chardonnay in the noonday sun. "I want to make sure we have a chance to practice before our match Saturday." The mere mention of it was enough to make Lisa's wine and chicken Caesar salad curdle in her stomach. Despite her protests, Simone had scheduled her to play with Stephen in the very first match of the season. "Don't worry," Simone said when Lisa expressed her worries about how she didn't feel ready for a real match. "I'm putting you guys in D3. Considering she didn't even know what D3 meant, Lisa's worries were not allayed. Besides, the team we're playing isn't very good. You know what to do. Just sweep the baseline and let Steve do his thing at the net." "I'm out for Friday," Rebecca said as she drained her glass of wine. "I have a job interview." "That's great," Jessica said. "What's the role?" "It's a product marketing role at a software startup in their consumer division. It's a pretty big step down from where I was before. But after being out of the corporate world for over a decade, it's where I have to start." "I don't understand this obsession with getting a job," Simone said. "I mean, it's not like you and Daniel need the money." Rebecca stabbed a piece of lettuce with more force than seemed necessary. "It's not about the money. I spent the last 17 years as a full-time mom and house manager, and now I want to do something where I can use my degree and do something more stimulating. I mean, aren't you guys a little bored now that the kids are older? Don't you want to do more with your time? Sitting on the boards of Summer Symphony and the Samaritan House keeps me plenty busy when I'm not with the kids," Jessica said. "And I like that it doesn't require me to be tied to an office all day, every day." "What about you, Lisa?" Simone turned to her. "Any desire to pick up your briefcase or become reigning queen of the charity world?" Lisa picked up the edge in her voice, wondering what that was about. "Honestly, I don't know what I would do. I got pregnant with Zoe right before I was supposed to start grad school. Then Michael and I got married, and it was all about being a mom and supporting him through law school." She'd worked some of the first few years before Michael graduated and started as an associate at Shields & Holland, but the various admin roles had barely paid enough to cover childcare. "What were you going to study?" Rebecca asked. "I wanted to get my MFA in creative writing," she said, a little sheepish. "You could always go now," Rebecca said. "I'm too old," Lisa scoffed. "Bullshit. You're not even 40, Rebecca retorted. "I'm almost 10 years older than you, and I'm basically starting over." Lisa shook her head and drained her glass of wine. "It feels like way too much to take on right now. I'm still getting us all settled. The girls are going to start a new school, plus—" She hesitated then. "It's not like this would set me up for some amazingly lucrative career. Getting my MFA at this point kind of feels like an exercise in self-indulgence. You know, give the bored housewife something to do so she doesn't feel guilty about spending her days like this." She gestured at their table full of empty wine glasses at 12:30 on a Wednesday afternoon. "Well, I'm all for doing whatever makes you happy, regardless of its money-making potential," Simone said. "I have absolutely no problem spending my days like this. The way I see it, I've spent nearly 16 years of my life doing everything for everyone else. Now it's time for me to have some fun and spend my time doing what I want." Lisa didn't miss the way Rebecca rolled her eyes. Simone had a full staff of cooks, cleaners, and nannies. It wasn't as though she'd spent the last 16 years in the trenches. Besides, she said with a wink, it's kind of a full-time job keeping all of this up. She indicated her face and body. Speaking of which, Lisa, do you want to get mani-pedis today at 4? She'd planned to go grocery shopping to make Zoe's favorite roast chicken in an effort to coax her out of her room long enough to eat. It was easily scrapped in favor of getting her nails done. Sure. Cool. I'll pick you up at 1:15, she said, and excused herself to go to the bathroom. It's 16 years, and I still don't get it, Rebecca muttered. What? Lisa said as Jessica put her hand on Rebecca's arm and gave a quick shake of her head. It's nothing, Rebecca said with a tight smile. It's just that I grew up here and have known Steve since elementary school. I was friends with Donna, his first wife, and sometimes I still don't get how he ended up with Simone. Jessica gave her a knowing look. Well, I guess we do. Lisa's stomach sank at the implication. Had she unknowingly become friends with the kind of woman who would knowingly sleep with a married man? Did they have an affair? She whispered the last part as though to diminish the word's distastefulness. No, Rebecca shook her head. Steve loved Donna, and he was devoted to her. But Simone started working at his office a few months before Donna was diagnosed. Once we knew it was terminal, Simone made herself very available as a shoulder to cry on. That doesn't sound that bad, Lisa offered. You're right. It's not, Rebecca sighed. And it was obviously what he needed at the time. But sometimes I wonder if it's what he still needs. Well, it's not our place to speculate, Jessica said with another warning look. No one ever really knows what's going on inside a marriage, except for the two people in it. Don't I know? Sorry, Rebecca said. I don't mean to make you uncomfortable or put you in the middle. It's just that Steve was my friend first, and... Whatever she was about to say was cut short by the return of Simone. Lisa wondered if she picked up on their vaguely guilty expressions. If so, she didn't let on, as they all said their goodbyes and exchanged hugs and air kisses. Lisa went home and enjoyed a shower and a cat nap to sleep off her midday wine. Simone picked her up at 3:45 on the dot and drove them to the nearby town and country shopping center and parked in front of a swanky-looking salon. She followed Simone inside, taking in the enticing aroma of essential oils as New Age music played in the background. Wow, this is so fancy. I usually go to the place in the strip mall on El Camino. It was run by a lovely couple of Vietnamese immigrants who always greeted her with friendly smiles and room for a walk-in appointment. The bridge of Simone's perfectly sculpted nose wrinkled. I hate going to those places. I always feel like they're talking about me behind my back. The receptionist had them pick polish colors and got them settled in padded leather pedicure chairs. Once they were seated, she offered them each a flute of champagne. This certainly didn't suck, she thought as she took a sip of wine and put her feet into the warm basin to soak. Speaking of talking behind my back, Simone said, as she sipped her champagne and nodded at the esthetician that the water was the right temperature. What were Rebecca and Jessica saying about me? Caught off guard, Lisa could only sputter a lame protest. They didn't... nothing really. Simone cut her off with a harsh laugh. You think I don't know that they talk and call me a gold digger behind my back? Well, they didn't use those words directly, Lisa said. What words did they use? Lisa fought the urge to squirm under her pointed stare. Look, I'm not stupid. I know they only hang out with me because I'm rich and I put on good parties. What did they say? To be fair, Jessica didn't really say much of anything. She was trying to keep Rebecca quiet. Not surprised. Jessica's a total people-pleaser, and Rebecca has had it out for me from the beginning. Did she tell you all about how I seduced poor, grieving Stephen before Donna's body was cold in the grave? Lisa drained her glass, hoping the alcohol would untangle the uneasy pit coiling in her stomach. She didn't like the idea of tattling on Rebecca, even if she was closer to Simone. "She just said you were at the ready to offer Stephen a shoulder to cry on." "That's true. I did. I saw an opportunity, and I took it." "What?" she said, evidently picking up on the distaste Lisa felt at the idea of her being so mercenary. "Donna declined dramatically and was dead within 6 months of her diagnosis. By the time she died, Stephen was wrung out and ready for some fun and affection in his life, and I was more than ready to provide it. He'll be the first to tell you that I saved him from falling into a deep depression." Lisa fought an eye roll at Simone's attempt to paint herself as some sort of benevolent spirit who dated Stephen out of the goodness of her own heart. The fact that he was heir to a huge real estate fortune had nothing to do with it? Simone gave her a sly grin, ignoring the look the two estheticians exchanged as they scrubbed the soles of their feet. "I'd be lying if I said it wasn't a significant factor. But Stephen has other things going for him. He's good-looking, he's charming, and he makes me laugh. But money is a big selling point, especially when you grew up with nothing like I did. Just because he was rich didn't mean I didn't actually fall in love with him." Their conversation paused as they both confirmed their choices of polish color. "Honestly, I think the fact that I love Stephen's money as much as I love him makes me an even better wife than someone like Rebecca." Lisa did her best to spread her toes as the esthetician tucked the foam separators between them. "How do you figure?" "Well, compare my situation to Rebecca. Rebecca and Daniel made all of their money over the course of their marriage. Stephen was already wealthy when he and I got together, and all of his money is still in trust." The champagne must have hit her harder than she'd thought, because Lisa wasn't following. "How does that make you a better wife?" Simone looked at her like she had the IQ of a snail. "So, if Rebecca and Daniel ever get divorced, she walks away with half of their millions and is sitting pretty. If Stephen and I get divorced, I get very little except for a relatively small lump sum and child support, which would go away when Megan turns 18. So, unlike Rebecca, who has no qualms about henpecking Daniel half to death, I am very motivated to keep Stephen very happy with me." "And by keeping him happy, I guess you don't just mean greeting him with his favorite meal when he walks through the door." "More like greeting him with a blowjob when he walks in the door," Simone said with a bawdy laugh. Lisa's cheeks heated as the estheticians exchanged another look and couldn't quite stifle their giggles. "It's not all about sex," Simone continued, "but that's obviously a big part of it. Stephen has big appetites, not all of them entirely mainstream, and I do my best to make sure I satisfy all of them." Lisa didn't even want to know what she meant by not entirely mainstream. "It's other stuff, too. I don't know if Rebecca told you this little tidbit, but I underwent a complete makeover a year after Stephen and I got married." Lisa played dumb, as though she hadn't seen the photo at Simone's house or heard Jessica's commentary. "Not just the boob job?" Simone shook her head. "I'm not going to lie. I was a complete butterface when I first started working with Stephen, and—" "Butterface?" Lisa interrupted. "It's when a girl is hot everywhere but her face." Simone laughed. "That's a terrible thing to say about someone." "In my case, it was true," she said with a shrug. "I was walking around with a C face on an A+ body. To be fair, Stephen fell in love with me when I had my old face. That just shows how easy it is to reel in a man when you give him attention and make him feel like he's the most amazing person who ever walked the earth. Especially someone like Stephen, who was in a situation where Donna couldn't meet any of those needs for so long." "So, if he loved you just as you were, to paraphrase Billy Joel, why the extreme makeover?" "The first reason was that Donna was beautiful. I couldn't walk around knowing that people were wondering what Stephen was doing with such a dog." Lisa grimaced, thinking about the times she'd seen a good-looking guy with a less attractive wife or girlfriend and silently judged him for it. "The second reason was I wanted to hedge my bets," Sure, Stephen fell in love with my old face, but at the end of the day, men are shallow. They want to look at pretty things. They want to be admired for the hot babe they managed to land. It's not lost on me that Stephen is a very hot commodity. If I don't keep him satisfied and interested, he'll find lots of willing women who will." Lisa couldn't contain the surge of anger she felt at Simone's words. "So you're saying it's the wife's fault if her husband cheats? If she'd just been hotter, nicer, put out endlessly, he wouldn't have cheated?" Her anger had a raw edge because there was part of her that feared that was all true. Simone gave her a pointed look. "Did I hit a nerve?" Lisa pressed her lips in a tight line and stayed silent as the estheticians helped them into their flip-flops and led them to the register to pay. "This one's on me." Simone waved when Lisa started to reach for her wallet. Once they were checked out and outside of the salon, Simone turned to her. "You want to grab a drink and talk about it?" She gave a silent nod in assent and followed Simone to an Italian restaurant 2 doors down. They found 2 unoccupied stools at the bar. Simone signaled the bartender and ordered a bottle of Pinot Grigio. Once their glasses were full, she turned to Lisa. "So, Michael had an affair?" Lisa nodded, feeling equal parts guilty for airing Michael's misdeeds and relieved to be getting it out in the open. Even though the affair was over, it was such a big part of her life and her story that it felt like a huge omission as she was forging new friendships. "About a year ago, I found out he was having an affair with one of the paralegals at his law firm." Simone grimaced and gave Lisa's hand a sympathetic squeeze. "That must have been awful." "It was devastating." She could barely get the words past the lump in her throat. "I never in a million years expected it of him. He always seemed so upstanding, always insisting on doing the right thing. Like when I got pregnant with Zoe, there was no question in his mind that we would get married and have the baby." She picked up the bar napkin and dabbed her eyes. "I just never pegged him as the type of man to cheat. But," she said with a watery laugh, "while I thought our relationship was in good shape, I look back and I see a woman who never lost the baby weight, who put most of her attention on the kids, while her husband worked long hours to build his career, and who was too tired for sex most nights of the week." She took a sip of her wine. "So, if I overreacted to what you said, it's because that woman you described, who lets herself go and doesn't give her husband the attention and affection he needed? That was me." "I'm so sorry," Simone grimaced. "I didn't mean to imply that any woman who gains a few pounds or doesn't bang her husband on demand deserves to get cheated on," she said as she refilled Lisa's wine glass. "Well, if you ask Michael why he cheated, that's pretty much what he'll tell you." "I just don't feel like you appreciate me," he said when she'd asked him how he could possibly betray her in such a devastating way. "You never want to have sex. All of your attention goes towards the girls. You used to dress up and try to look nice for me. Now it's like you don't even care what you look like." "If that's true, it's completely unfair," Simone said, all righteous indignation. "He cheated because he's a selfish prick, not because you weren't living up to his standards." Lisa furrowed her brow. "But you just gave me a rundown of all the things you do to make sure Stephen doesn't cheat, and they're literally all the things I didn't do. And Michael cheated." Simone sipped her wine and gave her head a little shake. "Our circumstances are totally different. You helped Michael build his career. Everything he's achieved is with your support. You made sacrifices so he could have a big career and have a family. That needs to be appreciated and honored more than whether or not you're putting out all the time and bothering to wear makeup." "But you managed to do all that, even with kids." "Yeah, but Steve was already rich when I married him. I'm guessing that with you right out of college and Michael still in law school, money was tight." Lisa gave a wry chuckle. "Zoe's nursery was a closet because we lived in a studio apartment." "So I didn't have that issue. Right from the beginning, I had nannies and housekeepers, all of the help I needed so I wasn't burned out and exhausted by the end of the day. I still had the bandwidth to make sure Stephen felt like he was the priority. You didn't have that luxury, and Michael's an asshole for holding that against you. Look, everyone's relationships are different, and everyone's contributions are different. You contributed by supporting his career and almost single-handedly raising your girls. Because of that, if things don't work out, you'll get half of everything you've built together. I contribute by taking care of Megan while still making sure Stephen feels like the king of the castle, which I feel like I need to do if I want to maintain my lifestyle for the long haul. What's that face for? Lisa didn't realize she was grimacing until that moment. It's just so transactional, the way you talk about marriage and divorce. Her slim shoulders rose in a shrug. I'm pragmatic. Like I said, it's not that I don't love Stephen, but I also know what's in store for me if things don't work out. Hence the catering to his wants and desires. Sounds exhausting, Lisa laughed. I've spent the last 15 years looking out for the physical and emotional well-being of the girls and myself. I don't need to take that on for another adult. I get it. My situation isn't for everyone, but it's the path I chose, and I'm good with it. Someone like you, someone with more options, might choose a different path. She cocked her eyebrow over the rim of her wineglass. In any case, stop beating yourself up for his selfish assholery. From now on, you're going to have fun and do what makes you happy. If Michael doesn't like it, you leave him and walk away with half. She lifted her glass in a toast. It wasn't like she hadn't thought about it hundreds, if not thousands of times in the past year. But any time she thought about going there, about blowing her and the girls' lives up, dread washed over her like a tidal wave, freezing her in place, unable to act in any direction. I'm not ready to throw in the towel yet, she said as she clinked her glass to Simone's. Another thought sprang to mind, one that had occurred to her several times recently, one she'd been too ashamed to admit to anyone out loud because it made her seem unabashedly mercenary. But now she knew that in Simone she had a friend who would hold no judgment. But we'll see what happens when and if UTV goes public. That could be a much bigger half to walk away with. Until then, I'm going to focus on the stuff that makes me happy. 10. You did great yesterday. Simone toasted her with a pre-practice margarita. Thanks, Lisa said and took a sip of her drink. She'd played in her first match ever the day before. After losing the first set 1-6, by some miracle she and Stephen had come back to win the second set and take the tiebreaker. Honestly, it was all Stephen, she said and gestured her cup towards him. That's not true. You were on fire out there. He reached out and gave her a one-armed squeeze. His hand lingered a little too long as it brushed over her hip, and there was definitely a hint of awareness in his eyes as he gave her tennis dress-clad form a once-over. You just needed to get warmed up, he said with a wink. Lisa felt her cheeks heat and a little flutter low in her belly, a primal response at the awareness that an attractive man also found her attractive. It was immediately chased away by guilt as she thought of her recent conversation with Lisa. If Simone noticed or was concerned about the flirty vibe, it certainly didn't show in her sunny smile. Still, Lisa took a step back, creating space between her and Stephen. Hopefully it won't always take me a full set to warm up. It's only because you were able to calm me down and tell me where to hit that we were able to come back from that. You take direction well, he said with a wink. They were soon joined by Rebecca and Daniel, Carrie, Deborah and her husband Ron, Chris Atwood, whose wife didn't play tennis, and Elliot Moore, who, like Jessica, was recently divorced. As they all gathered rackets and balls and paired off to start warming up, she noticed that Elliot immediately paired himself with Carrie. Though Lisa couldn't hear exactly what he was saying, there was no missing the eager glint in his smile as he trotted out on the court. I don't know why he bothers, Rebecca said with a shake of her head. He's been sniffing around her from the second her ring was off, and she's never given him a chance. Once she took the ring off, no, but... Daniel said under his breath, piquing Lisa's curiosity. But the hard look Rebecca gave him prevented him from commenting any further. Still, she didn't miss the knowing look between Daniel and Simone. Whatever Lisa told herself, these people had been friends for a long time. Everyone had their baggage and history. But it was no joke that Carrie didn't return one iota of Elliot's obvious infatuation. In fact, as they rotated partners, she was definitely more friendly, almost flirty, with all the married men. She seemed to have an especially good rapport with Stephen. Then again, he had that with all of the women, married or single. Lisa hoped that was a good sign, that any vibes she was picking up on were just who he was, that there was nothing especially attractive about her that could become problematic. Either that, or he was ready to get busy with all of his wife's friends, which couldn't possibly turn out well. Lisa chose to focus on the former, as they started playing practice matches. She was first paired with Daniel, who she liked for his patience and steadiness on the baseline. They played against Rebecca and Chris, who, though formidable opponents, were hampered by their mutual aggression that led to several unforced errors. Lisa and Daniel were up 5-3 when Simone yelled, "Switch! We know that's your favorite thing to do," Carrie called with a laugh. Everyone laughed except for Lisa and Chris, who was also new to the team this year. She shrugged and followed everyone to the wrought iron table for a drink break before they resumed practice play with their new partners. As she poured herself a fresh drink, Simone, Stephen, Carrie, and Rebecca all retreated to their cars to retrieve something they'd forgotten to bring onto the courts. But when they returned, she noticed that Simone didn't have the sunglasses she claimed to need so urgently, and Rebecca didn't have the water bottle she'd gone to get. Then she got distracted as Simone started chatting about the next match and who would make good partners based on what she'd seen in practice today. That, combined with another empty margarita glass, swept away any suspicion Lisa might have had about the trip to the parking lot. But when it happened the third and final time they switched up partners to practice, Lisa knew something was going on. After practice had wrapped and everyone was walking to their cars to drop their tennis bags before gathering in the bar, she pulled Simone aside. "What was going on today? Why did you keep going out to your car?" "What do you mean?" Simone replied, but her sly smile belied her seeming ignorance. Lisa cocked an eyebrow at her. "Drop your bag and meet me at my car," she said and gave her arm a little squeeze. Lisa did as she said, and when she got to Stephen and Simone's Mercedes, Rebecca and Carrie were also there. "Are you sure she's cool with this?" Carrie said as Lisa approached. "I think Lisa's probably cool with everything," Simone said, and reached out to draw her into the group. "Aren't you?" Lisa looked from face to face. "I like to think I'm cool with a lot of things," she started, "but I can't say for sure until I know what's going on." "Well, some of us," Simone said in a sing-song voice, "like to have a little pick-me-up between sets. Something to give us a bump in energy, if you know what I mean." The sly wink Simone shot her told her she should not be as clueless as she felt right now. She looked around again, and this time she saw the little baggie of white powder Stephen held between his fingers. Now she noticed that Carrie sniffed and dabbed at her nose, while Rebecca's was faintly red. Oh, she said as understanding dawned. "Want to do a couple lines with us before we hit the bar?" Stephen asked with a grin. "Of cocaine?" Lisa asked stupidly. "People still do that?" She'd had friends who'd done it in college and a little into their 20s, but it had never been Lisa's thing, and even if it had, having a baby at 23 would put a damper on any recreational drug use she might have partaken in. "You've never tried?" Simone asked, seemingly shocked. "Well, we did all grow up having Nancy Reagan telling us that if we did it even once, we'd all end up as coke whores working the corner for drug money," she chuckled. Rebecca waved her hand dismissively. "All propaganda and misinformation," she said with a sniff. "You know, Coke isn't even physically addictive. It's just fun." She smiled. Lisa smiled back, albeit uncomfortably. Sure, she recognized that her new friends liked to party more than the people she'd socialized with back in Brookline, but swilling down margaritas and Chardonnay midday were one thing. Doing lines in the parking lot of the swim and tennis club on a sunny Sunday evening was something else entirely. "Yeah, I think my window to experiment with cocaine closed right about the time I got pregnant with Zoe." She chuckled. Simone shrugged as Steve poured a small amount of cocaine onto a rectangular mirror. He then proceeded to use a credit card to divide it into 4 lines. "I don't see any need to limit yourself just because you're not in your 20s anymore." She took the straw Stephen offered her, bent her head towards the mirror, and vacuumed up a line with a loud sniff. Lisa felt like she'd been dropped into an episode of Miami Vice. Simone laughed and gave her head a little shake. "Honestly, I feel like this is exactly the right time to start Coke. It keeps your energy up and keeps you from getting too drunk." Steve nodded in agreement and did a line of his own. "I can drink almost a whole bottle of tequila and barely feel it." Lisa wasn't sure that was a selling point, but as she watched Rebecca and Carrie consume the final 2 lines, she couldn't deny the gleam in their eyes and their almost giddy demeanor. "I have a little bit left, if you want to give it a try." Steve dangled the baggie in front of her. Lisa hadn't even been much of a drinker before she'd started hanging out with the tennis crowd. She'd never even toyed with the idea of doing a drug like cocaine. Not that it had even been in the orbit of her and the other mothers she'd hung out with. But she couldn't deny the wild curiosity bubbling inside her. "Don't do this, Lisa. This isn't who you are," a stern voice warned her. Nadia's concerns echoed in her head. "If you want to work on your marriage, maybe this isn't the crowd you should be hanging out with." She tried to think of one thing Michael had done to back up his claim that he wanted to spend more time with her. "This isn't who I was," another voice countered. "There's no reason this isn't who I could be." Still, she hesitated. "I don't know. What if I have a bad reaction?" "Just try a little bit," Simone said. "See if you like it." She gave her a wink. Simone handed her a straw as Stephen poured more powder onto the mirror and cut it into a line about half the size of what the others had consumed. As she bent her head toward it, she felt the weight of the others' gazes. Excitement sizzled through her, an almost sexual thrill that came from pushing the envelope, from getting away with something naughty. It was the same feeling she'd experienced when she was 12 and she and her cousins had stolen some of their grandmother's cigarettes. She sniffed the powder into her nose as she'd watched the others do. Her eyes started to water, and her throat seized in a cough at the acrid burn. But then she felt the most amazing rush, like her brain was being zapped by an electric current. "Wow!" She gave her head a little shake and sniffed as she felt her nose start to run. Everything seemed to snap into sharper focus, like she was more aware and alert than she could ever remember feeling in her life. "Now you understand what the fuss is about," Jessica said with a chuckle. "Here, there's just a little left," Steve said. "Go ahead and finish it." This time there was no hesitation. As she bent her head to the mirror, she sniffed and brushed her knuckle over her nostrils as Steve put the mirror back in the car. As they made their way to the bar, energy coursed through her body. She felt like she could run a marathon right now and barely even feel it. When they joined the rest of the group, it seemed like conversation flowed more easily, and everything and everyone was funnier and more interesting than usual. As she consumed a few margaritas, she could see what Stephen was talking about being able to drink endlessly. Instead of getting blurry and cotton-mouthed, the more she consumed, she felt simultaneously relaxed, yet completely alert. "I'm going to get another pitcher," Simone said, and hopped from the couch. "Let me get it," Lisa said, overwhelmed by a sudden urge to move her body. "I owe you guys," she said to Simone and Stephen with a wink. Simone accompanied her to the bar, where she filled out a chit with their order. Should I get snacks? I feel like we should get some snacks with all of these drinks, but then again, I'm not really hungry. Another perk. Simone laughed and put a finger against one nostril. Don't bother with the food. No one's going to eat it. She slid the chit to the bartender. Hey, Lisa. She turned at the sound of the female voice beside her. Hi, Nadia, she said when she recognized her. How are you? How's Kyle? We're good, Nadia said. She looked over her shoulder and nodded to Simone. I see you're still enjoying your tennis. Yeah, we just finished practice. It's a blast, she said with a shrill laugh. Nadia nodded a greeting at Simone. That's great. Was Nadia looking at her strangely, or was she being paranoid? Lisa, is everything okay? You seem a little high-strung. Yeah, Nadia was definitely looking at her funny. Simone let out a high-pitched giggle. Lisa couldn't suppress one of her own. When she finally calmed down, she said, I'm fine, just a little silly after a few margaritas. She gestured to the fresh pitcher the bartender placed before her. Oh, okay. Well, come find me if you need a ride home or something. Lisa felt her hackles raise at the implication that she would get that out of control. I won't, but thank you. Then, worried that she'd sounded bitchy, she said, Let's try to get together soon. Now that I'm mostly unpacked, I can be a better hostess. Sure, Nadia said with a tense smile as she finished filling out her chit and handed it to the bartender. Lisa grabbed the pitcher of margaritas from the bar, and she and Simone left her waiting for her glass of Chardonnay. Shit, do you think she suspects something? What if she says something to Kyle, and then he says something to Michael? Simone pulled a face and waved her hand at Lisa's fears. She has no idea, and so what if she did? You're a grown woman. Michael is your husband, not your father or your boss. If you want to have a little fun with us, where's the harm? Lisa poured them each a drink, wishing she could be so cavalier about Michael finding out about her foray into hard drugs. Obviously, Simone had nothing to worry about, since Stephen joined her in her use. But in the nearly 2 decades that she'd known Michael, Lisa had never known him to smoke a joint, much less do something harder. Sure, he enjoyed a drink or two, but as far as she knew, he had never partaken in anything illegal. What if Michael notices? What if he suspects something? Don't worry about it, Simone said again. If he notices anything, just tell him you had a giant iced coffee before practice. But it shouldn't even be an issue. By the time you leave, it will probably have worn off. But when Lisa was saying her goodbyes and getting ready to leave an hour later, she realized Simone wasn't entirely right about the cocaine's lingering effects. No, she wasn't experiencing the epic rush and the feeling of her brain firing all of its circuits at once. But she still felt energized, buzzy jolts of electricity sharpening her senses, despite her alcohol consumption. When she went to give Simone a hug, she could smell each distinct aroma emanating from her body. The floral notes of her shampoo, the sweet synthetic coconut of her sunscreen, the faint bite of perspiration. She wondered if the coke had somehow activated a dormant bloodhound gene. It wasn't just her sense of smell that was heightened. She realized as Steve pulled her in for a hug and gave her a kiss on her cheek. Her fingertips tingled as they brushed against the fabric of his shirt, and when his lips brushed against the skin of her cheek and his hands slid over the curve of her waist, she felt a jolt of something she hadn't felt in God only knew how long. Holy shit, she was horny, she thought in horror as she scrambled to put distance between them, praying that her sports bra was tight enough to disguise that her nipples were tight and tingling with sensation. She made a hasty retreat. She arrived home to find Zoe locked in her room, naturally, and Michael was in his office. She poked her head in long enough to let him know she was home and made a beeline for her bathroom. Her lukewarm shower took a little bit of the edge off, but wasn't enough to fully dampen the achy restlessness that had taken root in her lower belly. Determined to ignore it, she toweled off and pulled on a clean pair of shorts and a tank top. She padded downstairs in her bare feet and found Michael in the family room in front of the TV with a glass of bourbon. Though common sense told her she didn't need any more alcohol in her system, she poured herself a glass of Sauvignon Blanc to try to mute the edgy restlessness coursing through her veins. It did little to help. As she sat next to Michael, she couldn't stop her leg from bouncing, her fingers from tapping. She couldn't stop the pulse of heat beating between her legs. Later, she would realize that if her inhibitions hadn't been weakened by so much alcohol, she would never have done what she did next. When you haven't had sex with your spouse in nearly a year, when you've rejected every attempt at intimacy for such an extended amount of time, it can feel like making the first move is an insurmountable obstacle. It wasn't that they hadn't had sex at all after Lisa discovered Michael's affair. In fact, in the immediate aftermath of discovery, they'd had quite a lot of sex. It was like they were back to when they were first together, at each other day and night, having sex 2, sometimes even 3 times a day. She thought briefly that this was a really good sign, that if they were still so sexually attracted to each other, surely they could get past this dark time in their marriage. Turned out, they were experiencing a phenomenon known as hysterical bonding, something quite common when a couple experiences infidelity. Threatened by the affair, the wronged spouse desires sex to both create a connection with their partner and to reclaim them from the affair partner. Once Lisa realized that Michael did not, in fact, immediately end his affair with Catherine, but continued to sleep with her even as they were working to rebuild their marriage, the primitive urge to bond and lay claim to him with sex vanished. Her libido hadn't been anywhere to be found since. Until now. For the first time in a very long time, she wanted sex. In the back of her mind, she recognized that she didn't necessarily want it with Michael, but he was here, and seeing as he was her husband, he was the only dick she had access to. She took one last sip of her wine and set her glass on the coffee table. Without a word, she reached over, took Michael's glass out of his hand, and set it down next to her wine glass. Ignoring his quizzical look, she slung her leg over his, so she was straddling his lap. "What are you doing?" he sputtered. "What does it look like I'm doing?" She whipped her tank top over her head, chuckling at the comical look of surprise on Michael's face. She unhooked her bra, shoved it off of her shoulders, and put one hand around the back of his head to pull it towards her breasts. She shoved the other between them to palm his erection through his khaki shorts. "Wait, what if Zoe comes down?" His question was muffled by her breasts in his face. "Zoe never leaves her room." She gave his dick a firm squeeze, and his protests faded into a groan. His lips latched onto her nipple. She threw her head back, a sigh of pleasure joining his. Desire was an urgent pulse between her legs, and she wasn't interested in wasting any more time on foreplay. She unzipped his pants with surprising deftness given the alcohol she had consumed. She stood to shove her shorts and underwear down her legs, then settled back on his lap. "Wait," he protested. "Hold on a sec. I want—" As though he hadn't spoken, she wrapped her hand around his penis to guide him inside. She squeezed her eyes shut, gripping his shoulders to steady herself as she bounced and ground against him. She felt his hands grip her hips, trying to slow her down, trying to control the rhythm. She was having none of it. She wanted to get off, and his body was simply a means to an end. She came with shocking speed and intensity, her entire body seizing in orgasm mere minutes after she had climbed on his lap. His own climax followed quickly. Sapped of energy, she was barely aware of his fingers digging into her butt cheeks as he muffled a shout against her shoulder. She sat there, limbs draped over him, as they both caught their breath. Eventually she heard his chuckle over the sound of the TV show they hadn't bothered to pause. "Well, that was unexpected," he said and bent to press a kiss against her forehead. She lifted her head and saw that his glasses were askew, and his polo shirt had ridden halfway up his torso. "That's me, full of surprises." He laughed at that, deservedly so, she supposed, since for the entirety of their marriage she had been anything but surprising. He leaned in to kiss her mouth, and she had to force herself not to flinch. Then he started to slide his tongue between her lips, and she couldn't keep from pulling away. French kissing was intimacy. She just wanted sex. She pushed up off of him, feeling sweaty and sticky now that the rush of pleasure was waning. "I'm going to take a shower and go to bed." She ignored his look of bemusement at her abruptness. Sex was obviously what the doctor ordered, to get her to settle down. By the time she had rinsed in the shower, pulled on pajamas, and done her nighttime skincare routine, the buzzy, restless feeling had worn off, and she was feeling pleasantly drowsy. By the time Michael slid into the bed next to her, she was nearly asleep. He leaned over to kiss her cheek and whisper goodnight. "I'm kind of liking this new Lisa," he said before he rolled back over to his side. "If he only knew." "I kind of like her too," she murmured. 11. Area teen missing from Atherton home. Another teenage girl has gone missing from her home, just weeks after Hillary Corden was reported missing from her Menlo Park home. Her body was later found in Foothills Park Open Space Preserve. While authorities don't believe the two cases are related at this time, there are some striking similarities in the circumstances around the young woman's disappearances. Both seem to have left their homes of their own accord, with no force involved. Neither exhibited a history of behavioral issues that would suggest an inclination to run away from home. "My daughter and I are very close, and I know she would never leave on her own and make me worry like that," Molly Lowell's mother, Jennifer, said when we contacted her for this article. "I beg whoever took Molly, please bring her home safely. She's a wonderful young woman who gives so much back to our community, and she's so loved by her family and friends." Authorities are asking anyone with information about Molly's location or the events leading to her disappearance to please call the tip line at 800-877-2425. "Well now," he said as he put the paper down on an overturned milk crate he used as a makeshift table. The abandoned caretaker's cabin was off a washed-out former fire road, so he could only furnish it with things he could fit in a backpack or strap to his bike. "This certainly paints a very different picture than what you described to me." Her only response was a muffled whimper behind the bandana he'd used to gag her. Though they were far enough away from anyone and anything to be heard, it was always possible that an intrepid biker or hiker would take a wrong turn and stumble upon his little hideaway. "I hate my life. My parents don't love me. Everything is awful there, and I just wanted to get away." She cowered on the futon, curling her bound arms and legs into herself as he closed in. "But that's a bunch of bullshit, isn't it, Molly? You're not a sad, neglected, unloved girl at all. You're a spoiled, ungrateful brat, living in the lap of luxury, who can't admit how good she's got it, so she has to go online and make up all kinds of lies. And you know what happens to liars, don't you?" She shook her head and let out a muffled, high-pitched scream as he slowly, deliberately unbuckled his belt. He folded it and snapped it tight, the sharp sound echoing menacingly in the small space. "Liars are punished." Cocaine is a hell of a drug. Rick James was onto something, Lisa thought as she sniffed a small pile off Simone's proffered knuckle. She sucked her breath through her teeth at the ensuing rush, savoring the way energy bubbled through her body like dry champagne. They climbed out of Stephen's Porsche and hurried back over to the courts, where the others were waiting to continue practice. She and Steve partnered up for the next practice set, and just like after trying her first line, she felt unstoppable. Her eyesight was sharper, her reflexes quicker, her tentativeness at the net all but obliterated. From elementary school on, she and her peers were ruthlessly indoctrinated with the message that drugs, cocaine in particular, were a one-way ticket to death and destruction. Until recently, Lisa was under the impression that you did one line of cocaine and you were either going to immediately die of a heart attack or end up selling yourself on the streets. No one had told her the truth. No one told her that cocaine would unleash something inside of her. No one told her that it would be the key to feeling like the smartest, sexiest, most confident version of herself, on the tennis court and off. One line, and all of her insecurities slipped away. One line, and she didn't question why someone like Simone would want to be friends with her. One line, and she didn't have a single doubt that she was the most amazing woman on the planet, and Michael should consider himself the luckiest man alive to have locked her down. He seemed to agree. "Jesus, I don't know what's gotten into you lately." He was panting in the aftermath of her cornering him in his office one evening after dinner and proceeding to treat him like a human sex toy. "I don't know what you mean," she demurred as she pushed herself off him before he could give in to his annoying penchant for post-sex cuddling. He chuckled as he lifted his hips up from the seat of his chair to hitch up the shorts and underwear that she'd shoved down to his knees. "Well, you find me sexually attractive again," he said with just a hint of self-satisfied smirk. "Obviously, I'm happy about that." "I'll just bet you are." She tried to keep the snark out of her tone as she pulled her panties up her legs and pulled up the bodice of the sundress she hadn't bothered to take off. Of course he thought it was all about him, that she was experiencing a sudden renewed unquenchable desire for him. She would never tell him that sexually he was little more than a functional dick. His pathologically fragile male ego wouldn't be able to survive it. "But it's more than that." He cocked his head and narrowed his eyes, as though he was trying to decipher the inner workings of her mind. "You seem more alive, more engaged, and you've never looked more beautiful. It's like you're becoming a heightened version of yourself." She shrugged. "I guess I'm realizing life isn't over at 38, and just because I'm a mom and a wife doesn't mean that's all my life has to be about. Or maybe it's because for the first time in my adult life, I have friends I actually have fun with." "Whatever it is, it's a good look on you." He stood up and reached out to pull her into his embrace. She returned it with false enthusiasm and forced herself not to rebuff him when he pressed his lips against hers and parted them with his tongue. She wished she could be like Julia Roberts in Pretty Woman and institute a no-kissing-on-the-mouth rule. "Speaking of friends," he said after he lifted his head, after what felt like an eternity, "I told Kyle and Nadia we'd meet them at the club tomorrow for drinks and dinner." She bit back an annoyed sigh. The last thing she wanted was to sit around while Kyle and Michael talked about work, and she and Nadia struggled to find subjects to connect on. "I have tennis practice until 7. She didn't, but she knew she could get a game together so that technically it wouldn't be a lie. "That's perfect. Kyle and Nadia want to meet a little after so that you can just meet us there." Shit. She'd been banking on the fact that the other times they had hung out, Nadia had been adamant about getting their son to bed no later than 7:30. When she mentioned this, Michael informed her that they planned to feed Matthew earlier and send him home with his nanny. "Do you want a little hit?" Simone asked the following evening as they wrapped up practice with Jessica and Carrie. Lisa hesitated. It was one thing to go home to her oblivious husband on a cocaine rush. It was another to have dinner with Michael's friend and board member and his comparatively staid wife. "It'll make things more interesting," Simone urged with a wink. "What's the worst that could happen?" Who said peer pressure only happened to teens? Though to be fair to Simone, it didn't take much urging to get Lisa to make a quick detour to her car to get things popping. 5 minutes later, they strode into the clubhouse like the queens they were. She spotted Michael, Kyle, and Nadia already seated at a table in the corner of the clubhouse bar. She and Simone stopped at the bar to order glasses of wine. Simone peeled off to join Rebecca, Daniel, Jessica, and Carrie on the deck. As Lisa made her way to the table, her progress was hampered by several people who stopped her to say hi and have a quick catch-up. "Sorry I'm a little late," she said in a rush as she sat down in the empty chair next to Nadia, who was staring at her with a somewhat quizzical expression. "You certainly seem to have settled into the social scene here," she said with a little laugh. Did it sound a little forced, or was Lisa just being paranoid? You should be patting yourself on the back, Michael interjected. You're the one who suggested we join the club so Lisa could meet people. Lisa took a sip of her wine and smiled demurely. I owe it all to picking up tennis again, and to Simone Culligan. Yes, she really seems to have taken you under her wing. Was it just Lisa, or was Nadia's smile a little tight around the corner? She and her husband seem interesting. She's great, Lisa said, trying to keep the snappishness out of her tone. She and her friends have welcomed me with open arms and are a ton of fun to hang out with. Nadia broke the awkward pause in the conversation by jumping up. We should order our food. She went up to the bar and quickly returned with menus and order chits. It's so nice to sit in here with the grown-ups, she said as she settled back in her seat. The club had a firm rule that no one under 18 was allowed in the bar area. It offered a nice respite from the cacophony of kid noise that echoed around the main room on a crowded night like tonight. Lisa didn't bother looking at the menu she had already memorized. She wasn't particularly hungry, her already meager appetite further reduced by her recreational pharmaceuticals. She finally settled on the Thai crunch salad, reasoning that it would be good leftovers. She wrote in Michael's order of a burger and fries, then handed him the chit to turn in their orders to the bartender. When he returned, he and Kyle immediately fell into discussion about work, something about contracts that needed to be amended to revise how revenue would be recognized going forward. She took another sip of wine as she searched for something to talk to Nadia about. Past Nadia's shoulder, she saw Simone in animated conversation with Rebecca, hands gesturing enthusiastically as Rebecca threw her head back in laughter. She felt a pang of resentment at being stuck at a table with someone she had nothing in common with but their gender. So, how's your work going? She finally asked and tried to drum up an interested expression. It's going well, Nadia replied as she sipped at her rosé. Lisa noted that her glass was still 3/4 full, while Lisa was almost ready for a refill. Summer is pretty slow for us. Not a lot of deals going through, so my hours are a little more reasonable. That must be nice, extra time with Matthew. Oh, it's been so much fun. Lisa smiled and nodded as Nadia went on to recite a litany of enriching camps, classes, and travel experiences Matthew had already participated in or were planned. Poor kid was only 5 years old, she thought. He should be rolling around in the dirt with his friends, not studying Mandarin. How about your girls? Nadia asked when she finally took a breath. Lisa paused as Cynthia, one of the servers, delivered their food. She gave Cynthia a smile of thanks, unrolled her silverware, and put her napkin in her lap. Ashley is still at camp for another few weeks. She can only call us twice a week, but it sounds like she's having a great time. I still can't believe she's away for over a month, Nadia interjected. It just seems like way too long to have one of your kids gone. Lisa's hackles raised as the bite of chicken in her mouth turned to dust. She washed it down with the last of her wine. Of course we miss her terribly. That might be a slight exaggeration. But like I said, she's having a great time. And like we talked about before, with the move, I think it's great for her to be able to spend time with friends she's known for years. I agree, Michael said. I really wish Zoe would have gone too, instead of spending all day every day locked up in her room, only connecting with people over the internet. Speaking of that, Nadia said, her expression solemn, did you hear that the girl they found in Foothill Park might have been in communication with her killer over the internet? They think it could be an adult posing as another teenager who convinced her to sneak out to meet him. Zoe only talks to her friends back east, Michael said. Lisa felt a pinch of unease when she thought about how many nights she went to bed past 11 and Zoe was still up chatting. Were her East Coast friends really up at 2 a.m? That's what she says. But to Nadia's point, we should check in with her. She turned her attention back to her plate and pushed her food around. She reached for her glass, disappointed to find it empty. I'm going to get a refill, she said as she stood. Anyone want anything?" "I'm fine." Nadia gestured at her still half-full glass of rosé. Michael and Kyle requested another round of the lager they had on tap. She went up to the bar and sidled up next to Simone and Jennifer as she reached for a chit and a pen. "Having fun?" Simone asked in an arched tone, as Lisa wrote down her order and slid it to the bartender. "It's fine," Lisa sighed. "I mean, they're perfectly nice. I just have nothing in common with her." The bartender placed her glass of wine and the 2 beers in front of her. She gathered them up and turned to go back to her table. Simone stayed her with a hand on her arm. "Meet me in the bathroom, and I can liven things up." She smiled and tapped the side of her nose. Even as she knew she should absolutely not meet Simone in the bathroom, she felt a familiar surge, an almost sexual thrill at the idea of sneaking off to do something illicit, all while her husband and his friends sat absolutely oblivious to the fact that Lisa would even consider doing what she was about to do. "Let me set these down." She delivered the drinks and excused herself to go to the bathroom, giddy with anticipation as she practically flew through the bar and the main room. Simone was already waiting for her. She motioned to a pair of feet under the middle stall, indicating that they weren't alone. Lisa nodded and quickly relieved herself in another empty stall. She came out, washed her hands, and she and Simone made a show of refreshing their lipstick as they waited for the older woman who emerged from the middle stall to wash her hands and exit the bathroom. Since someone could come in at any minute, Simone didn't waste any time cutting the Coke into lines on a mirror. Instead, she took out the vial and sprinkled a tiny pile on the knuckle of Lisa's fist, then sprinkled some on her own. They each bent their heads to their hands and inhaled deeply. Through the now familiar rush and buzzy feeling in her brain, Lisa heard the door to the bathroom open. Simone scrambled to shove the vial back into her purse, and Lisa dabbed a tissue to her nose to disguise another loud sniff. Luckily, the young mother who entered seemed too preoccupied with her, what looked to be about a 3-year-old girl, to notice them. After one last look in the mirror to make sure there was no telltale powder lingering around their nostrils, they quickly made their exit and parted ways once they got back to the bar. Michael and Kyle were deep in discussion over their now mostly empty plates. Nadia's eyes darted between her and Simone's, retreating back as Lisa retook her seat. Her gaze focused back on Lisa, and the lines between her eyebrows deepened subtly. I should pass along the name for Simone's Botox lady, Lisa thought. Did she suspect something? How could she? Are you okay? She did. Of course. Why do you ask? She said as she speared another piece of her chicken to push around her plate. Your nose is runny, and your eyes look kind of glassy. Lisa grabbed her napkin and dabbed at her nose and eyes and scrambled for an excuse. It's my allergies. They've really been acting up lately. You've never had allergies, Michael chimed in. Lisa fought the urge to kick him and roll her eyes. Of course, that was the moment he decided to dip out of his debate with Kyle about when high-speed internet access would be ubiquitous in homes across the United States. I have so. You probably didn't notice, she said indignantly, gratified when he looked moderately shamed by her lie. They just weren't as bad on the East Coast, but the trees and plants are different here, so my reaction is worse. I have a great allergist in Redwood City, Nadia said. The crease between her eyebrows had smoothed out, concerns about any weird behavior on Lisa's part allayed. What's your email? I'll send her contact info to you. Lisa rattled off the Yahoo address that she only checked because Simone refused to notify them of the match lineups any other way. Nadia's helpful contact info would go directly to trash, but she didn't need to know that. Lisa thanked her and took another sip of her wine as the men went back to their conversation about high-speed fiber optics. She struggled to sit still, leg bouncing and fingers tapping at the tabletop as energy pulsed through her cells. She needed to move, and when Nadia patted Kyle's arm and said they should get home to let the nanny off for the night, Lisa practically exploded out of her seat. Yes, we should get going too, she said. wondering if she sounded a little shrill. Michael looked at her oddly, confirming her suspicions. Anxiety gripped at her chest, depleting the joy of the buzzy energy she'd come to love so. "We should get home and see what Zoe is up to. Make sure she gets dinner. I'll go get a to-go box. She can have my leftovers." She needed to get away from these people who weren't on the same playing field she was right now. "Kyle, Nadia, nice to see you. Michael, I'll see you at home." Without another word, she grabbed her mostly full plate, turned on her heel, and went to the coffee station where they kept to-go boxes. She dumped her salad into a box and pretended not to hear Michael calling after her as she hurried to the back parking lot where her car was. When she got home, she stashed the food in the refrigerator, then went to their bathroom to rinse off the salty residue that came from playing 2 hours of tennis in 90-degree heat. "Lisa?" She tipped her head back under the spray to drown out the sound of his voice. When she raised her head and opened her eyes, she saw his shadow through the frosted glass of the shower door. "What is it?" she snapped and turned off the faucet. She pushed open the shower door and reached for a towel to cover herself. Even after 16 years together, and the knowledge that she looked better than she had since before having the girls, she still felt a twinge of self-consciousness being completely naked in front of him. Even a cocaine rush couldn't erase the insecurity that came from knowing he had spent countless hours with a beautiful naked woman 10 years her junior. "Why are you acting so weird? Why did you leave like that?" His frowning face loomed next to her own reflection in the mirror. "I'm not acting weird." She dropped her gaze from his and reached for her moisturizing cream to dab onto her face. "I was just ready to go. I needed a shower. Nadia and I ran out of things to talk about, and my skin was starting to itch from the sweat." "I just feel like that was a little rude, the way you just took off." She finished rubbing in her face cream and reached for her body lotion. "I'm sorry you feel that way," she said as she rubbed lotion onto her arms and legs. She noticed the irritation in Michael's face fading as his eyes locked onto her hands moving over the smooth, tanned skin of her limbs. There was one very obvious way to distract him from questioning her behavior. She caught his gaze and cocked a knowing eyebrow. Seeing how his eyes were already starting to glaze with heat, she dropped the towel, turned and walked to the bedroom without another look. Predictably, he caught up with her, slid his arm around her waist, and pulled her naked body against his. Luckily, that last bump of coke gave her just enough of a rush to grit her teeth through it. She even managed to come. Afterward, she left him panting on his back, slipped on a light nightshirt and underwear, and went to check in with Zoe. Though she resented Nadia's patronizing tone when she implied she wasn't concerned enough about Zoe's online activities and how she parented her teenagers in general, the wine she'd drank and the coke she'd done weren't enough to drown out the pinch of unease when she thought about those murdered girls possibly being targeted and hunted online. She tapped on Zoe's door. When there was no answer, she jiggled the knob, frustrated to find it locked. "Zoe, open up," she said, knocking harder. Still no answer. The kernel of unease became a surge of straight-up panic. Was she even in there? Had some sick stranger she'd been talking to lured her to her death? Had someone come and taken her while they were out? "Zoe!" Her shrill voice echoed down the hallway. "Zoe, answer me!" She thudded her fist and knocked as hard as she could. "If you're in there, open the door right now!" She raised her foot and was about to start kicking when the door flung open. Even in the dim light, she could see that Zoe's face was screwed into a scowl. "God, Mom, what do you want?" Lisa took a deep breath and stepped back as her brain absorbed the message that her daughter was here, unharmed. Her body, with its racing heart and trembling hands, was taking a bit longer to get the memo. "What are you doing? Why did you take so long to answer me?" She pushed past Zoe and snapped on the overhead light. She scanned every corner of the room. Did she really think there was a predator there, hiding in the shadows? "What are you doing?" Zoe asked, following her as she ducked down to look under the bed and opened the closet doors. "What are you doing?" she repeated as Lisa went into the Jack and Jill bathroom connecting Zoe and Ashley's rooms. Do you, think I'm hiding someone? Zoe said as Lisa threw back the shower curtain for good measure. What were you doing? Lisa repeated as she turned back to her. Why did it take you so long to answer the door? I was doing what I do all the time, talking to friends and listening to music. I had my headphones on. Just now, Lisa noticed the state-of-the-art over-the-ear noise-canceling headphones they'd given Zoe for her 14th birthday. What friends? The friends I always talk to. Why are you being so weird about it tonight? Lisa took a deep breath. She'd been doing her best not to dwell on the recent murders of 3 teenage girls, and she certainly didn't want to discuss the subject with her daughter. But Zoe was old enough to hear about such things and needed to understand the potential dangers of communicating with people who could pretend to be whoever they wanted. She put her hand on Zoe's shoulder and guided her back to the bedroom. She sat on the edge of Zoe's full-size bed with black and gray comforter. Zoe had chosen to replace the pink floral one that had graced it back in Brookline. Zoe rolled her eyes. Mom, I'm kind of in the middle of something. I don't really have time for some big heart-to-heart. Lisa pinned her with the, get your ass over here and sit the hell down, steely glare that was in every mother's arsenal. The look that would brook no protests and result in the child getting the exact opposite of what he or she wanted. Zoe plopped down next to her with a dramatic sigh. Fine. What are you so worked up about? Lisa draped her arm around her shoulders and pulled her close. Her heart squeezed as Zoe leaned against her. You've heard about the teenage girl whose body they found in the open space preserve last week? Zoe nodded against her shoulder. And you know there are others that they think may be connected? I haven't really been following it in the news, but okay. What does this have to do with me? I just learned tonight that police believe that the latest victim might have been communicating with her killer over the internet, in a chat room, like the ones you visit with your friends. They think her killer might have been posing as another kid to gain her trust and to get her to meet in person. Zoe stiffened and raised her head to meet Lisa's gaze. That's messed up, but that's not going to happen to me. Like I told you, I only talk to people I know in real life. Lisa gave her a questioning look, and Zoe's pale cheeks stained pink. Okay, there are a few people I talk to who I've never met, but they're all friends of friends. They're all people I've been talking to for a long time, since before we moved. I'm not going to just accidentally start chatting with a killer, she scoffed. Just promise me, Lisa said, squeezing her shoulders for emphasis. You won't communicate with people you don't already know. It's a whole wild, weird world out there. You can't always take someone's word that they are who they say they are. Zoe rolled her eyes but nodded. Yeah, I promise. You don't need to worry about me. Now, can I please get back to what I was doing? Sure. Lisa hugged her and pressed a kiss on her forehead. As she rose from the bed, she noticed a flash of golden green as the sun sparked off the charm hanging around Zoe's neck. It was a Celtic mother-child love knot with an emerald embedded in the center. She'd had it custom-made for Zoe's 13th birthday. She swore as she realized that in the chaos of the move and her now thriving social life, she'd forgotten to have a similar one made for Ashley's fast-approaching 13th birthday. She'd planned to have hers made at the same jeweler's back in Brookline, with Ruby this time to commemorate Ashley's July birthday. Thinking of the diamond tennis bracelet and sapphire pendant Simone regularly wore, Lisa was confident her friend could recommend a local jeweler to help her out. Hold on, she said before Zoe could replace her headphones. Zoe looked at her with a what now expression. I need to borrow your necklace for a couple of days so I can have Zoe's made for her birthday. Zoe unclipped it with an impatient sigh and dropped it into Lisa's palm. Thank you. Lisa managed to land a quick kiss on her head before she darted away. Zoe was already back at her desk, headphones in place, fingers tapping at the keyboard, before Lisa made it to the door. Where did you go? OMG, my mom is so ridiculous. There have been a few murders of girls in our area. Like, not super close. Well, one was kind of close. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Yeah, well, I guess the police think maybe they were chatting with people on the internet. Like, maybe the killer targeted them and lured them out to meet in real life, then killed them. That's so fucked up. So your mom is worried that you could be targeted by this guy? I guess so, but it's so stupid. Like, I'm dumb enough to not realize that I'm talking to some perv. LOL. I have something to tell you. I'm actually a 28-year-old who's into underage girls. Haha, I know, right? It's so dumb. Also, I'm pretty sure my mom was drunk, so it's not like she even knows what she's talking about. Since we moved here, all she cares about is tennis and partying with her new friends. I don't know why she all of a sudden has any interest in what I'm doing. Well, if there's actually a killer on the loose where you are, that is pretty scary. Yeah, but what are the chances of him getting to me? The only people I talk to are my friends back home and you. And you're in New Mexico. Like you're going to get on a plane and come out here and kill me. LOL. Actually, I was thinking about coming to visit my cousin, who lives near you before school starts again. It would be cool if we could meet in person. Yeah, that would be cool. Speaking of cool, I just rewatched Beauty and the Beasts from Season 3. 12. I can't believe I thought I was washed up at 35. Mom of 2, 15 extra pounds of baby weight settled around my middle. The girls are growing and gaining independence, needing me less and less by the day. Starting a process that would eventually deprive me of the primary purpose from the time I was 23. The road ahead of me was one of watching my daughters go off and thrive without me, while I remained the ever-helpful woman behind a man who I suspected, but hadn't yet confirmed, was losing interest in me. What a difference a few years, or really even just a few weeks, can make. I feel alive, like I haven't since my 20s. More importantly, I feel seen. I'm no longer invisible, no longer a frumpy mom hiding her lumpy body in shapeless clothes. Men, including my husband, take in my long legs and tan skin with desire in their eyes. So typical. The more and more Michael catches on that I don't really give a fuck about him and what he thinks, the more interested he is in me, seeking me out, trailing me around the house, hoping to benefit from my newly ignited sex drive. I am vibrant and interesting, and people want to be my friend. I'm no longer the awkward girl in the corner trying to figure out how to fit in with people with whom I share nothing in common except for the fact that we have children the same age. I'm 38 now, and I've never felt hotter, never felt sexier. It's like everything in my life has been jump-started back to life. I was living on fumes for years, but now I'm receiving regular infusions of oxygen. There's something, a feeling, I can't name it, an awareness, an anticipation. I am on the precipice of something. My life is in the process of changing in dramatic and wonderful ways that I can't predict. If the last month and a half are anything to go by, it's going to be spectacular. Thank God Simone took me under her wing. I still don't know why she homed in on me, but I'm grateful for her, for seeing something interesting in me and worth knowing, for showing me that I can reinvent myself. I don't have to stay in the same role I settled into when I barely knew who I was. I can be new Lisa, cool Lisa, the Lisa everyone wants at their party. Becoming friends with Simone has changed my life. Entry from Lisa Newell's diary, August 5th, 1998. I don't understand why it's so important that I go to this thing with you, Michael protested. I don't understand why you're being such a jerk about it, Lisa snapped. Simone had invited them and 3 other couples from the tennis team for a Mediterranean-themed dinner party she was throwing at their house. Like everything with Simone, it was over the top and beyond anything Lisa could imagine doing herself. She had hired a professional decorator to set the mood and hired a chef to develop a menu that had Lisa drooling when she showed it to her. Simone's gone to a lot of trouble to plan everything down to the last detail. If you don't show up, the numbers will be off." "Ha, you mean Simone spent a lot of money to plan her silly little dinner? Not like she's in the kitchen slaving away." "That's rude. Just because she hired people to help doesn't mean she didn't put a lot of thought and time into it." Lisa would know, because she'd spent several hours over the last week watching Simone obsess over every last detail of the menu and the decor. Linen or damask for the napkins, branzino or tuna crudo for the fish course, bistro lights or fairy lights to be hung around the patio. And that was just the beginning. And she had me confirm again just yesterday that you would be back home in time to make it. Michael gave a heavy sigh. "I know, but I've barely slept in 3 days." His company was in the process of launching a new product that Michael claimed could potentially triple their business and position them for an IPO as early as next year. She had to admit he did look exhausted, heavy bags under his eyes and deeply carved lines on either side of his mouth. "Come on, I agreed to meet up with Kyle and Nadia. Why can't you do me the same courtesy and have dinner with my friends?" "Meeting us at the club for a couple of hours after tennis is not the same thing as committing to an hours-long dinner when I'm totally wiped out," Michael snapped. Lisa's jaw clenched at the surge of rage that swelled in her chest. Throughout their marriage, she had been so careful to keep her needs small, to not ask for or expect too much, because Michael's work life always came first. "I've never asked you to do anything, and 2 weeks ago you said you would come." "That was before I knew this new product launch would be a total clusterfuck." He ran a frustrated hand through his hair. "Right. I guess you always have an excuse for not keeping your commitments to me." She turned and started for the phone. "I'll call Simone and tell her it's just going to be me." Michael put a hand on her wrist before she could take the receiver out of the cradle. "Don't," he sighed. "I'm sorry. I'll go. It's just been a long week, and I'm not in the mood to make small talk with all the other husbands." "So don't talk," she said, still a little snippy. She shouldn't have to throw a mini fit to get her husband to go to a dinner party with her. "All of those guys talk enough for everyone. Now go get dressed. Simone wants us all wearing resort chic." She ignored Michael as he muttered, "What the fuck does that mean?" under his breath, and retreated to her side of the walk-in closet. The cerulean dress with white flowers had an airy, faintly Grecian feel as it draped to just above her knees. She touched up her makeup with bronzer and gold highlighter on her cheekbones, nose, and eyelids until she glowed like she'd just come off a Mediterranean cruise. She pulled her hair into a high ponytail and accessorized with gold filigree dangling earrings and a heavy gold cuff bracelet. Gold gladiator-style sandals that Simone had helped her pick out at the nearby Nordstrom completed her look. "You look nice," Michael said softly as he came up behind her. She barely suppressed an eye roll when she saw his reflection in the mirror. His take on resort chic was straight from their summer trips to Cape Cod, similar to what he'd worn to Simone's 4th of July barbecue. Light blue Vineyard Vines shorts, printed with pink whales, paired with a button-front shirt in a hue that perfectly matched the whales. On his feet were topsiders with no socks. "I look like I'm going to Santorini, and you look like you're going to Kennenbunkport," she snarked. His mouth pulled into an irritated grimace. "Do you want me to change?" "We don't have time," she snapped as she looked at her watch. Simone had said to come at 7. It was already past 5. "Let me go tell Zoe that we're leaving, and then we need to go." Zoe didn't know how long her mother was knocking before it registered over the Smiths piping into her noise-canceling headphones. Judging from the irritated look on her mother's face, she guessed it had been more than a few seconds. "I'm really starting to regret getting you those damn things." She gestured to the headphones Zoe had hooked around her neck. "You're more oblivious to the world with those things on than you already were." Zoe shrugged. "Well, before you got them for me, you were always complaining that my music was too loud. So it's one or the other. Did you need something?" She didn't miss the flash of irritation mingled with hurt in her mother's eyes at her snappish tone. She felt a tiny pang of guilt as she fidgeted with the Celtic knot hanging below her throat. She couldn't seem to shake herself from this state of near constant irritation with her parents, or with everything in life for that matter. "I just wanted to let you know that we're headed over to Simone's for dinner. I picked up that salad that you like from the club for your dinner." "Thanks," she said, excitement pooling in her stomach at what the night had in store. "What time will you be home?" "Early," her dad called up from the bottom of the stairs. Her mother's lip curled into an irritated sneer. "Don't listen to him. I wouldn't expect us home before 11. "Okay, have fun." Zoe begrudgingly let her mother wrap her arms around her and give her a kiss on the cheek. The familiar scent of her Clinique Happy perfume flooded her nostrils. She felt a pang of nostalgia, the smell taking her back to a time when she was, like her mother's perfume, happy. "You look nice," she said when Lisa released her and Zoe looked at her outfit. Lisa's startled smile of delight and effusive thank you struck her as slightly pathetic. God, you'd think no one ever gave her mother a compliment in her life. "Love you, sweetie," Lisa said and gave her another quick hug. "Love you too," she mumbled and closed the door behind her mother's retreating back. She waited until she heard the sound of the garage door opening and the car driving away, then sat back at her keyboard and began furiously typing. "They just left. They'll be gone for at least a few hours. Can you get here soon?" Her heart felt like it was going to beat out of her chest as she watched the cursor flash on the screen, waiting for Xander Boy. No, he'd told her recently his real name was Jordan. "If we're going to meet in person, we should know each other's names," he'd pointed out when he'd confirmed his plan to come out from New Mexico to visit his cousin, who lived in nearby Redwood City. He'd just arrived a few days ago, and Zoe had been trying to figure out a time when they could meet. Her parents' outing was the perfect opportunity. Normally, she wouldn't have worried so much about keeping this meeting a secret. Her parents barely paid attention to her, other than to check on her a couple times a day. And given all of their complaining about how she spent all of her time in her room on the computer, they would probably be thrilled at the thought of her leaving the house to meet a new friend. But after her mom's weird freakout about her talking to strangers online, she knew her mom would not be okay with this situation. And since Zoe never left the house other than for the 4th of July barbecue, there was no plausible lie she could tell to explain how she met someone. And since she wasn't going to let anything mess up the opportunity to meet Jordan for real, she had to keep it a secret. She waited for what felt like ages, but was really only a few minutes for Jordan to reply. "I can be there in about an hour and a half. Send me your address." Her stomach roiled with nerves as she keyed it in. "Okay, I'll plug it into MapQuest and see you soon. I'll be in my cousin's silver Honda Civic." "I'll meet you at the bottom of the driveway." Once again, Simone had outdone herself. Even though Lisa had offered her opinion on the decor and the food, she couldn't have imagined how it all came together. As they walked through the main house across the lawn to the pool deck, they were greeted by the sound of exotic instrumental music piping through the outdoor speaker system. A sheer silk tent had been erected over the large round table next to the pool. The table was set with beautifully patterned Santorini blue and white dishes and heavy silver flatware. Delicious scents emanated from the kitchen of the pool house, where the catering staff from Avia, a local Michelin-starred Greek restaurant, was busy putting the last touches on their meal. Lisa and Michael were the last to arrive. Simone and Stephen, Rita and Jim, Rebecca and Daniel, and Jessica and Kevin were all in a semicircle around the outdoor bar. As usual, the men were all clumped together on one side, the women on the other. Everyone seemed to be at least halfway through their first cocktail or glass of wine. "Finally!" Simone exclaimed when Lisa greeted her with a little wave. "I was wondering what was holding you up." Lisa bit back the urge to protest that it was only 7:15, and they were well within the realm of fashionably late. In any case, Simone didn't seem genuinely irritated, and pulled her in for a hug and a kiss as though she hadn't seen her earlier that day. "You look gorgeous," she said as she eyed Lisa up and down, then reached for Michael to welcome him with a hug and a firm kiss on his cheek. "So do you," Lisa said, and it wasn't just flattery. With her hair styled in intricate braids that culminated in a long, curled ponytail that cascaded over one shoulder, and her makeup looking professionally done, her friend looked even more stunning than usual. Combined with her white Grecian-style silk dress that hung from her delicate shoulders and showed off her long, tanned legs, Simone looked like an advertisement for travel and leisure. Looking at the other women, Lisa realized they had similarly gone all out in the hair and makeup department. She self-consciously smoothed her simple ponytail and resisted the urge to reach into her small wrist bag to put on another coat of lipstick. Stephen, who was in a loose white linen shirt and khaki shorts, his thick salt and pepper hair artfully tousled, gave off the ultimate man of leisure vibe. All of the other husbands were similarly dressed. Michael, straight out of the preppy handbook, stood out like a sore thumb. Fortunately, he didn't seem to care, and neither did the other husbands. So Lisa decided to let it go as Steve pulled her in for a firm hug. She tried to ignore the little tingle that shot through her as his hand rested in the curve of her back, just above her ass, and his friendly kiss that landed a little too close to the corner of her lips. The sun had just started to dip behind the hills, its warm light imparting a golden, magical glow on everything. As Stephen went to fetch her a chilled glass of white wine, a Greek variety that he and Simone had enjoyed in Santorini, he made a point to tell her, Lisa marveled at how things were so different than they were a year ago. Last summer, she'd spent the weeks that Zoe and Ashley were at camp trying to fill the empty hours. While many people at Michael's office slowed down in the summer and rented houses on the vineyard or traveled with their families, Michael's schedule never eased up. The best he could squeeze in was a 1-week trip to the Cape at the tail end of the summer after the girls got home from camp. Of course, at the time she hadn't realized that a large part of Michael's motivation for spending long hours at the office was because he had started an affair with a new paralegal several months before. At the time, she'd felt like an afterthought, an accessory whose only purpose was to raise Michael's children and make sure that his home life ran smoothly. Michael was the star of the show. She was a mere sidekick. Now, she felt like the star. She was the one with the cool friends, scoring invites to fancy dinner parties and over-the-top barbecues. As she sipped her wine and chatted to Rita and Jessica about their upcoming match, a caterer in a white linen shirt and pants offered up a variety of appetizers. She tasted stuffed grape leaves, grilled octopus, and cheesy, flaky spanakopita. Each bite was more delicious than the last. When she looked over at Michael to see how he was faring, she had to stifle an eye roll at the dusting of phyllo crumbs decorating the front of his shirt. "Don't fill up on too much appetizers, because Nico has put together an amazing menu for us, complete with a wine pairing," Simone called over the din of music and conversation. She directed them over to the table, where everyone took their place indicated by a beautifully handwritten place card. The couples were all seated next to each other, a departure from normal when the men and the women tended to clump together in gendered groups. "Simone, this is all so beautiful," Jessica said. Everyone else nodded and echoed her praise. Stephen raised his glass of wine in a toast. "Here's to Simone, the most gifted hostess in Oak Valley." They all clinked glasses as the caterer began serving the first course. "Here you have a trio of meze, or appetizers," he said, indicating the 3 small bowls filled with small amounts of what looked like different dips. "On the left, you have your zucchini fritter. In the middle, you have your keftedes, which is our Greek meatball. And on the right, kefalograviera, or sheep's milk cheese. We have some fresh pita to go with it. To pair, we are pouring an assyrtiko from Santorini." The appetizer trio was followed by a gorgeous whole-roasted sea bass with olives and potatoes. Another white wine, a delicious debina, was the perfect complement. While Lisa had accompanied Michael to many business dinners at some of the finest restaurants in the Boston area over the years, She couldn't remember ever having such a luxurious dining experience. After the fish came delicious herb-crusted lamb chops and one of the most gorgeous red wines Lisa had ever tasted. The conversation flowed with the wine, and she was pleased to hear Michael's lively discussion with Stephen about the exploding commercial real estate market thanks to the internet boom. Apparently, Michael had gotten over his initial negative reaction to her friend's husband. As she sipped her wine and chatted with her amazing new friends, she couldn't imagine a more perfect night. She finished the last mouthful of her Zino Mavro as the server cleared her plate. When the server came to her, Simone motioned for him to bend down so she could say something. He nodded and straightened. "I don't know about you all," Simone said, "but I'm stuffed to the gills after all of Nico's amazing food. I was thinking we could enjoy aperitifs around the fire pit for a bit before we serve dessert." Zoe spent nearly an hour applying and reapplying her makeup and tearing her closet apart, trying to figure out what to wear. Was that too much eyeliner? Jordan knew she went with the goth look and said he was cool with it, but maybe she shouldn't overdo it. She pulled on a clean black, long-sleeved t-shirt and black jeans, but maybe she should wear something other than her day-to-day uniform, seeing as this was a special occasion. Stop being such an idiot. Like, for all you know, he could end up looking like a total troll. She hoped not. Even though she and Jordan had formed what she felt was a true and deep friendship, despite never having laid eyes on each other, she wasn't sure even that depth of connection would be enough to compensate if he turned out to be really ugly. Yes, she was shallow, but so was the rest of the world. She slipped on a pair of black Oxfords and went downstairs and out the front door. The evening air was surprisingly cool, given that the day had been so hot. Back in Brookline, they'd had central air conditioning to cope with the summer heat and humidity. Here, she suffered through the heat with a box fan in her window, blowing hot air around her room. She heard her parents arguing about whether or not to pony up the money to get AC here. Her mom was strongly in favor, but her dad was balking, which was totally unfair considering he spent the hottest parts of the day at his office, which was fully climate-controlled. But now she wasn't hot, far from it, as she felt goosebumps prickle on her arms. Back east on a day as hot as it had been here, it would still be 80 degrees and 90% humidity. She toyed nervously with her necklace as she thought about going back in to grab a sweater. Then she saw the glow of headlights approaching the bottom of her driveway. She didn't want to leave Jordan waiting. Heart in her throat, she hurried to the bottom of the steep driveway as he pulled the car to a stop. She walked around to the passenger side, opened the door, and slid in. The dome light didn't go on when she opened the door, and since Oak Valley didn't have any street lights, Jordan was only a shadowy figure in the car next to her. "Hey," she said, her voice a little shaky. "It's nice to finally meet you in person." "Nice to meet you, too," he said as he pulled the nose of the car into the driveway, then turned the car towards the entrance to her street. A kernel of unease unfurled in her stomach as she registered his large, masculine presence. Even in the meager light offered by the dashboard, he didn't have the frame of a teenager. He was tall, taller than she expected, broad-shouldered and muscular. "Where are we going?" She could see a flash of white teeth in the dim light as he turned the car onto the main road toward the highway. "Someplace fun." The unease in the pit of her stomach spread its tentacles to her chest, squeezing around her heart and lungs until it got hard to breathe. "You know, I'm actually not feeling very well. I think you should take me back home." "Not happening." Her mother's warnings screamed through her brain. The police think maybe she was communicating with her murderer online. "No, I mean it. Take me home. I don't want to go with you." She clicked off her seatbelt and reached for the door handle, uncaring that the car was going over 40 miles an hour. She tugged at the handle, but it wouldn't open. He let out a laugh that sent fresh chills down her spine. "You can keep trying, but with the child locks on it, it will only open from the outside." "Let me out!" Her screams filled the close confines of the car as she leaned over to punch and hit at his arms. The sharp blow of his elbow against the side of her head stunned her into silence. As she struggled to get her wits back, she cried, "What are you doing? Where are you taking me?" His voice, when he answered, dripped with pure evil, turning her blood to ice in her veins. "I'm going to show you what happens to spoiled little bitches who can't stop complaining about their perfect fucking lives." The air filled with sounds of chairs scraping against stone as everyone rose from Simone's beautifully decorated dinner table. As Lisa started over towards the massive fire pit surrounded by plush outdoor sofas, Simone stayed her with a hand on her arm. "I'm going to go powder my nose," she said with a sly smile. "Care to join me?" Lisa felt that familiar tingle of anticipation and nodded eagerly. Jessica and Rebecca followed them into the pool house, where they all piled into a bathroom that could have been in a 5-star hotel. Simone took a little vial, mirror, straw, and a credit card out of the small purse she'd grabbed off of one of the chairs inside the pool house. She dumped the cocaine onto the mirror and cut it quickly and efficiently into 4 equal lines. When it was her turn, Lisa took the straw and inhaled deeply, savoring the now familiar rush. Their sniffs echoed off the marble as they dabbed their noses. Simone used her finger to wipe up the residue from the mirror and rubbed it against her gums like she was starring in Less Than Zero. Lisa dabbed her nose with a tissue and peered at herself in the mirror to make sure her nose wasn't too red. All of the women did a similar mirror check, and then they went back out to gather around the fire pit. The caterer brought over plates of honey-soaked baklava and glasses of a Greek Vinsanto. With her appetite curbed in her buzzy high state, Lisa barely touched her dessert. As she sipped her wine, flanked on either side by Stephen and Michael, she felt the warm weight of Stephen's palm on her thigh. "Are you having a good time?" he asked. "Of course," she said with a slightly manic giggle. "I always have a good time with you and Simone." "Good." He smiled and gave her thigh a little squeeze. An electric thrill shot through her, and she snuck a glance at Michael to see if he was paying attention. His gaze was focused on Stephen's hand resting on her leg. Judging by the deep lines bracketing his mouth, he didn't like it one bit. Lisa felt another thrill at his obvious displeasure. How does it feel now that the shoe is on the other foot? Despite the pleasure she felt at that little bit of payback, she didn't want to start any trouble. As casually as she could, she shifted closer to Michael, dislodging Stephen's hand in the process. She clinked her wine glass against Michael's, and he gave her a hard look as he took a sip. Lisa pretended not to notice. As the wine continued to flow, the conversation grew louder and more raucous. By the time the caterers cleared the last of the dishes and made their exit, Simone had cranked up the music and Stephen took the cover off the jacuzzi. Rita came and sat down next to Michael and placed a familiar hand high on his thigh. "Michael, how come I barely ever see you when Lisa and I are at the club?" Michael's Adam's apple bobbed in his throat as he swallowed. I've been really slammed at work since we moved here. I don't have the free time Lisa has for playing tennis and drinking margaritas." Through her booze and coke haze, Lisa felt a flash of irritation. Rita's loud laugh cut her off before she could stab back at him. "We do enjoy ourselves quite a bit." She looked at Michael from under her lashes and bit her lip. Lisa couldn't see what her hand was doing, but whatever it was made Michael jump from the couch, spilling his wine in the process. "Whoops, guess that's our cue to go," he said tightly and reached for Lisa's hand. "Come on, it's getting late." Lisa tugged it away. "It's not even 10 yet. I'm not ready to leave." "Lisa, come on. It's time for us to go." She shrugged. "You can leave if you want." He reached down and wrapped his hand around her wrist. "Can I talk to you in private, please?" He gritted through clenched teeth. Lisa could feel everyone's attention drifting their way. She reluctantly stood and let Michael lead her into the pool house. "What the hell, Michael?" she snapped as soon as he shut the door behind them. "Why are you acting like such a jerk?" "I'm not acting like a jerk. I'm just getting a very weird feeling about where this night is headed, and I want to get out of here before things take a turn." "I don't know what you're talking about." "Are you kidding me? You don't think it's weird that Rebecca's husband stripped down to his boxers and is in the hot tub with Simone and is massaging her feet? And Jesus Christ, I'm pretty sure Rita just tried to grab my dick. She's just being friendly. Right, like Stephen was being friendly, rubbing your leg while I sat right next to you? He's an affectionate guy. If you actually hung out with all of us more, you'd know that. She felt a faint trickle coming from one nostril, just as Michael pointed out that she had a bloody nose. She swore and rushed to grab a paper towel, dabbing her nose frantically to keep the blood from staining her dress. She squeezed the bridge of her nose and saw Michael staring, his brow furrowed pensively. What's going on here? He gestured towards her face. She shrugged and took the paper towel away to see if the bleeding had stopped. It's probably the dry air. I'm used to more humidity. He shook his head, eyes narrowing. There's something else going on. Your eyes are glassy. I've been drinking wine all night, she snapped. She gave her nose a final wipe and threw the soiled paper towel away. No, there's something else. I've known you for over 15 years. I know what you're like when you've been drinking. This is different. You're not mellow like you are when you drink. You're edgy. I'm edgy because you're pissing me off, she snapped and started towards the door. I was having a really good time with my friends, and now you're trying to ruin it. He caught her before she could open the door. Tell me what's going on here, he said. Nothing. Her gaze flickered to the floor as she was unable to hold his probing stare. You know you're a terrible liar. Her cheeks heated with rage as her eyes snapped back to his. No, I don't share your advanced skills. His jaw tightened. So tell me the truth. She shrugged. It's just a little coke. His jaw dropped and he physically recoiled. Coke? As in cocaine? He shouted. Why are you making such a big deal about it? Why? He sputtered. It's a big deal because you're a 38-year-old mother of two, not Vince Neil. He shook his head. Nadia and Kyle tried to warn me about this crowd. They said there were some shady things going on. I didn't want to say anything because you seem so happy since you started hanging out with them. You're right. I have been happy. A lot happier than I've been in a long time. Well, I think you need to take a step back from them. They're clearly not a good influence. He gave a disdainful sniff. Not a good influence? I'm a grown woman, not a teenager. I make decisions for myself. Well, you're obviously not making good decisions around these people, as evidenced by your doing coke in the bathroom tonight. We're leaving right now, and you're going to take a break from this crowd. He reached again for her arm, and she jerked away. Who do you think you are? My father? My boss? I'm your wife, Michael. You can't just order me around. He rolled his eyes and raked his hand through his hair. I'm not trying to boss you around, but if you really cared about me and our marriage... How fucking dare you accuse me of not caring about you and our marriage? Did you care when you were fucking Catherine on your desk all those months? She bellowed. No, but then you don't care about anybody but yourself, and that's what this is really about, isn't it? For the first time in nearly 16 years, I'm not 100% focused on you and what makes you happy and what makes your life easier. You can't stand for me to have something for myself, that I'm paying attention to someone who isn't you. You can't stand to see me happy about something other than you, and now you want to take it away from me. He shook his head, his lip curled in a sneer. I can see you're way too fucked up to be reasonable about this. You want to stay here and party with your new druggy friends? Fine. I'm going home. He walked out of the pool house and slammed the door behind them. Lisa stood trembling as adrenaline raced through her body. Her breath came in shallow, shaky pants as she tried to remember the last time she'd yelled at Michael like that. Had she ever flat out screamed at him like that? She didn't think so, not even when she'd discovered his affair. Then she'd crumpled to the floor like she'd been shot with a harpoon and had felt like she'd been walking around wounded until she moved out here and was taken under Simone's wing. As though she'd conjured her, Simone entered the pool house and immediately rushed over and took Lisa in her arms. Are you okay? Oh my God, you're shaking like a leaf. What was that all about? She let out a sound that was half laugh, half sob. He didn't like it when I admitted I did some coke in the bathroom. Simone took a step back to give Lisa a look. I didn't realize he was that uptight. Lisa shook her head and let out an exasperated huff. He doesn't think a, quote, 38-year-old mother of two should be behaving this way. Simone made a scoffing sound of her own. What did you say to that? I told him I'm a grown woman and I can do whatever I want. And so he left. It was a slightly abridged version, but she didn't want to get into Michael's view of Simone and her crowd as a bad influence on her. Not only because she didn't want to rehash it, but because there was a tiny voice in the back of her brain whispering that Michael might be right. Ugh, I'm all amped up now. I need another drink to calm down. She started for the refrigerator, but Simone stayed her with a slender, manicured hand on her forearm. I've got something even better. She reached in her pocket and took out a little baggie. Lisa shook her head and put up her hand. I can't do any more coke tonight. I'm too wired already. It's not coke. Simone shook her head with a smile. On closer inspection, Lisa saw that it was full of little pills, not powder. It's X. Ecstasy? She said in response to Lisa's puzzled frown. Isn't that what all the ravers and club kids do? Seems like a lot for a Saturday in suburbia. Simone shook her head. Yeah, it's great in a club, but it's almost more fun to do when you're just hanging around the house. It makes everything look better, feel better. It opens you up and relaxes you like nothing else in the world. The tiny voice that agreed with Michael gave the idea of taking another illegal drug tonight a hard no. But the voice of curious party girl Lisa, the one who was really enjoying this second adolescence, urged her to try it. Just once, just to see what it feels like. And it goes great with coke, Simone added. She opened the bag and placed a pill in Lisa's palm. Lisa started to bring it to her mouth, then hesitated. Aren't you going to have some? Oh, honey. Simone reached out and ran her hand down Lisa's bare arm, her palm lingering longer than seemed normal. We've all already had some. We were hoping you and Michael would come back out and join the party. I guess you'll just have to settle for me. Lisa placed the pill in her mouth and swallowed it dry. Give it a little bit, and you should start to feel it kick in. She took Lisa by the hand and led her back outside. Steve was sprawled on a couch next to the fire pit. Rebecca and Rita's husband Jim were in the hot tub. Jessica, her husband Kevin, and Rebecca's husband Daniel were nowhere to be seen. Lisa sat next to Stephen while Simone went to the bar to refresh their wine glasses. When she returned, she sat on the other side of Stephen and snuggled into him. The fire looks so amazing, she said in a dreamy voice. Look at all the colors. Lisa sipped at her wine as Simone and Stephen oohed and awed at the flames, not seeing anything that was particularly special. Then, after a few minutes, she started to see what they were getting at. It was as though everything came into sharp focus, yet had a magical quality. Her body felt warm, languid, like she was liquid mercury forming and reforming. The couch cushions were soft against her back, and she was hyper-aware of the fabric of her dress against her skin. She felt the pressure of a big hand on her thigh, sliding its way up under her skirt. She felt at once incredibly attuned with every sensation, yet apart from her brain and body. Warm lips traced the side of her neck. Her eyes drifted closed as she felt a surge of arousal. She was vaguely aware of a voice in the back of her head warning her off, telling her to stop before she crossed a line she could never uncross. It faded away in an onslaught of sensation as the hand on her thigh moved between her legs, and another big hand covered her breast. She opened herself to every sensation, sinking into a dreamlike state where reality didn't exist and nothing else mattered. Lisa, wake up! Lisa felt like she was surfacing from the deep end of the pool, Michael's voice muffled and blurred. She was aware of hands on her shoulders in an almost painful grip, shaking her hard as she struggled to peel her eyelids open. "I'm awake," she tried to say as Michael's face slowly came into focus, but it came out more like, "I'm fake." He released her shoulders, and she looked around the room, uncertain at first where she was and how she had gotten there. Then the walls of the guest room, with its Laura Ashley floral wallpaper and sage green bedding, registered. "What time did you even get home last night?" "This morning," she mumbled as she pushed herself up to rest against the headboard. She looked at the bedside clock and saw that it was after 11. She'd been home about 5 hours then. "Jesus, you look like shit." Disgust pulling at his features. "What the hell happened after I left?" Flashes of memory, like scenes in a movie, darted across her brain, telling Simone about their fight, Simone hugging her and handing her the pill. More hands on her, her dress slipping off as she moved to a dark corner as others slipped off to their own dark corners. She swallowed against a surge of nausea. She couldn't have. But her body was achy and abraded in places and in ways that were undeniable. You know what? I don't even care. It's not important. What's important is that I just went to check on Zoe, and she's not in her room." Lisa shook her head, as though that could clear out the cobwebs from last night's ill-advised activities. "Maybe she went out." "You think our daughter, who barely leaves her room, went out early enough that neither of us would be awake to hear her?" "But she was here when you got home last night, right?" Worry-fueled adrenaline surged through her and powered her out of bed. She took a deep breath, told herself to keep calm, reminded herself that there were so many more likely explanations than the worst-case scenario that sprang immediately to mind. Michael's lips pulled tight, and the lines bracketing his mouth area even deeper. "I didn't check on her when I got back last night." "What? Why not?" "Because I was in a bad mood, and I just assumed she was in her room like always." His voice grew louder with every syllable. "I was going to check on her before I went to bed, but I fell asleep in front of the TV. By the time I woke up, it was so late, I didn't want to disturb her." "But why didn't you check on her as soon as you got home? I always look in on her, even if it's just to let her know." "Oh, yeah. Get mad at me when you didn't even stagger home until God knows when after doing God knows what." Guilt joined the anxiety roiling in her gut as she lurched out of the guest room and down the hall. She tried to hurry but felt like she was moving through quicksand. She reached Zoe's door to see that it was wide open. Lisa stepped into the bedroom and saw that it was in its usual state of casual disarray. The full-size bed was unmade, the sheets rumpled. What looked like half of Zoe's mostly black wardrobe lay in piles next to her dresser and closet. Her windows were open, and the box fan propped in one of them stirred the warm summer air that blew in. The low hum of the computer, left on in Zoe's absence, filled the room. Lisa's gaze darted frantically around the room, looking for something, anything to offer an explanation or clue to her daughter's whereabouts. She went to her desk, empty but for the computer monitor, mouse, and mousepad. She opened all of the drawers, pawed through them, but there was nothing. No note, no explanation. She jiggled the mouse and brought the computer screen back to life. The login window to Zoe's AOL account was open. She could imagine Zoe sitting at her desk, the light from the screen illuminating her delicate features as she tapped away, chatting with her friends. Or was she chatting with a stranger? She knew with every cell of her body that her account held key information, but Lisa didn't have the slightest clue how to access it. "Can you log in? Do you have her password?" Michael said behind her. She shook her head, which was starting to pound, and swallowed hard. "I have no idea." "Why don't you have her password? How can you let her be on all day and not know her password?" "Why don't you know her password?" Lisa cried. "You're the one with all the computer knowledge. You know I barely even know how to read my email. Why am I supposed to know how to get into Zoe's account? You were as checked out on this as I was." "Because you're her mother, and it's your job to keep an eye on her and know these kinds of things," he yelled. The words hit her like a blow to the chest, all the more powerful because, as unfair as they were, she felt them to be true. Even though in theory they were two parents who should be equally sharing the responsibility for their daughter's safety, it had been Lisa on the front line from day one. Lisa, who could identify her daughters by the texture of their hair and the scent of their skin. Lisa, who knew that Zoe was terrified of spiders, and Ashley, who thought all rodents, even cute ones like squirrels and chipmunks, were horrifying creatures who would nibble her toes off if given the chance. It was Lisa who was so in tune she could tell when one of them was getting a cold just by a slight change in the tone of their voices. It was Lisa who everyone would blame if something happened while she was off partying with her friends. "We need to call the police," Michael said, his voice low and strangled sounding. Lisa nodded and mutely followed him downstairs. As she listened to him explain the situation to the police, she felt a weird, out-of-body feeling, as though she had floated to the ceiling and was watching this all happen to someone else. This couldn't be happening. This couldn't be her life. "They said a detective will be here soon," Michael said grimly as he hung up. Lisa barely heard him excuse himself to get cleaned up. She didn't so much sit as collapse into a kitchen chair and sat, almost catatonic, as hazy memories from last night ping-ponged against awful visions of what might be happening to Zoe. Don't get ahead of yourself. Don't catastrophize. Maybe she made an actual friend and went and got drunk like a typical teenager. Maybe she's at a new friend's house, hung over for the first time, afraid to come home because she thinks she'll be in trouble. "Please come home, baby," she pleaded aloud. "I won't be angry. I promise. I just want you to be safe." Her prayers were interrupted by the ringing of the doorbell. She went to answer and saw a no-nonsense-looking woman in her mid-40s, her dark wavy bob lightly threaded with gray. She was accompanied by a man in his early 30s, blond with a hearty Midwestern look. They both flashed their badges. "Mrs. Newell?" Lisa nodded and stepped back to let them in. She heard Michael's heavy footsteps approaching. "This is my husband, Michael," she said. "I'm Detective Navarro," the woman said. "This is my partner, Detective Norgren." They all shook hands, and the detectives followed Lisa and Michael through the entryway into the kitchen. They sat around the kitchen table, and Detective Navarro placed a small tape recorder on the table. "Is it okay to record this? I find it helps me keep track of the details better than if I rely solely on notes." "Sure," Michael said. Detective Norgren looked at Lisa, eyebrows raised, and she realized that it was her cue to answer as well. She nodded. Navarro pushed a button on the side of the recorder and said, "This is Detective Andrea Navarro with the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office. I'm here with Michael Newell and Lisa Newell on the matter of their daughter Zoe Newell, who they have reported missing. Michael, I would like you to please state your name and indicate that you consent to this recording." Michael did as he was asked. Lisa followed suit, wondering if her voice sounded as choked and strained on tape as it did to her own ears. Navarro led the questions. "When exactly did you discover your daughter was missing?" Michael shifted in his chair. "A little after 11 this morning. I went for an early bike ride, and when I got back, I realized I hadn't seen her since before we went out last night." "Is it normal for you to go that long without seeing her when she's home?" Michael shrugged. "She spends most of her time in her room. We just moved here about a month and a half ago, and Zoe wasn't happy about it, so she's been pretty cold to both of us." "I usually check in on her a few times a day," Lisa said. "Make sure she's eaten. Sometimes I try to get her to watch a movie or a TV show with me. Not so much lately, but I always check in with her a couple times a day." Navarro cocked an eyebrow at her. "Not last night, though? You said you went out?" Her gaze shifted to Michael, then back to Lisa. "You didn't check in when you got home?" "Lisa didn't come home," Michael bit out. "Not until this morning." Both Navarro and Nordgren's brows shot to their hairlines. Lisa felt blood rush to her face. embarrassment joining anxiety to churn in her stomach. "We had dinner at a friend's house. Michael and I had an argument and he left. I stayed and ended up having too much to drink, among other things. No one else was in a position to drive me, so I stayed in one of their guest rooms and walked home earlier this morning." "And you didn't check on your daughter then?" She shook her head mutely. "Have you called her friends? Maybe she went to spend the night and didn't tell you." "She doesn't have any friends here," Michael said with a mirthless laugh. "She spends all day, every day, on her computer, chatting online with her friends back east." The detectives shared a long look, and Lisa didn't miss the way the corners of Navarro's mouth pulled tight. "Do you think it's—" Lisa started, choking a little as though trying to keep from saying the words aloud. If she didn't say it, it wasn't possible. "Those other girls who they think might have been online, talking to their killers?" Navarro gave her a smile that might have been reassuring, but for the look of sad resignation in her eyes. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves. That being said, we have to consider all possibilities." Blood roared in her ears, and bile surged in her throat, as every cell in her body rebelled against the idea that her daughter could be in the clutches of a monster. She heaved herself up from her chair and staggered to the powder room off the kitchen. She draped herself over the toilet and heaved until nothing but green bile trickled into the toilet. She sat back against the wall and sobbed. She didn't know how much time had passed until she heard a knock on the door. "Lisa?" Michael said. "Are you okay? Are you able to continue with the detectives? I think it's important to give them as much information as we can, as soon as we can." Lisa pushed herself off the floor. "Give me a minute." She braced her hands against the sink and flinched at her reflection in the mirror. Makeup smeared, eyes bloodshot, and hair a rat's nest sticking out around her head. She turned on the faucet and splashed cold water on her face and smoothed her hair as best she could. She still looked like she'd been dragged through hell. "No," she thought, "I am in hell." Despite her efforts not to go to the worst-case scenario, she knew in her bones she had entered a nightmare, and it was only going to get worse from here. 13. Ash, 25 years later. By the time Ash Newell pulled up in front of the store, Rachel was already out front, waiting for Ash to open up. She slammed her Prius into park and turned off the ignition. Though her assistant manager's expression was impatient, Ash took a few seconds to close her eyes and take 5 deep inhales and exhales, centering herself before she opened the store for the day. Moonstone was a place for her patrons to recenter and reset their energy. If she started the day frenetic and frantic, she risked mucking up the energy for the entire day. And since this week in July was one of the busiest for her little shop in the downtown area of Carmel by the Sea, she wanted every aspect of the ambiance and energy of the shop to be on point to maximize seasonal profits. "I'm so sorry I'm late," she said, striving to hold on to the calm she'd momentarily achieved in the car in the face of Rachel's obvious annoyance. It was a little after 9, and already the street was crowded with tourists strolling as they sipped coffee from the bakery next door, totes slung over their shoulders as they made their way to the beach to claim a spot on the sand. "I've been here for almost 20 minutes already," Rachel sniped. "Why didn't you call or answer my text?" she asked as Ash found the key to the store on her keychain and slid it into the lock. "I'm sorry," Ash repeated. She felt her jaw begin to clench and pushed her tongue against the roof of her mouth. "I spilled my green juice down the front of my dress, so I had to change, and you know I never take calls or look at texts when I'm driving." It was a safety issue, of course, but that wasn't Ash's real motivation for her strict do-not-disturb policy regarding her phone in the car. The real reason was for the quiet. The world felt so noisy all of the time, both outside and inside her head. Her car was like a magic, hermetically sealed bubble, where she could lose herself in her music and shut the rest of the world out for the 15 minutes or so that it took her to get from her bungalow to her store on Ocean Avenue. "You could have at least let me know you were going to be late," Rachel groused and started to step through the front door as Ash pushed it open. Ash stayed with her hand on her arm. "I apologize sincerely. By the time I realized I hadn't let you know I was going to be late, I was already on the road. Now, I understand that you're irritated, but I'm going to need you to transmute that energy into something more positive before you step over the threshold." She pointed to the sign above the door that read, "Good vibrations only." Rachel rolled her eyes, but couldn't stop the smile from quirking up the corner of her full lips. Ash knew Rachel thought she was weird, but she also knew that the now 19-year-old she had taken under her wing 2 summers ago and helped find better ways to deal with her anger and insecurities than drinking too much and acting out, benefited from the same weirdness. If someone had been able to do that for Ash at the same age, things might have gone much differently. Not that she had any complaints about where she was now, but she would have happily taken a smoother road to get here, given the choice. "I choose to think loving thoughts and bring forth peaceful energy." Rachel placed her hands in prayer position against the center of her chest, took a deep breath, and lifted her hands over her head. As she exhaled, she flicked her fingers forcefully away from her body, clearing out the negative energy. When she opened her hazel eyes, the irritation was gone. As Ash entered the store, she was greeted with the intoxicating aromas of incense and beautifully scented candles. It mixed with the smells of the books on topics like manifestation, cleansing your aura, and healing trauma with yoga and breathwork. Buddhist flags lined one wall, and shawls she had purchased in her travels to Bali and India were draped over every surface. It was a small space, only 400 or so square feet, including her tiny office, storage closet, and powder room. New age, woo-woo, hippy-dippy. All adjectives her father had used the first time he visited her store after she opened it. Whatever. She didn't expect her type A, workaholic, emotionally distant father, who never found a way to connect with her after, to understand how embracing her particular flavor of spirituality had saved her. She didn't need him to understand. All she cared about was that walking into the store felt like a warm hug, a safe space with only good vibes, good deeds, impenetrable to the evils of the outside world. She walked quickly to the back and put her tote in her office, then went to the front counter and drew a card from her affirmations deck. Today's read, "I trust that the universe is always guiding me in the right direction." Only then did she log into the point-of-sale system. They had a steady stream of traffic all morning, resulting in sales of crystals, jewelry, candles, and several decks of affirmation cards. By lunchtime, the display case of jewelry and crystals was depleted. Ash went to the storage closet next to her office and heard Rachel greet a customer who had entered. As Ash looked for the rose quartz, amethyst, and moonstone prayer bead bracelets she had recently ordered, she could hear the 2 women talking. She couldn't make out the specifics of the conversation, but she could pick up on the customer's enthusiastic and animated personality. The box she grabbed off of one of the shelves lining one wall held an assortment of crystal charms with various healing powers, but not the bracelets she needed to replenish. She reached for another box, lamenting her organizational skills, or lack thereof, when she heard Rachel call her name. "What's up?" she asked as she stood and turned in the direction of Rachel's voice. "Emily is here checking on her order of custom manifestation candles." Ash's brow furrowed as her mind drew a temporary blank. "Something about a bridesmaid's gift." "Oh, right." She followed Rachel out to greet Emily, a bubbly blonde who was wearing a wide-brimmed straw hat and a sheer pink chiffon cover-up over a white bikini. "Hi, I was just asking Rachel about the candles I ordered. We're heading back home tomorrow, and I was hoping to just throw them in my suitcase." "Unfortunately, they haven't come in yet." Ash's reply was met by a petulant frown. "But it's possible they might be delivered sometime today. Let me just check the tracking information. If it turns out they're not scheduled for delivery today, I'll ship them to you at no charge." "Well, you'll have to overnight them because I only have 2 days at home before my bachelorette trip," Emily snapped. Once again, Ash pressed the tip of her tongue to the roof of her mouth to stop her jaw from clenching. She took a deep breath, mentally sent love and light to Emily, who was no doubt stressed out from wedding planning and likely more short-tempered than usual. She excused herself to go to the office to check her email for the tracking information. As she went down the short hallway, she heard Rachel reassure Emily that the candles could be shipped directly to her destination if needed. She sat down at her desk, opened her email, and was greeted with an overflowing inbox. Most of it was marketing newsletters or from mailing lists she'd unwittingly subscribed to. She couldn't resist the compulsion to clean it out before searching for the candles' shipping information buried in the depths of her inbox. She scanned the headlines and deleted with ruthless efficiency. Tarot.com, Astrology Answers, Yoga Today. Delete, delete, delete. 23andMe. Her fingers hovered over the delete button to trash what she assumed was another invitation to participate in another one of their endless research studies. Since spinning in a vial and sending in her genetic information a few years ago, she only ever logged back in if they announced additional screening for genetic markers. Or, as in the case of this email, they sent an alert about new DNA relatives. She didn't quite understand her fascination with finding all of these distant cousins, second, third, fourth removed, scattered far and wide. It wasn't like she was trying to put together an extensive family tree. She had no intention of ever reaching out to them, and so far they were equally indifferent to her. She supposed if her life depended on providing an answer, she would say it had to do with losing half of her immediate family in the space of a year. That, combined with the fact that both her parents were only children, so there were no aunts or close cousins to fill the void, created a sense of disconnection Ash had spent the last 25 years trying to assuage. Something about knowing there were people out there connected to her by genetic material soothed her, took the edge off when she felt particularly alone in the world. She left the email with the subject, "You have 3 new DNA relatives," unopened in her inbox to go back to when she had a free moment. She tracked down Emily's candles, which were, Ash was happy to relay, scheduled for delivery sometime before 5 p.m. that evening. When Emily huffed about having to come back to pick them up, Ash offered to drop them off at her rental cottage on her way home. "Only if it's not too much trouble," Emily said insincerely. "None at all. Just a 5-mile drive in the opposite direction of her house during peak traffic." Ash felt the corners of her smile harden, then reminded herself there was no reason for her to rush home anyway. There was no one waiting for her. Not since Drew had moved out 4 months ago and taken his Australian shepherd Lucy with him. She shoved that thought out of her head before it could make her smile droop even more. Everything happens for a reason. When Drew left, that was the universe making room for someone even better to come into your life. After Emily left, Ash went back to the storage closet and rummaged around for half an hour before she was rewarded with the box of prayer bead bracelets she'd been looking for earlier. She helped a customer shop for a crystal pendant and advised her on which essential oils could help with fertility issues. She rang her up as Rachel arranged the bracelets in the glass display case, then wrote down the name and number for a Reiki healer the customer should try to see while she was in town. "I think you could really benefit from moving some of this energy around and creating an opening for that baby to come into your life." There was a steady stream of customers throughout the day, so it was nearly closing time before she went back to the office to check her email again. She did another round of scan and delete and responded to legitimate business inquiries. She clicked on the 23andMe email and watched the browser window open. She logged in and took a sip of her iced green tea as she waited for the page to load. What mystery cousin would be revealed this time? Becky R. from Duluth, a 4th cousin on her mom's side? Henry D. from Aurora, 5th cousin on her dad's side? The possibilities were endless. But the result that appeared when she clicked the link to see new DNA relatives was not a possibility she had considered. Madison C., 24, California. Likely half-sister on father's side. Ash recoiled, blinking furiously as if the text would change before her eyes. A half-sister? On her father's side? The glass of iced tea slipped from her grip. She barely heard it shatter on the floor above the roaring in her ears. A half-sister? 24 years old? Her stomach plunged to her feet as she struggled to absorb the implications. Soon after Zoe's murder, her father had gotten another woman pregnant. Her father, who played the long-suffering, cuckolded husband while his wife was vilified as a hard-partying slut in the press, had had an affair. While Ashley was grieving and traumatized by her sister's violent death, terrified as she witnessed her mother's descent into despair and addiction, her father was busy fucking someone else and getting her pregnant. Memories of that summer, memories she kept locked up tight, never to be revisited, came banging at the edges of her consciousness. She squeezed her eyes shut and put her hands over her ears, desperate to keep thoughts of that time at bay. She had learned over the years that it was the only way she kept herself together, to keep them locked up in a mental vault, never to be unpacked, never to be revisited. That was why she was so careful about keeping her life so small and quiet, to keep out anyone and anything that would trigger her to go back to that awful summer where tragedy piled upon tragedy and life as she knew it came to an abrupt and devastating end. But there was nothing she could do, no way to stop the memories from flooding in, of her sister, the last time Ashley saw her, the morning she left for camp. Zoe's pillow-mussed dark hair and pale skin as she roused herself to give her a half-hearted hug goodbye. Had she communicated with her killer later that day? Her stomach roiled at the thought, and she swallowed back a surge of bile. More images assaulted her in a grim montage of her mother, her face gaunt and haunted with grief, escaping her guilt and devastation with a combination of alcohol and pills that would prove deadly within a year. Of her father, whose grief manifested as anger, at the police, who didn't have a clue who the killer was, at his wife, who was so focused on partying and hooking up with her friend's husband that she didn't have a clue what was going on with her teenage daughter. And though he'd never said it, Ash suspected that he was also furious with her, for surviving, for serving as a constant reminder of everything he'd lost. Ash felt like she was being crushed under a giant slab of concrete. Her vision tunneled, and her lungs seized in her chest. Her heart throbbed in a frantic, irregular rhythm as her vision began to darken. "Ash! Ash!" Rachel's voice sounded like it was coming from underwater as she held Ash by the shoulders and gave her a little shake. "Are you okay? What's happening?" Ash tried to explain that she was having a panic attack. The first time it had happened in her early 20s, she'd been convinced she was having a heart attack. When she went to form the words to reply to Rachel, she found that she could barely open her mouth. Another fun side effect of her panic attacks. "Are you having a seizure? Do you need me to call 911? Ash managed a quick shake of her head and took a sharp, shaky breath. Her lips were puckered tightly, but she was able to grunt out, "Panic attack." Rachel, who Ash knew had her own experience with anxiety and panic attacks, gave a sigh of relief. She knelt down so she was at Ash's eye level. "Okay, look at me." Ash focused on Rachel's thickly lashed hazel eyes. She tried to clear her mind of anything other than what was right in front of her. The flecks of gold in Rachel's irises, the ring of dark green around the edges, the dusting of freckles across her nose. "Deep breath," Rachel said, and took Ash's hands as she modeled a deep inhale. Ash's wasn't as deep, but she could feel the invisible binding around her chest loosen. Within a few minutes, her heart rate had slowed to a manageable pace, and she was able to breathe deeply enough that she was no longer afraid of losing consciousness. "Better?" Rachel said. Ash nodded. "I'm sorry about that. It's been years since I've had one that bad. Do you know what triggered it? Only a reminder of the worst time of my life. She felt her heart seize and shoved the thoughts away before they could gain traction and send her spiraling once again. She shook her head. I don't know. It kind of came out of nowhere. I hate how that can happen. 1 minute you're fine. The next your brain is like, we're about to get eaten by a bear, Rachel said. Ash gave a weak chuckle. Did you need me for something? It's almost 6. I wanted to check if you need me to stay after closing. Ash tried to think if there was anything she needed help with, but her brain felt like a pile of mush. You can go ahead and take off. Rachel stood, hesitating. Are you sure you'll be okay by yourself? Ash nodded with the confidence she didn't feel. Yeah, the worst has passed. I have a few more things to take care of, and then I'll close up. Rachel gave her a quick hug and grabbed her purse from the hook on the back of the door. As soon as she left, Ash turned her focus back to her computer screen. Memories buzzed, trying to wheedle their way back in. This time she was able to shut them out, to slam the steel door she kept shut tight between her past and present. That was the only way to get through her days and nights. She couldn't let anything from that time in her life touch her, especially not a surprise half-sister who added a whole new layer of ick to already horrific circumstances. She read through the site to figure out how to delete her account and disappear herself from the database. She prayed it wasn't too late to cover her tracks, to keep herself hidden from a sister who might seek her out. 14. Madison. Madison Culligan wrinkled her nose as she pushed through the front door of the Redwoods Senior Living Center. No matter how many windows they opened to air the place out, or how many bouquets of fresh flowers they placed around the common areas to freshen things up, they could never quite cover up the underlying scent of antiseptic and the distinctive musk of elderly bodies that didn't shower quite often enough. She signed in at the front desk and exchanged pleasantries with Nadine, who was working the reception desk on this bright summer morning. She tried to visit her father early in the day, as he was always in his most lucid. She walked briskly down the hall toward the memory care wing. She gave the door to his one-bedroom apartment a gentle tap and waited until the nurse who was with him called for her to come in. She had learned the hard way to always knock before entering. No young woman in her 20s should ever have to see her elderly, Alzheimer's-stricken father getting a sponge bath without a heads up. "Look who's here to see you," Cynthia, one of her father Steve's favorite nurses, said in a sing-song voice, as though speaking to a child. Madison hid her wince. She hated seeing her father, who had been so big and strapping, the kind of man who commanded any room he walked into, being treated like a toddler. She pasted a smile on her face and walked over, ignoring his befuddled expression, as she bent and gave him a kiss on the cheek. "Who are you?" he said when she straightened. The first time he had asked that question, it had been like a dagger in the heart. Even though she knew when he was diagnosed with early-onset Alzheimer's, he would one day decline to the point where he would no longer recognize even his immediate family, she still didn't really believe that he would forget her. Not Daddy's girl, the apple of his eye, the surprise daughter born 15 years after he assumed he and Madison's mother, Simone, were done having children. Surely he couldn't forget her. "I'm your daughter, Madison," she replied, as she always did. Every time she did, it hurt a little less. "Daughter?" he said with a smile. He turned to Cynthia. "I have a daughter." He said it like it was the most wondrous thing in the world. "And isn't she so beautiful?" Madison forced a smile and gave Cynthia a knowing look. "Thank you, Daddy." It was when he said things like that when she thought that maybe deep down in some reptilian part of his brain he did still remember her. Because while her father had told her she was the most beautiful girl in the world every day of her childhood, she knew she was a 6 at best, 7 if she really went all out with makeup and the hair. Only a father who adored his daughter would be blind to her too long nose and big blue eyes that were set a hair too far apart. "I brought you something," she said and reached into her tote, past the rectangular box that had actually inspired her visit today and pulled out a bag of homemade cookies. Oatmeal scotchies. Those are my favorite cookies. He reached eagerly for the bag, but was intercepted by Cynthia. Only a couple for now, she admonished as she took 2 from the bag and handed them to her father. You have to watch your sugars. Everybody's always bossing me around, he grumbled. But all traces of irritation melted away at the first bite of the chewy oatmeal cookie studded with butterscotch-flavored chips. Our housekeeper Jean always made these for me when I was growing up. I'd get home from school and her son Chris and I would have cookies and milk, and then go play basketball or ride bikes for hours. As he ate the cookies, he told her a rambling story of all the shenanigans he and Chris had gotten up to in their childhood and teenage years. Of course, she had heard them all before, multiple times. It still broke her heart a little, the way he remembered someone from his past in such vivid detail. But he couldn't remember his own daughter, whom he saw at least twice a week. He finished the last bite of cookie, closing his eyes as he savored. Donna got the recipe from Jean so she could make these for me. Is she the one who taught you? Your mom? She shook her head. Some days he remembered that his first wife had died over 40 years ago, and that he had remarried Simone, Madison's mother. Today was clearly not one of those days. I've been making them for you since I was 8 years old, and you told me they were your favorite cookie. She'd asked her mom to help her bake a batch. Her mother, disappointingly, yet not unsurprisingly, refused. While Simone Culligan indulged her husband in many ways, she wasn't what anyone would call a domestic. Have Sylvia do it, she'd said, referring to their full-time housekeeper. I don't have time to be baking cookies. 8-year-old Madison never would have pointed out that since her mother didn't work and also had a full household staff, time was actually something she had in abundance. 24-year-old Madison wouldn't hesitate to call her mother out. They're delicious, he said. I'm glad you enjoyed them. She fought to keep the tension out of her voice, as the real reason for her visit twisted her stomach into knots. But she needed privacy for that, and Cynthia, who was seated in an armchair, scrolling on her phone, didn't seem inclined to go anywhere. She made idle conversation with her dad. Well, it was more of a running narrative of her recent work and social activities as her dad listened, with a slightly befuddled look on his face. As time passed, she could see him start to tire, and worried that she wouldn't have a private moment with him. Just when she was about to awkwardly ask Cynthia to leave them alone for a moment, the nurse's phone rang. She frowned at the screen and said, Do you mind if I step out for a moment to take this? It's my daughter. She's pregnant with her first and hasn't been feeling well. Of course, Madison said with an inward sigh of relief. Take your time. I hope she's okay, she said to Cynthia's retreating back, as she was already one step out the door. As soon as the latch clicked, she reached in her bag and pulled out a cardboard box. She opened it up and drew out 2 cotton swabs. What's that? Her father asked. Just a little test I want us to do. A paternity test, to be exact. She knelt on the floor in front of him. He drew back, brow creased. I don't want to take a test. They're always testing me for something, poking and prodding me. He put his hands on the arms of his chair as though to rise. She stayed him with a gentle hand on his knee. Don't worry, there are no needles. Here, watch me, she said as she unwrapped one of the swabs. Per directions, she rubbed the swab along the inside of her cheek for 30 seconds before sealing it into the bag provided. She unwrapped the second swab and repeated the procedure on her father. She had just finished sealing his swab in its bag when she heard the door open behind her. She quickly shoved the swabs and the box the test had come in back into her bag and pushed herself up from the floor. Everything okay in here? Cynthia asked with a quizzical look. It's great, Madison replied. How's your daughter? I took a test, her father blurted out before Cynthia could reply. What kind of test? Oh, it wasn't really a test, Madison interjected. I was just asking him some things about his past. I was hoping he could help me answer some questions. Questions were what had motivated her to spit into a tube and send it off to 23andMe in the first place. Specifically, she wanted to know if her genetics indicated that she was at an increased risk for Alzheimer's disease. For the first few years after his diagnosis, Madison had tried to bury her head in the sand. Ignorance was bliss, right? Did she really want to spend the next several decades worrying that a set of misplaced keys or a forgotten name was a sign of terrible things to come? But it was in her nature to ask questions, to dig for answers. She was a truth seeker, always had been, and she needed to know the truth, once and for all. She'd never anticipated that her need for the truth about her genetics would lead to so many more questions. When she received the email 3 days ago, alerting her to the fact that her results were available, she felt like a giant fist was twisting in her guts. She clicked the link, a cold sweat beading on her upper lip as she logged in. Her dashboard appeared, and at the top was a notification. New DNA relatives found. She didn't know why she clicked on that first, whether it was intuition or just to avoid potential bad news a few moments longer. But she ignored the medical information tab for the moment in favor of finding out who else in the database she was related to by blood. She was expecting a list of distant cousins. She wasn't expecting to discover a half-sister. She shook her head and blinked, but it was still there on the screen when she opened her eyes. Ash N., 38, likely half-sister on father's side. Her mind reeled as she struggled to process everything. What did this mean? How could this be? The most logical explanation was that when her older sister Megan was a toddler, her father must have had an affair and gotten his mistress pregnant. He'd then proceeded to stay married to her mother, and 15 years later, Madison had arrived as a surprise to everyone. She struggled with what to do with the information. Should she tell her mother? Would her mother be devastated? Her gut said no, as terrible as that seemed, but given her mother's ability to treat Dad as out of sight, out of mind since he'd gone to live in memory care, indicated she might not be too broken-hearted. Then there was the fact that her mother, as well as the rest of the world, was aware of her father's dalliances over the years. All of that was brought to light when Zoe Newell, the daughter of Simone's new best friend, was murdered 25 years ago. In the course of the investigation, it was revealed that on the night of Zoe's disappearance, her mother, Lisa, had been partying at Simone and Steve's house with several other couples. High on cocaine and ecstasy, Lisa and Steve had had sex by the pool, while the other couples had cavorted elsewhere. An alarm rang, interrupting her musings and reminding her of a client meeting. She had 15 minutes to get home and be camera ready. She tried to put all of the questions seething in her head aside as she parked in the driveway. An hour later, she was finished presenting the results of her research to the true crime podcast network she worked for. Usually, she felt an immense sense of satisfaction after delivering one of her reports. Even though she'd been given access to a substantial portion of her trust fund at age 21, she loved her career as a researcher and writer for true crime podcasts and documentaries. There was nothing she loved more than chasing down every fact of a case and unearthing new information no one had ever heard before. But today her mind was too busy swirling with questions and conjectures. Did her dad know about his other daughter? Did he have a full-on secret, second family like these people in the podcasts and documentaries she did research for? Did her mother know and look the other way? She was so consumed with all of the questions spinning in her head that it wasn't until hours later that she realized she hadn't checked to see the results of the genetic screening. She asked herself if she really wanted to learn yet another piece of potentially earth-shattering news today, even as she was logging in. She had to face the music eventually. Might as well get it out in one fell swoop. She clicked on the genetic report and gave it a quick scan, heart squeezing in her chest as she clicked to see the results of the Alzheimer's screening. You are not at an increased risk for developing Alzheimer's disease. She sat back in her chair and breathed a small sigh of relief. At least I've got that going for me. She navigated back to the dashboard and once again clicked on her DNA relatives, wondering how much information she would be able to find out about Ash N. But Ash N was no longer listed on the site. Madison refreshed the page once, then twice, but the biological half-sister had disappeared. In the 2 hours since Madison had logged in to view her results, Ash N had removed her profile from the site. It seemed her secret sister wanted to stay secret, but Madison wasn't sure she'd be able to let her. Later that evening, Madison sat across from her best friend Phoebe as they sipped dirty martinis. Thankfully, Phoebe had replied to her text that said SOS, accompanied by a martini emoji with, "Your place at 5? Meet at the Goose." Even though the guest house on her parents' property where she lived was far enough away from the main house to offer privacy, what she had to discuss was so sensitive she didn't want to risk even the smallest chance that her mother or one of the household staff might overhear. "Must be significant if you're going for the big girl drink," Phoebe said when she arrived, and settled on the stool on the other side of the high top Madison had claimed. Madison took a bracing sip of the drink she had ordered the second she sat down. Manners be damned. "Oh, it's a lot." They smiled politely as the waiter took Phoebe's order. "So you have to promise me that you will take what I'm about to tell you to your grave." "Of course," Phoebe said. "You know I'm a vault." "I mean it. Like no one, not even your therapist." She paused briefly as the waiter delivered Phoebe's paloma. "I swear on Ruby's life." Swearing on her beloved French bulldog was about as solemn of a vow Phoebe as Phoebe was capable of. "Now tell me what's going on." Madison waited until the server was out of earshot before she leaned in. "I found out today that I have a half-sister that I never knew about." Phoebe's jaw dropped almost comically. "Shut up! How did you find out?" "You know I did a 23andMe for the medical screening? Well, good news is I'm not at an increased risk for Alzheimer's. Bad news is my dad apparently had an affair almost 40 years ago and fathered another child." "Woof," Phoebe said and took a long pull at her drink, while Madison did the same. "I mean, I know your father had extracurricular activities." Phoebe met Madison 3 years ago when Madison was hired to work on a podcast Phoebe was producing. They had become fast friends, bonding over their love of true crime and Real Housewives. Over the course of their friendship and professional partnership, Phoebe had become well-versed on all of the Culligan family dirty laundry. Madison drained her glass and signaled to the bartender to bring her another. "Don't worry, I Ubered," she said at Phoebe's cocked eyebrow. "Finding out about something like that is as good an excuse as any to get wasted." Phoebe clinked her still 2/3 full drink against the fresh martini the waiter had delivered in record time. "You're telling me?" Madison drained half of her drink in one gulp, reveling in the way the vermouth and brine-kissed vodka loosened the knots in her shoulders and stomach. "I mean, it's one thing to find out your father cheated on your mother. It's another to find out he also fathered another child and kept it secret for almost 4 decades. "Do you think he even knows about her?" Madison shrugged. "That's certainly a possibility, but I don't know. I think any woman who got knocked up by a guy with as much money as my dad would see that positive pregnancy test and think dollar signs." "And it's not like you can ask him about it," Phoebe said ruefully. Madison shrugged. "You never know. Sometimes he remembers things from decades ago like they're happening in real time. But it's just as likely he'll have no idea what I'm talking about." Phoebe's brow furrowed in concentration. "So all they tell you on the site is that you have a DNA relative and that she's likely your sister? No other information?" "Sister on my father's side specifically. But other than that, just a first name and last initial and location. But now that's all gone because apparently she's as freaked out as I was to discover she had an unknown sibling." Phoebe took a sip of her drink and sat back in her chair. Her brow furrowed and her fingers were steepled in front of her mouth like she did when she was chewing on something. "What?" asked Madison, who knew that look all too well. Phoebe looked up from under her lashes, a solemn expression in her blue eyes. She opened her mouth, then closed it, as though trying to choose her words carefully. "What?" Madison prodded, and gave her friend's thigh a squeeze under the table. Phoebe let out a sigh. "You realize, of course, that there's another possibility." Madison cocked her head as something, some little piece of knowledge, felt like it was scratching the back of her brain. She blamed drinking 1.5 martinis inside of an hour for the reason she was so slow on the uptake. She shook her head and gestured for Phoebe to elaborate. "What if it wasn't your dad?" She raised her eyebrows for emphasis. "What if your mom also had an affair?" Her body felt the implications of that before her vodka-fogged brain could fully process it. She huffed out a breath as though she'd been punched in the gut and felt her vision go blurry. She shook her head in a desperate attempt to clear it. "But that would mean," she trailed off, "that your father isn't your father," Phoebe said gently. Madison shook her head, unwilling and unable to believe that the man who had adored her and doted on her and had been a far larger parental presence in her life than her mother had, was not in fact her father. "That's impossible. You know how much he loves me. I was Daddy's girl from the get-go until his Alzheimer's progressed. He wouldn't treat me like that if I wasn't his biological daughter." "Obviously, he never had any idea." Phoebe rolled her eyes and took another sip of her drink. "Right, of course. Of course her mother would keep it a secret. And if she had had an affair and gotten pregnant, she'd obviously decided to stay married to her father. Or rather the man Madison, up until the last 5 minutes, was sure was her father. That wouldn't be surprising, really. Her father, could she still call him that, was very wealthy, but it was all tied up in trusts that her mother couldn't get her hands on if they ever divorced. Madison had to assume that whoever her mother might have fucked around with didn't have the means to give her the same lifestyle being married to Steve Culligan could provide. It doesn't make any sense. She drained her second martini, knowing full well that it wouldn't help her in making heads or tails of this whole scenario. If she got pregnant by some guy she was sleeping with, why would she keep the baby? Why not just have an abortion? Why would you want living, breathing evidence of your affair walking around under your husband's nose? Not to mention my mom barely wanted anything to do with me growing up. It was always Dad at games and recitals and all that crap. A memory arose, equal parts vivid and unbidden, that gave her a possible answer. She was 8 or so, her dad tucking her into her canopy bed. "Daddy, can I ask you something?" "Of course, sweetie." "Today I heard Mommy talking to Miss Eileen. She said, 'Don't make the same mistake I did and find yourself accidentally pregnant when you're almost to the finish line.'" Her father blanched, his mouth pulling in a tight line. "Am I a mistake?" He gave her a half smile. "Your mother and I weren't planning to have any more kids. You know, Megan was 15 and your brother was already grown up and out of the house. But I always wanted more kids. So when I found out your mother was pregnant with you, it was one of the happiest days of my life. And every day since you were born has been even happier." "He made her keep it," she said now. "He thought I was his, and he wanted another baby and made her keep it even if she didn't want to." "Hey." Phoebe reached out and put her hand on Madison's arm. "We have no way of knowing that's the case. It's still equally possible, not to mention more likely, that your dad fathered a child earlier in your parents' marriage. I just felt like you needed to consider all the possibilities." Exploring the possibilities was what led to the moment, 3 days later, when Madison swabbed her and her father's cheeks. She placed the swabs in a sealed envelope bound for a lab. When she got home from the retirement home, she registered the kit online per the instructions, then took a short walk to the USPS collection box near the local hardware store. When Madison had brought up the idea of administering a paternity test that afternoon at the bar, Phoebe had balked. "Why don't you just ask your mom?" Madison felt her face pull into an "are you nuts" grimace. "I'm sorry, How can you have known my mom for 3 years and ask that question? If it's true, she's not going to just offer it up when asked. My mom is her own number one priority, and she's not going to voluntarily reveal something that could not only make her look bad, but also potentially blow up her entire life. No, Madison needed to be armed with incontrovertible facts before she made any accusations. She was still consumed by the questions and the what-ifs ping-ponging around her head. What if her father wasn't her father? What if all her life she's been living a lie? If that did turn out to be the case, who did that make her? 6 weeks later, Madison was pretty sure she'd figured out the answer to that question. The paternity test confirmed that she was not, in fact, Stephen Culligan's biological daughter. Not one to sit idle while she waited for the test results to come in, Madison had done her own research on her half-sister's identity, and as a result, she had a pretty good hunch that her biological father was none other than Michael Newell. It might seem far-fetched to others, but it tracked given the timing of her mother's pregnancy and the close connection between the two families. "Shut the front door," Phoebe said when Madison revealed her suspicions. "That's wild." Madison shrugged. "It's not that wild. The timeline matches up, and they were all couple friends. It's not the first time someone slept with her friend's husband." "You know that's not what I'm talking about." "I know, and you're right. It's crazy. It's crazy that after all of this time, I find out that I have this other connection to the family." How was she supposed to process the fact that in addition to finding out she had a half-sister, that sister was part of the murder case that launched Madison on her unconventional career as a true crime and cold case researcher? She'd been interested in true crime from a young age, equally fascinated by the depths of depravity humans could sink to and the clever ways investigators were able to hone in on the killers. But the case that fascinated her the most, which had gripped her attention for the last 10 years and sent her scouring true crime Reddit boards and internet rabbit hole, was the case of the chat room killer. The chat room killer, so called because he engaged with teenage girls in internet chat rooms by impersonating a teenage boy, would correspond with them over the course of a few weeks and eventually convince them to meet up in person. He killed 4 girls in the Bay Area in the summer of 1998. His last known victim was Zoe Newell. After that, he seemed to go dormant, although there were theories buzzing about the true crime community that a killer who was luring women through the dating apps, dubbed the Catfish Killer, was actually the chat room killer reactivated. Part of Madison's fascination with the case was the fact that it happened practically in her backyard, not to mention her mother had been best friends with Zoe's mother. Because of this, she always felt a personal connection with the case and the victim. "What happens now?" Phoebe asked. Madison sighed and rubbed her forehead tiredly. "What happens when you find out the man who raised you, the man you adored and idolized, turns out not to be your father? What happens when you find out your mother has been lying to you your entire life?" She gave her head a little shake. Too many existential questions threatened to overwhelm her. As always, she took comfort in logistics and methodology, in focusing on questions that had answers. "Are you going to contact him? Or your sister?" "First, I need to get my mom to confirm that it's him, even though Michael Newell is the most likely candidate, and Ash N is probably Ashley Newell. I'm not moving forward until I'm absolutely certain." Madison had learned the hard way to have all of her research and receipts airtight before she made any statements or proclamations. When you and your clients are threatened with multi-million libel lawsuits, you learn pretty quickly to fact-check 10 times over. She wasn't worried that Ashley or Michael would sue her for reaching out, but telling someone you thought you were their long-lost sister or daughter had a way of blowing up a person's life, even if it turned out to be a case of mistaken identity. "That will be a fun conversation. When are you doing that?" "I'm going to try to catch her this evening. She's playing tennis at 5. I'm sure she'll have a couple of drinks after, so hopefully she'll be loosened up." "You realize what this means?" Phoebe asked. "If it actually turns out Michael Newell is your father?" Madison nodded. "It could be just the break we need to get our project moving forward." Last year, she and Phoebe had pitched an idea for a documentary and accompanying podcast series to commemorate the 25th anniversary of the Summer of the Chatroom Killer. None of the networks or streamers were interested, claiming that every fact about the case had already been rehashed ad nauseum. But if it turned out that one of the victims' fathers had fathered a child out of wedlock with his wife's best friend such a short time after his daughter's death, that was the kind of salacious tidbit that could get a project greenlit. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. She said goodbye to Phoebe after promising to keep her posted on how things unfolded. She sat back down at her computer and pulled up the notes she was putting together for a podcast series in development that had hired her to do research. It involved a 10-year-old case where a 9-year-old girl died, and the mother was accused of Munchausen by proxy. The phenomenon had received a lot of attention in the past several years because of the Gypsy Rose Blanchard case, and now the deaths of several children were being re-examined through that lens. 3 hours later, eyes gritty from staring at her computer screen, she shut her laptop and went to the main house to wait for her mother to get home from tennis. In the kitchen, she helped herself to a glass of Sauvignon Blanc and took a seat at the massive kitchen island. The kitchen, like the rest of the house, had undergone a massive renovation as soon as her father moved into assisted living. "Finally, I get to bring this place into the 21st century," Simone had exclaimed once the architect's plans were approved. Gone were the dark-stained oak cabinets, terracotta flooring, and brown and gold-flecked countertops. Her mother's designer had followed the recent trend for all-white cabinets, Calcutta marble counters, and greige hardwood floors. It, like the rest of the redone house, was stunning. But from the little Madison knew about interior design trends, it was already starting to look a little dated. She drained her glass of wine and poured herself another. She welcomed the slight buzz and the way everything was softening around the edges. She hoped that would make it easier to confront her mother about the truth of her paternity. Even so, a glass and a half of wine wasn't enough to keep her stomach from plunging to her knees when she heard the sound of the garage door opening. She took another fortifying sip and schooled her face into a pleasant expression as her mother entered through the mudroom that connected the garage to the kitchen. "Oh, you're here," her mother said, looking slightly startled to see Madison perched on a stool. Although it was hard to tell, between the facelift she'd had 2 years ago and her commitment to regular Botox injections, Simone Culligan always looked vaguely surprised. Nonetheless, she was still a stunning woman, her face virtually unlined, despite years playing tennis in the hot California sun. Her smooth blonde hair pulled into a sleek ponytail didn't show a single strand of gray. Despite having spent the past 2 hours playing tennis, her makeup was flawless on a beautiful face created by the best plastic surgeons in the world. She had the body of a woman decades younger, a product of both her dedication to physical fitness and the aforementioned cosmetic surgeons. Whenever Madison was in the presence of her mother, she found herself fiddling with her waistband to make sure no belly fat was squirting over the edge. Simone dropped her keys into a bowl on the counter. "To what do I owe this pleasure?" she asked in a voice that indicated that Madison's presence was anything but. Ever since she was a little girl, Madison had gotten the feeling that she was more of a nuisance than anything to her mother. Until her father's diagnosis, it hadn't been such a big deal. He had showered her with enough love and affection to make up for it. Since his diagnosis, though, Madison had felt like she'd been abandoned yet again, even though her father didn't have any choice in the matter. And now that she'd discovered the truth, she'd never felt more alone or adrift. "I ran out of wine," she said, raising her glass in her mother's direction. "And I also wanted to talk to you about something." Her mother sighed as she reached into a cabinet to retrieve a wineglass. "Is this going to take long? Jessica and Carrie are coming over at 7:30 to watch The Diplomat." She emptied the rest of the bottle into her glass. "Since it's only 6, I think that leaves us plenty of time," Madison said, unable to keep the edge out of her voice. "Yes, well, I still need to clean up before the girls get here." She gestured to the tennis dress that perfectly showcased her long, toned legs. "Well, it's important, so I'm hoping you can spare me a few minutes." She wasn't sure her mother was going to be in the mood for company after this, but after being lied to her entire life, Madison had zero qualms about ruining her mother's evening. Simone's eyes narrowed as she took the first sip of her wine. After Dad got his diagnosis, I started worrying about my genetics, specifically whether or not I was at risk for early-onset Alzheimer's. So I decided to do a 23andMe test to see if I had the genetic marker for that and other medical conditions. Her mother took a hearty sip of her wine before asking, "And do you?" "Thankfully, no." She drained her glass and set it on the counter. "I am not at risk for early-onset Alzheimer's." "What a relief." "Yes and no. While it was a relief to find out I don't have that genetic marker, it was not a relief to find out that I have a biological half-sister." "What are you talking about?" "I'm talking about the fact that when I logged in to see my results for the first time, there was a link to all of my DNA relatives who are already in the system. I was expecting to find some distant cousins. Imagine my surprise when one of my relatives was a 38-year-old half-sister." Her mother swore under her breath, drained her glass and set it on the counter, then went to the built-in wine fridge to retrieve another bottle. The sound of the screw cap snapping open echoed through the kitchen. She refilled both their glasses and sat down on the stool next to her with a heavy sigh. "Look, it's no secret that your father enjoyed his extracurricular activities over the years. I always looked the other way, but I never knew he had another child." Madison's fist curled around the stem of her wine glass. "That's what I assumed at first, that whoever this woman was, she was the result of Dad hooking up with someone while Megan was a toddler. But I've learned not to work off assumptions, so I made sure all of my bases were covered before I brought this up to you. So, about a month and a half ago, I picked up a paternity test at the pharmacy and sent in samples to the lab." Her mother went very still, as the silence hung between them like a living, breathing presence. "I really wish you hadn't done that," she finally said and took a hefty sip of her wine. "You were really never going to tell me that Dad wasn't my biological father?" Simone raised one slim shoulder as though it was no big deal. "What could I possibly gain from telling the truth?" Of course, it was all about her and what she stood to win or lose. "What about what's best for me? Did you ever consider how it would affect me to live a lie my entire life?" Her mother let out a scoffing laugh. "What, as if you suffered? Growing up in the lap of luxury with a father who adored you?" Madison stared at the marble countertop. Her mother had a point. Other than the vague chill she'd always felt from her mother, her childhood had been idyllic. "There's a reason they say ignorance is bliss," her mother muttered. Madison sighed. "That may be the case, but my bliss has been officially shattered. I need to know the rest of it." "What else do you need to know? I had an affair, got pregnant with you, and passed you off as your father's child. You should be thanking me. If he'd known the truth, I would have been broke and on the street." "I'd like to know who my father is." "Again, why does it matter? Don't tell me you'd be foolish enough to try and track him down and have some sort of relationship with him." "Honestly, I'm more interested in connecting with my sister than with a man who would sleep with his wife's close friend right after his daughter was murdered." "How did you figure out it was Michael?" her mother whispered. A burst of satisfaction surged in her chest. "I wasn't sure until just now, but I used the information I had to put two and two together. The only information 23andMe provided was a first name and last initial, Ash N. It didn't take major detective work to guess that Ash N is Ashley Newell. And since, by all accounts, you and Lisa were thick as thieves that summer, you and Michael certainly had the opportunity to connect. Let me guess. After Zoe was murdered, you were over at their house, helping your friend, comforting her husband whose wife was incapacitated by grief, and one thing led to another?" 15. Simone. The scorn in her daughter's tone didn't particularly bother her. She hadn't gotten to where she was in life caring about what others, including her children, thought about her. But that didn't mean she would give her daughter any more reason to think poorly of her. Lisa was drunk and on God knows what else, barely coherent, and when she was, all she would do was cry. Poor Ashley and Michael were left to fend for themselves. I made sure that they had food in the refrigerator and that the house was clean and laundry was done. And yes, Michael and I grew close. He'd lost his daughter and seemed to be losing his wife. I offered him a kind shoulder to lean on. We didn't mean to fall in love. That wasn't exactly the truth, but better for Madison to think they bonded over their shared grief and fell victim to the whims of emotion. If she had sympathy for her, Madison would be more likely to keep her discovery secret. Because if it ever came out, Simone's perfect life would blow up around her ears. How foolish she had been to risk everything just to feed her ego. Because that's what her affair with Michael had been about. They were never in love. In fact, Michael didn't particularly like her. He held her in contempt for the bad influence she'd had on Lisa and for the scandal that had blown up in the media. But despite his dislike, Simone felt his eyes linger on her legs when she stopped by almost every day, clad in her short tennis dresses and skirts. She didn't miss how his gaze snagged on her cleavage when she leaned over. He didn't have to like her to desire her. And his dislike somehow made him all the more appealing as a conquest. "How long did the affair last?" Madison's voice interrupted her reverie. "Not long, just a couple of months. We wanted to be together, but I couldn't leave your father, and Michael was afraid that a divorce and remarriage would be too hard for Ashley." In truth, they'd only had sex a handful of times. Dirty, rough, and angry-fueled. After a too-close call in which they were nearly caught by Ashley, Simone decided the ego boost of seducing someone who was disgusted by his desire for her was no longer worth the risk. So we ended it, and they moved away. Lisa was dead within a year. She swiped a thumb under her eye, as though wiping away a tear. But it wasn't grief she felt for her friend, but contempt. Not that Lisa's weakness in the face of scandal was a surprise. From the very beginning, she'd been so eager to please, willing to follow wherever Simone led. "When did you realize you were pregnant?" "Not until a few months after they moved. Honestly, I thought maybe I was going into early menopause. I didn't realize I was pregnant until almost the end of the first trimester." "I guess I should count myself lucky that I was born healthy," Madison said with a meaningful glance at Simone's half-empty wine glass. Simone arched a brow at her and tossed back the rest of the wine. "I think all of the brouhaha about alcohol during pregnancy has been blown out of proportion." "What about cocaine during pregnancy? I'm pretty sure even 25 years ago, your doctor would have advised against that." Simone fixed her with a glare. "You'll be happy to know that after the media painted us all to be a bunch of coked-up party animals who were too busy fucking each other to look after our children, we decided to ease up a little. So at that time, I found out I was pregnant with you. Alcohol and the occasional joint were my only vices." "Some would say having sex with someone other than your husband is also a vice." Simone's lip curled at her daughter's Miss Moral Superiority attitude. "Go ahead, judge me. But being married to your father wasn't the easiest thing in the world. Sometimes I had to look beyond him to find a little joy." Madison let out a scoffing laugh. "Your life is one long luxury vacation. Where else do you need to look for joy?" "As the cliché goes, money can't buy happiness. Yes, I've lived and live a very wonderful life, and for the most part, I was happy with Stephen. But like any couple, we had our rough times, and the aftermath of Zoe Newell's murder was one of the toughest. We were terribly stressed out about the awful media coverage. One of my best friends had sunk into despair and addiction. It was a very hard time for me." "A hard time for you?" Madison's jaw dropped in disbelief. Lisa Newell had just lost her daughter to a violent killer, and the press was treating her as if it was partly her fault. And it was a hard time for you? She shook her head, and there was no mistaking the look of disgust on her face. Simone felt her hackles raise. She and Madison had never been particularly close, but she didn't appreciate contempt from the daughter who'd necessitated a second tummy tuck. Judge me if you want to. You have no idea how you would have acted in the same circumstances. I'm pretty sure I wouldn't have fucked my grieving best friend's husband, Madison muttered. She pushed off her stool and paced around the kitchen. I don't understand, though. Why would you even have the baby? Simone pursed her lips. Whether it was the wine or her irritation at the judgment on her daughter's delicate features, or a combination of both, she wasn't sure. In any case, she did not mince words. I didn't want to. If it had been up to me, I would have had an abortion. She took savage pleasure in the look of hurt that flashed in her daughter's glacier blue eyes, a gift from her father. I would have if your father, Stephen, hadn't seen the pregnancy test in the garbage can. She'd fired her housekeeper the next day for not taking out the trash from the master bathroom in a timely manner, but the damage had already been done. Stephen was beyond excited, she said and rolled her eyes. He always wanted another child, but I had managed to hold him off. I still tried to convince him to let me end it. I was 37, and we were almost empty nesters. This would set us back to the starting line. Madison stared out the window overlooking their vineyard. You could have still had an abortion. Told him you had a miscarriage. Simone circled the rim of her crystal glass with her index finger, frowning as she noticed a chip in the pale pink polish on her otherwise perfectly manicured nail. I could have, she agreed, but your father is nothing if not clever, and he was usually several steps ahead of me. So he had his lawyer draw up a postnup where if I gave birth to a healthy baby, I would get access to $5 million that would be mine free and clear, instead of having to live on the allowance he paid me out of his trust. She saw her daughter absorb this information. I guess the joke was on him, though. He paid me to carry a baby that wasn't even his. Even though Madison always felt like her mother didn't have much use for her, to have her admit so coldly that she never wanted her was like a punch to her heart. And he never suspected I wasn't his? Her mother's smile was decidedly smug as she shook her head. Never crossed his mind. I mean, we were having sex very regularly at the time I was sleeping with Michael. For all I knew, you could have been his. Until today, I wasn't even sure you weren't. So even if Madison had been Stephen's baby, her mother wouldn't have wanted to keep her? She couldn't decide if that made it better or worse. All she knew was that her mother wished she'd never been born, and the father who had loved her so unconditionally no longer knew who she was. As she stared at her mother's cold, unmoving expression, she had the sensation of being alone in the universe, free falling through space with no one to catch her. You know you can't breathe a word of this to anyone, her mother warned. Madison whipped her head around to face her mother, brought back to reality. I can do whatever I want with this information. Please, Madison, you need to keep this to yourself. There was real fear in her mother's voice. I could lose everything if this gets out. How? Dad doesn't even remember who we are. It's not like he has the faculties to divorce you over an affair you had 25 years ago. Her platinum blonde ponytail whipped side to side as she shook her head. He doesn't have to. When he started to decline and gave power of attorney to your cousin Donald, he made sure there was a specific clause giving him the right to file for divorce on his behalf if there was proof that at any time I violated the infidelity clause in our prenup. Despite the fact that her mother had just admitted that she never wanted her, Madison felt her heart squeeze at the vulnerability in her mother's expression. Growing up, it had been easy to ignore the way her father used money to control her mother. It was easy to rationalize that her mother knew what she was getting into when she married an extremely wealthy man whose money was all in a family trust. An infidelity clause seemed reasonable to her. But denying her mother companionship when he could no longer provide, it seemed excessively cruel. "That asshole is going to live another 10 years just to spite me," her mother grumbled. Madison's sympathy for her mother's golden shackles went down a notch. "I promise whatever I do, I will be very discreet," she conceded. She went to the wine fridge and withdrew a bottle of rosé to take back with her to the guest house. She left her mother sitting at the kitchen island, draining the rest of the Sauvignon Blanc into her glass. Madison went back to the guest house, poured herself a glass of rosé, and opened up her laptop. There was no question she was going to reach out to Ashley Newell now that she had confirmed she was her half-sister. She could say that her motivations were purely out of a desire to make a connection to her blood relative, born of hope that she might develop a bond in a world that was feeling increasingly lonely. And she did want those things, truly. But she also wanted something else. She picked up her phone and typed a message to Phoebe. "We were right. Michael Newell is in fact my father. This personal connection may be just the break we need. Stay tuned." Message sent. She opened email and typed in the address she'd found on the website for Ashley Newell's New Age store in Carmel by the Sea. 16. Ash. Dear Ash, my name is Madison Culligan, and I am reaching out to you because I believe you are my half-sister. I discovered the connection when I checked my 23andMe results for the first time a little over a month ago. Since then, I have done a paternity test with the man I thought was my biological father. The results show that he is not. It appears that I am the result of a brief relationship your father and my mother had roughly 25 years ago. I imagine that this email is simultaneously shocking, upsetting, and unwelcome, but I want to reach out to see if there is a possibility for us to meet and potentially get to know each other. Feel free to respond to this email or call or text me anytime. 650-224-4268. Best, Madison. Ashley sat back in her chair and struggled to take a deep breath. In the month and a half since she'd discovered a secret half-sister and deleted her 23andMe account, she'd been dreading this moment. When a week, then 2, then another went by, she breathed a sigh of relief, convinced she had dodged a bullet. Either she'd deleted her account before her half-sister had been able to see the connection, or she was as equally uninterested in finding Ash as Ash was in finding her. But now her sister, Madison Culligan, wanted to get to know her. Culligan. Ash tried to swallow back the surge of bile, but couldn't staunch the tide of nausea as her body reacted to seeing that name. She heaved herself from her desk chair and stumbled to the tiny powder room. She barely made it before her breakfast of scrambled eggs and spinach splashed violently into the toilet. She heaved until all that was left was bile. She flushed the toilet and slumped back against the door, too dizzy and discombobulated to stand. Her eyes were blurry with tears, and a cold sweat coated her body. Madison Culligan. It couldn't be a coincidence. Her father had had an affair with Simone Culligan, the woman who took Ash's mother, Lisa, under her wing when they moved to Oak Valley. The woman who Lisa had been partying with the night Zoe disappeared. The woman whose husband Lisa had slept with that same night, providing a salacious element to the tragedy that tabloids, podcasters, and true crime documentarians were still exploiting decades after Zoe's murder. And if this information became public, there would be a whole new wave of interest. Another wave of murder porn enthusiasts, picking apart every element of her family's life, dredging up the worst time of her life and splashing it all over the place for everyone's entertainment. Her lungs spasmed, and she started to hyperventilate as images flashed in her mind of news vans parked in front of their house in Oak Valley days after the murder, of the award-winning true crime reporter and podcaster who had ambushed her outside of an AA meeting, wanting her to do an interview commemorating the 20th anniversary of Zoe's death, like that was something to fucking celebrate. Other images as well of Simone, constantly in their home, the epitome of the concerned friend, bringing them food, sending her housekeeper over to clean and do laundry, holding her mother's hand when she wouldn't get out of bed, making sure Ashley and her father were looked after. She'd apparently looked after her father all right. She could only imagine what people would say. The case of the chat room killer, as Zoe's murderer was deemed, was one that had been picked apart and dramatized a dozen times over in the last 25 years. Everyone was always searching for some new little tidbit, some heretofore unknown information that would provide a fresh angle. She could see the ads now. New information uncovered about chat room killer's victim. Tune in for a bombshell revelation. It was her worst nightmare, and it was happening in real time. A small, sane voice, not overwhelmed by all of the worst-case scenarios playing out in her head, reminded her that having someone she loved be murdered was actually her worst nightmare. But this was a very close second. Having her and her parents' lives picked apart had destroyed their family. The intense public scrutiny had killed her mother, and that had been before social media. If this new information came out, it would spread like wildfire across the true crime community. Ash wouldn't be able to escape it, even though she avoided all social media platforms like the plague. Though she kept a low profile and had stayed as anonymous as possible in her adult life, people would find her. These fucking internet amateur sleuths always knew how to find her. Look how easy it was for Madison to find her, with only a first name and an initial. Ash kept her number unlisted, and other than the information about her as related to her sister's murder, there was almost no online footprint. Yet Madison had been able to find her business email and send her a message. She felt suddenly claustrophobic, the walls of the tiny bathroom closing in on her. She got to her knees and gripped the sink to help her stand. She splashed her face with cold water. Her reflection in the mirror was a haggard, unhinged version of herself. Her blue eyes were bloodshot, making her irises glow even more brightly. Her dark, wavy hair was a frizzy halo. Her olive complexion was blotchy and sallow. She splashed her face again, patted it dry with a hemp fiber towel. She stepped out of the bathroom and couldn't escape the feeling of everything closing in on her. It wasn't the physical walls that were oppressive. It was the memories, the people, the past she had spent the last 25 years trying to keep at bay. She went back to the office and sat down at her desk. She stared at the email message from Madison for what felt like an eternity, trying to decide how to respond, if to respond. Part of her was curious, wondering what it would be like to meet her sister, to make a connection in a world where she had so few. Another, louder voice screamed over and over in her head, "I can't do this right now. I can't do this right now. I can't do this right now." She clicked the reply button and began typing. "Dear Madison, at this time, I'm not at a place where I can navigate the complications this relationship would bring to my life. I hope you can respect my decision and my privacy. I would greatly appreciate if you could keep the discovery of this information between us. I wish you well, Ash." She hit send and prayed Madison would honor her request. "Ash?" She looked up at the sound of Rachel's voice and tried to look like she didn't feel like her life was about to blow up. "What's wrong? You look pale as death." "So much for looking normal." "Nothing. I just felt a little lightheaded." "Okay." The little frown between Rachel's brows said she didn't believe her. "I just wanted to let you know I'm heading out on my lunch break." "Right." Ash stood up on legs that felt like rubber. "I'll come watch the floor." "I'm going to the Little Swiss," Rachel said over her shoulder as Ash followed her down the hall. "Do you want me to bring you back that salmon salad you always get?" The thought of trying to swallow past the giant knot in her throat made Ash want to gag. "No, I'm fine." Rachel grabbed her purse from behind the display counter and gave Ash a skeptical look. "Are you sure? I feel like you should eat something. You still look really pale." Rachel's consideration managed to pierce through the maelstrom of anxiety roaring through her. It was nice to have someone look after her, even in such a small way. "How about an antioxidant smoothie?" "Done." Rachel said with a little smile. Right after she left, a group of 5 women who looked to be in their early 40s came in to browse. Ash distracted herself helping them find appropriate crystals to help them align their chakras and heal from heartbreak. Thankfully, the store stayed busy until closing time, affording her little time to ruminate about the possible disasters that could result from her until recently secret half-sister tracking her down and making contact. Once she bade Rachel goodbye, put up the closed sign and locked the door, she went back to the office to check her email. Amid the marketing emails and notes from a couple of vendors was a reply from Madison. She stared at it for several moments, working up the nerve to open it. When she finally did, she read it with a sigh of relief. Dear Ash, I can't say I'm not very disappointed by your response. However, I absolutely understand how destabilizing and discombobulating this all must feel. I, too, was thrown for a complete loop and feel like the world as I have known it for 24 years has disappeared out from under me. I was hoping that amid all of this chaos, we might be able to form a connection and offer some degree of support to one another. However, I appreciate that you are not ready to explore a relationship at this point, and I will respect your boundary. If that ever changes, please reach out to me, and I won't hesitate to respond. In the meantime, I will proceed with discretion so as not to cause you further discomfort. Best, Madison. Ash closed her eyes and took a deep breath, willing a sense of calmness to wash through her. It's going to be okay. She's not going to tell anyone. You can go back to living your life as though none of this ever happened. Even as she said the words silently to herself in an effort to slow her racing heart, she knew that was impossible. The toothpaste was out of the tube. Pandora's box had been opened. She couldn't unknow what she knew. Sadly, Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind was a work of fiction. She had the answer to a question she'd never thought to ask, and now that resulted in a deluge of thousands more that hounded her, stealing her sleep and toying with her sanity. That night, after she got home and consumed half of a THC brownie, for the first time in nearly a year, she called her father. Ash pulled into the circular driveway in front of her father's Mediterranean-style mansion and parked next to the fountain that gurgled in the center. She'd spent the entire hour-and-a-half drive to Saratoga planning out how she was going to broach the subject of her recently discovered half-sister. Still, her breath was short, and her stomach was in knots as she opened the door to her Prius and climbed out of the car. She paused for a moment before climbing up the wide staircase that led to the front door. With its stucco facade and red-tiled roof, the house should have been as inviting as a luxury villa in the Tuscan countryside. Ash found it overdone and imposing. She hated the house from the day her father and stepmother Eleanor had moved in here. From its obnoxious crystal chandelier in the foyer to the repugnant red marble fireplace, it brought to mind what a Russian gangster would deem luxurious. She took one last bracing breath before climbing the stairs. She pressed the doorbell and ran a nervous hand over her hair. Light footsteps sounded on the entryway tile as someone approached. Ash pasted on a smile at the sight of her stepmother, Eleanor. Her petite figure was clad in a crisp white shirt and dark blue jeans. Her brunette bob was threaded with more gray than the last time Ash saw her, but her delicate features still showed few signs of aging. Ash didn't know if it was good genetics, good work, or a combination of both. She would never ask, as she and Eleanor didn't have the kind of relationship where they would swap information about where to go for Botox and laser therapy. "Ash, how lovely to see you," Eleanor said with a smile as fake as Ash's. They had never cared for one another. Michael had met Eleanor while working at UTV. She was hired as VP of Marketing a few months before the company went public. Gearing up for the IPO, she and Michael had spent long hours working together and traveling to meet potential investors. Despite her marital status, sparks flew, and within 3 months of the IPO, Eleanor had separated from her husband, and she and Michael were officially a couple. At the time Ash was 15, still reeling from both her mother's and sister's deaths. She was all but out of control, Alcohol, drugs, sex. She did everything to numb out the pain of losing her entire family. She included her father, who poured himself into work like her mother had poured herself into a bottle, as a casualty. Eleanor's vision of herself and Michael as a high-profile couple in the emerging tech elite of Silicon Valley didn't include a grief-stricken, obstinate teenager with a substance abuse problem. Hence, Ash was almost immediately shipped off to boarding school. Over the years, she'd only spent an occasional holiday here in the house, but even if she lived in it full-time, she could never imagine it feeling like home. "Your father is in the living room," Eleanor said as she reached out to give Ash a stiff hug before starting down the hallway. "I hope your drive went smoothly." "Yep," Ash said as she set her bag on the bench in the foyer and followed her down the hallway. The soles of her Converse All-Stars squeaked on the marble floors. "There was barely any traffic on 17, which was nice." "Reverse commute," Eleanor commented. Ash rolled her eyes behind her back. How ridiculous was it to be discussing traffic patterns when she was about to drop a proverbial bomb in her father's lap? She found him in the living room, seated in a velvet-upholstered armchair, his sneaker-clad feet propped on a matching ottoman. Though he and Eleanor had lived here for nearly 20 years, in his T-shirt and shorts, he still looked out of place among the ornate furniture and fixtures. He rose from his chair to give her a hug, his smile as always a little uncomfortable. Whether it was dealing with her acting out as a troubled teen or reluctantly joining her for a family therapy session as she worked to heal in her 20s, he never seemed to know how to deal with her. "It's nice to see you, Ash," he said as he gave her a quick squeeze. "It's been too long." "I've been busy." "The crystal and incense market is red hot, huh?" Eleanor scoffed. Ash forced herself to keep her expression neutral. Eleanor was not what anyone would call particularly spiritual. As far as Ash could tell, she measured people's worth by how many degrees they listed after their names and how many zeros they had in their bank accounts. "It's nice to see you too, Dad." Nice didn't really cover the complicated, messy mix of emotions that arose when she was around her dad. But even though she tried her best to be honest and authentic with the people in her life, she learned the hard way that with her dad, it was usually best to stick with the surface-level pleasantries. Although there would be little that would be pleasant about today's conversation. He was a little changed from Thanksgiving, the last time she'd seen him. His dark hair was still thick, more salt than pepper than in his youth. He was still fit and trim, no doubt thanks to long bike rides he enjoyed almost daily now that he was retired. With his heavy-framed glasses, he was good-looking in a distinguished, intellectual sort of way. She could see how the younger version of him would have caught Eleanor's eye. And before that, the eye of Simone Culligan. "So what's so important that you needed to drive up and see us in person?" When she'd called the night before, she'd been vague about why she needed to talk to him, only saying that it was something better to speak about in person. Her dad sat back in his chair with his folded hands resting on his knees, posture pitched slightly forward. He was nervous. She could tell by the slight jiggling of one knee. She sat across from him on a green velvet-upholstered love seat. She smoothed her hair and cleared her throat. "This isn't easy for me to talk about," she began. "Oh, God. You're not sick, are you?" For a man who hadn't bothered to spend more than a week in the same space with her in over 20 years, he looked genuinely distraught at the prospect. She squashed the tiny spurt of warmth at this sign of her father's regard. Hadn't she learned a long time ago not to be vulnerable at the slightest scrap of affection? "No, it's nothing like that. But I did learn something recently that may be very shocking to you." Her gaze flitted to Eleanor, who was perched on the sofa next to her father's chair. "Eleanor, do you think you could give Dad and I a minute?" Eleanor looked offended at the idea. Before she could even protest, her father said, "Whatever you need to say, you can say it in front of Eleanor." "We don't have any secrets from each other," Eleanor chimed in. "Well, that's certainly different from both of your last marriages." Even though she knew better, she couldn't keep the snide remark from slipping out. Her father's brow creased in a frown, and Eleanor's eyes narrowed. I'm sorry. That was bitchy. Ash sighed before they could voice their indignation. It's just, what I'm about to tell you may be difficult for Eleanor to hear as well, and I thought it might be something you would want to tell her later, in your own words. Eleanor reached out and took her father's hand, interlacing their fingers. You should know me well enough by now, Ash. I'm not someone you need to pussyfoot around. I guess I'll just spit it out then. A little over a month ago, I discovered that I have a younger half-sister. Her name is Madison Culligan. All color drained from her father's face. His mouth opened and closed, but no sound came out. How? He finally sputtered. How did you find this out? She briefly explained that she'd submitted a 23andMe kit over a year ago and was alerted whenever a DNA relative appeared in the database. Obviously, I was never expecting to discover a half-sibling. Culligan? Eleanor injected. As in Simone Culligan, the woman your wife was partying with the night Zoe went missing? Of course, Eleanor had seen the press coverage about Zoe's and the other girls' murders back when they had happened, and possibly the handful of true crime documentaries that had featured the case over the years. As a result, she also knew the lurid details about her mother's behavior leading up to Zoe's murder. Ash always thought that added to her father's appeal for Eleanor, the idea that she was swooping in as some kind of savior to this poor man who not only lost his daughter, but whose wife humiliated him with infidelity before dying of an overdose. Michael took off his glasses and pinched the bridge of his nose. Michael, answer me, Eleanor said when he remained silent. Fuck, he whispered. Then, yes, a few weeks after Zoe was killed, I had a very brief affair with Simone Culligan. How could you do that to Mom? Ash said. Simone was her best friend. It was a mistake, and it never should have happened. But your mother, you remember how she was. She barely got out of bed and was drunk or high or both all of the time. Simone was around all of the time, making sure the house was running. And one night, she basically seduced me. Ash rolled her eyes. Of course, Mom was dying of despair, and I was left to my own devices to deal with my grief, but you were the one cruelly taken advantage of. I didn't mean it like that, but it's true. Also, you know your mother was no angel. You and the rest of the world know what she was up to the night Zoe was taken. Yeah, and you hung her out to dry. Let the press eviscerate her over and over again for the last 25 years, while painting yourself as some virtuous, tragic figure. Meanwhile, you were fucking your grieving wife's best friend. He rested his elbows on his knees and put his face in his hands. I am not proud of my behavior, but I didn't think there was any point in adding any more grist to the gossip mill. Oh, but it was fine to let everyone tear Mom apart? I guess since she was dead less than a year later, her reputation didn't matter much anyway. Have you known about this daughter the entire time? Eleanor asked through clenched teeth. Her father shook his head emphatically. No, I swear I had no idea Simone was pregnant. The affair, more like a couple of one-night stands, really didn't last long. We moved out of Oak Valley shortly after, and I haven't seen or talked to anyone from there in 25 years. How could you not tell me you had an affair in your first marriage? Eleanor said, her voice shaking with emotion. How could you keep something so important from me all this time? Isn't that a little hypocritical, given you were still married when you and my father first got together? Eleanor's high cheekbones flushed as she turned her glare to Ash. And your father knew about it. And we talked about the implications. It was never a secret. The last word came out as a hiss. She turned and stomped out of the room. Jesus, Michael said with a heavy sigh. I'm going to be paying for this for weeks, he said with an accusing look. Despite all of the protections she'd tried to develop over the years, his anger and disapproval pierced her heart. He was more concerned about how this revelation would make his life harder than he was about how it might affect his daughter. She couldn't say she was surprised. There was not, and never had been anyone more important to Michael Newell than Michael Newell. "I'm sorry your lack of honesty with your wife is causing trouble for you," she sniped as she followed him out of the living room. "I'll get out of your way so you can go clean up your mess." She started for the front door. Her father stayed her with a hand on her arm. "Wait a second. I need to know what you're going to do with this information. You said she reached out to you. How did you respond?" "I told her I wasn't in a place in my life where I could pursue a relationship with her, and I asked her to please respect my privacy and keep this information to herself. She says she will." His shoulders slumped in visible relief. "Thank God. The last thing I need is for my name to be dragged through the mud again. It was bad enough when the press just thought I was a negligent parent." Even though she'd learned not to expect much in the way of empathy from her father, his level of self-centeredness still managed to shock her. "God forbid you get a little taste of what Mom dealt with." His expression went cold as his jaw clenched. "Your mother behaved the way she behaved and didn't bother to hide it. There were consequences." Rage roared in her brain that he could be so cavalier about her mother's pain, not to mention the devastation Ash suffered at her loss. "Oh, so it's okay to cheat on your spouse and treat people like shit as long as no one knows about it?" "I think we both know it's in both of our best interests to keep this quiet and not give the media new dirt to sling." He was right, but that didn't calm her fury. She snatched her bag off the bench. "It doesn't surprise me at all that you have zero interest in getting to know the daughter you've never met. You barely have any in the daughter you've known from birth." His head shook wearily. "Ash, why do you always have to make it so difficult for me and you?" Of course it was her fault. It had been since she was a teenager, and tragedy and grief sent her off an emotional cliff. How dare she want her father to love her and support her in ways other than financially? "I guess it's just who I am. I'll see myself out." She watched as her father headed towards the curved staircase, no doubt on a mission to placate his pissed-off wife. She opened the front door, but before she left she called out, "Bye, Eleanor. By the way, you might want to ask Dad why we moved to California in the first place." "What? What does she mean by that?" Eleanor yelled from the master suite. Ash hurried out the door and slammed it behind her before her father could scold her. He thought she was difficult? She'd show him difficult. But even the petty satisfaction of knowing that her father would have to explain that he had not one, but two past infidelities from Eleanor, couldn't ease the sense of heaviness that settled over her as she headed home. She was used to having her energy sapped after spending time with her father and stepmother, regardless of the therapy and personal growth work she'd done to try to heal the wounds of her childhood. She could never fully suppress the deep sense of abandonment that only heightened in his presence. Yes, her mother had abandoned her too, even before she died, but it was her father's distance that cut her to the core. After her mother died, he was the only person she had left in the world. He'd thrown himself into work and a new relationship and left her to flail her way through something no teenage girl should ever have to deal with. She'd spent the last 25 years trying to make peace with that and cultivating a chosen family of sorts. But for some reason, today's interaction had ripped the scar wide open. When she got home, she did a healing meditation, journaled, and scheduled an emergency call with her therapist for the next day. But none of that did anything to ease the feeling that even though she had a group of wonderful friends who loved her, she was fundamentally alone in the world. The people who should have loved her most couldn't overlook their own needs to escape grief, to love her, to take care of her. She had no one. Unless... Her mind spun with a laundry list of why it was a bad idea. First and foremost, it would mean reconnecting with the most soul-crushingly painful time in her life. And there was a risk of the information going public and sparking a new wave of interest in Zoe's murder. She didn't care about her father's name getting dragged through the mud anymore, but she didn't want to deal with the incessant emails and phone calls from people trying to get information from her. Followed by a rehashing of her own troubled past and speculations on her current life when she refused to contribute. But what if you and Madison could form a bond? What if this is a gift from the universe? Some sort of karmic justice for the loss of Zoe and your mom? Universe, she prayed, please give me a sign that connecting with my sister is the right decision. If I should contact Madison, send me a sign. Send me a rainbow. The next day, there was an impromptu pride celebration at the restaurant next door. The rainbow t-shirts and flags waving about had provided her with an answer. 17. Madison. Madison scanned the crowd of people seated at the waterfront cafe. She had been thrilled when she received the email from Ash saying that she had a change of heart and wanted to meet after all. Her excitement was twofold. Of course, she was excited at the prospect of possibly building a relationship with her sister when she felt like all of her existing family ties were fraying into non-existence. She'd been bitterly disappointed when Ash had met her initial inquiry with a request to leave her alone. A petty little voice had urged her to heed Phoebe's advice and move forward with pitching their project. If she wasn't going to gain a relationship with her sister, she may as well have a blockbuster true crime project to add to her credits. But then she thought of the implications for Ash, a woman who seemingly did everything possible to keep herself under the radar. Even if she didn't participate, it would dredge up all of the dark details again and possibly shine a spotlight on her very private life. Once again, she would be made to suffer for the sins of her parents. Madison's hesitance wasn't purely altruistic, though. She also knew that this new information that Michael Newell had cheated on his wife with Simone Culligan and fathered a child was probably not enough to get the project green-lit. Having Ash on screen, talking about the implications of this discovery, especially after her long-running silence, that was the real get. She managed to convince Phoebe to sit on it for the time being. When Ash reached out for a meeting, she fired off a celebratory text. Hope springs anew. Fingers crossed. Also, I still need you to pull files on that murder in Washington. She promised to get them to her by the end of the week, then set up a plan with Ashley to meet later in the week. They decided on a place in Santa Cruz because it was roughly halfway between Oak Valley and Carmel. Madison hoped that this first meeting would be the beginning of a very fulfilling personal and professional relationship with her half-sister. Madison's gaze darted from table to table, looking to see if Ash was already seated. She wasn't sure if she would recognize her. The only photos online were from an HBO documentary that had been released over a decade ago. In them, Ash was bone-thin, her complexion sallow despite the makeup that had been carefully applied. Her hair was bleached blonde and stood up in spikes around her head. A woman waved from a table, and Madison did a quick check behind her to confirm the woman was waving at her. As she stood with a tentative smile, Madison started towards her. "Ash?" she asked as she got closer. "That's me." The woman looked nothing like the picture she had seen. Her glossy brown hair hung in thick waves down her back. Her complexion glowed with health. Her green linen sundress hung on a figure that was slim but not skinny. As she smiled and held out her hand, Madison studied her features. She felt something flutter in her stomach as she saw some of herself in Ash's wide blue eyes, sharp cheekbones, and elegant nose. She hadn't seen the resemblance in the unhealthy addict version of her sister from the documentary, but now it was impossible to miss. Madison took her slim hand and shook it, at a loss for words. She hadn't anticipated how momentous this occasion would actually feel. "It's so weird, looking at someone who looks like me." Ash gave her a quizzical look as they both sat down. "I don't look like either of my parents. Growing up, I just assumed it was because I look like my mother, and everyone knows that she basically got a whole new face after she married my dad." She stumbled on the word. Ash reached out and gave her hand a comforting squeeze, which inexplicably brought a rush of tears to Madison's eyes. "I'm sorry," she said as she dabbed at her eyes with her napkin. "I'm not usually this emotional, but this whole thing—" She trailed off. "It's a lot," Ash said. Madison noted that her eyes were glassy too. Madison took a deep breath in an effort to compose herself. "So, I'm very curious of what made you change your mind about meeting me." Ash straightened her shoulders and looked at her solemnly. "You're familiar with what happened to my sister?" Madison grimaced. "I think it would be impossible to grow up in Oak Valley and not be." She didn't think it would be wise to mention that she'd been all but obsessed with the case since she was a teen. "Yeah, so after she was murdered, and then having my mom die so soon after, I've always had this sense of loneliness. And the way my father reacted when I told him about you, it just underscored this feeling that I'm alone in the world. So maybe it sounds weird, but I just felt like if I didn't reach out to the one family member who was interested in connecting with me, it would be a missed opportunity." "I totally understand where you're coming from." Madison paused as the server approached their table. Madison ordered a cold brew, and Ash ordered a matcha latte. When the server left, Madison leaned in and continued. "Since my siblings are so much older, I always felt like an only child. I've never been close with my mother, but my dad, well, who I thought was my dad, and I were super tight. Then a few years ago—" She swallowed hard as her eyes stung with fresh tears. "He started forgetting things, losing his words. It went downhill pretty fast, and he was diagnosed with early-onset Alzheimer's. He's been in a home for 2 years now and doesn't even recognize me." "I'm so sorry," Ash said and squeezed her hand again. "That must be so awful." Madison nodded and let out a sound that was half laugh, half sob. "Yeah, so it was hard enough, feeling like I was losing the only family member who gave a shit about me. Then to find out that he wasn't even my father to begin with. I suppose pointing out that he was a father in every way that counted doesn't make it any better. That's what I try to tell myself. But it's a total mindfuck to find out that you aren't who you thought you were for the first 24 years of your life." She gave another watery chuckle. "You know, it's funny. It was his Alzheimer's that motivated me to do the DNA testing." Ash gave her a questioning look as the server arrived with their drinks. "Well, you know they test for a bunch of different genetic markers, and I wanted to see if I had a higher risk for Alzheimer's myself. I don't have it, which I guess is a silver lining of my father not being who I thought he was." She lifted her cold brew and a mock toast and took a sip. Ash gasped faintly and went a little pale. "What?" Madison asked. Ash gave her head a little shake. "Sorry, it's just that face you made just then. It reminded me so much of Zoe." Her mouth quirked in a sad little half smile. It was still so jarring to realize she had a connection to the murder victim who had fascinated her for so long. "I wish I could have met her." Ash took a sip of her latte. "Me too. Although who knows, if she hadn't died, maybe I wouldn't exist." "How do you figure?" Ash said, a hint of offense in her tone. Fuck. The last thing she wanted to do was put Ash on the defensive. "I just mean, the way my mom painted it, the reason she and your father got together was because she was helping him cope with his grief, and because your mom—" Ash's mouth pulled into a humorless smile. "Because my mom completely fell apart and couldn't be there in any capacity for her husband or the daughter who was still alive." Her voice broke at the end, and she took a deep, shuddering breath. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought it up." "No, it's okay. It's the truth. It's what happened. But it makes me so fucking angry." She thumped the table for emphasis. "That my father was portrayed as the long-suffering husband whose wife was a cheater and a drunk cokehead who was a derelict in her parenting duties. Meanwhile, one of the main reasons we even moved to Oak Valley was because he had an affair with a coworker back in Boston. He and my mom decided they needed to make a big change to save their marriage. Then he fucked your mother and let my mother get ripped to shreds." "Yeah. I saw that HBO documentary from a while ago. Now I can see your dad really threw your mom under the bus." Ash's knuckles went white as her hands fisted on the table. "Those producers threw us all under the bus. They told us they wanted to do a piece that would honor Zoe and all of the murder victims, and hopefully generate new interest that might lead to a break in the case. But they barely focused on Zoe or any of the victims. They just wanted to focus on the salacious aspects of my mother's life, and highlight what a mess I had made of my life. Madison's stomach clenched with guilt as she remembered watching the documentary and scoffing at what a loser Ashley appeared to be, so obviously on drugs and all, but incoherent as she railed against the police for being unable to get justice for her sister. Although it did serve as a good wake-up call. I watched that and realized I needed to get my act together. Would you ever consider doing something that you had more control over, so you could get your real story out there? Maybe vindicate your mother to a certain degree? Ash's lip curled as though she smelled something rotten. Hell no. I haven't spoken about Zoe's murder since that garbage documentary, and I never will. I refuse to feed into this disgusting industry that mines real-life tragedies for entertainment, she said and gave air quotes. Madison felt a curl of familiar guilt at Ash's indictment of the true crime craze and the way she and her family had suffered from it, but she comforted herself with the fact that she prioritized projects that focused on humanizing the victims and getting justice for them. Ash sat back, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. I'm sorry I get so worked up, but I just can't stomach the way these people are making money exploiting the pain of all these victims and families. For me, the only way to keep a modicum of peace in my life is to stay as far away from it all as possible. But don't you want justice for your sister? Sometimes these documentaries and podcasts lead to new discoveries. Ash shook her head. Do they really? Often enough to make it worth it for the victims' loved ones who have to relive the trauma all over again? Would I love the police to find the killer and bring him to justice? Of course. But as far as I can tell, rehashing every gory, salacious detail about Zoe's death and glorifying the killer with a catchy nickname hasn't helped the police get any closer to finding him. It's only brought more suffering to my family. Madison resisted the urge to rattle off half a dozen cases where shining a spotlight on a cold case had led to breaks that led to the killer's arrest. Hell, the Golden State Killer was finally caught because Michelle McNamara's obsession with the case and amateur sleuthing led police to him. But she could also see how all the coverage of the chatroom killer over the years would have compounded Ash's suffering. So for now, she wasn't going to try to argue Ash over to her side, and she certainly wasn't going to reveal what she did for work. She reached out and covered Ash's hand with her own and gave it a squeeze. I'm sorry I brought it up. I didn't mean to bring up bad memories for you. Ash gave her a watery smile and squeezed her hand back. Unfortunately, as hard as I work to keep them at bay, the bad memories are always trying to poke their way back to the forefront. She met Ash's gaze, and the unbridled pain she saw in there hit her like a physical blow. A feeling washed over her, an urge to protect her, even if it meant protecting her from herself. She'd read about how blood relatives who met each other in adulthood felt an instantaneous bond, a connection on a primal level. Was that what she was experiencing now? Was Ash experiencing it too? A wave of affection for someone who was, for all intents and purposes, a stranger? Ash blinked and withdrew her hand with a sheepish expression. I'm sorry if I made it weird. I'm not like this all the time, and I would hate it if it makes you not want to hang out anymore. Madison shook her head emphatically. That's absolutely not the case. I mean, I can't really explain it, like I've known you forever, even as I want to know everything about you. Like, do I have a girl crush on my sister? Sister. Ash said the word like she was testing how it felt on her tongue. I haven't been a sister in 25 years, she said, her eyes filling with tears once again. I never thought I'd get to be one again, but I'd like to try now. Me too, Madison replied. And maybe, just maybe, once their bond was solidified and Madison had her full trust, Ash would come to see how, by joining forces with Madison and Phoebe, they could rewrite the narrative about the chatroom killer. 18. Ash. Ash looked over the roiling gray-blue waters of the Pacific Ocean and took a deep inhale of salt-scented air. The sense of peace that washed over her was disturbed by the sound of heavy breathing behind her. She turned around to see Madison carefully picking her way up the trail, chest heaving with exertion. When she caught up to Ash, she stopped and bent over with her hands resting on her knees as she struggled to catch her breath. "You seriously torture yourself like this every morning?" "Almost. Sometimes I start with yoga or a run instead, but I always start my day with some kind of vigorous exercise. It's a huge part of what keeps me somewhat sane." It had been a month since Ash and Madison had met in person for the first time. Since then, they'd been in constant communication through phone calls and texts. Madison had tried to get her on Instagram and Snapchat, but Ash had maintained her staunch no social media policy. "Lame," Madison had griped. "Like 90% of the way I communicate with my friends is by sharing reels and memes." She'd nearly had a heart attack when Ash confessed she didn't really even know what a meme was. "I want to know more about you," Madison had said during a call a little over a week ago. "Ask me anything," Ash responded. "I can't promise I'll answer absolutely everything, but I'll do my best." "Not like questions. I want to get a sense of what your life is like what happens in a day of the life of Ash Newell." "I can promise you it's not terribly exciting, but if you really want to know, why don't you come down for a visit?" The invitation flew out of her mouth before she could really consider the implications. Yes, Madison was technically family, but she was still very much getting to know her. Could she really trust her in her home, observing her day-to-day activities? But her doubts vanished quickly as she thought of the immediate connection she'd felt on meeting Madison in person, and when she reflected on all the intimate, revealing conversations they'd had in the past month, Madison trusted Ash with the intimate details of her life and relationships. It stood to reason Ash could trust her with the same. "Oh, I would love that," Madison replied enthusiastically. "I've never really spent much time in Carmel, and I would love to hang out with you." Madison's enthusiasm had dimmed a bit the night before, when Ash informed her that they would be starting their day with the 6 a.m. hike. I don't know if I've mentioned it in all of our talks, but I'm not exactly what you'd call a morning person. I'm more of a roll out of bed and get things going at about 10 o'clock, so—" Ash shrugged. "You wanted to get an idea of what a day in my life is like, and I start my Saturdays with a hike to greet the sunrise." Madison begrudgingly emerged from the guest room when Ash had knocked on her door a little before 6. "I would never do this for anyone else," she said sullenly as she downed the shot of espresso Ash brewed for her. "Appreciated," Ash said as she laced up her hiking shoes. She grabbed a water bottle and headed out the door to the trailhead that was just a 5-minute walk away. The steep switchbacks led to the top of a peak thick with western blue-eyed grass and manzanita, and offered expansive views of the Pacific far below. "I suppose the torture is worth it," Madison said, her breath finally slowing. "It is absolutely gorgeous up here." "You have some beautiful hiking where you are," Ash replied. "I mean, I wasn't much of a hiker when we lived there, but I remember the beautiful hills and all the trails outside of town." In the few weeks she'd been in Oak Valley before she went to camp that summer, she would always see groups of women her mother's age armed with hiking poles and sporting camelbacks as they set out for their hikes. She often wondered what would have happened if her mom had befriended the hikers instead of the tennis crowd. Madison shrugged as she took a swig from the water bottle Ash had lent her. "I guess, but when it's in your backyard, you tend to take it for granted." Ash clicked her tongue. "That's something I remind myself of every day, to not take anything for granted." Madison's mouth quirked in a little half-smile. "I suppose I should take a page from your book. I feel like up until recently, I've taken everything for granted. I just expect that everything is going to work out for me, because for the most part, it has." "Must be nice." Ash bit back the snarky reply. At least Madison was honest about her privilege. "I view every day that I wake up as a gift. Tomorrow is never guaranteed. I know that better than anyone." "Of course." Madison wrapped an arm around her shoulders and gave her a squeeze. "How could you not, after what happened to Zoe and your mom?" Ash's throat got tight, and her eyes burned with tears. "It wasn't just my mom and Zoe." though that should have been enough to wake me up to the fact that life is precious and can end in an instant. She stepped out of Madison's embrace and met her with a quizzical stare. You know how I told you after that documentary was released and I saw how I came off, I decided to get clean? Madison nodded. Well, it wasn't that cut and dried. First, I went on a bender to end all benders. I locked myself in my apartment and drowned myself in vodka and chased it with Xanax. At a certain point, I don't know that I wanted to kill myself exactly. Oh, Ash, Madison's voice was thick, her gaze awash with sympathy. But as fucked up as I was, I remember feeling like I just didn't want to be around anymore. I didn't want to deal with the aftermath of that fucking documentary. I didn't want to deal with what a mess I'd become. She paused and choked back a sob. And I didn't want to deal with how fucking lonely I was. She didn't resist as Madison pulled her tight. She buried her head in her sister's shoulder and let herself cry for that broken young woman. After a few moments, she straightened, sniffed, and gave herself a little shake to regain her composure. So what happened? Madison asked. Who found you? Apparently I called a friend. Well, she was more of a drinking buddy. I have no memory of what I said to her, but it was enough to prompt her to call the police. Thank God. But do you want to know the wildest thing? While I was unconscious, or whatever, I had a dream, or a vision, I don't know. Zoe came to me. Goosebumps prickled her skin at the memory. She said, Ashley, this is not what I want for you. I may not be here, but I still love you. I don't want you to keep suffering. Madison's eyes widened. And then I woke up in a hospital. I know it sounds crazy, but at the time I felt like if Zoe had made the effort to cross dimensions to visit me, I had to do my best to get healthy. And here we are. Wow, Madison said with a little shake of her head. I had no idea anything like that had ever happened. My dad and stepmother pulled every string necessary to keep it very quiet. The last thing any of us wanted was the media mining yet another family tragedy for ratings. Madison's eyes darted to the ground, then back to hers. Ash gave her head a little shake. I never told anyone that before. Not about Zoe visiting me. Why tell me? I don't know. I guess I feel like I can trust you. And maybe because you're Zoe's sister too, so maybe she's around to give you advice too. Have you ever seen her again since then? I've had dreams, but nothing like that, where I felt like she was speaking directly to me about things that were happening in the moment. But I ask her for guidance all the time, and my mom too. She laughed at Madison's skeptical expression. I know I'm out there, but I believe that spirits are guiding us and always protecting us. We just have to ask questions, get still, listen, and they will show us a sign. Just then, 2 butterflies fluttered past. One landed on Madison's shoulder. Ash gasped, then laughed. Hey, Mom. Hey, Zoe. You really think that was them? Madison asked as the butterflies flitted away. I can't say for sure, but it makes me feel good to believe it is. She closed her eyes and took another deep breath before starting back down the trail. Now, that's where we differ. I'm all about the facts. I'll work on an assumption, but then I need to do research to find the data to back it up. Ash shrugged. Some things are ultimately unknowable. They hiked in silence for a while as the sun rose over the mountains and dappled the sea with light. Have you ever considered, Madison asked after several minutes, that if you talked about what you just told me, you might be able to help some people? Like, instead of just tragedy after tragedy, it's a story about overcoming? Ash felt every muscle in her body stiffen, every ounce of relaxation the hike had engendered fleeing her body in a heartbeat. Why did Madison keep prodding her to be more public about her life since Zoe's murder? I've made it very clear that I have no intention of having my life and my past picked apart by people who have no idea what I've gone through. I totally understand where you're coming from, but I'm just saying, the last impression people have of you is from that documentary you hate. You could have an opportunity to show people how you've come out the other side. Oh, yes. And have people come out of the woodwork from that time in my life to talk about all of the things I did when I was drunk and high. Having press and podcasters make me out to be some loony who talks to ghosts. It will never happen, Madison, and I don't understand why you keep bringing it up. Madison opened her mouth as though to argue back, then closed it. I'm sorry. You've made yourself very clear and have very good reasons for wanting to maintain your privacy. I was just... She turned her palms up as she shrugged. Trying to offer a different perspective. Yes, my privacy is extremely important to me. Living a very private, quiet life in a quiet little town is how I've been able to survive. If the fact that we're sisters or anything about my suicide attempt gets out there, it's all over. Anxiety squeezed at her chest as she mentally kicked herself for revealing her secrets to Madison. In an effort to bond, had she put her small, safe world at risk? I need to know I can trust you not to put all of that at risk. Of course you can trust me, Madison said hastily. Too hastily? Ash couldn't help but wonder. In any case, she had no choice but to take her at her word. They finished the hike in silence, tension replacing the easy camaraderie that had characterized most of their earlier interactions. 19. Madison. Madison spent the rest of the hike kicking herself for being so pushy, but it was hard not to be when Phoebe kept texting her, asking how it was going, if she'd made any progress in persuading Ash to break her silence. Oh, FMG, I've been here less than 24 hours, and she's got some serious baggage. Sorry, I know she's probably skittish after that HBO documentary. I'll stop bugging you. When they got back to the house, Ash excused herself to take a shower. Madison poured herself a cup of coffee and tried to figure out how to right this ship. Look, I'm really sorry for pushing it, Madison said when Ash emerged from her bedroom about a half hour later. She was dressed in a linen short-sleeved dress, her hair hanging in damp waves around her shoulders. I know I have a tendency to be pushy when people don't see things the way I do. Okay, Ash said with a nod, then pressed her lips together. Madison's stomach knotted, and she gave a heavy sigh as she felt both the chance of building a close relationship with her sister and collaborating with her on a project slipping through her fingers. Do you want me to go? I don't want to make you feel uncomfortable. Ash gave her head a little shake and poured herself a cup of coffee. I don't want you to leave. I'm sorry I'm being so prickly, but as you can tell, this is a very sensitive topic for me. Also, talking about Zoe, my suicide attempt? She paused and took a sip of her coffee. It brings up a lot of painful stuff that I'd rather not think about at all, much less contemplate offering it up to the world to pick apart and analyze. I'm sorry, Madison repeated, and walked across the room to give her sister a hug. As she breathed in the floral aroma of Ash's shampoo, a pinch of guilt took hold in her stomach. From the time she'd started her work on true crime documentaries and podcasts, she told herself she was doing a service. She was getting the victims' stories out and educating the public about possible dangers hiding in plain sight. But how many of her subjects felt like Ash? That by participating in, or even just witnessing them, made them feel traumatized and violated all over again. She shoved the thought out of her head. To go down that path was to question her entire career, the passion and purpose that saved her from being a useless trust fund baby. She reminded herself that more than one of the projects she'd worked on had resulted in overturned convictions for wrongly accused perpetrators. Ash gave her one last firm squeeze and stepped back with a little smile. Apology accepted. We just need to be patient with each other. It's like, as close and as bonded as I feel to you already, I need to remind myself that I'm still getting to know you, and vice versa. Now, I'm going to make some eggs before we head over to the shop. Do you want anything? I'm going to take a shower, but I'll have something when I get out. After she showered, she ate a plate of toast, eggs, and strawberries before she climbed into the passenger seat of Ash's Prius to go to Moonstone. Though she looked at the website for Ash's store several times, It didn't do justice to the in-store experience. Dozens of delicious aromas from floral to woodsy to spicy to herby perfumed the air. Soft music piped through invisible speakers. Exotic fabrics draped every surface and crystals gleamed on the shelves. Madison didn't consider herself a terribly spiritual person, but there was something so calming about this space. "Wow, it's so soothing," she said to Ash, who walked past the front counter down a short hallway that led to a postage stamp-sized office. "Thanks," Ash said. "I want it to feel like a sanctuary, like you walk in here and feel like you're getting a warm hug from the universe." "Well, you've succeeded." Ash sat behind the tiny desk to check emails. Madison pulled out her laptop and asked for the Wi-Fi password, so she could do the same. Her Munchausen's client wanted her to pull some transcripts from a hearing. She made a note in her calendar to do it when she got back home. She replied to another email, clarifying some information she'd sent to another client about a 10-year-old cold case in Florida, then looked up as Ash stood up from the desk. "You can stay here and work, or go back to the house if you want," Ash said as Madison started to close her laptop. "Don't feel like you have to spend all day watching me work retail." "Absolutely not," Madison said as she jumped to her feet. "I wasn't kidding when I said I want to experience what an average day looks like for you." Shortly after, she followed Ash out to the front and parked herself next to her. The door opened and a beautiful petite blonde woman entered. Ash greeted her with a wide smile. "Good morning, Rachel." Madison recognized the name of Ash's assistant manager. "Good morning," Rachel said, then turned her attention to Madison and held out her hand. "You must be Madison, the long-lost cousin Ash has been telling me so much about." That was how Ash explained her sudden presence in her life. Madison took her hand in a firm shake. "I was surprised when Ash told me about you, since both of her parents are only children." There was no missing the note of suspicion in Rachel's voice. "I'm a third cousin on her maternal grandmother's side." "Okay." Rachel gave her a tight smile and went to the office to drop her bag. "Don't mind her," Ash said as she retreated down the hall. "She can be a little protective of me. Between my money and my past, she worries people might try to take advantage of me." "You definitely don't need to worry about me using you for your money. I got the first chunk of my trust when I turned 21. Now, as to taking advantage of her for her past, Madison shoved the thought aside. It wouldn't be taking advantage as long as she persuaded Ash to be a willing participant. "Well, la-di-da," Ash laughed. "Although I'm not one to talk, it's only because I'm a trust fund baby that I can afford to live like I do while running a new aid shop." Madison spent the rest of the morning observing Ash in her element. She admired her sister's ability to meet each customer wherever they were on their spiritual journey, from the one who wanted a specific crystal for its color, rather than its supposed healing power, to the woman who couldn't wait to tell Ash all about her most recent experience with astral projection. And Rachel, despite her initially prickly reaction to Madison, had such a way of explaining the healing powers of different essential oils and crystals that by the end of the day, Madison picked out a vial of sweet orange essential oil and a smoky quartz crystal to buy for herself. "Just take them. Consider them a gift from me," Ash protested when Madison asked her to ring her up. "No, I insist on paying for them," Madison said, fully aware of Rachel's sidelong stare. After a little more back and forth, Ashley finally agreed to sell them to her at a discount. She tucked the crystal into her bra, as she'd heard Rachel tell other customers to do, and dabbed some of the oil on her pulse points. She wasn't sure if she felt energized, powerful, and grounded, but she certainly smelled nice. After closing the shop, she accompanied Ash to the beach for sunset yoga. Then Ash took her to a restaurant perched by the cliffs overlooking the ocean. As she sipped a delicious Pinot Noir and shared branzino and gnocchi with Ash asked her how she'd enjoyed living like her for a day. "I could do without the 6 a.m. wake-up call, but for the first time in my life, I can see the appeal of hiking. I love your shop, the whole vibe, everything, but I don't think I could deal with all those people all day, every day," I think I do better alone behind a computer with limited in-person interaction. Just like Zoe, Ash said with a sad smile. She raised her glass of mineral water and clinked it against Madison's wine glass. To sisters. To sisters, Madison repeated and took a sip of her wine. What else was Zoe like? Smart, stubborn, determined. Once she decided something, there was no talking her out of it. She was funny, but not in a big hammy way. More the type to make sly comments that you really had to pay attention to get. She could be describing me, Madison thought. And she was, what's the word? Obsessive? Like she'd get into a topic or a TV show or a book series and do all this research to find out everything she could about it. Madison didn't believe in reincarnation, but it wasn't lost on her that Zoe's murder occurred only a few months before Madison's conception. When she died, she was heavily into Buffy the Vampire Slayer. That's how the killer found her, in some AOL chat room for fans. All she wanted was to connect with people who were into the same things she was, always looking for her people. Oh, Madison knew all about that. Had in fact done so much research on the case that she could probably recite all the transcripts of Zoe and her killer's conversations by memory. But if she admitted that to Ash, she would likely run for the hills and block Madison for life. So instead, she remained silent. It feels good to talk about her like this, Ash said after a few moments. What she was actually like, rather than all about what happened to her. I think it's easy for people to forget that she was an interesting person before she was killed, and she would have become an even more interesting person had she lived. Madison reached across the table and gave Ash's hand a squeeze. They ate in silence for a few moments, and when conversation picked up, it was about their plans for the coming weeks and the new season of a TV show Madison was looking forward to watching. There had been enough heaviness for one night. The next morning, Madison once again reluctantly got up at sunrise, this time to join Ash in her morning yoga routine. After a walk on the beach and a late breakfast, Madison packed up her Audi SUV and got ready to head back home. This has been really great, Ash said as she followed Madison out to her car. Even better than I hoped, she said, and reached out to envelop her in a tight embrace. Madison squeezed her back just as tightly. I loved hanging out with you. Same. Ash gave her one last squeeze and stepped away. I really hope we can do this again soon. I hope so too, Madison replied. Then before she could think better of it, added, maybe next time you could come up my way, live a day in the life of Madison Culligan. Ash's expression went blank in a way Madison had become familiar with, impenetrable, like a steel door dropping abruptly between them. I did it again. I pushed too hard. Madison put her hands up in a supplication gesture. I'm sorry. Ash's expression softened a little. I don't want you to feel like our relationship is one-sided, or like you'll have to do all of the heavy lifting. It's just that having a relationship with you at all brings up a lot of stuff that I've tried very hard to keep buried. I'm willing to deal with that because I do feel a real bond with you. But I don't know when or if I can ever go back to Oak Valley. Madison nodded. I understand, and I'm sorry I even suggested it. I don't mind visiting here. My schedule is flexible, and the drive is pretty, she said as she opened the driver's side door. She started to slide into the driver's seat, then paused. But next time, you have to promise to let me sleep past 6, at least once. Ash grinned. Deal. Thanks, sister. You're welcome, sister. 20. Ash. As the weeks went by, Ash and Madison stayed in close touch, their bond growing stronger with every text exchange and phone conversation. Madison had even lured Ash onto Instagram, showing her how she could create a completely anonymous account that no one would ever be able to link her to. Madison flooded her DMs with hilarious memes and videos, and it reconnected Ash to a silly side of herself that seemed to have gotten lost over the years. But as much as she viewed Madison's unexpected entry into her life as a blessing, and as much as she tried to focus on all the positive aspects of their relationship, She couldn't deny that doing so dredged up old memories and feelings she'd worked so hard to keep deeply buried. Madison wanted to know all about Zoe, what she might have thought of a particular new show or book, what she would make of the downfall of the creator of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, whether or not she would have been a fan of Billie Eilish. As much as it felt good to talk about Zoe the person and sister, as opposed to about Zoe the victim of a sensationalized murder, it also brought up a whole host of other mucky, murky feelings she wanted nothing to do with. There was the grief, of course. Talking about Zoe now, after keeping her tucked away for so long, reminded her of how much she missed her, how angry she was that she never got to know who Zoe would become. Then there was the guilt, the stabbing ache when she couldn't answer one of Madison's questions, because at the time of Zoe's death, they weren't that close. To then 13-year-old Ashley, Zoe was an introverted nerd who wanted nothing to do with the world outside of her stupid chat rooms. When they moved to Oak Valley, she refused to come out of her room, and after she got over her initial hurt, Ashley was happy to let her stay there. Ashley, who was always more popular than her older sister, was eager to make new friends to combat the loneliness of leaving their old life behind. She knew her guilt wasn't logical. She couldn't have known when she'd left for camp that summer that it would be the last time she saw her sister. Nevertheless, the guilt crept in, whispering a reminder of how she'd squandered the little time she'd had with Zoe, questioning if she'd really done enough to pull her mother out of her downward spiral. "I need a clearing," she said to Jasmine, the energy healer and Reiki practitioner. Ash usually saw her once a month, but unable to escape the feel of the dark tide of her past pulling her back under, she called for an emergency session. Fortunately, Jasmine was able to fit her in that afternoon, so she left the shop in Rachel's very capable hands and was now seated on a table in Jasmine's lavender-scented studio. For the first time since she'd started working with her, Jasmine's calm serenity didn't soothe her. She was too on edge, too full of turmoil. "There have been some new things happening in my life, mostly good," Ash said when Jasmine asked her what was going on. "But it's also stirring up a lot of stuff that I'd really rather keep locked down." Jasmine's dark brows furrowed over striking hazel eyes. "Yes, I can feel that. Like something is clawing at you and you are trying to resist." She motioned for Ash to lay down. "Let's see if we can at least move some of it around. If we can't banish it entirely, perhaps we can make it easier for you to deal with." Ash lay back on the table and closed her eyes. She felt Jasmine's gentle touch on her forehead as she dabbed sage oil on her third eye. As always, Jasmine started at her feet with a grounding ritual. Then she proceeded, her hands hovering over Ash's body as she moved over each chakra. As Ash lay there, trying to empty her thoughts, to focus on the feeling of her energy moving and shifting within her, she felt a fierce pain seize her chest. It was like nothing she'd ever felt, a sharp force trying to escape her. She imagined she was in one of the Alien movies, a monster scraping and clawing through her breastplate. She gasped and sat up, her eyes locking on Jasmine's startled stare. "My chest," Ash said, clutching the front of her chest. She took a few deep breaths, feeling the pain subside. "What's happening?" "It's not unusual. It's like your heart chakra is trying to open, but you are the one forcing it closed. The same with your throat chakra. You have knowledge, stories you want to speak, but you won't allow yourself to say. And your third eye chakra is trying to open up, to let you see." Ash tried to swallow past the lump that had suddenly formed in her throat. "There's something else, a darkness like a poison, but it's not something created within you, but rather something that invaded you. Does that even make sense?" Ash nodded mutely. "You've been able to contain it, keep it encapsulated, but now cracks have formed, and it is seeping out. How do I get it back in?" "I don't think you can." Jasmine shook her head. "It's like when you have an infection in your finger. If it stays contained, you will heal. But if it spreads to the blood, it it becomes more dangerous and can poison the entire body. So what do I do? You cannot continue to let it seep. Whatever darkness, whatever pain you are hiding from, you must confront it. Only then do you have a chance of purging it from your system. Ash broke out into a cold sweat at the thought. There had to be another way. Seeing her distress, Jasmine had Ash lay back down and did a calming ritual to help clear her head. "I'm sorry I couldn't help you more," Jasmine said, "but I hope you will be better able to hear guidance on how you should proceed. This will also help." Jasmine went to a shelf lined with small canisters and offered one to Ash. "It's a blend of frankincense and cinnamon. It will help open your mind to creative solutions." When she got home, she brewed herself a cup of the tea. Once she finished it, she sat cross-legged on her meditation pillow and closed her eyes. "I call on my angels and guides of the highest truth and compassion to guide my way forward," she whispered, then tried to open her mind to receive whatever messages might come in. The tea made her feel tingly and floaty. Colors swirled behind her closed eyes, reds, pinks, purples, blues. From the corner, black started to seep in, bleeding over, consuming the other hues. She tried to force it back, to keep it from overwhelming everything else. "Let it in," a voice whispered. "You have to let it in if you want to get it out." "Zoe?" Ash didn't know if she spoke the name aloud or just in her head. Either way, Zoe answered, "Ashley, you need to look at it. You need to look at me and everything that happened." Zoe appeared in then, like she'd been that summer. Solemn, pale, dressed all in black. She waved to Ashley, then turned and started walking away from her. Ash followed, calling for Zoe to stop and wait. Zoe kept moving, not stopping until she was in what appeared to be a backyard. Slowly, she recognized the flagstone pavers, the weathered teak furniture, pale cushions dappled with redwood sap. It was the house in Oak Valley. "You have to come back, Ash. You must come back so we can all move forward." "I don't want to." Zoe gave her a wistful smile. "You don't make progress avoiding the things you don't want to do." A thick fog swooped down from the hills and enshrouded the yard, swallowing Zoe up. "Wait, Zoe, don't go yet." Zoe gave her a little wave, then disappeared. Ash tried to take a step forward but stumbled. Her eyes fluttered open and she found herself sprawled on the hardwood floor next to her meditation pillow. She sat up, blinking against the sense of vertigo that washed over her. She positioned herself back on her meditation pillow, closed her eyes, and tried to reconnect with that almost hypnotic state where Zoe could reach her. But it was like trying to get back into a really good dream after you've been woken from it. Even if you fall back to sleep, you can never get back to the dream in progress. Finally, Ash gave up and slowly rose to her feet. She felt woozy and tired, almost like she was hungover, even though she hadn't had a drop of booze in a decade. She splashed her face with cold water and chugged a large glass of ice water to clear her head, which felt stuffed with cotton. She picked up her phone and dialed Madison's number. The call rang through to voicemail. "Hey, Madison, it's Ash. I've, been thinking and, working through some stuff, and I've changed my mind about coming to visit you in Oak Valley. I think I do want to see what a day in the life of Madison is all about. And I also think I need to remember some of what my mother and sister's lives were like before they were gone. Okay, so call me back and we can figure out dates." Madison called back roughly 15 minutes later. "I saw you called. What's up? Did you listen to my message?" "Madison, it's 2024. Ash could see Madison's eyes rolling on the other end. "The only ones leaving voicemails are doctor's offices reminding you of an appointment or robocallers from China. So what's up?" Ash gave an irritated sigh and basically reiterated what she'd said in her voicemail. Madison's response was even more enthusiastic than Ash had anticipated. "Oh my God, that's amazing! Come whenever you want. My schedule is totally flexible." Now that the high season is over, I can leave Rachel in charge of the store for a few days, Ash said as she pulled up her calendar. I'm running a class on essential oils therapy next week, but after that I'm pretty free. They picked out a date that worked, but when Ash asked Rachel the following morning to manage the store in her absence, she was met with concern. I don't understand this sudden, intense bond with someone you never even knew existed a few months ago. Ash shrugged. I know, I can't explain it, but from the moment we first met, I felt this connection. You don't know what it's like, not having a family you can lean on. For the first time since I lost Zoe, it's almost like I have a sister again. She felt a tiny pang of guilt at the lie. That's all well and good, but how can you be sure you can trust her? I assume she knows about your past? How do you know she's not one of those true crime junkies looking to exploit you? She does know, and she's promised me she's not going to share anything that I don't want out there with anyone. I believe her. Rachel didn't look convinced, but she didn't say anything else on the topic. A week and a half later, Ash was pulling up to the valet stand at the Ritz-Carlton, Stamford Hills. Although Ash didn't usually stay in hotels like the Ritz, she preferred smaller boutique hotels with character and warmth to the impersonal generic luxury of a place like this. The next closest hotel to Oak Valley was a 20-minute drive away. Staying with Madison didn't even come up as a possibility, though from what Ashley remembered of the Culligans' guest house where Madison lived, she would have ample room for more than one guest. There was no way Ash could stay on the same premises as the woman who betrayed her mother so terribly. She checked in with the desk clerk, whose customer service bordered on obsequious. Ash painted an attentive expression on her face as the bubbly young woman told her all about the spa she would never visit and the luxury boutiques she would never shop in. She perked up at the news of sunrise yoga by the pool and when she was offered a map of nearby hiking trails. She texted Madison on the way to her room to let her know she'd arrived. When Madison replied and asked if she wanted to meet for dinner, she declined, explaining she was tired from the drive. In fact, the opposite was true. She felt wired, edgy, like she was anticipating something momentous happening, but didn't know what it was. She opened the curtains to a beautiful view of the Santa Cruz Mountains in the distance, bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. She checked the time, and seeing that she still had almost an hour of sunlight left, set out for a walk in the hopes of settling her system a bit. She went out the front entrance and crossed the street at the first stoplight. She walked away from the mountains, past glass and metal buildings that were home to some of the most successful venture capital firms in the world. Firms whose names she recognized as investors in her father's company so many years ago. A company whose success he'd been so focused on, it had allowed him to ignore the fact that his wife and daughter were flailing in the wake of Zoe's death. She shoved away the familiar sense of resentment. Yes, the grinding, never-stop culture of startups, complete with VCs nipping at his heels so they could realize a good return on their investment, made it easy, even acceptable, for her dad to lose himself in work after Zoe's murder. Ultimately, it had been her father's choice to do so. Instead of turning in towards his family so they could all help each other out of the abyss of pain, he turned to work and another woman. She continued another block, past the VCs, banks, and private equity firms. At the next traffic light there was a gas station, and she turned left into a small shopping center. She remembered coming here a few times with her mother when they first moved. The grocery store that had been here at the time, part of a small, local family-run chain, had been taken over by a national mega-chain. The little bakery cafe where she'd shared a chocolate croissant with her mother was now a Starbucks. The shopping center quickly gave way to tree-lined residential streets. As in most affluent neighborhoods, the most recently and beautifully rebuilt and remodeled homes were set close together as owners sought to build as much house as zoning would allow on their small lots. It was very different from what she remembered of Oak Valley, with its houses built on huge lots set back from the street, where neighbors could easily ignore the new family who moved in next door until something happened to garner their interest. The temperature dipped as the sun sank behind the hills, so Ash headed back to the hotel. Her stomach grumbled, reminding her that she was hungry, so she walked across the lobby to the hotel restaurant. Determining it was too stuffy for a casual solo meal, Ash bypassed it for the attached bar, which opened onto a massive balcony overlooking the pool and offering an unimpeded view of the coastal mountains. Both the bar and the balcony were packed with people, and Ash was immediately overwhelmed by the combined vibrations of arrogance and desperation. It emanated from the men in their unofficial uniforms of logoed fleece vests, designer jeans, and overpriced sneakers, posturing and wheedling as they negotiated multi-million-dollar deals. Then there were the women, some dressed to do business as well, but mostly not. Many were heavily made up, preening and posing to catch the attention of the deep-pocketed men. Those who already had men on the hook sat at the high tables, flipping their hair, smiling and laughing, as though they were the most interesting men on the planet. And the men ate it up, oblivious to or uncaring to the fact that the only things the women found interesting about them were their wallets. Appetite destroyed, Ash retreated to her suite. It was beautifully appointed with a massive king-size bed, adorned with 1,000 thread-count sheets, and a rustic wood-paneled half-wall separating the bed from the sitting area. The bathroom was done in white marble, with a separate soaking tub that could fit 6 people. As luxurious as it was, the energy was sterile. She took out an essential oil diffuser and filled it with water and a blend of sweet orange and vetiver oils to counteract it. She turned on the massive TV mounted on the wall opposite the leather couch in the sitting room and tuned into the Food Network. 15 minutes of watching food truck owners compete to make the most sales had her stomach once again reminding her she hadn't eaten since lunch. She ordered soup and a salad from room service, then texted Madison to see what she had planned for tomorrow. Her stomach clenched a little as she waited for her reply. When they'd discussed the plans for her visit, Madison had asked her if, as Madison had done, Ash would go along with whatever plans Madison came up with. Ash had promised to do her best, but if something was too upsetting, she reserved the right to bow out. "I know a lot of it will be uncomfortable for you," Madison had replied, "but I hope it can help you let go of some of the negativity associated with everything here." Her phone buzzed with Madison's reply. "Usually I get up around 9, do some emails and make some calls, which would be boring for you, but I was thinking we could meet at Oak Hills for lunch." Ash was saved from having to reply right away by a knock on the door announcing the arrival of her dinner. She opened the door to a bellman and directed him to leave the tray on the coffee table in the living room. She tucked into her meal, and as she pondered her reply, Madison sent a follow-up message. "Is it too much too soon? To be fair, it is a big part of my daily life as I eat lunch or dinner there several times a week. But if you don't think you can handle it, I understand. But if it's any reassurance, my mom and all her tennis friends are at a tennis camp in Napa. No risk of running into any of them." Ash felt her hackles raise at her sister's choice of words. Of course she could handle it. She'd handled the murder of her sister and the death of her mother. She could handle going to a swim and tennis club, even if that club was associated with her mother's descent into drink, drugs, and debauchery. "Sure, let's do it. If I'm going to work through the trauma associated with this place, I may as well jump in with both feet. What time?" They agreed to meet at 12:30, which left Ash plenty of time to go to the sunrise yoga class by the pool and follow it up with a long hike in the hills, both of which she needed to settle her nervous system before her first foray back to Oak Valley in over 20 years. Even so, as she took the freeway one exit south and turned onto Valley Drive, one of the only 2 roads that went through Oak Valley, her stomach knotted up, and her perspiration-coated palms slipped on the steering wheel of her Prius. She remembered the first time she'd traveled up this road, in the back of her father's car next to Zoe. He had driven out a couple of weeks before them to start his new job. He'd been living in a hotel near the office while he waited for the movers to arrive with their things. At the time, as resentful she'd been about having to move all the way across the country right before starting 8th grade, she had to admit their new town was beautiful. The main road was lined with mature oak trees and the occasional eucalyptus. Above the coastal mountains, the sky was almost painfully blue, dappled with puffy clouds. They passed 3 separate horse stables offering riding lessons before her dad turned off the main road, underscoring the feeling of being in an idyllic rural setting, even though they were smack dab in the center of the hotbed of industry and innovation that was Silicon Valley. As she drove up the road now, Ash still couldn't wrap her head around how such a beautiful environment could be the site of so much evil. Much was still the same since she'd lived here. There was still a gas station and a small shopping center on the right, half a mile up from the freeway. Past it was an office park that she didn't remember being as large as it was now. There were other changes as well. On the site of a graceful old riding stable, there were now 4 new houses, whose lines she could just make out through the row of redwood saplings planted to provide privacy from the road. But nothing had changed more than at Oak Hills, she noted as she pulled into the club's parking lot. Gone was the gray-green wooden building she remembered. Now it was all slabstone, glass and metal, yet another instance of the modern aesthetic that had dominated the architecture scene in the last 10 years. She parked her car, and as she walked toward the club, she noted with a smirk that almost every car in the lot was either a Tesla, a Rivian, or some other car whose pricing started in the 6 figures. Back when they lived here, BMWs and Mercedes had dominated the lot. The sense of dread she'd been feeling eased as she pulled open the tall glass door into the club's lobby. It was weird to revisit a place that held bad memories when it didn't look anything like you remembered it. She hadn't visited the club often before she shipped off to camp, but she'd gone enough to remember the green and gray carpet and the green upholstered furniture. Now the floors were light maple hardwood, and the furniture was wood and leather with a Scandinavian vibe. There was a woman sitting at the front desk. Was she supposed to check in? She didn't remember doing so in the past, but practices certainly could have changed in the past 25 years. She greeted the woman and let her know she was meeting a friend. The woman nodded and waved her in without further question. She walked through the main room where a handful of moms and nannies with small children gathered at tables for lunch. She stopped short when a dark-haired little boy suddenly darted out in front of her and nearly bowled her off her feet. "Liam, be careful!" An attractive, if harried-looking blonde woman with a lean, athletic build sprang up after him. "I'm so sorry," she said to Ash as she ran after Liam, who was making a beeline for the doors that opened onto the pool deck. To her left, she heard a child wail and looked over to see a little boy who she guessed to be maybe 2, squirming to get out of his high chair to go after his mother. "It's okay, Noah," a beautiful dark-haired woman was trying to soothe him. "Mommy will be right back." A little girl who looked to be about 4 sat next to the woman, wearing an expression like she'd had it with the boy's crazy antics. The harried mom returned to the table with her son tucked under her arm like a squirming football. The toddler let out a shriek that threatened to pierce her eardrums, and she hurried towards the bar area, where she spotted Madison sitting at a table in the corner. "Thank God it's so much quieter in here," Ash said as she settled in a chair opposite Madison. "Yeah, no kids allowed in here. It's always a zoo out there at this time of day during the week. The kids get out of preschool, and they all come here for lunch. Kids run wild while moms sit around and gossip." Ash didn't see a menu or a chit on the table to write her order. She started to get up to find one. Madison gave her a puzzled look, and she explained. Madison shook her head and waved her phone at her. "See that?" She pointed to the small placard in the center of the table with a QR code on it. "They finally figured out this a couple of years ago." "Wow, it's all so modern and fancy now," Ash said as she used the code to pull up the club's menu. "Yeah, they did a full teardown and remodel a couple of years ago. It needed to happen. I don't know if you remember how it used to be, but it was kind of a dump." "I don't remember it being particularly high-end." "Yeah, part of the motivation to rebuild was to make it more attractive to people in the neighboring towns. Fancier facilities and food help us to compete with the higher-end country clubs." Ash perused the menu and noticed that it had been elevated from what she remembered. Sure, there were staples like burgers and chicken tenders for the kids, but now there was also a pressed watermelon and burrata salad, as well as a Mediterranean platter that, as far as Ash could tell, was basically a plate of wildly overpriced hummus. As she scanned the menu, her eyes snagged on a familiar item, A sensory memory overtook her, and she could smell peanut sauce and rice vinegar as though they were waving under her nose. She shook her head and squeezed her eyes shut for a moment, then opened them to find Madison staring at her. "You okay? You look like you kind of went somewhere for a minute." "I know this is going to sound crazy, but the Thai crunch salad threw me off." "You have a problem with shredded cabbage and wonton strips?" Ash gave her head a little shake. "It was my mom's favorite. It was practically all she ever ordered. She'd put the leftovers in the fridge, and the smell of the dressing and the peanut sauce would waft out every time anyone opened the refrigerator." The memory felt so normal, unremarkable. She couldn't remember the last time she'd had a memory of her mother untainted by the trauma of the past. "I can't believe it's still on the menu all these years later." Madison gave her a little smile. "Every so often they try to take it off. Every time the members who bitch and moan that the menu is stale lose their minds because they can't get their Thai crunch salad." She shrugged. "People always say they want change," she said as she tapped in her order. "But most people really want what's familiar. What will you have?" Ash ordered the watermelon and burrata salad with a side of onion rings. "So is craving the familiar the reason you stayed in Oak Valley?" Ash asked after Madison finished submitting their order and put her phone face down on the table. She shook her head with a wry smile. "Not in the least. When I graduated from high school, I couldn't wait to get out of here. Oak Valley was a great place to grow up when I was younger. But by the time I was in high school, I was bored beyond belief, stuck out here in the boonies. I wanted to go somewhere that was the complete opposite of here. That's why I went to NYU. God, I miss New York." She paused as a server offered them a choice of still or sparkling water. "Why didn't you?" Ash asked as she sipped her mineral water. "It's not like you couldn't afford it." "I would have stayed if I could. My dad was diagnosed in the spring of my junior year. Things went down pretty quickly from there. And I didn't want to spend the time where he could still remember me across the country from him." She sighed. "And it was pretty clear that once we moved him over to the Redwoods, my mom was content to wash her hands of him. Someone had to step up." Ash gave a sympathetic wince. "Of course, it makes complete sense that you would move back. But what about your brother or sister?" "My brother moved to the East Coast before I was born, and I barely knew him growing up. And my sister," she drew out the S's to make a hissing sound, "Megan is a carbon copy of my mother. It's all about her, all the time. She's way too busy ruling the tennis courts and having boozy lunches at her club in Newport Beach to care about whether or not Dad needs her help. But now that he doesn't remember you anymore, do you think about moving back to New York?" Madison looked offended at the question. "Of course not. Just because he doesn't remember me doesn't mean I can just abandon him." "I'm sorry," Ash sputtered. "I just thought that since he's in a good facility and well cared for." The uncomfortable conversation was briefly suspended while their perky young server delivered Madison's cheeseburger and Ash's watermelon and burrata salad, without commenting on the incongruity of onion rings on the side. Madison continued, "He is, but he still needs someone to occasionally advocate for him. Make sure he's on the right mix of meds, making sure he's getting enough activity. My mom and my sister think that we can just throw money at the situation and leave the nurses and caregivers to do it. But even the best facilities will sometimes cut corners if they think nobody is looking. I can't desert my father like that." "But he's not really your father," Ash blurted out before she could stop herself. "He is in every way that matters. He loved me to death and was everything to me growing up. That doesn't just go away because it turns out we don't share any DNA." Ash felt her cheeks heat in embarrassment at her insensitivity. "I'm sorry. That was completely tone-deaf of me. I guess because my father was so not there for me growing up, it's hard for me to relate to wanting to be there for him when aging starts to take a toll. It's so fucked up, right? I was far away and my dad's favorite, and I'm not even his biological kid. Your father had one biological daughter taken from him and let the other one slip away." They ate in silence for a few moments, contemplating the irony of their situation. "Madison, hi!" a female voice called from behind Ash. Annoyance flashed across Madison's face, quickly hidden by a pasted-on smile. "Oh, hi," she called back. Ash looked over to see 4 women who looked to be in their late 50s to early 60s, standing at the bar dressed in tennis gear. They all waved at Madison, and one said, "Let me just get my wine, and I'll come over and say hi." "Fuck," Madison said through clenched teeth. "What?" Ash asked. "They're my mom's friends, the tennis ladies." Ash's lunch curdled in her stomach as she studied the women more closely. Though she'd only met her mom's new tennis friends at the 4th of July blowout at the Culligans and seen them in passing at Oak Hills, on closer inspection, she thought she recognized a couple of them from all those years ago. "I thought you said they wouldn't be here." "I swear that's what I heard," Madison said as all 4 approached the table, all toothy smiles for Madison. "What are you doing here? I thought you were supposed to be in Napa." "Didn't you hear about the fires?" A tall woman, attractive, if a bit weathered from years on the tennis courts, asked. "The smoke got so bad the camp ended 2 days early." "How unfortunate." Madison shot a look at Ash. The woman reached out a hand to Ash. "Hi, I'm Rebecca." It came back to her in a flash, the woman sitting at the table at Oak Hills with her mother and Simone. Ash had hung out with her daughter a few times before taking off for camp. "I'm Ash." The other women introduced themselves too, and Ash recognized the shorter, stockier woman as well. She waited with bated breath to see if they would connect the dots. Rebecca squinted at her for a moment. "Ash, you look very familiar." Then she let out a gasp as her face drained of color. "Oh my goodness, are you Lisa Newell's daughter?" Jessica's mouth dropped open as Ash gave a reluctant nod. The other 2, Jackie and Lindsay, looked puzzled at their reactions. "Ashley, my goodness," Jessica managed to gather herself. "You look fantastic. Nothing like—" "Thank you," Ash cut her off. "We are still so sorry about what happened to your mother. So tragic for that to happen so soon after what happened to Zoe. It was so unfair how she was treated." "What are they talking about?" Jackie asked Lindsay under her breath. They must not have been around 25 years ago. "Yes, it was a really awful time for our family." "Well, I'm happy to see you've been able to move past it and get to a better place." "It wasn't easy, but I managed," Ash said curtly. The women retreated with awkward waves, and as they walked away, she could hear snippets of whispered conversation. Sister, murder, alcoholic. She swallowed back a surge of bile, pushed up from her chair, and made a beeline for the bathroom. She barely made it into the stall before her watermelon salad and onion rings came hurling back up. She hunkered over the bowl until the heaving subsided. She opened the stall door to find Madison waiting, one hip propped against the bathroom counter. "You okay?" No, she wasn't okay. Rage was like a white-hot fire in her chest, burning a hole into her. She rinsed her mouth and splashed cold water on her face. "Those fucking bitches!" she bit out, fists clenched as they rested on the countertop. "Acting so sad about my mom when they couldn't be bothered to even stop by for a visit when she was falling apart. It was so unfair how she was treated, she says, when she was only too happy to talk to any reporter or documentarian who stuck a microphone in her face." "Fucking hypocrites," Madison agreed, as she put her hand on Ash's shoulder. "They make me so fucking angry, the way they went on with their stupid little lives while ours was falling apart. Gah, I feel like I want to choke someone," she mimed, wrapping her hands around someone's neck. Madison wrapped a hand around her arm. "I have a better idea, and will get you in less trouble than homicide." "What?" Ash asked. "Something I was going to make you do after our lunch had time to settle, but I think it's best we do it now. We'll leave your car here. You're in no shape to drive." They exited the bathroom just as Rebecca happened to be going in. Ash couldn't prevent her face from twisting into a disgusted sneer. Rebecca's gaze dropped sheepishly to the floor as she brushed by without a word. A fresh surge of rage propelled her to Madison's car, and she strapped herself into the passenger seat with jerky force. Madison pulled out of the parking lot and took a left on Valley Drive. She turned right almost immediately onto the street she would have taken to go to her former home. Dread at the thought tempered the edges of her anger, But before she could protest, Madison took a turn in the opposite direction. Her relief was short-lived, though, when Madison pulled up to a familiar driveway with a familiar wrought-iron gate. Even though she'd only been to the Culligans' estate once, the image of the gate leading into the property was seared into her memory. It was used in every news story and documentary, setting up the scene for her mother's debauchery. No one could have guessed what was going on behind the gates in this seemingly sleepy little town. "Madison, this isn't a good idea," she said as Madison pressed a button on the controller clipped to her visor. The gate changed as it slowly opened. Madison ignored her and pulled the car through the gate and up the driveway. "I mean it," Ash said. "I don't think I can deal with being here right now. Give me 15 minutes. If you're still freaking out and want to leave, we will." As she drove up the driveway, Ash noted a vineyard on her right, a flourishing, fenced-in vegetable garden to the left. There were 2 houses at the top, on opposite sides of the wide circular drive. She parked her car in front of the one to the left. "This is the guest house?" Ash marveled as they walked through the front door. When Madison told her she lived on her parents' property in the guest house, she'd been expecting a casita with 1, maybe 2 bedrooms max. This house had to be at least 2,500 square feet. The main floor consisted of a beautifully appointed kitchen that opened into a great room with vaulted ceilings and huge windows that offered stunning views of the San Francisco Bay. Madison shrugged. When my dad bought the property with his first wife, this was actually the main house. They spent the first few years building the big house. She led her down a hall and opened the door to a large bedroom. It had a king-sized platform bed with a blue and gray duvet cover. The walls were covered with lightly textured wallpaper that echoed the colors of the sea. There was a nightstand next to the bed, and a matching bench at the foot of it where Madison had discarded a navy sweater. Ash followed Madison into the walk-in closet, with custom built-in drawers and shelves. "We're not exactly the same size," she said as she opened a drawer of neatly folded clothes and pulled out a few things and shoved them into Ash's hands. "But these should work." "What's this?" She held them up and found herself holding a T-shirt, sports bra, and a pair of leggings. "Just put them on. You can change in here." She led Ash across the hall to another bedroom, which, judging from the desk next to the window and the whiteboard riddled with notes mounted on the wall, Madison had converted into an office. Ash started to protest, but Madison cut her off. "Just trust me. In 20 minutes you're going to feel 100 times better." Ash shrugged and closed the door behind her. Curious about the sort of research Madison was working on, she took a moment to look more closely at the whiteboard. Whenever Ash asked about more specifics of the work Madison did for law firms and insurance companies, Madison always brushed it off as boring. When Ash pressed her on why, if she was more than financially set with her trust fund, she would bother with a job that was so boring, Madison explained that while she found the work fascinating, most other people were bored to tears hearing about accident reports and court records. Ash suspected there was something more to Madison's work than she was telling her, but the assemblage of scribbled words offered no clues. Once she had changed from her dress into the workout clothes, she walked out of the bedroom and found Madison waiting for her in the great room. She was dressed similarly to Ash in a pair of lycra leggings and a form-fitting tank top that showed off her leanly muscled form. Her hair was in a ponytail on the top of her head. Ash pulled a brush and a hair tie out of her purse and pulled her hair back too. Madison slid her feet into a pair of flip-flops sitting by the front door and motioned for Ash to follow. "These aren't the best workout shoes," Ash said, motioning to her Birkenstocks. "We won't need shoes," Madison said as they exited the house and started down the driveway. "I'm not in the mood for yoga," Ash said. She was still burning with the remnants of rage after her encounter with the women at the club. Every sinew in her body was clenched tight, and no amount of deep breathing and chanting mantras could unwind her. "Pfft," Madison waved her off. "I know we're only just getting to know each other, but you should know me well enough by now that I would never do yoga voluntarily. What we're going to do is way better." She started towards the main house, and anxiety added an extra edge to the anger. It was weird enough being at this property all these years later. She didn't know if she could handle being in the actual house where the salacious events that had contributed to her mother's downfall had occurred. She breathed a small sigh of relief when, instead of heading toward the courtyard that led to the entryway of the main house, Madison turned left to go down an outside staircase Ash hadn't been aware of. She led her through a sliding glass door that revealed a fully tricked-out home gym with several cardio machines and a wide assortment of weightlifting equipment. "Here, put these on." Madison went to the shelves lining one wall and pulled out 2 pairs of gloves. She handed one to Ash and put on the other pair. She started to ask what the gloves were for, but quickly clued in when Madison walked over to the far corner of the room where 2 heavy bags hung from the ceiling. "Boxing?" "Kickboxing," Madison corrected her as she picked up a remote and pointed it over Ash's head. "No better way to get out your anger. Just imagine smashing your fist into the face of whoever you're mad at." Ash walked up to a bag and gave it an experimental tap. "Oh, come on, you can do better than that." Madison was scrolling through a menu of what she assumed were workouts. "Are you telling me if you had the opportunity to punch Rebecca in the face right now, you'd just give her that little love tap?" Ash drew her hand back and punched with more force, grunting as it landed. Loud techno music piped from invisible speakers as a woman with tight French braids and approximately 0% body fat appeared on the screen. Her sports bra and boy-cut shorts showed off an 8-pack and a butt you could bounce a quarter off. As she raised her hands in a fighting stance in front of her heavy bag, veins popped on her biceps. "All right, everyone. Are you ready to crush it?" "She's one of my favorite instructors," Madison said as she mimicked the instructor's stance. Ash did the same. For the next 45 minutes, Kaylee Ray led them through a series of jabs, uppercuts, and roundhouse kicks. With each thud of a fist or foot against the bag, Ash felt some of the simmering rage escaping her pores, along with about a gallon of sweat. By the time Kaylee led them through a cool-down, Ash was soaking wet and too exhausted to be actively angry. "So, what do you think?" Madison handed her an icy bottle of water that she'd retrieved from a mini-fridge. Ash gratefully gulped down half of it before answering. "I think," she panted, "that I'm going to be sore in places I didn't know existed." She paused to take another drink. "I also think I need to add kickboxing to my workout portfolio." They toweled off and spread out a couple of mats to stretch. Ash was leaning into a pigeon pose to stretch her hips when she heard an angry female voice screaming Madison's name over the music. "Madison!" the woman screamed. Ash turned to see her just as she abruptly switched off the music. She recognized Simone Culligan immediately. Though she was in her early 60s now, she didn't look much older than 40. Her face and body were carefully maintained and preserved by a very talented team of surgeons and estheticians. The only major difference was her hair. Where before she had worn her hair in a long blonde spill down her back or pulled into a ponytail that bounced jauntily as she darted around the tennis court, now she wore it in a sleek platinum blonde bob that grazed a jawline that showed no signs of sagging. Ash felt her stomach bottom out. That feeling when you unexpectedly run into an ex after a bad breakup. Even though you knew it would happen at some point, it was still unexpected and wildly uncomfortable. "Madison, what the hell do you think you are doing?" The anger was new, too. In her brief encounters with Simone in the past, she'd only seen her as the fun-loving party mom or the grief-stricken friend. Now her face was tight with fury as she fixed her burning gaze on her youngest daughter. "Kickboxing," Madison replied, unfazed as she straightened her legs and folded forward. "I want to know why I'm getting texts from everyone about how you were at Oak Hills parading Ashley Newell around." She turned her attention to Ash. "Ashley, you look well." The social nicety, in such proximity to her rage, threw Ash for a loop. "Thanks," Ash muttered, then looked at Madison for cues on how to proceed. "Mom, we met for lunch, and Rebecca and Jessica came up to say hi. I was hardly parading her around." "But why would you then bring her back here?" "Like I said, Kickboxing. Ash needed to release some anger after dealing with those hypocritical bitches. Spouting sympathy after they dragged my mom's name through the mud, Ash muttered. Why are you even here? Simone marched over to stand at the edge of Ash's mat. I thought you told Madison to leave you alone. Ash felt a resurgence of rage that this woman of all people would ask her to justify herself. I changed my mind. I decided the opportunity to form a relationship with my sister outweighed my desire to hide from the past. Oh, well, this little sisterly love fest is all well and great for you, but it could ruin everything. Madison, you can't continue. Unlike some people, Ash snapped, I'm not interested in ruining other people's lives and betraying their trust. Her eyes narrowed on Simone. Ash's rage ticked up a notch as Simone didn't even have the grace to look ashamed. Madison and I have agreed to keep the truth of our relationship between us, and I have no intention of changing that. But Madison, like a switch had been thrown, Simone's tone snapped from anger to pleading. Bringing her here, being seen all over town, people are going to ask questions. You know what's at stake. Yes, I know what's at stake. For you, Madison said coldly. You stand to lose, which means we hold all the cards here. So I suggest you stay out of it, and if anyone asks you questions, tell them it's none of their business. Simone's mouth pulled into a flat line. You are such an ungrateful bitch. You always have been. I learned from the best, Madison said. Simone stormed out, and Ash turned to Madison. Well, you certainly shut her down. Madison shrugged. I'm used to her moods. Though she tried to sound casual, Ash could hear the almost imperceptible tremble in her voice. For all that she acted tough in the face of her mother's behavior, inside Madison was that little girl who just wanted her mother to love her. A fresh surge of rage for the little girl Madison was, and the woman Madison had become, roared up inside her. I don't know about you, but I think I need to punch some more shit, and I know exactly whose face I'm going to imagine while I do it. 21. Madison. They did another full workout, refueled in Madison's kitchen, then soaked in the hot tub until their skin went pruny. While Ash had been hesitant about coming to the property earlier, now she seemed to enjoy rubbing Simone's nose in her presence. After Ash left, Madison checked her phone and saw she had 3 missed calls from Phoebe. She waited until the next day to call her back. Why are you avoiding me? Phoebe snapped upon answering. I'm not avoiding you. We've just been busy. And by we, you mean you and Ash? Obviously. We've been doing stuff around town, getting her reacquainted. It's been hard for her in a lot of ways, but I also think it's helping her. Well, I'm glad her healing journey is going so well. Madison frowned at the snark in her friend's tone. Why are you being so snotty about this? Sorry, Phoebe sighed. It's just that the network didn't pick up a 3rd season of Ice Cold Killers. Madison winced in sympathy. She'd helped Phoebe with research on the podcast about various crimes in Arctic environments. Shoot, that sucks. Yeah, it does. So it'd be really nice if this whole journey into the past would get Ash closer to a place where she'll help us with our project. Madison suppressed an eye roll. While she appreciated her friend's disappointment at having a project she'd personally created and produced canceled, she wished Phoebe had just a little bit more patience to allow things to play out in their own time. Unfortunately, I don't think there's been much progress there. At the other end of the call, Phoebe gave a grunt of frustration. We had a little run-in with my mom yesterday, and while I think it was helpful for Ash to confront her, she made it abundantly clear that she has no desire to go public with this new information or to dig up skeletons from the past. Phoebe was quiet for a few moments, then, You know we don't need her cooperation to move forward. This new little nugget of you being Michael Newell's illegitimate child is enough to garner lots of interest, whether Ash agrees to work with us or not. Madison felt her hackles raise. I'm not going to blow up Ash's life, not to mention my relationship with her, just to get this deal done. Of course, her own life, as well as her mother's, would also be subject to turmoil, but that was collateral damage she was willing to tolerate. Easy to say for a trust fund baby, Phoebe snapped. Some of us are responsible for our own bills. I haven't had a decent deal come through in over a year, Madison. You know if we do this project right, it has the chance to put me on another level. Madison resisted the urge to clap back at the trust fund baby comment. Though it wasn't her fault they were in different financial circumstances, Phoebe wasn't wrong in pointing out that the stakes were different for Madison. Instead, she groped for a way to placate her friend, whose cutthroat tendencies could have her going rogue. Only if we do it right, and if we want to do it right, we need to be patient. I've only been in touch with Ash for a couple of months. You know how long it can take some of your subjects to agree to participate. Remember that case in Utah? It took the dad over a year to finally agree to be interviewed, and that series was #1 on Netflix for 2 weeks. Phoebe sighed. I know, it's just, I get impatient. Madison gave a little laugh. No one knows that better than I do, but just give it time. The closer Ash and I get, the more she's going to trust me, and the more she trusts me, the more easily I'll be able to convince her that helping us tell the story will be the best thing for her in the long run. Madison hung up, relieved to have for the moment placated her partner. Now she just had to get Ash to see the benefit of working with them before Phoebe went off the rails. 22. Ash. The next morning they agreed to meet for a hike. Do you want to hike Windy Hill? Madison suggested the popular hike in the local open space preserve. Though a steep hike to the top of a peak that offered views of the ocean was right up Ash's alley, today she had other sights she wanted to see. Let's hike the town trails. After the visit to the completely remodeled Oak Hills and Madison's simultaneously familiar and foreign home, she'd had a series of strange dreams wherein she found herself at different homes and locations in Oak Valley, including the house her family had lived in. She'd woken with an odd but undeniable urge to refamiliarize herself with the oak and redwood enshrouded streets. After so many years of trying to bottle up every single memory of this place, she wanted to see what had really existed and what she'd conjured in her dreams. They walked across the main road from the club and up Eastridge, the street that led into the heart of Oak Valley. They stepped off the pavement onto the well-maintained dirt path that paralleled the street. Where are we going? Madison asked after they walked several moments in silence. My old house, eventually, she replied as the path crossed in front of a massive wood and metal gate that protected a home that was built in the modern style of Oak Hills. But I'm going to let my intuition lead me to whatever else I need to see on the way. Sounds good, Madison said without any snark or judgment in her voice. I'd like that you let me be weird and woo-woo and just go along with it, Ash said, and flashed her sister a smile over her shoulder. Madison shrugged. We've all got our thing, and the woo-woo has worked in my favor. If you hadn't had that dream visitation thing with Zoe, you wouldn't be here right now. Halfway up the hill, a street branched off to the left. The name was unfamiliar, but something in Ash told her to turn onto it. Madison followed her without question or comment. Several minutes later they found themselves at the end of a cul-de-sac. Most of the massive houses were set so far back from the road that they were barely visible. More than one had a porta-potty and heavy equipment in the driveway, evidence of ongoing construction projects. As they started back down the cul-de-sac on the other side of the street, there was a mailbox built into an elaborate stone pillar. Ash felt the hairs prickle on the back of her neck. She paused as she tried to remember why this mailbox was familiar. Do you know whose house this is? She asked. Madison nodded. Of course. This is Rebecca's house. Why? Have you been here? Ash closed her eyes as a sensory memory of hot sun on her skin and the smell of chlorine and charcoal smoke invaded her senses. A girl, blonde with freckles and a small gap between her teeth, grinning at her as they both jumped in the water. She has a daughter, right? Holly or something? Kaylee, Madison corrected. I met her at Oak Hill, Ash remembered, and she invited me over. We only hung out a couple of times before I went to camp, and then, she shook her head. After that, no one was coming around trying to make friends with the new girl. She lives in Menlo Park with her husband and kids if you want to see her. Ash shook her head. It wasn't even like we had a chance to really become friends. It would just be weird. As they continued down the cul-de-sac to turn back onto the East Ridge Trail, Ash tried to conjure up more memories of the few weeks she'd spent in Oak Valley that summer before Zoe was killed. What had happened that summer was so awful, so devastating, that any of the fun or even mundane memories from before were obliterated. I liked her, though. Not everyone was nice to the new girls. I remember your sister being a total bitch, she said to Madison with an arch look. She still is. The way she acts, you would think she was still in high school. My half-brother, well, I guess not. He was nice to me the few times I've seen him. Ash had a flash of memory. A young man in his 20s with light brown hair, streaked with gold. The kind of face that made every straight female from age 13 to 100 a little weak in the knees. Admiring her newly developed body in her bikini, his face turning beet red when her mother mentioned her age. She gave a little chuckle, then relayed the whole story when Madison asked what was funny. I was so disappointed when he couldn't get away from me fast enough. I thought I was such hot shit, looking older than I did. Thank God your brother wasn't a creep. I wouldn't know, Madison said as they turned off East Ridge and onto a street called Deer Path. He's so much older than me, and he moved to Connecticut to open an East Coast branch for my dad's firm before I was born. Ash listened with half an ear, distracted as they walked further down Deer Path. Every step brought her closer to Acorn Drive. She would turn right down the street, walk past 2 houses on the left, and then she'd be in front of the last place Zoe had been safe. She turned, walked past 2 houses on the left, and found herself in front of a mansion that looked nothing like the house where Zoe had spent her last night in safety. She went to the mailbox and checked the house number. This was it, her old address, but her house was no longer here. She knew she shouldn't be surprised. People were always tearing houses down and rebuilding. She had passed half a dozen construction sites on the way here that gave evidence of that. And if she remembered correctly, their house had been on the older side when they moved in. An older house on a beautiful big lot. A perfect situation for someone with the means to buy it, tear it down, and build a dream home. Still, she felt oddly deflated. As they stood there, a petite woman with a curly ponytail pushing a stroller approached. She wore an outfit similar to what she and Madison were wearing, black leggings topped by a loose tank top. Designer sunglasses hid her eyes from view. In the stroller, a little girl who looked to be a little over a year old gazed at them solemnly. "Can I help you?" the woman, who Ash guessed to be her age or maybe a few years younger, asked. No, she couldn't. Ash took a beat before answering. "I used to live here." She gestured toward the gate blocking the driveway. "Well, not in this house, but here. I'm here from out of town and just wanted to see it." She started to turn away. "We bought it 3 years ago and tore it down to the studs," the woman said casually. "We were trying to have it ready before I had Michaela." She waved her hand over the stroller. "But it went way over schedule, so we just moved in a few weeks ago. Do you want to see it?" She punched a code to open the gate and waved them through. Ash followed without much thought. Madison trailed behind. The woman introduced herself as Camille and said she recognized Madison from around town. Camille, obviously proud of her exquisite new home, handed the baby off to a nanny and proceeded to give them a detailed tour. As she pointed out the beautiful fixtures and high-tech features, all Ash could think of was that it was all gone. The bedrooms where Zoe had perched in front of her computer, unwittingly communicating with her killer, the living room where she could last remember her mother smiling, before everything fell apart. Eventually they followed Camille outside, where the vast lawn Ash remembered was now half the size, with native plants taking up the rest of the space. The kidney-shaped pool had been replaced by a rectangular pool lined with Spanish tile. "You took out the tree," Ash murmured as she noted the absence of the giant oak that had dominated the backyard. In its place was a beautifully built pool house. Camille turned to her and nodded. We had to take it out. It had sudden oak death and was a fire hazard. But honestly, she said in a conspiratorial tone, I was more than happy to do it. That was by far the most logical place for the pool house. Lucky, Ash smiled absently. All of it was gone. All of the places she'd avoided and tried to forget no longer existed. When did you live here? She asked Ash. We moved here in the summer of 1998 and lived here for a little more than 6 months, Ash answered without thinking. She regretted it instantly when Camille's jaw dropped with a whispered, No way. Ash? As in Ashley Newell? She asked. Ash's stomach seized as she waited for her to start peppering her with questions, telling her about how she was obsessed with the chat room killer and his victims. Instead, she surprised her. I heard about your sister, she said, her face awash in sympathy. I grew up in Los Altos, so we were all so terrified that summer and so sad for the families. Thank you, Ash said, genuinely relieved when Camille didn't seem inclined to bring up any of the additional salacious details surrounding the case. Still, she was relieved Madison hadn't told Camille her last name. If she remembered Ashley and Zoe, she was most likely familiar with the Culligan name and its connection. Before they left, Camille offered them a cold drink, which they accepted. Thank you for giving us a tour, Ash said. You're very welcome, Camille said. Then, I hope it was helpful in some way. Ash thought a moment before she came to her conclusion. You know, I think it was. It's a good reminder of how everything changes and keeps moving forward, no matter what happened in the past. As they walked back to Oak Hills, Ash was grateful for Madison's silence. When they got to the parking lot, Madison asked, What now? Ash took a deep, centering breath and closed her eyes. Fear and grief tangled in her chest, but underneath that, a growing sense of acceptance. Though she dreaded it, her gut was telling her that she needed to take one more step to tip everything into balance. There's one more place I need to go. Madison offered to stay behind, but Ash was grateful for her company. I'm not sure I'll be steady enough to drive. Even now she was shaky and sweaty as she sat in the passenger seat of Madison's car. Madison filled the silence with ambient electronic music that would have been soothing under other circumstances. But with every curve they rounded that took them up the windy road to the top of the Santa Cruz Mountains, Ash felt her tension increase. Nausea gurgled in her stomach, a combination of the curvy road and what she was about to face. They reached the intersection of Sky Ridge Road, which ran along the ridge of the mountains. Madison pulled to a stop at the stop sign and looked over at Ash. Which way? Turn left. Then Monte Sereno Open Space Preserve will be on your right. 5 minutes later, they pulled into the dirt parking lot. In all the years since her death, Ash had never visited the site where Zoe's body had been found. People had held memorials and candlelight vigils for her and the other victims found in the vicinity, but Ash had always dismissed them as stupid and pointless. Nothing could bring her sister and the others back. Despite her commitment to spirituality, she knew that holding prayer circles and singing songs wasn't going to bring the killer to justice. Do you know what trail to take? Madison asked as Ash went to look at the trail map posted at the far end of the parking lot. I think we go this way, she said and pointed to a line labeled Meadowlark Trail. According to the map, it was about 1.5 miles away, branching off the main trail from the parking lot. Do you want me to stay here? Madison asked once again. Again, Ash shook her head. I don't want to do this alone. Madison gave her a sad smile and reached out to give her a quick squeeze. Lead the way. They walked for about 20 minutes before they got to the Meadowlark Trail. Ash paused for a moment to steel herself. Do you know about how far? Madison asked. From what I could find online, the guy said he was about 1/2 mile from the trail junction when his dog took off. Of course, the police hadn't described exactly where Zoe's body had been found, but all of the true crime junkies who had analyzed the case to death managed to unearth every detail, except the identity of the killer. One poster, who went by the handle Mad for Murder, claimed to have talked to the hiker whose dog had run off the trail and returned with what turned out to be Zoe's finger, and he provided more detail about where he'd been hiking that fateful morning. Ash figured in this case it was worth breaking her own rule about getting on social media to see what people had to say about Zoe's case. With every step, the white-hot buzz of anxiety got louder in her brain. Cold sweat filmed her skin, and her lips and fingertips started to go numb. She stopped at what she thought was the approximate location where the hiker had been and struggled to take a breath. "It's going to be okay." She could barely hear Madison over the electric hum in her head, but her words and the feel of her hand slipping into hers took her anxiety down a tick. A thick tangle of manzanita bordered the trail on both sides, making it difficult for anyone inclined to go off trail. Even if someone were, the poison oak that wove in and out of the brush would deter anyone from going any farther. This was as close as she could get to the place her sister was found. The landscape gave no indication that it had been the site of such a grisly find. Just brush and vines, yellowed grass dotted with oak trees. Any animal or vegetation that had come into contact with her sister was long gone. Like the house they had lived in, everything had changed, renewed. Time marched on, leaving what happened to Zoe in the distant past. As Ash acknowledged that, she felt like something broke open inside of her. She closed her eyes as memories flooded her brain, happy, sad, horrible. Zoe laughing as they splashed in the waves in Cape Cod. Her mother sobbing while her father yelled at her for being thoughtless. Zoe rolling over in bed to give her a half-hearted hug on the day she left for camp and murmuring that she loved her. "I love you too," Ash whispered now, as the memories continued to roar through her. Tears streamed down her face as she grieved for the sister she remembered and loved, and for the woman her sister would never get to be. She grieved for the relationship they would never have, and she realized that in all of the years of stuffing the memories back and not letting herself feel the loss in its entirety, she was dishonoring her sister's memory and the love they'd had between them. She sank to her knees and let it all flow over her. When the tears abated and she regained her breath, she felt like a 10-ton weight had been lifted off her shoulders. "Are you okay?" Madison asked as she crouched down next to her. Ash blinked her into focus and pushed herself to her feet. "I am." She sounded a bit surprised to her own ears as she swayed a little on her feet. "I feel," she said once she steadied herself, "lighter and peaceful in a way that I haven't since everything happened." "Peaceful is good." "Yeah, it's like by confronting everything I've been avoiding, I can finally actually get past it. I may not be able to get justice for my sister, but I can find peace for myself. From now on, I can leave everything that happened to Zoe and my family in the past. From now on, I'm only going to remember Zoe for who she was and why I loved her, and not for the awful thing that happened to her." 23. Madison. Madison took Ash back to her car where it was still parked at Oak Hills. "Do you want to get a cup of tea or a bite to eat or something?" Ash, who looked simultaneously exhausted and radiant, shook her head. "I'm going to go back to the hotel. I need to journal about all of this, and then I think I'm going to sleep for like 18 hours. What Madison wouldn't give to get her hands on those journals, to see Ash's deepest, rawest feelings of what she was experiencing, that kind of source material would be a gold mine for her in Phoebe's project. But she knew she would never get her eyes on them. She knew she would never try. She knew their proposed project could never see the light of day. And as Ash hugged her tightly and said, "Thank you for helping me through all of this. I'm so grateful to have you, sister," Madison didn't regret it for an instant. Unfortunately, Phoebe didn't feel the same way. "How can you screw me over like this?" she yelled when Madison told her she was killing the project once and for all. "You're not even going to try to talk to her about it?" "She's trying to get over it, Phoebe. She doesn't want to wallow in all of the bad stuff that happened. She wants to move forward and heal. And I have to respect that. What about respecting me and all of the work I've put into this and all of our other projects over the years? I put so much into this, and now we have one piece of information that could get it greenlit, and you just want me to sit back and let you kill it? I've put as much work in it as you have, Madison pointed out testily. And there are other projects we can put together, other cases where we can come up with an interesting new angle. Just last week I saw new information about Kelly Grimes, she said, referencing the teenage girl whose murder was still unsolved after 15 years. Great. So while we spend the next year and change researching, putting together a proposal, and trying to get people to work with us, I'll just be over here living on boxed wine and ramen, when I could be getting a 7-figure podcast deal. We came up with this idea together, Madison. You can't just unilaterally decide to kill it. Madison swallowed against the sour taste in her mouth. Fine. How much do you want to kill the project and keep what you know about my relationship to Ash to yourself? You think you can buy me off? Phoebe scoffed. Yes, this trust fund baby, as you like to call me, thinks she can. You think we could get a 7-figure deal if by some miracle we got Ash to participate? We can get a 7-figure deal even if we don't, now that we have the truth about your parentage to spice things up. So, what do you want? $1 million? 1.5? Make it an even 2, Phoebe said, and I want top billing on all future projects. Fine, she said with a sigh. This all felt so icky. She knew Phoebe could be ruthless in her pursuit of a story, but Madison had never imagined being on the receiving end of it. But Phoebe was one of her best friends, and she loved working with her. They could get over this hiccup. I'll need a few days to get things sorted with my bank, but you should have the money by the end of the week. Great. I'll treat you to a bottle of Dom when it hits my account, Phoebe said. In the meantime, send me your thoughts on Grimes and what kind of fresh perspective we might be able to offer. On to the next murder, right? Right. 24. Ash. Ash woke up from a deep sleep, feeling more rested than she had been in a very long time. Her dreams had been vivid and poignant, maybe more memories than dreams, filled with scenes from her life before, riding bikes with Zoe, the scent of her mother's shampoo, the soft press of her lips on her cheek. She felt a pang of grief as the visions drifted away upon waking, but also a sense of gratitude that those memories were still there, even after all of her years of trying to keep them buried. There was so much good to still be remembered. It no longer had to be canceled out by the bad. She climbed out of the bed to use the bathroom, and on her way back, she picked up her phone where she'd left it to charge next to the flat-screen television. She frowned when she saw that at 8:13 a.m., she already had 3 missed calls. 2 were from Rachel. The other was from Madison. Rachel had also sent a text. Call me as soon as you get this. It's important. Madison had also sent a text. Come to my place as soon as you're up. Something we need to talk about. Her stomach roiled uneasily. Were there any more stress-inducing words than, we need to talk? Rachel almost never actually called. So whatever was happening must be a real emergency, so she called her first. As the phone rang, she braced herself for the news that the store or her house had burned down, or something of that caliber. What's going on? She asked as soon as Rachel picked up. Are you hurt? Did the store get robbed? No, nothing like that, Rachel said. Certainly nothing worse than you've already dealt with in your life, but you're not going to like it. Ash took a seat on the edge of the bed. Hit me. She heard Rachel sigh into the phone. I know you don't go on social media at all, but you know there's a ton of true crime accounts that are super popular. Of course. I don't really follow any of it, but my sister messaged me this morning that your sister's case is trending. I looked it up. A true crime podcast producer who has over 500,000 followers did a post saying that right after the murder, your dad had an affair and had a child with another woman in the neighborhood. Ash felt herself go cold, then hot, as all of the blood seemed to drain from her body. Of course, she knew it was a risk that others would eventually find out about Madison, and that it might pique interest in Zoe's case. But she never dreamed Madison would be the one to leak the information. Betrayal stabbed at her insides so fiercely she doubled over in pain. I need to go. She stripped off her pajamas and pulled on a t-shirt and jeans and stuffed her feet into her Birkenstocks. She hurried to the parking lot on a red wave of rage. So blinded by emotion, she arrived at Madison's gate without any memory of driving over there. She keyed in the code that Madison had given her and pulled her car in front of the guest house with a screech. She took the stairs 2 at a time and pounded on the door. Her sister opened it with a look of unmistakable guilt on her face. Any unconscious hope that this may have been a misunderstanding was obliterated in an instant. How could you? She choked past the knot that was squeezing her throat closed. Madison held up her hand as she stepped aside so Ash could come in. It's not what you think. A true crime podcast producer with 500,000 followers posted about us. How could she know unless you told her? Madison's shoulders slumped. Because she's also my best friend. I told her when I first found out and figured out who you were. And it didn't occur to you that she might want to exploit that information for content? Of course it did, but that was before I got to know you and understand why you would never want any of this to be public. I made her promise to keep it to herself. I even offered to pay her a lot of money to stop working on a new project about your sister's case. She said she would. Madison closed her eyes and tears leaked through her lashes. I thought I could trust her. She opened her eyes and looked at her beseechingly. I'm so sorry, Ash. I never meant for this to get out or for anything like this to happen. I love you and I would never want to do anything to hurt you. Ash felt the fiery ball of anger in her chest cool a couple of degrees. She didn't want to believe Madison could be so uncaring and downright cruel as to share their secrets after all she'd been through in the last few days. I want to believe you had no intention of this getting out, but this could get bad. Sure it could, but you've kept a low enough profile all these years it will be hard for people to find you, and I promise not to talk to anyone about anything you've shared with me. I just hate the idea of everything being rehashed, the gory details of Zoe's murder, my mom getting dragged through the mud again. Silver lining, this time my mom and your dad's names will get dragged along with her, she said with a weak chuckle. It was cold comfort. Enough people have been hurt already. I don't need to see anyone else dragged down. Madison was interrupted by her phone ringing before she could reply. She looked at the screen and frowned. Shit, I have to take this. She pressed the phone to her ear and hurried down the hall. Ash heard the door to her office close. She moved to stand in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. She stared at the view of the bay, but was too wrapped in her own thoughts to take in the details. Would she be able to maintain her relative anonymity? Should she warn her father and stepmother about the potential shitstorm coming their way? Should she consider changing her name? Her musings were interrupted by a series of high-pitched dings, one after the other. She turned to see they were coming from Madison's laptop, resting open on the kitchen counter. Out of idle curiosity, she went over to see who was texting her sister in such rapid succession. It was Simone, who had obviously heard about the post and was ripping Madison a new asshole over text and telling her how this was going to ruin her life. As she scanned the texts, she noticed the browser window partially hidden by the messaging app. She could see enough of the address bar to see it was open to a Reddit page. An intuitive nudge urged her to investigate. What she saw there made her blood run cold. You are logged in as Mad for Murder. She recognized the username immediately as the person who knew every detail about the chat room killer and his victims. It was the person who knew where Zoe's body had been found because she'd interviewed the hiker herself. Head spinning, she clicked through several posts and read as Mad for Murder bragged about working on several true crime podcasts and documentaries and always seemed to have the inside scoop. She didn't realize Madison had returned until she heard her shocked gasp behind her. You, Ash sputtered. Words escaped her in the face of what seemed to be a diabolical scheme to exploit her and their relationship. Ash, please, hear me out.
Let your mind drift gently with the melody. as if carried by a soft breeze across a quiet night.
All this time, you pretended to want a relationship with me so you could use me for content? No, that's not it at all. I want a relationship with you because you're my sister, and I want you in my life. I didn't reach out so I could use you. Ash had a flash of clarity through the maelstrom of hurt and rage. Oh, come on. When you realized that you were connected by blood to your favorite murder case, that didn't give you a little thrill? Madison's gaze flicked to the polished hardwood floor, telling her all she needed to know. Do not ever contact me again. She whirled around and strode to the door. Please, Ash, don't go, Madison pleaded as she chased her down the steps. I may have had the thought at first, but as soon as you made it clear you hated all the true crime stuff, for good reason, I knew I would never do anything on the case without your approval. Sure, Ash snapped as she yanked her car door open. And it was just a coincidence that after I open up to you and bare my soul, your friend just happens to leak the latest salacious detail about Zoe's case? I don't buy it. I think you're a conniving, manipulative bitch, just like your mother. She slammed herself into the car and squealed away, hoping she left skid marks on Simone's immaculate pavers in the process. She got only about a mile away before the sobs overtook her. She pulled her car into a cul-de-sac and laid her head on the steering wheel, feeling more alone than ever. 25. Madison. Madison watched Ash's car peeling out and felt like she was going to vomit. She pulled out her phone and typed a message to Phoebe. How could you do this to me, you fucking bitch? Obviously, I won't be paying you a fucking dime. The pain of Phoebe's betrayal was crippling, but not nearly as devastating as the fact that Ash was convinced that Madison was some kind of sociopath who wanted to exploit their relationship for her own gain. She couldn't fault her for her reaction. What she'd seen on Madison's computer was damning for sure. She only hoped that once Ash had a chance to cool down, she'd be open to hearing Madison out. Though they'd only known each other for a few months, the bond they'd built was too strong to just throw away over a misunderstanding. Keeping from her the fact that you work in true crime and were hoping that the truth of your paternity might be the thing you needed to get your project green-lit is hardly a misunderstanding, a snide little voice whispered. She plodded back up the stairs and went back into the house. Still, she hoped that Ash would give her a chance to explain her change of heart, and how she had never meant for the information about herself to go public. She stood in her living room, unmoored, unsure of what her next move should be. She had several clients waiting for reports, but the idea of mining information about a murder case for entertainment purposes felt particularly distasteful at the moment. At a loss, she went to the kitchen, poured herself a glass of water, and contemplated how to deal with the loss of the two people closest to her, the betrayer and the betrayed. How could you let this happen? Speaking of betrayer, she started at the sound of Simone's shrill voice as she slammed through the door. I didn't let this happen, Mother, Madison said tightly. I had nothing to do with it. If you had left it alone like I told you, if you hadn't been so determined to make friends with your sister, she said the last word with a sneer. I told Phoebe about the connection to Ash as soon as I found out, before I even met her. Her decision to leak the information had nothing to do with me building a relationship with Ash. She wasn't sure that that was entirely true. There was no way she could have missed Phoebe's resentment over Madison's new loyalty to Ash and her well-being. But she'd never imagined her resentment and desire for success would drive her to do something so vile. She couldn't believe she'd made such a terrible judgment call, trusting Phoebe with some of her most closely held secrets. This is going to ruin my life, you know, Simone said with a dramatic sniff, turning on the pity channel. I'm going to lose everything. That's not necessarily true. Phoebe didn't call you out by name. Don't be stupid. She said it was with a neighbor. It will take the rabid internet sleuths about 2 seconds to figure it out. When your father's lawyers get wind of it, my life will be over. Madison knew she was right. All it would take was someone searching the birth records for residents of Oak Valley in 1999. The Culligans and Newells were easily connected, and then the cat would be out of the bag. Her mother started pacing frantically across the floor. I'll get $5 million in the divorce. Then if you, your sister, and Jason each give me 2 from your trusts, that will be enough. Just barely, but enough. You knew what you were risking when you slept with Michael Newell, Madison snapped. It's not our job to protect you from the consequences. Besides, why on earth would Jason give you a single penny? Not that Megan or I should either, but he's not even your kid. Her mom's gaze flicked to the floor. Trust me, he'll do it. Well, I'm not giving you a fucking penny. The crack of her mother's hand connecting with her cheek echoed through the room. You're an ungrateful little bitch, and you always have been. Daddy's little girl, always teaming up against me. I can't stand the sight of you. I want you to get out of this house now. This is Dad's house. You have no right to throw me out, Madison protested. I still pay Sylvia's salary, and if I tell them to come over here and throw your stuff on the street, believe me, they'll do it. And if you're not out of here by morning, that's exactly what I'll do. Madison started to protest, but then realized she didn't want to be here anymore either. Nothing about her parents' place felt good or safe anymore. Fine. Now get out so I can start packing. It didn't take her very long, since all of the furniture belonged to her parents, and Madison had put a lot of stuff in storage when she moved from New York. She made a reservation at the Ritz until she could find another rental nearby. On a whim, she asked to speak to Ash, but was told she had already checked out. She distracted herself from the pang of grief that elicited by packing up all of her clothes and shoes in suitcases. All of her work files were electronic, so after clothes, There were only a few books to throw in a box and a whiteboard from her office wall to load into the back of the car. She considered leaving everything in the refrigerator to rot, but then realized it was the housekeeper, not her mother, who would suffer. She did a final sweep of her bedroom and her office. She was about to leave when she thought to check the downstairs bedroom. She rarely went into the dedicated guest room, but she had a vague memory of storing a few things in the closet when she first moved in. Her memory must have been faulty, because all she found were a couple boxes full of Christmas ornaments she didn't recognize. Off in the corner was what looked like a small wooden jewelry box. She shook it and heard some things rattling around. She tried to open it, but it was locked. She went to put it back in its place, then thought better of it. The chances were slim that any jewelry that was important to her mother would have sat gathering dust all of this time. But even the slim chance that she would get away with something her mother cared about was sufficient motivation for her to take the box with her. Now she just needed to remember where she'd packed her lock-picking tools. She'd all but forgotten about the box until she was settling into her Airbnb in nearby Menlo Park a few days later. She'd tossed it in one of the suitcases of clothing she wanted for however long it took her to find a place she wanted to buy. The rest was in storage for the time being. She placed the box on the marble counter in the kitchen of the guest house she was renting. It took her less than a minute to pick the lock. Her brow furrowed as she took in the tangle of jewelry. She spread it out on the counter, pulling the pieces apart. There was a silver bracelet with a horseshoe charm, a single gold hoop earring, a silver and turquoise ring. Nothing expensive, certainly nothing her mother would ever wear. There was one last piece tucked in a corner, a necklace. She picked up one end of the delicate silver chain and held it up to examine. The pendant that hung from it was interesting, a knot of some sort woven into pave silver and gold, the 3 points of it tapering to points. In the middle was what looked to her untrained eye to be a real emerald. It was beautiful, but too modest to be anything her mother would ever wear. She wondered where it all came from. She assumed somewhere along the line a friend or relative who had stayed in the guest house had left the box of odds and ends behind. She put everything away but the necklace. Drawn by its intricate design and delicate beauty, she fastened it around her neck. She'd always liked emeralds. The next few weeks passed for her in a cloud of melancholy. She felt adrift, purposeless, and lonely. In one fell swoop, relationships with her best friend, newfound sister, and mother had been destroyed. All of the people she would have once confided in and leaned on to help her cope were unavailable to her. She couldn't even take solace in work, as every time she thought about doing a deep dive into a case, Ash's words echoed through her brain. You mine other people's pain for entertainment. These are real people who experienced real tragedy, and you exploit them for ratings and ad dollars. She delivered everything she had promised to her current clients and turned down offers of all new work. She deleted her Reddit and social media accounts that focused on true crime. When she wasn't visiting her father, who seemed to register her presence less and less every time, she filled her day with mindless scrolling and binge-watching TV. When that became unbearable, she took long hikes in her former neighborhood. As her thoughts wandered, she thought a lot about Lisa Newell and other people like her, people whose personal lives were dragged into the press only because of their association with horrible tragedies, people whose reputations and sometimes very lives became collateral damage to feed the public's insatiable appetite for compelling true crime content. If Lisa could have told her own story, what would she want to say? And as angry with her as Ash justifiably was, would she want to help her answer that question? Madison knew it was a long shot, but the only way she was ever going to know was to ask. And the only way to do that was to drive down to Carmel and ask her in person, since Ash had blocked her number and her Instagram. 26. Ash. Ash and Rachel were folding a stack of embroidered silk prayer shawls that had just come in from a village in Nepal when the bell above the door tinkled. Ash turned, the friendly smile that started to form in greeting freezing when she saw Madison standing on the threshold. Her heart squeezed in her chest. and for a split second she was nearly overcome by the urge to run across the floor and hug her tightly. Just as quickly she remembered what Madison had done and why she couldn't trust her. She remembered how her sister threatened to destroy the fragile peace Ash had managed to create for herself. "Why are you here?" Madison's throat spasmed at the coldness in her voice. "I miss you, and I just want to talk to you," her voice quavering with uncertainty. "She has nothing to say to you after what you did." Rachel had moved to stand beside her, arms folded across her chest. "I didn't do anything except trust the wrong person with information," Madison protested. Ash made a scoffing sound. "Oh, so you weren't hoping to use our relationship to convince me to participate in your project? You weren't planning to leverage the scandalous revelation of your true parentage to drum up interest and stake your own claim to fame?" Madison's gaze flicked to the floor. "Look," she held up her hands, beseeching, "I won't lie and say that when I realized I had a connection to a case that's fascinated me for years, I didn't think about how the new information might save our project from being dead in the water. And you didn't give a shit about the potential negative consequences that might have on me?" Madison closed her eyes for a moment. "It's not that I didn't give a shit, but you're right in that I didn't consider them. And you're right that I, and many others, get such tunnel vision as we research these cases that we sometimes lose sight of the fact that we are talking about human beings who've already suffered the loss of a loved one, and that by digging it all up again, we're causing them even more pain. But as I got to know you and we became closer, I knew I would never want to do anything to hurt you, or anyone else for that matter. Our relationship is so much more important than all of that." Ash felt a crack in her resolve as she saw the sincere regret and love in her sister's eyes. "Be that as it may, Phoebe didn't share your feelings." Madison sighed, her shoulders slumping as she wrapped her arms around her waist. "I know, and I deeply regret ever trusting her with that information. But that's all I did wrong, was trust the wrong person. I haven't shared any of the notes or any of my research with her. If she decides to move forward, she's on her own. As far as I'm concerned, the project is a no-go." They were silent for several moments, regarding each other. "Please," Madison said, finally a catch in her voice. "I just want you back in my life. I miss my sister." Tears pooled in her eyes and streamed down her cheeks. Ash felt her heart squeeze again. Madison looked so vulnerable and so damn young. As poised and mature as she seemed, Madison was only 24. An adult, but just barely. When Ash was 24, she was an absolute mess, and God knew how many people she'd betrayed, whose feelings she'd stomped on with ignorant abandon. "I missed you too," Ash said, stepping forward. She held her arms out to pull her into an embrace. Madison gave her a teary smile and did the same. As she did, the neckline of her white button front shirt shifted. Ash caught a flash of green resting at the top of Madison's cleavage. Her eyes focused on it like a laser. Her world tilted, and she let out a gasp as she recognized the charm dangling from the delicate silver chain. "No. How?" she sputtered as she froze in place. "What?" Madison frowned, confused. "The necklace. How do you have that? Why do you have that?" Her voice rose, her rising panic making it shrill and tight. "Are you so twisted and obsessed that you had a copy made or something?" "What are you talking about? Copy of what?" "Zoe's necklace!" she shouted and lunged and tried to grab it from around Madison's throat, but she staggered back too quickly. "This isn't a copy of anything," Madison said. "I found it when I was packing up to move out of the guest house." Ash shook her head, her brain careening out of control as she tried to make sense of what was happening. "How can you be sure it's Zoe's?" she asked tentatively. When she answered, it was like she'd left her body, like she was listening to someone else speak. "My mom had it custom made for her 13th birthday," she intoned. "A Celtic mother-child love knot with an emerald, since Zoe's birthday is in May. She had one made for me when I turned 13, but with a ruby since my birthday is in July. My mother swore Zoe had hers on the night she went missing, but it was never found." Madison shook her head. "The necklace was never mentioned in anything I ever read about the case." All at once, Ash was back in her body again, shaky and lightheaded as she tried to wrap her head around what this might mean. Madison's hand flew to the necklace, her face draining of color as she jumped to her own conclusions. "Trophy?" she mumbled almost to herself. Ash shook her head. "What trophy?" Madison's gaze locked with hers, and she swallowed hard. "Sometimes serial killers like to take things from their victims. Trophies to commemorate their kills." 27. Madison. Why would a serial killer's trophy be in your parents' guest house? Madison could barely hear Ash's question through the roaring in her ears. "Because someone left it there." "The killer was in your guest house?" The note of hysteria in her voice matched the tension gripping Madison's shoulders. Madison shook her head, trying to clear it as dozens of questions and possibilities spun in her head. "Let's not jump to conclusions. It's possible the killer left it there for himself." "It could be a woman," Ash interjected. "True, but 85% of serial killers are men, so let's assume for now it's a man." "You don't think it was your father?" The pit in Madison's stomach doubled in size as Ash vocalized a possibility Madison didn't even want to acknowledge. "It could be lots of people. There have been so many employees over the years, caretakers, housekeepers, gardeners." She was grasping at straws, but the idea that the killer was an anonymous employee was much more palatable than thinking it was her beloved father. And who knows if it was even the killer who left it there? What if it came off Zoe's neck in a struggle and someone found it and pawned it? Maybe it ended up in a second-hand shop and someone who came to the house bought it and left it there. Certainly possible, but her gut was screaming at her that it was something more sinister. "What do we do? Should we go to the police?" Ash asked. Madison shook her head. "Not yet. I want to see what we can find out on our own before we do that. There were some other pieces in the box with the necklace. I'm going to do some digging around to see if any of the other victims' families reported them missing jewelry. If that's the case, and they match up—" Their eyes met as they silently acknowledged what that would imply. "So how will you find out if anything else is a match?" "I have my sources," Madison said, seizing on the task at hand in order to shove the darker possibilities aside. "I need to go. I left my computer at home, and there's stuff on there that I'll need." "I'm coming too," Ash said, already heading for the office to grab her purse. "I want to find out everything as soon as you do." 3 hours later, they were both seated at the kitchen table in Madison's rental, shoulders hunched as their gazes fixed on her computer screen. Madison reactivated her Reddit account and went to the most reliable forums focused on the chat room killer. It didn't take her long to discover that Hillary Corden, the killer's second victim, was reported by her mother to be missing a charm bracelet, and Dina Pagano, the last suspected victim before the killer seemed to go dormant in early 2000, had been found with only one gold hoop earring in her left ear. "Holy fucking shit," Ash breathed. Next to her, Madison could feel her tremble as she pressed a hand to her mouth in horror. "So what now? Do we go to the police and say we think we have a serial killer's trophy collection?" "Not yet." Madison shook her head and pushed her chair out from the table. "First, I want to talk to my mother." "You think she'll tell us if she knows anything?" Ash's expression was skeptical. "Of course not. But I can always tell when she's lying." "She had you fooled about your father," Ash reminded her. Madison shot her a look. "I never asked her point blank if the man who raised me was my bio dad, but if I had, and she'd lied, I can almost guarantee I would have known." She looked at the clock on her computer. It was almost 4 p.m., prime tennis and happy hour time for her mother. "She won't be home for another couple of hours. Want to go get something to eat in the meantime? She suggested the meal more for something to do than because she was actually hungry. In fact, her stomach was roiling with anxiety to the point where she thought she might throw up if she tried to eat. Though Ash agreed to go out for food, judging from the way she picked at her salad, she was no hungrier than Madison. As their food sat mostly untouched in front of them, Madison gave Ash a rundown on everything she knew about the case. Much of it was new information to Ash, who only knew what was included in police reports and reported by the press. "How do you know if any of this is even true?" Ash asked. "I've been researching long enough that I can usually suss out who's a legit source and who's a wackadoo spewing bullshit. Also, I reached out to the detective who was the lead on the case after he retired 5 years ago. He was willing to tell me some things that never made it into the public arena. I think he was hoping we'd have a Golden State Killer situation, where an amateur sleuth's obsession would lead to new information that would crack the case. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. Not until I had to move out of my parents' guest house and found the serial killer's collection in the process. It was so unexpected, so absurdly random, she still couldn't wrap her head around it. A serial killer who'd committed a murder she'd been obsessed with for over a decade had been in the same space where she'd slept for the past 4 years. It was enough to take the top off her head. The server came to check on them and their mostly full plates. Ash asked for the check and some to-go boxes. Madison checked the time on her phone. 5:30. If her mother kept to her usual routine, she would arrive home around the same time Madison and Ash pulled up, and she'd likely be at least 2 Chardonnays in, hopefully lowering her guard and making the tells even more obvious if she tried to lie. Sylvia greeted Madison with a warm hug when they arrived. "I've missed seeing your face around. Your mother said you had a fight?" Madison shrugged. "It's not worth getting into. Is she home yet?" The housekeeper shook her head. "She's still at tennis practice." She rolled her eyes and mimed drinking. Despite the tension pulling her tight as a wire, Madison couldn't stifle a laugh. Simone would be mortified if she knew a member of her staff was making fun of her behind her back. Sylvia told them to help themselves to anything they wanted, then excused herself to finish folding a load of laundry. Madison opened the refrigerator and contemplated pouring herself a large glass of rosé chilling inside. She could certainly use something to take the edge off her frayed nerves, but she also recognized the need to keep her wits sharp. In the end, she poured them each a glass of sparkling water, garnished with a slice of lime. Ash barely acknowledged it as she paced around the kitchen, her fingers fidgeting with the Amazonite pendant hanging around her neck. Roughly 10 minutes after their arrival, they heard the sound of the garage door opening. Her mother walked in a few moments later. She stopped short at the sight of them. "What the hell are you doing here?" She swayed slightly, evidence of the post-tennis wine consumed. She looked even thinner than usual, her face drawn in taut lines. The stress of a 25-year-old's secret potentially getting out was taking a toll on her. Maybe an even bigger secret was eating at her as well. "We need to talk to you," she said as Simone grabbed a wine glass from the cabinet and poured herself some of the rosé from the refrigerator. "Well, I have no desire to speak to a brat like you. I'll have to make it clear to Sylvia that you are no longer welcome anywhere on the premises. Now get out of here before I call the police." Madison held her ground and pulled Zoe's necklace from her pocket. It dangled from her fingers, the emerald catching the sunlight that streamed through the window. "Do you recognize this?" 28. Simone. Simone's entire body went numb in a way that had nothing to do with the wine she'd consumed. She gripped the wine glass to keep it from slipping from her fingers. "Yes," she said, trying to keep her tone neutral, even as her heart felt like it was going to beat out of her chest. "Your mother showed it to me once," she said to Ash, whose mouth was set in a tight, grim line. "She wanted me to recommend a jeweler who could make another one, I believe for your birthday." She also knew Lisa had died, insisting that her daughter was wearing it the night she disappeared. But that wasn't why the image of the necklace was seared into her memory. That moment hadn't come until a couple of years later, when she came upon Jason in the act of closing the wall safe she and Stephen had put in the walk-in closet of the master bedroom. She had ducked into the bathroom before he noticed her presence. Hackles raised, she had hurried over to the safe and opened it. Was he stealing from them? Even though he had all the money in the world at his fingertips? She wouldn't put it past him. For all that his father thought he walked on water, Simone had always sensed something off with him, something inauthentic, like he knew the motions to go through to convince the world he was a model citizen, but really there was something rotten inside. And this wasn't the first time she'd caught him lurking somewhere he had no good reason to be. But when she opened the safe, she saw that all the pieces she kept in there were there. She counted the cash that Stephen liked to keep on hand for an emergency and found it was also all there. Then she saw it, a cloth jeweler's bag tucked in the back corner. She pulled it out and opened it, frowning as several pieces of jewelry spilled onto her palm. Only one of them made her gasp. A silver necklace whose charm was a pave-crusted knot cradling an emerald in its center. Zoe Newell's necklace. And somehow Jason had it and had hidden it in their safe. A cold sweat broke out all over her body as she considered the implications. Her legs turned to rubber and she collapsed on the hardwood floor. Was he? Could he? Honey, what are you doing down there? She looked up at the sound of Stephen's voice. Why does he have this? She held up a necklace to show him. All of the color drained from his face and his features went slack. A split second later, they hardened with determination. You don't need to concern yourself with that, he said and snatched the necklace from her fingers. It wasn't until he said that, then knelt to hastily stuff all the other pieces back into the cloth bag, that she realized she'd been hoping he would claim ignorance. It was awful enough to think Jason was capable of killing several young women, but to think Stephen was helping to cover it up. You know? You know what he's been doing? The thought made her want to throw up. I don't know anything, and neither do you, he said, his expression stony. She scrambled to her feet. I'm calling the police, and you can't let this continue. He wrapped his large hand around her upper arm. I would think very carefully before you do that. I've done a lot of questionable things for you over the years, but covering up for a killer isn't going to be one of them. She tried to pull away, but his grip was like iron. Who says we're covering up anything? He said with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. The necklace, the earring. Jason has had lots of girlfriends over the years. They could have belonged to anyone. But she knew the necklace with the emerald charm didn't belong to just anyone. Stephen, we can't. Imagine how upset I would be at the person who accused my son of such horrible things. Do you think I could possibly stay married to that person? She swallowed hard. Could she live with herself if she pretended she didn't know the truth? If she ignored the fact that she'd been living with a killer for the past 17 years? She was self-aware enough to know that her moral compass didn't always point straight. But this felt evil. As though he sensed the crisis of conscience brewing inside her, Stephen leaned down until his lips grazed her ear and spoke in a menacing whisper. I love my son, and I will do anything to protect him. A shiver coursed through her, and bile rose in her throat. She's always known her husband could be ruthless, even with the people he loved, but she never feared for her life before. Tell me we understand each other, he said in that same menacing whisper. She nodded. I understand you. I promise I won't say anything. He released her arm and smiled as though nothing had happened. That's my girl. She forced herself not to shrink away as he pressed his lips to hers. He left the closet with the bag full of trinkets. A week later, Jason moved out of the guest house to the East Coast, where Stephen said he wanted him to open up a new branch of the construction business. Simone did her best to put the entire incident out of her mind and never asked about the necklace or any of it ever again. What was it doing in the guest house? Madison's question, her tone sharp as she brandished the necklace in her face, ripped her back to the present. I have no idea, she answered truthfully. She'd always assumed Stephen had gotten rid of everything. She couldn't fathom why he would hold on to anything that could potentially implicate them. She supposed he had his reasons, but they were lost to her now. You'd have to ask your father. Madison recoiled as though she'd been dealt a physical blow. Are you saying Dad he did? She covered her mouth with her hand, as though she was going to be sick. Simone almost felt sorry for Madison at the way her face blanched of color, at her shock at imagining that the father she always kept on a pedestal could be a cold-blooded killer. All I'm saying is that your father is the only one who knows how the necklace got there. Good luck getting any answers out of him, she said with a dismissive sniff. Now you need to leave, or else I'm going to call the police and have you arrested for trespassing. 29. Ash. Ash wrapped her arm around a shaking Madison and guided her through the front door. As they approached her car, Madison handed her the keys. Do you mind? I'm shaking so hard I'm afraid I'd drive us into a tree. Ash didn't think she was in any better condition, rocked by the discovery of Zoe's necklace after all these years. But she took the keys without argument and slid behind the steering wheel. What do you think? She asked after Madison buckled herself in and leaned back against the headrest with a heavy sigh. Was your mother telling the truth? As far as I could tell, Madison said solemnly. Ash curled her hands around the steering wheel in frustration. Well, that's it then. Given what you've told me about your dad's condition, he'll never be able to tell us what really happened. She pulled the car through the gate of Simone's estate and started down the road, not really sure where she was going. He still has some moments where he's lucid, and he's better at remembering things from the past than he is at remembering recent events, especially things that had a big impact on him, core memories. You think murdering someone would qualify? Ash said dryly. Madison let out a sound that was half sob, half laugh. How could it even be possible he did it? The killer lured his victims in internet chat rooms. My dad barely learned to do email. She shook her head. And also, at the time they think Zoe snuck out, my dad was having sex. She trailed off as Ash's complexion developed a distinctively green cast. Ash shrugged. I think anything is possible. Everyone was so drugged, who knows who was actually where and what actually happened? Madison shook her head. I just can't. Well, it's possible he knows something, Ash urged. Let's pay him a visit. Madison shook her head. It's too late in the day. If he's going to be able to tell us anything, it's going to be in the morning, when he's at his most lucid. Ash bit back a frustrated curse, even though she knew they were grasping at straws, that it was highly unlikely Stephen Culligan would be able to access any information from his dementia-addled brain. Having to wait to confront him made her feel like she wanted to crawl out of her skin. After all this time, she might be one step closer to finding out who killed Zoe. Though she'd convinced herself she'd made peace with never knowing, now that it was a real possibility, the need to know was a fire inside her. She forced herself to take some deep breaths, summoning up every ounce of her frayed patience as Madison directed her to the Airbnb she was renting. They spent the evening silently in front of the TV, not paying attention to what was on the screen, both lost in their own thoughts as they contemplated what might come next. Ash spent the night tossing and turning, her fitful sleep peppered by strange and menacing dreams. When her alarm woke her in the morning, she had no memory of them other than a suffocating feeling of dread. No matter what Steve did or did not tell them this morning, she knew the days and weeks ahead would have her once again mired in the details of her sister's murder. She would be interviewed endlessly by police. The press would once again be in her face, hanging on her reactions. Though it would hopefully all be worth it, and Zoe's killer would be brought to justice, the very thought of it was exhausting. She pushed herself out of bed and reminded herself that she was stronger now. This time around she wouldn't crumble under pressure. She took a quick shower and got dressed. Madison was in the kitchen, her damp hair held back in a ponytail. Her delicate features were drawn, her shoulders hunched as she cradled a cup of coffee in both hands. She looked somehow diminished, as though she'd somehow shrunk in stature and weight overnight. "There's hot water for your tea." Madison gestured to the electric kettle on the counter. Ash brewed herself a cup. She doctored it up with oat milk and a copious amount of honey. Still, she winced at the first sip. There wasn't enough honey in the world to wash the bitter taste from her mouth. "Do you want anything to eat before we go?" Madison asked, her tone flat, robotic. "I've got yogurt, eggs." She trailed off. Even though she should be starving, having barely eaten since breakfast the day before, the mere thought of food made her want to vomit. She told Madison as much. "Same here," Madison sighed when she told her so. "I guess we better go," she said. There was no mistaking the reluctance in her tone. Ash crossed the kitchen and wrapped her arms around her. "No matter what happens from here, we will be okay." She was saying it as much to herself as to Madison. "We will help each other through it." "I'm so scared," Madison said. "It was hard enough finding out that my dad isn't really my dad." She stepped back and thumbed at the tears clinging to her lower lashes. What kind of other fucked up secrets has he been hiding? 30. Madison. She knew the answer, at least in broad strokes. Her father was either a murderer, or he'd possibly been covering up for one for 25 years. One was certainly worse than the other, but either meant the man she'd adored and idolized for her entire life was a terrible human being. "Do you want me to wait outside?" Ash asked when they pulled into the Redwoods parking lot. "God, no," Madison said. "I don't want to do this by myself." She did her best to keep her cool as they signed into the visitor's log. As they started down the hall to her father's room, she reminded herself that they were most likely going to leave today without answers, either because her father couldn't answer because he couldn't remember, or because he couldn't answer because he really didn't know. Lots of people had had access to the guest house over the years, she reasoned. Anyone could have stashed a box of jewelry. "You'd have to ask your father." Her mother's words echoed in her head, sending a slither of dread through her stomach. It was possible her mother was lying, she told herself, even as her gut screamed that she'd been telling the truth. She knocked on the door and was greeted by Cynthia's smiling face. "Good morning, Madison." She gave a double take when she noticed Ash standing next to her. "Oh, and you've brought a visitor." "This is my friend Ash," she said as Cynthia stepped aside to let them in. "Nice to meet you," she replied. "Your timing is perfect. He just finished breakfast, and I was just about to turn on the Today Show for him." Madison walked over to where he was seated in his recliner. As always, her heart clenched at the look of befuddlement when he met her gaze. "Hi, Dad." "Hi. What's your name?" holding out his hand to Madison. "I'm your—" Her tongue tripped over the word daughter. "I'm Madison, and this is my friend Ash." "Lucky me, having two pretty young ladies come to visit," he chortled. His expression was one of innocent delight. It was nearly impossible to believe dark secrets might be hiding behind such a benign facade. Cynthia gave Madison an update on how her father was doing that week. Once she was finished, Madison asked if she could give them a few minutes with her father. She agreed readily and excused herself to go get a cup of coffee. When the door closed behind her, Madison pulled the necklace out of her bag. "Look, Dad, I found this in the guest house. Do you recognize it?" He peered at it through the thick lenses of his glasses and held out his hand. She placed it in his palm, stomach in knots as she studied his face for any flicker of recognition. "Pretty," he murmured as his thumb traced the lines of the knot. "It belonged to my sister Zoe," Ash prompted. "Do you remember Zoe?" "Zoe?" He met Ash's gaze with a quizzical stare. "I don't think I know a Zoe." It was as if all the air was sucked out of the room. Though logically she knew that the odds were heavily against her dad remembering anything, the disappointment she and Ash experienced lay over them like a wet wool blanket. "He can't remember," she murmured. "I'm sorry," he said with a smile tinged with sadness. "I'm afraid I don't remember much these days." But as she started to take the necklace from his palm, his demeanor suddenly changed. Gone was the look of placid ignorance, replaced with a mask of rage. "Give that back," he snarled abruptly, his fingers closing over hers in a surprisingly strong and painful grip. For a moment, she was too shocked to move, having never seen her father act like this. As he pushed himself out of the recliner and lurched towards her, she wrestled her hand away and jumped back with a gasp. "You can't tell anyone about this. Do you understand?" He brandished the necklace menacingly. Ash stood beside her, a protective arm wrapped around her shoulders. "Mr. Culligan, you need to calm down." "You shut up. This is none of your business." He turned his attention back to Madison. "You listen to me. You forget you ever saw this. What's done is done, and no good will come from digging up the past." Madison felt like she was being hurled through space, her world spinning off its axis as her mind raced with questions. Had her father killed Zoe and the others? Could he have been a computer whiz behind their backs? Could Ash be right, and everyone was so drugged up that night they wouldn't have noticed if he left the party? "He's a good kid, you understand. He can't help himself." Her father's voice penetrated the fog of confusion. "Who's a good kid?" Ash asked, echoing her thoughts. His shaggy brows pulled together in a frown. Madison's stomach sank as a familiar vacancy appeared in his stare. "Dad, who were you talking about?" Madison probed. He shook his head and looked around, as though he was trying to figure out where he was. "What's this?" he asked, gesturing the necklace in his hand toward Madison. Madison felt herself deflate like a leaky balloon. "Who are you talking about? Who is a good kid?" Ash said urgently. Madison put a hand on her arm. "It's no use. When he's like this, he's done for the day." But he knows. He can tell us," she protested, as Stephen settled back into his recliner with a grunt. "We can try again tomorrow morning," Madison said. She bent to kiss him, then hesitated, wary of his temper. Satisfied he would stay calm, she went to kiss her dad on the cheek. "Love you, Dad. We'll be back again in the morning." He nodded vaguely and stared out the window over her shoulder. "It wasn't his fault." Madison's hand froze on the doorknob at her father's low muttering. "He wasn't the same after Donna died. He loved his mother so much." Madison and Ash locked eyes. "It's Jason," they both said at once. Epilogue. Ash. 1 year later. In the summer of 1998, the San Francisco Bay Area was terrorized by the chat room killer, so named because he lured his victims by posing as a teenager in online chat rooms. Ash watched as the TV screen was filled with images of newspaper clippings with headlines about the murders and stills of the various crime scenes. Though the case attracted a flurry of media attention for reasons that had nothing to do with the murders, for over 25 years, the case remained ice cold. Ash winced as another headline appeared on the screen. Victim's mother at an orgy at neighbor's house the night she disappeared. On the couch next to her, Madison reached over and squeezed her hand. Ash would have done anything not to rehash everything about her mother's activities leading up to Zoe's murder. But she knew if she and Madison wanted to tell their story, they would have to tell all of it. As police searched in vain for clues, the victims and their families did their best to carry on, suffering with the grief of loss and lack of justice for their loved ones. Then, just over a year and a half ago, a DNA test led to a break in the case, but not in the way you might think. The screen filled with a close-up of Ash's face, the light of her computer screen illuminating her features as she mimed navigating the 23andMe website. I submitted a DNA kit several years ago, just out of curiosity. Over the years, I've discovered a handful of DNA relatives, distant cousins, you know. So when I received a notification that day, I never imagined I would discover that I had another sister. Oh my God, it looks so cheesy, Ash grimaced at the reenactment. And why has no one ever told me my voice sounds so nasally? Shut up, Madison said with a playful punch as her own face appeared on the screen. My father was diagnosed with early-onset Alzheimer's 4 years ago. Madison's voice came through the surround sound system connected to the television. I know there can be a genetic component to that, so I sent in a DNA test to see if I was at a higher risk. Turns out I wasn't. On screen, Madison's mouth quirked into a wry smile. Because, spoiler alert, the man I thought was my father wasn't. They knew the discovery of their sisterhood would rock the foundations of both their families, but they would have never guessed it would lead to the arrest of a serial killer. A clip from a newscast began to play. After over 25 years, the discovery of a murder victim's necklace in an Oak Valley home has led to the arrest of a suspect in the so-called chat room murders. The footage of Jason Culligan, handcuffed as he stood in front of a judge for his arraignment, still gave Ash the chills, even though she'd watched it a dozen times. It had taken nearly a year for the police to build up their case and make an arrest, but once they had the necklace to point them in Jason's direction, they were able to gather additional evidence, including DNA from 3 of the victims' bodies, including Zoe's, that linked him to the crimes. There was also evidence to link him to victims of the so-called catfish killer, who lured his victims through dating apps and who had killed at least 6 women along the eastern seaboard in the last decade. The judge had refused bail, citing that Jason's considerable financial resources made him a flight risk. He was currently in jail awaiting trial. For many years, Ashley Newell kept a low profile, living a quiet life in Carmel by the Sea, California. She refused to talk about her sister's murder and the aftermath, even though the case has been widely covered by true crime podcasts and documentaries. They then cut to a shot of Ash and Madison, sitting next to each other on Ash's couch where they had filmed the interview. "Why talk about it now, Ash?" the host asked. "And not just talk about it, but do a 12-part podcast about it." On the screen, Ash watched herself sit up a little straighter. It hadn't been an easy decision to decide to speak so publicly after keeping her silence for so long. But as people began speculating about Madison's identity and information about the revitalized investigation into the chat room murders, she knew it was only a matter of time before Zoe's murder would once again be headline news. And now there would be a whole set of salacious surrounding circumstances for the public to feast on. Madison had been stunned when she told her she wanted to do something to get her and her family's story out in her own words. Within a month, they had put together a proposal and a list of episode ideas. A month after that, they had a 6-figure deal with a major podcast network. The last time I talked about my sister's murder, it was to people who had a certain agenda, a certain narrative they wanted to get out there. They were interested in how my family, myself included, fell apart after Zoe's murder, and not in a terribly sympathetic way. Yes, I was a mess, but instead of talking about how that came from a place of pain and trauma, I was treated like a sideshow. And my mother, Ash's eyes teared up in tandem with her on-screen self. My mother was not her best self at the time, but she didn't deserve to be treated as though she was in some way to blame for my sister's death, especially when she wasn't the only one in that group getting up to no good, Madison interjected. And now some of those people are finally facing the consequences of their actions. Once the news of Madison's real paternity went mainstream, Stephen's lawyers immediately initiated divorce proceedings against Simone on his behalf. Though she threatened to countersue, she knew she didn't have a legal leg to stand on, and hadn't from the moment she'd signed their prenup. Some would say that leaving a marriage with $5 million and all of the jewelry and gifts she'd received over the years wasn't much of a punishment. But to Simone, who had spent over 30 years at the top of the food chain in one of the country's wealthiest communities, her fall from grace and changed financial circumstances were utterly devastating. Ash knew Madison didn't keep in close touch with her mother, but she'd heard she'd moved to Southern California and was going by her maiden name. Ash's father hadn't spoken to her since the day she confronted him about Madison's existence, but she'd heard through the grapevine that Eleanor, humiliated by all of the press coverage about Michael's past affairs making headlines, had moved out and was staying at their house in Maui indefinitely. Stephen Culligan, living with his deteriorating mind and body, was already in his own version of hell. On screen, Ash gave her a little smile. Now that our story is in the headlines again, I felt like it was important for me to help tell it. I also want to talk about and get people thinking about how we tell the stories about people like my sister and my mother. How do we find a way to tell these stories in a way that doesn't further traumatize victims and their loved ones? And how do we tell the stories in a way that doesn't inadvertently glamorize the murderer and turn them into a celebrity? Madison added. Speaking of re-traumatizing, the interviewer asked as she turned to Ash, you mentioned that for years you avoided discussing anything about your sister's murder, precisely to avoid the trauma you suffered because of it. How has diving deep into the details for the podcast affected your mental health? I'm not going to lie and say it was easy, but it has also been incredibly healing. On screen, Ash answered. Much more so than I ever could imagine. I spent so many years pushing it down and refusing to deal with it head on. I told myself that getting sober and focusing on my spiritual life would be enough to heal me. But when I met Madison, and I revisited Oak Valley after all that time, I realized I still had so much to work through. So, doing the podcast with my sister, talking about Zoe, my mother, and the other victims, in conjunction with a lot of therapy, has helped me finally process rather than just avoid it. And I would imagine that finally having a suspect arrested for the murders gives you some sense of peace? The anchor asked. On-screen, Ash watched both herself and Madison stiffen. I can't speak for Ash, Madison said, but I don't think anyone can ever be truly at peace with what happened to Zoe and those other girls, even when the murderer is brought to justice. To think that there was a monster you'd never suspect lurking around, waiting to pounce? She gave a little shudder and reached over to squeeze Ash's hand. No, there's no peace, Ash confirmed. But there is a sense of closure, and that's about all we can ask for. Thank you for taking the time to sit down with me, the interviewer said, then turned to face the camera. The first episode of Ash and Madison's podcast, Secret Serial Sisters, debuts next Monday wherever you listen to podcasts. Madison raised the remote, and the screen went black. What do you think? Ash took a minute to really feel into herself. She would expect anxiety at the prospect that millions of viewers would have just seen their interview, at the notion that she would become a public figure again. But there was none. I feel peaceful. That night she dreamed about Zoe and her mother, but not as she knew them from her memories. In her dream they were older, as they would have looked had they lived. They sat together, bathed in light, having a conversation she couldn't make out. Her mother's hair was streaked with gray, her face lined. The haunted look Ash remembered was gone. She looked happy, light, like she did when Ash was a little girl. Zoe was a woman who had shed the goth wardrobe and lost the tight, angsty expression she'd worn all that summer. In her dream, her heart skipped a beat as they turned to her. They both smiled and lifted their hands to wave. Their mouths moved, and Ash strained to hear. Her eyes popped open as her mother's voice echoed in her head. Thank you, Ash. I love you. We hope you have enjoyed this production of The Valley by Jami Worthington. Narrated by Nikki Zacox. Copyright 2023 by Jami Worthington. Sound recording copyright 2026 by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Dreamscape is an RB Media audio brand. This recording is protected by copyright. Unauthorized copying, sharing, or distribution is prohibited. Thank you for listening. Discover audiobook giveaways, discounts, new releases, recommendations, and more from RB Media, the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Visit rbaudio.com.